The world of wizards, the laboratory of the third-level Grand Sorcerer, Lano. In a corner of the laboratory, on an experimental table, an elf lay quietly, writhing beneath a multitude of blue-green insects. Suddenly, an owl swooped in swiftly, gliding over the elf's body, its talons deftly snatching two of the insects before it flapped its wings to take flight. At that moment, the owl caught a glimpse of the elf's hollow, lifeless eyes, filled with a mixture of numbness, resentment, and a hint of relief. After a brief inspection, the owl soared towards the massive experimental table at the center of the laboratory, exclaiming, "The material on experiment table number 31 has perished." The figure hunched over the table, engrossed in work, did not lift its gaze but casually ordered, "Fetch two more from the academy. Ensure they select two robust specimens. We cannot afford to starve my precious creatures." Beep. Please create your game character. Zhou Yi opened his eyes in confusion, greeted by the familiar game interface before him. He was astonished just moments ago. He had been in a sorcerer's laboratory, using his own body to nourish energy-sucking insects. Yet now he found himself back at the game's initial screen. Indeed, he was the very elf who had met his tragic end upon that experimental table. With little time for contemplation, Zhou Yi swiftly exited the game and removed the headset. Gazing at the disordered room and the aged furniture before him, he found it identical to the recesses of his memory. Trembling, he opened his phone, and upon seeing the time, an indescribable excitement surged within him. Had been reborn, returned to the time before the game that would alter his fate. 10,000 Realms had launched. Zhou Yi, 23 years of age, possessed a handsome appearance. After graduating from university, he had become a recluse, unemployed, and without a girlfriend. His parents had tragically perished in a severe car accident while traveling. He sold the family's large house, using the compensation to rent a modest room in a small county, embarking on a life of seclusion. He intended to live off the interest from the substantial funds in his bank account for the remainder of his days. The game 10,000 Realms was an immersive first-person virtual reality experience, renowned for its stunning realism and unparalleled freedom, akin to the real world. Players communicated seamlessly with the NPCs, whose intelligence and emotions rivaled those of ordinary humans, as if they were truly alive. It is no exaggeration to say that 10,000 Realms represented a second life for its players. The official game website succinctly stated, "In the myriad realms, who shall reign supreme?" These 8 brief words contained boundless mystery, and the game's vast scale truly warranted the description of countless realms. In his previous life, this game had caused a tremendous sensation, attracting countless players. However, a year after its launch, the real world gradually merged with the player's original realm, Roland's Great World, and the people of Blue Star became part of the Myriad Realms. In his previous life, during the large-scale invasion of the undead, a notorious player known as Jiegu had infiltrated the military supply depot to activate the bloodline of his celestial beast while frontline warriors fought valiantly. He devoured all the magical crystals sent as aid from various nations. This resulted in a severe energy shortage for the frontline's magical artillery, mecha, and mage towers, nearly leading to their collapse. Faced with such dire circumstances, the brave and unyielding warriors displayed no inclination to retreat. They resolutely erected an impregnable defense with their own flesh and blood, valiantly resisting wave after wave of the undead army until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, Jiegu, having successfully activated his bloodline, transformed into an enormous celestial beast, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Without hesitation, he smacked his mountainous rear and fled at astonishing speed into the vast, boundless cosmos. Eventually, he was captured by a rule-level sorcerer from the wizarding world and traced back to Roland's Great World. This led to a full-scale invasion of the wizarding realm, resulting in the complete downfall of Roland's Great World. In his previous life, Zhou Yi managed to survive for 3 years, but ultimately became a captive of a third-level sorcerer after the main world was breached. He endured various torturous experiments, ultimately reduced to a mere breeding vessel for energy-sucking insects. Yet, fate smiled upon him, granting him a second chance. In this life, he was determined to leverage his foresight and change his destiny. In the myriad realms, I shall not be unable to ascend to greatness. Zhou Yi recalled and meticulously documented the various opportunities and significant events from his past life, planning his future development strategy. In this life, he too would become a celestial beast. With all preparations complete, he donned the game headset once more. He re-entered the game to create his character. Please select your race. Gnome in his previous life, Zhou, he had chosen the striking, magically gifted elven race. He later transitioned to the noble role of a sorcerer, which ultimately led to him becoming a breeding vessel for energy-sucking insects. This time, without hesitation, he opted for the most inconspicuous race, the gnomes, to lay the groundwork for his future plans. Please enter your character name. We're on the main world, Roland, leaned towards a Western fantasy theme. So Zhou, he chose a name reflecting Western culture, facilitating communication with the natives. Please select your birthplace, the Kingdom of Crepe Myrtle, Triumph City. Friendly reminder, your race is gnome, and Triumph City is a human stronghold. For an enhanced gaming experience, it is recommended to select a neutral city. Persisting with the visit confirming selection of Triumph City, Zhou, he resolutely chose the human city, which at this time was in an era of coexistence among myriad races, with human nations occupying the fertile central lands of the continent. The Gnome Empire had long been destroyed for over 4,000 years, and the enmity of past oppression had gradually faded with the passage of generations. Currently, the general attitude towards gnomes was predominantly one of disdain and aversion, though it had not yet escalated to outright hostility. The plight of the gnome race was indeed tragic. They lacked even a proper stronghold. Most gnomes either wandered the wilderness or became cheap labor, while a select few exceptional gnomes turned into adventurers, merchants, or engineers thriving in various corners of the world. After creating his character, Zhou intently focused on the countdown clock on the screen, now showing half an hour remaining until the game's launch, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Every passing second felt like a heavy thump of his heartbeat, and he could feel his breathing quickening with the passage of time. Finally, the numbers reached 0, and a flash of white light enveloped him, revealing a diminutive gnome standing in the streets of Triumph City. It stood roughly 1 meter tall, clad in simple linen garments, its hunched form supported by short, frail limbs that seemed as though a gust of wind could topple it. Its head appeared disproportionately large compared to its body, covered in a tangle of unkempt green hair, resembling a patch of overgrown grass. A pair of pointed ears protruded from the foliage, occasionally twitching. Zhou, he took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. The streets of Triumph City were spacious and bustling, lined with shops on either side, their signs hanging high, colorful awnings fluttering in the breeze, and the air filled with the tantalizing aromas of various foods. At that moment, flashes of white light erupted as players of all shapes and sizes appeared on the streets. Wow, this game is incredible. The sensations, the flavors. A startled shout shattered the harmonious atmosphere, as a remarkably abstract young man stood before a steaming pile of horse dung, exclaiming loudly, remnants of the dung still clinging to his lips. Hey, I must say, the freedom in this game is truly impressive. This was a wholly light player, holding a set of linen clothes in hand, unabashedly displaying his radiant physique to the astonished gazes of onlookers. Ah, it's a pity that female characters aren't available. A shifty-eyed stick lamented with a click of his tongue. Zhou, he paid no heed to the player's antics, intending to adhere to his plan and first obtain the Astral Merchant class certification. He sidestepped the curious locals and made his way directly toward the Western District. The Western District had long been nicknamed the Lower District. It seemed a shadowy corner of the city, starkly contrasting with the bustling and vibrant other regions. Here, a multitude of impoverished individuals struggled to make ends meet, burdened by daily concerns of survival. In addition to the destitute, the Lower District was rife with various rogues and gang members. These individuals loitered aimlessly, causing disturbances and instilling endless fear and trouble among the local residents. Zhou's target was precisely these gangs. Chapter 2. The Thief's Creed. Upon discovering the location of the Serpent's gang, Zhou withdrew half of his initial capital of 200 copper coins to pay the membership fee, thereby successfully joining the gang. After signing a contract with the gang leader to surrender 80% of his earnings, he followed a seasoned thief to successfully transition into the profession of a rogue. He acquired a rusted dagger and, with the remaining 100 copper coins, purchased a set of lockpicking tools. Opening his attributes panel, he observed, Name, Ron, Race, Goblin, Profession, Thief, Attributes, Health, 30 points, Mana, 50 points, Strength, 3. Constitution, 3. Intelligence, 5. Spirit, 5. Agility, 12. Charisma, 2. Level, 1. Skills, lockpicking, novice, theft, novice, traits, agile. The diminutive stature of goblins grants them enhanced agility, stealthy, easier to conceal one's form, equipment, rusted dagger, physical attack power 2 points. The goblin race possesses below average values in strength, constitution, and charisma, each falling short by 5 points. However, their physical advantage renders them exceedingly nimble, allowing goblins to navigate complex environments with remarkable speed. Upon transitioning to the rogue profession, their agility reached an impressive 12 points. Traits are formed through a synthesis of racial characteristics, profession, and attribute deviations, such as the greed and stinginess traits of goblin merchants, or the engineering expertise and unstable inventions associated with goblin engineers. In the future, these traits can be enhanced or altered through learning, reclassifying, training, and advancement. While there exists a simpler method for transitioning professions, seeking a vocational mentor at the Adventurers Guild, which, however, comes with a hefty price tag of 10 silver coins, wherein 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 10,000 copper coins, Zhou was indifferent to the profit-sharing contract he signed with the Serpent's Gang. After all, it was merely a simple agreement lacking the endorsement of the God of Contracts, rendering its binding force nearly negligible. Zhou primary motivation for becoming a thief was to set the stage for acquiring the hidden profession of astral merchant, in his previous life. This profession was attained by an individual known as Life is Wilderness, who completed a series of tasks to earn the ultimate reward. Leveraging the advantages of the astral merchant, he procured many peculiar items from the Multiverse Trading Alliance. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a drop of blood of the celestial beast, which, upon consumption, would transform his very race into that of the formidable celestial beast. Regrettably, Wilderness preferred to roam as a traveling merchant, showing little interest in formidable combat prowess, and was too reluctant to part with the hidden profession of astral merchant, ultimately refraining from using it. Unfortunately, he fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Jia, a minor leader of the fierce Tiger Gang, who, seizing the opportunity, struck him down. The blood of the celestial beast was subsequently looted, benefiting another. Upon obtaining the blood, Jia consumed it without delay, acquiring the lineage of the celestial beast. However, the concentration was too low for a complete transformation. Through a life of thievery, he gradually increased the blood concentration until the invasion of the undead plane, where a strategic bounty allowed him to complete the transformation and successfully flee into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Wilderness, aggrieved by the robbery, took to the forums to voice his grievances, prompting Zhou to learn of the astral merchant's employment process and the method of acquiring blood of the celestial beast. Of course, Zhou did not intend to follow a tedious series of tasks to obtain the proof of transition. He had a more direct method in mind. Fixing his gaze firmly, Zhou dashed forth like an arrow released from a bow, aiming directly for the noble district of the upper city. His movements were as swift as lightning. As he passed by a courtyard, he deftly snatched a black garment drying in the sun, swiftly stowing it in his backpack. As time passed, dusk descended quietly. Near the estate of Count Hawk, a shadowy figure cautiously peered out. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a goblin with a sharp, protruding jawline. Clad in the black garment he had pilfered, the attire, which was tailored for an average-sized individual, now hung loosely upon his diminutive frame, resembling a billowing robe. Yet, this posed no challenge for Zhou. He took the dagger in hand and adeptly altered the robe, trimming the excessively long sleeves to match his arms, and ingeniously fashioned a belt from the remaining fabric, cinching the loose garment tightly. As for Count Atticus Hawk, he was a powerful figure commanding the entire slave market of Triumph City. Not only did he possess a formidable slave-capturing team, but over half of the slave transactions in Triumph City were conducted through him, rendering him exceedingly wealthy. At that moment, a heavily laden cart slowly approached the Count's estate, eventually coming to a halt at the grand entrance. Seizing the opportunity he had been waiting for, Zhou sprinted forward, swiftly slipping beneath the cart and firmly gripping the undercarriage. Upon entering the estate, the cart made its way to the kitchen entrance. While the servants busied themselves with unloading goods, Zhou surveyed his surroundings, noting that only one individual was occupied with tasks. Seizing the moment, he silently emerged from beneath the cart and stealthily followed into the kitchen. Once inside, Zhou initially planned to execute a smooth and subtle maneuver to incapacitate the servant. However, upon assessing the height disparity between them, he reluctantly abandoned this scheme. A glint of mischief sparked in his eyes as he devised a new plan. Taking advantage of the servant's inattention, he suddenly extended a leg, expertly tripping the unsuspecting individual. The startled servant lost his balance, letting out a yelp as he fell to the ground, sending fruits and vegetables scattering in all directions. In an instant, Zhou Yi lunged forward, pressing the dagger firmly against the servant's throat. In a hushed yet menacing tone, he threatened, "If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut and remain quiet." The servant, paralyzed with fear, could only widen his eyes in terror, nodding vigorously in response. Seeing that the servant was sufficiently subdued, Zhou Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Once the servant's panic subsided, he gradually released his grip on the servant's mouth and nose. Zhou Yi then inquired, "Where is the storeroom?" The servant stammered, The storeroom is in the northwest corner of the main residence. There is a separate building, typically guarded by 2 individuals at the entrance." Having obtained this information, Zhou Yi refrained from taking the servant's life to avoid attracting undue attention. After all, with his meager strength of 3 points, he would struggle to slay even a chicken. He grabbed some kitchen twine and skillfully bound the servant, gagging him securely before tossing him onto a pile of straw. Next, he rummaged through the kitchen, acquiring 2 barrels of oil and a flint, preparing to employ a classic ruse he had learned from television, a common tactic to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. As he exited the kitchen, he remained vigilant, constantly scanning his surroundings for any patrolling guards. He poured the oil along his path until both barrels were empty. Reaching into his backpack, he retrieved the flint. Just as he was about to ignite the oil-soaked ground, a sudden glimmer caught his eye. He spotted the stables nearby. A brilliant idea surged through his mind, leading him to a more secure plan. Inside the stables, a dozen robust warhorses slumbered peacefully, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Zhou Yi tiptoed into the stables, quietly approaching each horse and tying dry, flammable hay to their tails. He then stealthily severed all the horses' reins. Once this was accomplished, Zhou Yi took the flint and struck it against a surface. Producing sparks that danced in the air, he hastily lit a pre-prepared torch and extended the blazing flame toward the towering stack of hay in the stables. The fire quickly spread, engulfing the entire stable in flames. The sudden eruption of chaos startled all the horses, sending them into a frenzy as they whinnied and bolted in all directions, inadvertently igniting their tails and plunging the stables into utter turmoil. Zhou Yi swiftly opened the stable door, standing at the entrance and waving the torch to drive the panicked horses toward the storeroom. Once the horses had all fled, he tossed the torch onto the oil-soaked ground and dashed toward the storeroom. The fire had drawn the attention of the patrolling guards, who shouted for assistance in extinguishing the flames. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had already reached the storeroom door, where the 2 guards stationed there had rushed off to pursue the startled horses, leaving the entrance unguarded. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi approached the storeroom door and began to pick the lock. Time slipped away, and with his novice lockpicking skill, the success rate was low. Fortunately, after several attempts, he managed to open the door by sheer luck. Upon entering the storeroom, he was greeted by an array of neatly stacked treasure chests, all locked, along with various pieces of equipment displayed on the shelves. Paying little attention to them, Zhou Yi immediately turned his focus to a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner, finally uncovering a tattered book. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Wandering the Multiverse." Zhou Yi's heart leaped with joy as he quickly stowed it in his backpack and began examining the other items in the room. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed, reverberating like thunder in all directions. "No one is to panic. We must protect Lord Count." Following this, a melodious and mysterious incantation began to resonate, as a sorcerer chanted incantations, the tip of his staff shimmering with radiant light. A crystal-clear sphere of water element swiftly coalesced, shooting upwards into the sky at an astonishing speed. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it suddenly burst forth like a colossal flower in full bloom, instantly dispersing into countless tiny droplets that cascaded down like a gentle shower. In the blink of an eye, the heavens erupted with a torrential downpour, the sound of rain pattering against the ground resonating through the air. Within the storeroom, Zhou Yi felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing the deluge outside. He was acutely aware that time was not on his side. The soldiers tasked with guarding the area would soon return. However, he felt a flicker of relief, for the most crucial items had already been secured, and he could only salvage whatever remained. Zhou Yi's gaze turned toward the locked treasure chests, a wave of frustration washing over him. The chests were securely locked and embedded in the ground, rendering them impossible to stow away in his backpack. Attempting to pick the lock would clearly take too long. Reluctantly, he chose to abandon them with a heavy heart. Then, with a flash of movement, Zhou Yi darted towards the rack where the equipment was stored. His hands moved with the swiftness of the wind, incessantly sweeping up exquisite pieces of gear. The sound of crisp clinks filled the air as he meticulously filled his backpack. It wasn't until he had filled all 20 slots that he turned and hastened towards the exit of the storeroom. Chapter 3. The transition to Star Realm Merchant after his successful endeavor. Zhou Yi understood the urgency of his situation and hurriedly departed, not daring to linger. He cautiously navigated through the crowd, keeping close to the walls as he moved. After winding around the perimeter, he finally stumbled upon a nondescript dog hole nestled within a thicket of overgrown weeds, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Gazing at the diminutive entrance, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Well, it seems I've already forsaken my humanity. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and resolutely crouched down, crawling through the filthy dog hole. As he emerged on the other side, a crisp system notification chimed. Ding! Due to your engagement in theft and arson, a warrant for your arrest has officially been issued by the City of Triumph. Within 30 days, should you appear in any city belonging to the Kingdom of Zijingwa, the city guards will initiate capture procedures against you. Please adhere to the game rules and regulate your behavior accordingly. However, Zhou Yi had no time to heed the system's warning. After successfully evading the Viscount's estate, he immediately sought a secluded corner to inspect his haul. The first thing that caught his eye was a book titled Merchant Travels Across Worlds. He recalled that in his past life, an individual named Kuangya had been captivated by this very tome while selecting rewards in the Viscount's storeroom. After all, the game Wanjia had constructed an incredibly realistic multiverse. If the title of this book was not an exaggeration, its value must be immeasurable. Driven by curiosity, Kuangya had chosen this book and delved into it, only to be profoundly disappointed by its contents. The text was a chaotic mishmash, seemingly cobbled together from various unrelated sources, lacking coherence and logic, leaving readers bewildered. It was no wonder that if the book truly held significant value, it would not have been carelessly discarded among junk, but rather displayed prominently on a bookshelf. Later, in his leisure moments, Kuangya had repeatedly revisited the book, hoping to unearth some useful clues or information. It wasn't until one day he inadvertently tore the cover off that he discovered the secret nestled within its pages. In this life, Zhou Yi could only extend an apology to Kuangya. After a cursory glance through the book yielded no revelations, he promptly tore off the cover and retrieved a sheet of paper concealed within. Star Realm Merchant Transition Contract. Level. Legendary. Function. Signing this contract allows one to transition to the hidden profession of Star Realm Merchant, automatically joining the Star Realm Merchant Alliance. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi seized his rusted blade and inflicted a deep cut on his thumb, blood gushing forth. Ignoring the need to staunch the bleeding, he pressed his hand firmly against the contract. The contract erupted in radiant light, and in an instant, it transformed into a flurry of fine ash, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, a silver glowing hexagram formation soared into existence where the contract had vanished. It seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly rushing towards Zhou Yi and precisely branding itself upon his arm. The formation felt as though it had merged with his being, exuding a mysterious and profound aura. The system notification chimed in time. Ding! Congratulations on transitioning to the hidden profession of Star Realm Merchant. Your previous rogue profession has been overwritten, and your attributes have changed. Please check your status. Ignoring the system prompt, Zhou Yi focused his thoughts, and the formation etched onto his arm began to emit a faint glow as if responding to his command. Suddenly, a deep blue light curtain unfurled like a dreamscape before him. Welcome to the Star Realm Merchant Alliance. Please register your initial information. Registration begins. Zhou Yi commenced filling in his basic information. Name: Ron. Race: Goblin. World: Roland. Great World. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Star Realm Merchant Alliance. Please complete your first transaction. Your first transaction will be assisted by a seasoned merchant. Would you like to begin the transaction? Yes. Aside from the equipment he had just pilfered, Zhou Yi possessed nothing of significant value, but was still eager to see what lay ahead. In the next moment, a figure materialized on the light curtain before him, an elderly man with blue skin reminiscent of an avatar. Seated within a palace, his eyes twinkled like stars, as if capable of perceiving all. Zhou Yi examined the old man's profile. Name: Coltai Murphy. Race: Star Spirit. World: Star Spirit Superworld. At this moment, the elder spoke with a hint of amusement. Ah, fortunate green-skinned lad. Welcome to your new venture. Greetings, esteemed elder. I apologize for the intrusion, Zhou Yi said, bowing slightly, a tentative smile adorning his face. Roland Great World? It seems yet another world yet to join the alliance. Young one, what do you require? Murphy observed Zhou Yi with keen interest. Why apologies? I possess no valuable items for trade. I merely wish to familiarize myself with this place. Zhou Yi replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Murphy waved his hand dismissively, smiling kindly. No worries, as it's your first transaction, you need not concern yourself with the value of the items. Simply exchange any item of your choice with me, and I shall reward you handsomely, regardless of its worth. Allow me to introduce you to the essential points of being a Star Realm merchant and the functionalities of the trading system. With patience, Murphy elaborated on the fundamental principles. After listening to Murphy's comprehensive explanation, Zhou Yi gained a preliminary understanding of the entire trading system. Then Murphy added, you can place any useless items you possess onto the light curtain for trading. I happen to have a little trinket that might suit your needs. Zhou Yi placed the rusty dagger. He held onto the curtain, and the moment he released it, the dagger vanished in a shimmer. In its place, a ring materialized from the curtain, which Zhou Yi quickly reached out to catch. Upon closer inspection, he noted that although the ring appeared somewhat worn, it emanated an indescribable ancient aura. Checking its properties, Disguise Ring, A level, rare item, function. Allows the wearer to cleverly disguise their race, appearance, and name at will. If the opponent is more than 30 levels higher than the user, the disguise will be pierced. The utility of this ring was undeniably immense, enabling one to infiltrate various factions and communicate across diverse races amid the current chaotic circumstances. After reviewing its attributes, Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your generosity. This will be immensely useful to me. Not at all. This is a tradition of our alliance. I hope you will continue this tradition in the future. After a brief pause, Murphy added, should you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Lastly, let me offer you one piece of advice. Never reveal the location of your home world until you become powerful. Thank you for your assistance. Should I ever require help, I will certainly seek you out. Zhou Yi felt a wave of elation as the light screen faded away, grateful to have encountered such a kind elder. If not for the fear of startling him, Zhou Yi might have even wanted to exclaim that classic line. If you do not abandon me, I would like to take you as my adoptive father. Chapter 4. Essence of the Starry Beast. Having completed his initial transaction, Zhou Yi perused the public store of the Alliance. Upon entering the store interface, a dazzling array of goods greeted him. Overwhelming his senses, various peculiar items were available, from precious artifacts to mysterious elixirs, splendid equipment, and rare materials. Truly a cornucopia of wonders that dazzled the eye. Zhou Yi did not linger to examine the wares, but instead searched for another significant opportunity that might have arisen during this period. Upon entering the search bar the term, Amber Necklace, the page seamlessly transitioned to the jewelry section. The screen was awash with an overwhelming array of necklace images, densely packed and seemingly infinite. Methodically, I input keywords such as teardrop shape, gold, scarab, and runes. With each press of the confirmation key, the page refreshed continuously, filtering out necklaces that did not meet the criteria, until only a sparse selection of a mere 10 necklaces remained visible on the luminous screen. As I examined them one by one, my eyes brightened upon spotting one particular necklace. This was the one.it featured a black cord threaded through a teardrop-shaped amber pendant, which resembled a droplet of crystal-clear water. Radiant and translucent, exuding a faint glow. Most captivating was the golden scarab embedded within the amber. This scarab appeared vividly lifelike, its wings slightly unfurled, while its eyes glistened with a ruby red, akin to two resplendent gemstones. Sparkling with brilliance, the surface of the scarab's body was adorned with an intricate array of tiny runes, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. The scarab is reminiscent of a large, robust beetle observed by ancient Egyptian farmers. pushing a meticulously crafted sphere larger than itself along the ground, which they regarded as a symbol of celestial bodies. Glancing at the description, Amber Necklace. Overview. A jewelry necklace from the Rune continent. Price. 10 star coins. This price could be deemed exceedingly reasonable. However, I found myself bereft of any currency. To avoid prolonged indecision, I opened my inventory and selected a level 30 silver-grade giant axe for sale. I promptly listed it in the public shop, exchanging it for 60 star coins. Without hesitation, I secured the Amber Necklace. Utilizing the game system, I checked its attributes. Mysterious necklace. Miscellaneous. Description. A mysterious necklace from another world. Applying silver Su herb juice to the necklace may yield wondrous transformations. Indeed, the game's powerful identification function revealed the secrets contained within the necklace. I revisited the Star Realms public marketplace, searched for silver Su herb, and purchased a stock for 20 star coins. After acquiring the herb, I crushed it against a stone and applied the juice to the necklace, observing as the liquid gradually seeped into the amber. It coalesced upon the golden scarab, causing the runes on its body to slowly dim until they vanished entirely. Subsequently, the necklace convulsed, and both the amber and scarab appeared to dissolve like snow, leaving behind a single droplet of golden blood. Blood of the celestial beast. Level. Mythical effect. This is a drop of the primordial blood from a formidable celestial beast of the vast cosmos. Consuming it may alter one's bloodline, granting a faint celestial beast lineage. Note: consumption will alter race and class. In the game, materials and equipment are categorized as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, mythical. Mythical level represents the pinnacle of the current stage. Each item of this caliber is considered extraordinary. Gazing at the treasure in my hand, which shimmered with ethereal light, I felt a profound sense of assurance. The greatest opportunity had finally been grasped firmly. Rather than consuming the blood immediately, I opted to stow it in my inventory. Acting impulsively might yield a diluted bloodline, but it would not align with my aspirations. The previous life of Jia Gu served as a cautionary tale, pursued relentlessly by the wizarding world. He exhibited none of the celestial beast's formidable prowess. What I sought was the flawless embodiment of a celestial beast. Now, I merely required an artifact known as Pisces Pendant to fulfill my ambitions. One must understand that celestial beasts are notorious throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos. Their ill-famed reputation stems from their insatiable appetites, akin to gluttons, devouring everything in their path, from the smallest flora to colossal celestial bodies, leaving destruction in their wake. I had no desire to eternally drift alone as a celestial beast in the boundless void, a target of universal disdain. Having composed myself, I proceeded to examine my attributes. Name: Ron. Race: Goblin. Class: Star Merchant. Attributes: Health, 50. Mana, 150. Strength, 5. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 15. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 10. Charisma, 15. Level 1. Skills: Identification. Novice consumes 10 mana to assess an item. Skill level affects success rate, and intelligence influences accuracy, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Spatial Blade. Novice consumes 30 mana to unleash a spatial blade at any location within 20 yards, bypassing shields and directly affecting the target, inflicting 50 magical damage. Casting time is 2 seconds with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Spatial Portal. Novice takes 10 minutes to construct a long-distance spatial portal. Each 100 mana expended can transport 1 light year, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Instant Teleportation. Novice consumes 50 mana to traverse space, instantly reaching any location within 50 yards. Cooldown is 10 seconds. Dimensional Backpack. Novice a personal dimensional backpack with a volume of 100 cubic units, incapable of storing living entities. Traits: Spatial Mastery. The Star Merchant has honed exceptional spatial abilities through countless celestial voyages, doubling the proficiency growth of spatial skills and facilitating the understanding of spatial abilities. Universal Reputation. The Star Merchant's reputation across realms allows for easier trading. Greed. The Goblin's inherently greedy nature enables higher selling prices during transactions. Stinginess. The Goblin's frugal disposition ensures maximum discounts when purchasing items. Equipment. Disguise Ring. Level. Curio Effect. Allows for clever disguise of one's race, appearance, and name at will. If the target's level exceeds the user's by 30, the disguise will be pierced. After the class change, My attributes increased significantly, with the exception of agility. Coupled with the powerful attack skill, Spatial Blade, my overall strength saw substantial enhancement. I could also take on the role of Zhou, the mage. 666. The Spatial Blade skill proved to be exceptional, offering notable damage, a lack of projectile restrictions, and the ability to bypass shields. The absence of projectile limitations directly targets the opponent, drastically increasing the skill's hit rate, often catching foes off guard. Instant teleportation is self-explanatory, a life-saving skill, allowing for rapid escape from sudden danger. The spatial portal serves as a vital means for the Star Merchant to conduct cross-dimensional trade, albeit limited by mana, allowing only for transport within the current star system. Nevertheless, this significantly facilitated my plans for interregional commerce. The dimensional backpack provided me with an expansive space to carry. With a novice-level skill volume of 100 cubic units, one can imagine the vast quantity of cargo I can transport. The new 4 traits offered considerable surprise. Typical goblin merchants possess only the traits of greed and stinginess, which were precisely the reasons for my choice of the goblin race. The addition of 2 exclusive star merchant traits further augmented my prowess of the 5 skills currently available for our spatial, and with the doubling of proficiency from spatial mastery, the potential for creating new spatial skills is boundless. Universal reputation enables me to gain trust more easily, facilitating transactions. After reviewing my personal attributes, I glanced at my inventory, filled exclusively with silver and gold-grade equipment above level 30, none of which I could equip. I paid little mind to this and, having collected my thoughts, prepared to depart from Triumph City, setting my sights on acquiring the Pisces Pendant. The city gates. The city guards were stationed, with the lowest level being 50. And the disguise ring would not suffice to deceive them. Moreover, even if I managed to exit the city, my next target was too far away, making it nearly impossible to reach on foot. The newly acquired spatial portal skill would prove invaluable at this moment. Chapter 5. North Liang City. I opened the world chat channel and meticulously searched for pertinent information. Jia Tianbang Wang Jia. Jia Tianbang warmly invites fellow heroes to break the heavens together. I shall make this sky no longer obscure my vision. Brothers, come and strike me. Buqi Xiang Kai. This game is too difficult. Is there an elder brother who can assist me? I can provide video. Er Yu Hong. Warm congratulations to our nation for successfully launching the 6th-generation aircraft. May our motherland prosper and flourish, a tribute to our great motherland. Wu Di Bao Longzhan Shi. Silver scale chest plate. Blue quality, 5 metal pieces. Bag de Quang Feng. Brothers, the latest private photo of the glorious saintess. Quick, lick it. Attached photo. Hua Ji Wei Guoba. Quang Feng, you are a righteous man, from now on. You are my brother from a different mother. At last, my eyes lit up upon seeing a message. Ma Ta Dong Jing. Are there any brothers in North Liang City willing to team up to hunt snow foxes? Come quickly. Coordinates, 1425, 404. I quickly memorized the coordinates and began constructing the portal point. 10 minutes later, a blue circular light gate materialized in front of me, and I stepped through, disappearing from the spot. North Liang City. At this moment, dawn was just breaking, and Ma Ta Dongjing anxiously awaited at the city gate, frequently glancing around. Just then, a blue light portal appeared before him without warning. Under his astonished gaze, a comically dressed goblin emerged, grinning widely at him. Upon arriving in Bailiang City, Zhou paid no heed to the horse treads Tokyo nearby, instead making his way directly into the heart of the city. Bailiang City is situated in the extreme northern region of the Longting Empire, serving as its most remote frontier town. The climate here is exceedingly harsh, perpetually shrouded in a biting cold, as if it is eternally trapped in an interminable and severe winter. Furthermore, the customs and traditions of this place lean towards the characteristics of ancient Eastern nations found in the Blue Star. Zhou donned a thin robe that he had personally modified, providing him little warmth. Although he was currently penniless, acquiring money was not a daunting task for him. He opened the Interstellar Merchant Alliance's public shop and spent 1 interstellar coin to procure a mechanical watch from a technological civilization, regardless of whether the time from the watch's original world aligned with that of the Roland world. Zhou confidently entered a relatively large shop. The attendant promptly approached, but upon seeing a scruffy goblin enter, his expression changed immediately. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Go, go, go! Seek alms elsewhere. This is not a charitable establishment." Zhou snorted coldly, brandishing the watch and bellowing, "Summon your boss. I have a treasure to sell." The attendant, startled by the exquisite watch. Recognized it was no ordinary item. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the back courtyard, calling out loudly for his slumbering boss. Shortly thereafter, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. A somewhat portly man of middle age, dressed in luxurious attire, appeared before him. With a slight smile playing on his lips, the man clasped his hands together and introduced himself. "I am the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion." Zhou said little, simply handing over the watch. The owner cautiously accepted it, examining it with great care. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. This watch not only possessed a unique exterior, but its internal structure was evidently more refined than the common timepieces available in the market. Appearing particularly petite and exquisite, such a delicate creation was made by you? The owner scrutinized Zhou Yi with a hint of skepticism. Zhou Yi, maintaining his composure, nodded affirmatively and replied, "Of course, name your price. If it's reasonable, we can establish a long-term partnership." A flicker of understanding crossed the owner's eyes. It was likely that this individual was a down-and-out goblin engineer, now forced to part with his meticulously crafted work due to financial straits. With this in mind, the owner waved his hand grandly, feigning generosity as he declared, "How about this? I will offer you 100 silver coins for this watch. That price is already quite fair. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou took back the watch and pretended to leave. Sensing the situation, the owner quickly reached out to stop him and urgently called out, "Oh dear, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If the price isn't suitable, we can continue to negotiate. It seems you lack sincerity for a long-term transaction," Zhou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The owner, taken aback by the comment, quickly donned a sheepish smile and explained, "You must understand, this is merely a handcrafted item. Who knows if similar goods have begun to flood the market in other cities? I truly cannot offer you a higher price. How about you propose a price? This is a unique item in this world," Zhou asserted firmly. "I believe the noble lords would pay handsomely for it. For 50 gold coins, it shall be yours." The owner frowned and shook his head, saying, "I can only offer you 20 gold coins at most. The price is too steep for me to handle. Let us display it in the shop first. If a customer shows interest, I can offer a higher price later. How does that sound?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhou did not press the issue further and nodded in agreement. Although this price did not meet his expectations, it was nevertheless reasonable, considering that there were already functional substitutes available in this world. Were it not for the exquisite craftsmanship and compact design of this watch, coupled with Zhou Yi's unique attributes, it would have been challenging to sell for even this price. After receiving 20 gold coins, Zhou exited the shop and made his way to a clothing store. He spent 5 silver coins to purchase a comfortable set of cotton clothing and boots, and also acquired a thick woolen hat to cover his unkempt hair. These ordinary garments provided only the most basic warmth, offering negligible defensive attributes. He passed by a potion shop, purchasing 10 red potions, 10 blue potions, and some food. Then, he hurried to an equipment shop where he bought a level 1 black iron wand with 2 intelligence for a total expenditure of 1 gold and 20 silver, while also accepting a quest to collect 10 snow wolf fangs. With all preparations in place, Zhou wasted no time and dashed out of the city through the northern gate. To the north of Bailiang City lay a dense snow forest, and beyond it lay the vast northern ice plains. The distribution of monsters in this world differs from typical games, where creatures are clustered by level. Instead, they are scattered like stars in the real world. One moment, one might encounter a harmless wild chicken, and the next, find oneself devoured by a bear. This unpredictability greatly amplifies the risks of monster hunting, leading novice players who suffer heavy losses to seek out groups for safety. As Zhou journeyed northward, he encountered fragile creatures such as snow hares and snow foxes, easily dispatched with a single strike of his spatial blade, relying on his high damage output to vanquish them instantly. Along the way, he leveled up, increasing all attributes by 1 point, along with an additional 2 points in spirit and charm. Ordinary professions gain an extra point in primary attributes upon leveling. Just as he was about to traverse the snow forest, he encountered a tough-skinned snow wolf. Zhou skillfully fought while retreating, employing a kite strategy to defeat it. The creature dropped a quest item. The northern ice plains were home to formidable creatures such as ice bears, snow demons, and ice elementals, all above level 30, possessing high attack, defense, and health, along with innate magical abilities. Zhou Yi, however, had no intention of confronting them directly. He stealthily advanced deeper into the icy expanse. Chapter 6. The Spider Cave. The northern ice plain stretched endlessly, resembling a boundless white ocean that extended to the horizon. Although Joey had a general sense of direction, after 2 days of stealthy travel, the landscape remained an unbroken expanse of white, causing him to feel a twinge of frustration. Just as his spirits waned, a plump snow fox unexpectedly came into view. With a swift strike of spatial blade, he dispatched it, leveling up to level 8. The creature dropped a snow fox tail, which Joey casually stowed in his backpack. Sitting down upon the snow fox's corpse, he retrieved a piece of bread from his pack and began to munch on it, replenishing his food meter. Once satiated, he lifted his gaze to the distance, where he could faintly discern the outline of a uniquely shaped snow-capped mountain on the horizon. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he focused on a sword-like peak that towered majestically between heaven and earth. Excitement surged within him, prompting him to sprint towards the mountain. However, what seemed close at hand proved far more challenging to reach than he had anticipated. After running for half a day, his legs felt as if they would give out. Along the way, he managed to slay several snow foxes and snow wolves, gaining another level, finally arriving at the mountain's base. The Sword Mountain loomed large before him, its walls smooth and steep, evoking a sense of awe that made one hesitant to approach. Fortunately, Joey's objective was merely a cave at the mountain's foot. Otherwise, he would have had to turn back in the face of such daunting cliffs. After circling the mountain for 2 hours, he finally discovered a 5-meter-wide cave entrance, guarded by 2 level 40 ice spiders. Joey did not dare to act rashly. He noted the coordinates and slowly retreated from the cave. Once away, he began hunting nearby wild monsters to gain experience, occasionally spotting foraging ice spiders. Using his camouflage ring to document their appearances, on the ice plains, a snow wolf stealthily crawled towards a snow fox, which was fixated on an ice hole, unaware of the impending danger at that moment. A plump blue fish poked its head above the water's surface, gasping for air. The snow fox sprang into action like a coiled spring, biting down on the fish's head and clinging tightly to its belly to drag it out. Just then, a white figure darted out like lightning, pouncing directly at the startled snow fox. Only as the creature approached did the snow fox swiftly evade the attack, fleeing in a panic. The snow wolf ignored the thrashing fish on the ground and pursued the fleeing snow fox. At that moment, Joey was searching for prey when he heard a series of frantic squeaks drawing near. Turning his head, he was delighted to see a fortuitous turn of events. A swift strike of spatial blade accurately struck the panicked snow fox. Claiming its life, the snow wolf, hot on its heels, pounced on the snow fox only to realize something was amiss. Snarling and baring its teeth, it attempted to intimidate Joey. Joey simply smiled at it, waiting for the cooldown to end before unleashing another spatial blade. This strike whittled down more than half of the snow wolf's health, enraging it further as it lunged at the annoying goblin in a fit of fury, intent on tearing him apart. Without a moment's hesitation, Joey turned and fled, and just as the snow wolf closed in, he released another spatial blade, depleting its health entirely. He collected the fallen snow wolf fangs into his backpack, successfully reaching level 11, and was now ready to explore the ice cave. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Joey transferred all items in his backpack into a dimensional space, leaving only the red and blue potions behind to avoid losing his possessions upon death. He then activated his camouflage ring. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped him, transforming him into a massive ice spider cloaked in shimmering blue scales. The ice spider deftly extended its 8 long legs, grasping the snow fox's corpse from the ground, and then proceeded to amble towards the distant cave. Joey strode confidently towards the cave. From a distance, he appeared like a true ice spider, returning triumphantly with his hard-won spoils. Soon, Joey arrived at the mouth of the cave. The 2 spider sentinels stationed on either side of the entrance immediately emitted a low, guttural hiss upon seeing his silhouette. However, they showed no signs of suspicion or intention to attack, instead obediently clearing the way to reveal the deep and shadowy entrance behind them. Upon stepping into the cave, he discovered its vast interior. The walls composed of translucent ice that emanated a ghostly blue glow. Joey surveyed his surroundings, stepping cautiously on the delicate ice crystals as he ventured deeper into the cavern. The passage was illuminated by the glimmering ice, preventing it from feeling overly dim. Along the way, he encountered numerous ice spiders, fortunately all below level 40, allowing him to slip by undetected. He continued until he reached the deepest part of the cave, which spanned roughly the size of a football field and stood about 5 meters high, resembling a grand hotel lobby. At the center of the hall lay a massive spider queen in slumber, surrounded by a multitude of white spider eggs. In one corner of the cave was a pile of prey, and Joey approached to toss in the snow fox he was carrying. He then cautiously crept closer to the spider queen and cast a reconnaissance spell. Ice Spider Queen, level 45, golden grade boss, health 15000, 15000, mana 20,000, attack power 600, physical defense 450, magical defense 370, skills, Silk Spray, Venom Strike, Ice Breath, Accelerated Hatching, Ice Shield. Gazing at the Spider Queen's lavish attribute panel, Joey felt a chill run down his spine. Present, he was level 11 with an intelligence of merely 20 points, granting him an additional magical damage of 100 points, 5 points of spell damage per point of intelligence, plus an additional 10 points from his staff and 50 points from skill damage, totaling a mere 160 points of magical damage, insufficient to breach her defenses. Moreover, after using a single Space Blade, he would face a 7-second cooldown, leaving him with no choice but to strike with his staff. His target lay beneath the thick layer of ice beneath the Spider Queen, where a colossal sword was embedded in a magic crystal vein. This sword was rumored to be a divine artifact of the Titan clan, lost to the world following their downfall. The Spider Queen favored resting here partly due to the magical energy released by the sword, which provided her with a sense of comfort and allowed her to gradually level up. In his previous life, this location had been discovered and secretly occupied by the Frost Troll clan, who captured a goblin tried to mine the magic crystals for them. One of the goblins, while mining near the sword, stumbled upon a humanoid skeleton beneath it, adorned with a pair of fish-shaped jade pendants. He kept this discovery to himself and discreetly hid it away, later presenting it to the elderly goblin shaman. After careful examination, the shaman discerned its significance and attempted an ancient and mysterious method, blood recognition. Surprisingly, his meager dragon bloodline awakened a red dragon avatar, which he gradually used to strengthen himself, eventually hunting down solitary frost trolls. It wasn't long before the troll chieftain noticed something amiss and set a trap to lure the goblin shaman, intending to capture him. However, he underestimated the dragon's might. The red dragon, utilizing its flying ability, attacked the trolls from the sky with its breath. The trolls attempted to retaliate with thrown spears, but were unsuccessful, ultimately forced to scatter and flee. One troll escaped to North Liang City, where the city guards apprehended him, revealing the great upheaval on the ice plains. The Lord of North Liang City, Su Xiaotian, personally led his troops to Sword Mountain to confront the Red Dragon, drawing a crowd of eager players wishing to witness the dragon's grandeur. In that battle, Su Xiaotian managed to restrain the Red Dragon, while the dragon's massive form became a living target, frequently bombarded by the elite archers with their anti-magic arrows, ultimately leading to its severe wounding and capture. The secret of the artifact, fish-shaped jade pendant, was then disclosed to the public, shared by players on forums. It was said that Su Xiaotian personally escorted the pendant to the imperial capital, handing it over to the royal family of the Dragon Empire, leaving its ultimate fate unknown. Sword Mountain was subsequently designated a military stronghold by the Dragon Empire, not only for its magic crystal veins, but also for that fabled Titan sword. This rendered it impossible for future players to behold the splendor of that once great artifact. Chapter 7. The Power of Space. Of course, in his previous life, there had been no mention of the Spider Queen and her brood of ice spiders. He was uncertain if they had perished at the hands of the Frost Trolls or migrated elsewhere. In this life, however, they posed a significant threat to Zhou Yi, faced with such a formidable adversary, particularly the nearly invulnerable Spider Queen. He had no choice but to retreat and devise a new strategy. Just as he turned to leave, the previously slumbering Spider Queen stirred awake at that very moment. Her 8 enormous eyes glowed like lanterns, inadvertently sweeping across the room before locking onto Zhou Yi with unwavering focus. If sensing the unique aura he emanated, the Spider Queen was immediately captivated. Emitting a sharp, piercing hiss, clearly, she had seen through Zhou Yi's disguise. A jolt of alarm coursed through him, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he realized today boded ill for him. Without a moment's hesitation, the Spider Queen lunged forward, moving with the speed of lightning to reach Zhou Yi's side point. One of her stout, powerful legs shot forth like an arrow, propelled by a fierce gust of wind toward him. Zhou Yi instinctively unleashed a space blade in an attempt to deflect the strike. Unfortunately, the 2-second casting time of the space blade was insufficient to counter the attack, and the spatial energy coalesced instead into a distortion, miraculously causing the spider leg to veer slightly. Yet that slight deviation made all the difference, allowing Zhou Yi to narrowly evade the strike. However, before he could catch his breath, the Spider Queen, incensed by her failed attack, opened her maw wide and unleashed an extremely frigid breath of ice. This time, Zhou Yi was not so fortunate. With no means to evade, he was struck squarely in the face and perished on the spot. Upon emerging from the church in North Liang City, Zhou Yi assessed his condition. The few experience points he had gained from reaching level 11 were wiped clean, yet he sustained no other losses. He opened the battle systems prompt, which had been inaccessible during the encounter. Ding, congratulations, you have used the power of space to distort a portion of space, creating the skill Spatial Barrier. Spatial Barrier. Beginner consumes 30 mana to distort the surrounding space, forming a solid defensive barrier that can deflect a portion of physical attacks. Casting time: 0.5 seconds, duration: 2 minutes, cooldown: 30 seconds. It must be said, although he did not achieve his objective this time, he inadvertently gained a practical skill. More importantly, he learned the methods to harness and manipulate the power of space, simplifying the process of skill comprehension and enabling the development of many practical techniques. With these techniques, he could significantly enrich his array of abilities, successfully breaking free from the rigid and predetermined attack patterns set by the system, transitioning to a more fluid and adaptable mode of assault. Zhou Yi sought out a training ground and rented a room to experiment with his various ideas. Facing the training dummy within the room, he concentrated to gather the power of space. First, he aimed to create his own magical basic attack to compensate for the attack gaps caused by skill cooldowns. He initially intended to shape the spatial energy into a form akin to the space blade for a basic attack. However, it took an exhausting 10 seconds to form an unstable space blade. Upon swinging his arm, it struck the dummy, registering a damage output of -130. This was lower than the space blade's damage, and the lengthy casting time resulted in higher mana consumption, rendering it unsuitable as a standard attack method. He then attempted to reduce the time required to gather spatial energy to shorten the casting duration. After numerous trials and adjustments, he managed to shrink the space blade to 1/3 of its original size, compressing the casting time to 2 seconds while stabilizing its structure. When he launched the attack at the dummy, it produced a damage output of -45. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. Given the circumstances, this outcome was already quite cost-effective. Although he sacrificed a significant portion of his attack power by shortening the casting time, the interval between attacks was greatly reduced. With diligent practice, he aimed to compress the casting time to under 1 second while gradually increasing the amount of spatial energy, thereby enhancing his damage output. Shifting his focus to new exploratory avenues, he began to attempt consolidating the power of space into various complex and sophisticated forms and effects, such as spatial whirlpools, collapses, and compressions. Regrettably, due to his insufficient mastery over the power of space, all these attempts ended in failure. However, he drew inspiration from his experiences with teleportation, evolving the principle of spatial transfer to enable the teleportation of other items within a 20-yard range. After paying a usage fee of 2 silver coins, Zhou Yi exited the training ground, contemplating his next move. He resolved to level up before gradually considering how to acquire the fish-shaped jade pendant. Glancing at the leaderboard, he noted that the top player, Madman, had reached level 17, boasting the hidden class of a powerful windsword master. This agile hidden class inherently possessed a higher base attribute enhancement than standard classes, and combined with its formidable skills, it made dispatching these basic enemies a breeze. Should one encounter some rather clumsy creatures, it becomes feasible to slay them without sustaining any harm, even engaging in battles beyond 1's level. As the game progresses, the frequency of battles in which players participate gradually increases. For a profession like the Swift Wind Swordsman, boasting exceptional combat skills, the speed of leveling up will accelerate dramatically. Once mastery is achieved, one can traverse through throngs of enemies like a wraith, leaving no trace while dispatching foes unseen. Zhou is acutely aware that his profession as a Star Realm merchant does not confer advantages in combat. After all, he is merely a merchant, with his profession's attributes primarily enhancing spirit and charm, offering little in terms of combat bonuses. Thus, he has no intention of competing with the grinding enthusiasts for leaderboard positions. Instead, awaiting the opportunity to showcase his prowess once the Celestial Beast's avatar is unleashed. After meandering through the city and accepting all available quests, Joey made his way to a blacksmith shop. Intending to forge some trinkets, upon entering the establishment and locating the old blacksmith, he articulated his desire to create 20 iron nets equipped with expansion mechanisms that would unfurl swiftly upon activation. After pondering, the blacksmith accepted the order, instructing Joey to return in 3 days, and they settled on a price before he departed, having paid a deposit. After replenishing his supplies, he exited Bailiang City through the southern gate. The choice to head south stemmed from the increasing warmth and the denser presence of wild creatures in that direction. Joey journeyed southward, encountering and dispatching snow hares, snow foxes, and snow wolves along the way. At one point, he even crossed paths with an agile snow leopard. Fortunately, shielded by a spatial barrier, Joey unleashed his full arsenal to vanquish it. Having traveled for most of the day, a bold plan began to take shape in Joey's mind. He decided to find a clear patch of land and sat down. Opening the public marketplace of the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance, he searched for fuel with the intention of carbon roasting spiders. The materials page displayed a myriad of items. Joey scrutinized the screen, his brow furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he sequentially entered keywords: fire-resistant, high-temperature, water-resistant, oxygen-independent, difficult to extinguish, and inexpensive. After navigating through the results, he ultimately selected a material named fat of the explosive pig. According to the description, this fat is derived from the fatty layer of a common creature known as the explosive pig found in the lava world. When angered, the explosive pig emits intense flames from its body, the heat of which is astonishing. More importantly, this material is not only affordable but also produced in abundance. It is said that in the lava world, a 5-ton explosive pig can yield up to 2 tons of high-quality fat. Joey purchased a small quantity for 1-star realm coin to test its efficacy. The moment the payment was completed, a subtle wave rippled through the surrounding space, and a piece of fat measuring approximately half a meter in length and 10 centimeters in thickness appeared on the ground, as if conjured from thin air. He ignited a piece the size of an apple, which burned for a full hour without being extinguished by snow water, perfectly meeting his expectations. Without hesitation, Joey sold off all the equipment in his backpack to the public shop, netting him 1,800 star realm coins. He refrained from hastily purchasing more fat, opting instead to lay it out at the destination to avoid waste. Thus began Joey's leveling journey anew, during which he collected several large stones to place in his dimensional backpack, filling its 100 cubic space to capacity, preparing for a surprise attack later on. Chapter 8. Perfect kill after a day's travel southward and a significant exploration westward. Joey reached level 15, with the cooldown for his magical basic attack reduced to 1.5 seconds and the proficiency of his spatial blade advancing to an initial stage. This moment. Joey's attributes were as follows: name, Ron race, Goblin profession, Star Realm Merchant attributes, health, 640, mana, 530, strength, 19, constitution, 19, 45, spirit, 43, 10, intelligence, 24, 15, agility, 24, 10, charm, 43, 15, level, 15 skills, identification, novice. Spatial blade. Novice consumes 40 mana to unleash a spatial blade at any position within 30 yards, bypassing shields and similar skills, directly affecting the target and inflicting 70 magical damage. Casting time of 2 seconds. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Spatial portal. Novice. Instant teleportation. Novice. Dimensional backpack. Novice. Spatial barrier. Novice. Traits. Mastery of space. Reputation of the 10,000 realms. Greed. Stinginess. Equipment. Disguise ring. Slightly magic staff. Level 15 black iron equipment. Intelligence 15. Spirit 10. Snow leopard leather armor. Level 15 bronze equipment. Constitution 20. Physical defense 35. Magical defense 25. Snow wolf pants. Level 10 black iron equipment. Constitution 10. Physical defense 10. Magical defense 10. Snow fox boots. Level 10 black iron equipment. Agility 10. Constitution 5. Charm 3. Snow fox fur hat. Level 10 bronze equipment. Charm 12. Constitution 10. Having no desire to continue exploring, Joey prepared to make his way back. Along the way, he encountered a level 20 Icefield werewolf, a foe endowed with considerable strength and speed. as well as formidable regenerative abilities. Icefield Werewolf, level 20 Bronze Boss, health 2000, mana 800, attack power 110, agility 100, physical defense 85, magical defense 70, skills, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Rending Claw. Zhou Yi initially intended to evade this formidable opponent, but alas, he could not escape the werewolf's keen sense of smell. The Icefield Werewolf charged towards Zhou Yi with astonishing speed, a cruel smile adorning its fearsome visage, as though it had already regarded Zhou Yi as its prey. Though the goblin's pungent form was not part of its diet, the thrill of the hunt remained undiminished. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhou Yi resolved that since evasion was futile, he would engage in battle, treating it as a swift return to town. He unleashed a spatial blade just as the werewolf stepped within 30 yards. The razor-sharp blade struck its right leg, carving a small yet deep wound. A damage value of -190 erupted above the werewolf's head. Momentarily stunned, it nonetheless continued its advance towards Zhou Yi with lightning speed. At that instant, Zhou Yi had only retreated 4 or 5 steps, unable to react further, and hastily launched a basic attack on the werewolf's right leg, which had now closed the distance. He cast a protective shield to absorb the werewolf's claws, followed by another basic attack to the same spot on the right leg, though the damage was minimal. The werewolf's claws glowed a blood-red hue as it unleashed its rending claw, shattering Zhou Yi's spatial barrier. In a flash of inspiration, Zhou Yi harnessed the dissipating spatial energy from the shattered barrier, channeling it towards the werewolf. The tremendous repulsive force sent the creature stumbling back 2 steps. At that moment, the system chimed with a notification. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new skill, Spatial Repulsion. Spatial Repulsion, novice compresses space and instantly releases it in one direction, generating a repulsive force that knocks enemies back. Casting time of 0.5 seconds, cooldown of 10 seconds. Zhou Yi felt a surge of joy. With this skill, his chances of victory had significantly increased. Without further ado, he unleashed another spatial repulsion upon the werewolf, which was still regaining its footing, causing it to stagger back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi retreated a few paces to widen the distance, raising his hand to unleash another spatial blade that deepened the wound on the right leg. Just as the werewolf regained its balance and prepared to charge, a spatial portal inexplicably opened above its head, unleashing a torrent of massive rocks from within. In an instant, the werewolf was buried beneath an avalanche of debris. The humiliated werewolf emitted a deafening roar, furiously swatting away the stones that weighed heavily upon its eyes glowed crimson. It activated the Bloodthirsty Frenzy skill, sacrificing a portion of its defense for a significant boost in strength and speed. Like a bolt of lightning, it lunged toward Zhou Yi. In a split second, Zhou Yi's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind the pile of stones, hidden from the werewolf's line of sight. The werewolf, realizing it had missed its target, seethed with rage. Quickly scanning its surroundings, it could find no trace of that detestable goblin. Catching a whiff of a scent, the werewolf's gaze locked onto the pile of stones. With a powerful push of its legs, it launched itself like an arrow towards the debris, its rending claw poised to strike. In an instant, shards of stone flew in all directions, dust swirling in a chaotic cloud. However, Zhou Yi had already evaded the attack, delivering yet another spatial blade to the wound on the werewolf's right leg. This blow left the werewolf's leg mangled, inflicting a crippling effect, reducing the once proud creature to crawling on all fours. Reminiscent of its ancestors racing freely across the vast plains of ancient times. Though endowed with 2 additional legs, it struggled to adapt to the changes wrought by years of evolution. The ensuing battle proved to be considerably simpler. With the werewolf's mobility severely hampered and the duration of its bloodthirsty frenzy coming to an end, the creature's agility was significantly diminished. The ultimate outcome was, therefore, all but inevitable in the subsequent moments. Zhou Yi continued to toy with the werewolf, ultimately crippling its left leg as well. After expending some time to dispatch the unfortunate, hapless creature, he claimed a bloodthirsty necklace, while also achieving a notable accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a boss at a higher level without sustaining any damage, achieving the title of Boss Slayer. Boss Slayer increases damage to bosses by 5. Each subsequent defeat of a boss at a higher level without damage will grant an additional 1 damage increase, stacking up to a maximum of 50. This was a commendable title, albeit one that would prove increasingly challenging to stack in the later stages, as higher-level bosses wielded more skills, rendering a flawless victory nearly impossible. Upon examining the attributes of the Bloodthirsty Necklace, he discovered Bloodthirsty Necklace, Quality, Silver, Level Requirement, Level 20 Attributes, Agility 25, Strength 30 Skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Increases attack and agility by 50 for 10 seconds, but reduces defense by 30. Upon expiration, the wielder enters a weakened state, suffering a 20 reduction in all attributes for 2 minutes. Removing the necklace during skill activation will immediately trigger the weakened state. This was indeed a remarkable piece of equipment. The 10 seconds of frenzy could allow a novice team to deal formidable damage, though it was not particularly suited for Joey. He stowed it away in his backpack and continued his journey towards North Liang City. Chapter 9. Charcoal-grilled spiderlings. After a full day of relentless travel, Joey finally arrived back at North Liang City. He had not been idle along the way, defeating monsters and leveling up to 16. He subsequently turned in his completed quests, which naturally elevated him to level 17. After replenishing his supplies, he visited the blacksmith to collect the custom-made iron net and conducted a test in its activated state. The originally folded iron net swiftly unfurled during its descent, expanding into a circular net with a diameter of 8 meters. After testing its strength, he deemed it sufficiently durable. Joey promptly paid the remaining 2 gold coins and stored the iron net in its activated state within his dimensional backpack. With preparations complete, Joey activated the teleportation portal leading to the spider cave. Nearby the spider cave, a blue portal caught the attention of a snow fox. Curiously, it approached and attempted to touch the mysterious light gate with its paw. Just as the snow fox made contact, the portal rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a still lake. A diminutive goblin emerged, startling the unsuspecting snow fox. Joey stepped through the portal and caught sight of the fleeing snow fox. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a space blade, slaying it effortlessly. Disguised as an ice spider, he seized the snow fox and dashed toward the cave. At the entrance stood the 2 guardian spiders. Now more vigilant than before, perhaps due to their previous lapse that had resulted in a reprimand from the queen. The sentinels scrutinized Joey closely but, finding no cause for alarm, allowed him passage. Joey sauntered into the cave, feeling as though he had returned home, exuding the calm demeanor of a seasoned artist. Upon entering the cave's grand chamber, he found the Spider Queen indulging in her meal. Upon noticing Joey, she emitted a hiss, signaling him to present fresh blood for her feast. Misunderstanding her command, Joey leisurely approached the pile of ingredients and tossed the snow fox onto it. The queen hissed in dissatisfaction, crawling over to devour the snow fox with great gusto. Noticing that the queen had ignored him, Joey tossed a piece of explosive pig fat onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the previously tranquil cave was soon filled with an enticing aroma of grease. The Spider Queen, mid-feast, suddenly seemed to catch a whiff of something delectable. Her 8 enormous eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, she discarded her remnants and darted at the piece of fat with astonishing speed. In an instant, she was upon it, her maw opening wide as she took a hearty bite. A rich, sweet flavor exploded in her mouth, and as she swallowed, a warm sensation flowed down her throat, bringing a long-forgotten comfort. Joey watched in astonishment, hardly able to fathom that he could witness such a look of bliss and satisfaction on the face of a fearsome spider. Although taken aback, he found this outcome to be fortuitous. Soon, a blaze would envelop the queen, subjecting her to both fiery and icy torment. Disregarding the indulgent creature, Joey accessed the multiverse marketplace to purchase explosive pig fat, which he scattered throughout the cave. The queen was now completely entranced by the mountains of food before her, excitedly hissing and stomping her feet as she devoured the offerings. After spending 500 star coins on fat to adequately fill the cave, Joey decided against sealing the passage for the moment. Instead, he exited the cave to await the cooldown of the space portal. Nearby, the lesser creatures found themselves in dire straits as Joey cut a swath from the southern Sword Mountain to the north and back again. His level escalated to 18, and his experience points surged past the halfway mark. With the space portal now cooled down, he returned to the cave entrance, donned his disguise as an ice spider once more, and this time carried a piece of explosive pig fat. Arriving at the cave entrance, Joey again retrieved 2 pieces of fat from his backpack and tossed them onto the ground, gesturing for the 2 guardians to bring them inside. After a brief exchange, One of the spiders picked up the food and carried it into the cave while the other remained vigilant at the entrance. Joey tossed 2 more pieces to entice the second guardian inside, but it remained steadfast, dutifully guarding the threshold. With a resigned shake of his head, Joey accepted that he could not ensnare them all. Gathering the fat from the ground, he proceeded into the cave, tossing pieces of fat at any ice spiders he encountered, directing them deeper into the cave. As he approached the final stretch of the cave, Joey began to seal the passage with stones from his dimensional backpack. Once those stones were exhausted, he purchased more from the Multiverse Alliance, aiming for absolute certainty. Nearing the end of the passage, he even spent star coins to acquire large blocks of starlight iron to reinforce the blockade. Meanwhile, in the cave's grand chamber, the queen lay sleeping atop the mound of explosive pig fat. Some ice spiders, having brought in food, found themselves trapped and attempted to shift the starlight iron. Joey found a corner to construct a teleportation portal. Once completed, Joey aimed at the queen and opened a spatial channel above her head. 20 activated iron nets cascaded down from the portal, fully unfurling in midair and ensnaring the slumbering spider queen. Following this, large pieces of explosive pig fat began to tumble down, completely burying her. The spider queen, clearly bewildered, found herself ensnared, unaccustomed to being trapped while merely resting. Joey, muttering mantras, rapidly formed a cross with his hands, yet stepped confidently toward the portal. As the last item fell from the spatial channel, a blazing torch, Joey exited the portal, only to be met with a surging wave of heat that propelled him several meters away. Turning back, he glanced at the portal he had just vacated, hearing a thunderous, despairing roar echoing from within, an anguished cry of the trapped spider queen. Joey, invoking a mantra of blessings, mercilessly sealed the portal. At that moment, a series of delightful system notifications cascaded across his screen. Ding, congratulations on eliminating a single ice spider egg, earning 90 experience points. Ding, ding, congratulations on defeating a level 38 ice spider, earning 720 experience points. Ding, Joey's experience points skyrocketed, and his level continued to rise. Finally, an hour later, a melodious notification chimed in his ear. Ding, congratulations on perfectly slaying the level 45 golden tier boss, the Ice Spider Queen. Your boss slayer damage bonus has increased by 1. With several more notifications heralding his ascension, Joey's level soared to 34. Ding, congratulations on reaching the top of the level leaderboard. Would you like to conceal your name? Without hesitation, Joey opted for concealment, wishing to avoid the onslaught of attention. Little did he know. The world channel was ablaze with chatter. Crazy Ming Long. Coach, I want to report. Someone's cheating. Ancient Giant Kuin. Is this how we play? No pretense at all? Dreamy Elf. Woe is me, my dear brother is so pitiful. Grinding away daily, only to be overshadowed by a cheater. My heart aches for him. Sword Shadow. I'm disgusted. Did he just slay a level 100 divine beast? Am I now a butcher in the divine realm? 8th level Gale. Brothers, check out the latest private photos of the Dark Saintess. Hop on board. Attached photo, turkey-flavored crunch. Gale bro, you're amazing. No wonder you're my brother from another mother. Meanwhile, Joey remained blissfully unaware. Eagerly awaiting the cooldown of the space portal to claim his hard-won spoils. Chapter 10. The Supreme Artifact Dual Fish Jade Pendant. At this moment, Joey had entirely lost interest in continuing to bully the surrounding wild monsters. As he awaited the cooldown of his skills, he found himself transfixed by the dazzling array of goods in the shop of the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance, unable to suppress a swallow of anticipation. This time, in his quest to vanquish the Ice Spider Matriarch, Joey had squandered all his Star Realm currency. Were it not for the overwhelming suppression of technological weaponry by the will of the Roland world or the game system, Joey, with his character, would have unhesitatingly deployed a plasma cannon, letting that diminutive Ice Spider Matriarch taste the severity of his wrath, thus avoiding such financial and physical exertion. The mere thought of this made Joey click his tongue in regret. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and refocused his attention on the diverse array of products within the marketplace, pondering whether he could devise any clever strategies. As time gradually passed, the cooldown for the spatial portal finally concluded. Joey, with a resounding slap to his thigh, leaped from the ground, executing a stylish 360-degree turn before landing gracefully back on the ground. the entire sequence fluid and flawless. Truly a masterpiece. Eagerly, he constructed a portal leading to the cave hall. And before the portal had fully unfolded, he had already squeezed himself inside. What lay before him now in the cave hall was nearly unrecognizable, compared to the dreamlike crystalline cavern of before. It was an entirely different realm. The place had been utterly transformed into a veritable furnace, shrouded in darkness as if engulfed by an endless void. The area of the cave had expanded significantly due to the melting of the ice layers. With the ground having sunk considerably, lighting a torch, Zhou surveyed the surroundings. After the inferno, there was scarcely anything left. After a thorough search, he discovered 2 commendable pieces of equipment, likely dropped by the spider matriarch. While the materials dropped by the lesser monsters had presumably been reduced to ashes, upon inspecting the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, the first was a spider-shaped ring exuding a dim glow. Spider Matriarch's grievance, quality, epic, level requirement, level 45, attributes, intelligence 80. Spirit 80 skills, web spray. Launches an incredibly resilient web that ensnares a target within 30 yards, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Ice shield. Summons 3 shields that surround the user, automatically blocking attacks for 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The attributes of this epic ring were indeed exceptional, with the enhanced intelligence and spirit matching the primary attributes accumulated by a level 41 mage upon leveling up. Furthermore, the 2 skills were exceedingly practical. Had it not been for his insufficient level, Zhou would have eagerly embraced the experience of being a Spider-Man. The second piece of equipment was a level 45 Golden Grade Ice Spear, primarily enhancing strength and agility, which held little value for Zhou. These 2 flawless kills had yielded equipment surpassing even the quality of bosses, a true reward for their perfect execution. Zhou stepped to the center of the cave hall, where the thick layer of ice had completely melted, revealing a small section of the Titan sword's hilt. Gazing at the hilt, Zhou momentarily froze. His target was the skeletal remains at the sword's tip. And now he stood at the hilt. According to legend, this colossal Titan sword was said to stretch over 100 meters long. Such an immense blade, deeply buried underground, would be no easy task to excavate completely. Moreover, at this moment, there were no kobolds nearby to assist him in the mining endeavor. This minor obstacle posed no challenge for our clever little green-skinned companion. With a flick of his wrist, he opened the all-powerful public shop of the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance. Selecting a smart mining vehicle for 100 star realm coins each, Zhou sold the bloodthirsty necklace and ice spear for 260 star realm coins, and then purchased 2 smart mining vehicles. With a sudden, subtle fluctuation in space, a tremendous rumble echoed through the cavern. 2 futuristic mining vehicles materialized within the dimly lit cave. Without hesitation, Zhou directed the 2 powerful machines to begin their spiral excavation around the colossal sword. In no time, the sound of the mining vehicles reverberated throughout the cavern. As described, they came equipped with enough fuel to mine tirelessly for a year, so there was no immediate concern regarding fuel. The 2 mining vehicles worked in unison, swiftly spiraling downwards at an impressive rate of approximately 20 meters per hour, leaving only a smooth channel in their wake. The extracted square stones were transported via conveyor belt to the interior of the cave. And once nearly full, Zhou would sell them in the public shop, effectively recycling waste. After 4 hours, the stones had transformed into crystalline magic crystal ore, indicating that they had reached the magic crystal vein. The selling price had significantly increased. A standard-sized magic crystal ore could fetch 2-star realm coins. After some consideration, Zhou sold a portion of the ore and subsequently purchased a purification robot to refine the ore into magic crystals. Upon selling the equivalent quantity of refined crystals, the price surged by nearly 30%. Indeed, regardless of the world, merely trading raw materials has always been the least economical approach. He sent the shimmering magic crystals to the shop for sale. Zhou reveled in the continuous rise of his star realm coins. This was no mere purification machine. It was akin to a money-printing press. As time wore on, the mining vehicles finally reached the bottom of the colossal sword. At that moment, while Zhou was selling magic crystals, he heard a delightful chime. The display of the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance flashed an announcement. Congratulations! Due to your sales exceeding 5,000 star realm coins in the public shop, you have been promoted from Novice Star Realm Merchant to Intermediate Star Realm Merchant. The free trading market of the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance is now open to you. Disregarding the free trading market, Zhou unhesitatingly set aside all his current tasks and hurriedly made his way to the base of the colossal sword. At this point, the tip of the sword was fully revealed, and at its base lay a skeletal remains that had been petrified. Notably, around the neck of this skeleton hung an ancient-looking jade pendant that emitted a faint glow. Zhou Yi's hands trembled with excitement. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and then cautiously reached out to gently grasp the jade pendant, examining it closely. The pendant was round, adorned with two vividly animated black and white fish, their tails elegantly entwined, forming a pattern reminiscent of the Tai Chi symbol. Upon inspecting the information of the pendant, dual fish jade pendant, quality, supreme artifact, level requirement, none, skills, yin-yang transformation, establishes an independent clone, allowing the main consciousness to switch freely between the main body and the clone, as well as to operate both bodies simultaneously. Yin and yang harmonization. Neither yin nor yang can thrive alone. If there is an over half disparity in strength between the main body and the clone, the weaker party's strength will be forcibly augmented. Endless cycle. Unless both the main body and the clone perish simultaneously. If one dies, the other will revive at the other's side. After perusing the attributes of the dual fish jade pendant, Zhou found himself at a loss for words. Truly a supreme artifact. Its overwhelming power was evident even without any added attributes. Chapter 11. The birth of the cosmic beast. Retrieving the blood of the cosmic beast from his dimensional backpack, Zhou took a deep breath and activated the yin-yang transformation skill of the dual fish jade pendant. In an instant, the originally small black and white fish began to emit a faint glow, gradually enlarging. As the radiance intensified, the two fish appeared to come to life, swimming around Zhou. A powerful pull enveloped him, and he felt himself being involuntarily drawn into the pendant as darkness enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mysterious space, where a black and a white fish stood silently in the air before him. Following the guidance, he approached the white fish, extending his finger to gently pierce the tip and extracting a drop of crimson blood, accurately letting it fall into the eye of the white fish, followed by a drop of the cosmic beast's blood into the eye of the black fish. Upon completion, the two fish began to spin rapidly, gradually merging into a spectral form. Surrounding fog was drawn toward Zhou, and as it coalesced, a massive beast began to materialize from the void. Before him stood a colossal creature, its body covered in black scales, intermittently shimmering with purple luminescence like starlight twinkling in the night sky. Its head was broad and flat, reminiscent of an ancient Tyrannosaurus, filled with sharp teeth that instilled dread, crowned by a golden, curved horn. Its robust limbs ended in sharp, hooked claws, while a thick tail lashed against the ground, sending ripples through the air. Gazing at the fearsome beast before him, Zhou found himself increasingly enamored, captivated by its inexplicable beauty of sheer strength. Upon examining the attributes of the celestial behemoth, the following details were revealed. Celestial behemoth. Level 1 template. World Destroyer class. Health points, 10,000 10,000. Energy points, 10,000 10,000. Attributes. Strength 100, Constitution 100, Spirit 100, Intelligence 100, Agility 100, Charisma 100, Magical Defense 100, Physical Defense 100. Talents 1. Infinite Devouring. The celestial behemoth possesses an insatiable appetite, with consumption being its sole means of survival. It can devour all tangible or intangible entities, enhancing its attributes and experience points. With a chance to comprehend new skills. 2. Infinite Growth. The growth of the celestial behemoth knows no bounds and can expand infinitely. 3. Perfect Physique. The body of the celestial behemoth is a miracle crafted by the Creator, with all attributes increasing simultaneously, devoid of any weaknesses, and each attribute amplified tenfold. 4. Celestial Voyage. Navigating the cosmos is an instinct of the celestial behemoth, allowing it to traverse the universe unhindered by cosmic calamities, with its speed gradually accelerating over time. 5. Eternal Form. The body of the celestial behemoth is ageless and indestructible, reducing all incoming damage by 80 and remaining unaffected by any negative status effects. Skills. 1. Slumber. While traversing the cosmos, it can enter a dormant state, reducing physical expenditure while simultaneously increasing defense by 100. Energy Eruption. It can concentrate cosmic energy and unleash it, inflicting 10,000 points of damage on a target. with damage influenced by its intelligence attribute and a cooldown of 3 minutes. Cosmic energy disregards physical and magical defenses. 3. Void traversal. It can traverse the void at will, with distance influenced by its spirit attribute. Introduction. The celestial behemoth is the most perfect being in the boundless universe, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. However, its extraordinary talents have incited the wariness and suppression of countless entities, which is the reason why not a single celestial behemoth has been able to endure through the endless ages. Having reviewed the attributes of the celestial behemoth, Zhou Yi finally comprehended the reasons behind the universal animosity towards it. It is not solely due to the destruction it wreaks across the various realms of the universe, but rather stems from the fear of its rapid growth. If it cannot be obliterated before it reaches maturity, its burgeoning power will lead to the annihilation of all living beings. At this moment, Zhou Yi felt an overwhelming sense of ambition, unable to restrain himself from shouting. Who else? It was as if he had transformed into the invincible celestial behemoth, with no one able to rival him in this vast and boundless universe. If there truly exists a concept of cosmic justice, then without a doubt, the celestial behemoth must be the most supreme and unshakable embodiment of that justice. Infinite devouring, infinite growth, infinite possibilities. Given ample time, nothing is insurmountable. The tenfold attribute boost from its perfect physique speaks for itself. For every 1 point of constitution, it yields 100 points of health. What is a numerical monster? This is a numerical monster. No need for extravagance. A single punch suffices. Unfortunately, the nourishment returned to the body only pertains to attributes and does not benefit from talent enhancements. Otherwise, Zhou Yi's own body would have soared to new heights. Furthermore, with the absolute defense conferred by the eternal form, it will be exceedingly difficult for the celestial behemoth to meet its demise, especially with the dual Pisces pendant providing a safeguard of perpetual existence. Emerging from the mysterious space, Zhou Yi summoned the celestial behemoth from the dual Pisces pendant. The dark fish shimmered with a radiant glow. The towering celestial behemoth, standing over 10 meters tall, materialized before him. Gazing at the diminutive figure of the celestial behemoth, Zhou Yi felt a pang of sorrow. How pitifully starved it appeared, whose celestial behemoth is merely 10 meters tall. At this moment, Zhou Yi harbored a singular thought. It must be fed. Regardless of what it is, let it consume everything. The first target, naturally, was the colossal Titan sword before him. The mining vehicle excavated. The body of the great sword was fully revealed. Upon inspecting the attributes of the sword, Titan Divine Sword. Quality, mythical attributes. Description, forged by the Sky God. This supreme artifact belongs exclusively to the Titan clan and is currently absorbing the magical energy of the magic crystal mine to enhance its own attributes. At this, Zhou Yi could not help but scoff, disdainfully remarking, "Exclusive artifact? What a worthless item! Celestial behemoth, devour it." Receiving the command, the celestial behemoth stepped forward, opening its gaping maw. A black hole began to form within, drawing the sword into its depths. Gradually, the sword shrank in size, and as it did, the magical energy contained within slowly dissipated. Being absorbed by the black hole, at that moment, the attributes of the celestial behemoth began to rise in tandem. And Zhou Yi could feel his own body growing stronger as well. Watching his attributes increase incrementally, Zhou Yi could barely contain his delight. He began to suspect whether he was inadvertently cheating. The synergy between the skill yin-yang balance and the devouring ability of the celestial behemoth was nothing short of perfect. It forcibly elevated Zhou Yi's own attributes without hindering the growth of the celestial behemoth. Henceforth, as the celestial behemoth grew stronger, so too would Zhou Yi. If an ordinary person were to obtain the dual Pisces pendant, they would likely end up summoning mere dragons or titans as avatars, ultimately achieving dominance only within the Roland Great World, which hardly befits the identity of a supreme artifact. One wonders how such a formidable supreme artifact fell into the Roland Great World, and why its previous owner was slain by a mere Titan sword. After all, that was a matter of thousands of years ago, and it is now beyond inquiry. Since Zhou Yi had gained an advantage, he did not dwell on it further, but instead focused on studying the celestial behemoth. Simultaneously, the final description of the celestial behemoth reminded him to maintain a low profile until it had fully matured. To develop cautiously without attracting attention. Chapter 12. The free trade market, seeing that the celestial behemoth still required some time to completely devour the sword, Zhou Yi commanded the mining vehicle to continue excavating magic crystals. He then returned to the cave hall to explore the free trade market within the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance. Upon opening the free trade market, Zhou Yi found himself enveloped in darkness. Entering an unfamiliar empty room, a segment of text materialized out of thin air, hovering in the air. Welcome to the free trade market, an immersive virtual trading platform of the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance. Zhou Yi stared in astonishment at his surroundings. It felt as though he was playing an immersive game within an immersive game. Was this some kind of nested reality? At that moment, the floating text shifted again. This is your personal space. You can freely decorate the room and alter your appearance within it using your thoughts. Stepping outside the room will lead you into the trading market. Zhou Yi envisioned the layout of his rental apartment in reality, and slowly, the room began to transform, ultimately resembling the messy abode etched in his memory. Much better. Zhou Yi sighed in relief, reclining onto the disheveled bed. Nothing beats the comfort of one's own den. After a moment's thought, he approached the refrigerator and opened it. Spotting half a bottle of cola inside, he hesitated not a moment before twisting off the cap and taking a long swig. The flavor was identical to his recollections. The refreshing chill coursing through him sent a shiver down his spine. Wow, the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance is impressive. The level of immersion is astonishing. Were it not for his continued appearance as a goblin, he might have thought he had accidentally exited the game. Indeed, it seems that the boundaries between reality and the game are merging, allowing him to reminisce about the past and savor the culinary delights of Blue Star. With this thought, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Wait a minute. He must seize the opportunity to indulge in every delicacy of Blue Star before the game fully merges. Otherwise, mere imagination could never capture the true essence of those flavors. With this in mind, Zhou Yi yearned to travel the world at once to sample its exquisite cuisine. Suppressing his restless spirit, a flicker of inspiration sparked within him. Since this place can conjure creations at his whim, could he perhaps? Closing his eyes, he envisioned the delicate visage and graceful figure of the university belle. With eager anticipation, he opened his eyes. All right, perhaps he had overthought that. Zhou Yi clicked his tongue in mild disappointment, having envisioned settling down here in the future. Shaking off the weighty emotions, he began to contemplate his own appearance. Firstly, he could not use the appearances of a goblin or a human, and regardless of which world he ventured into, Zhou Yi intended to conceal his true identity. Each time he entered a new realm, he would don multiple disguises to prevent anyone from associating him with the celestial behemoth. After some contemplation, Zhou Yi decided to create an identity modeled after his adoptive father. Yes, the spirit race would be fitting, as it is a superlative world and should have a certain degree of prestige within the 10,000 Realms Merchant Alliance. With this in mind, Zhou Yi began to sculpt the image in his mind. Soon, a young avatar materialized in the room, standing approximately 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and glossy blue skin, clad in a flowing black robe. Its blue visage radiated vitality, with eyes that sparkled like stars. Bright yet profound. Summoning a mirror, Zhou Yi examined his new appearance, nodding in satisfaction. Now, no one would associate him with that green-skinned little creature. He opened the door and stepped into the free trade market. What greeted him was a bustling marketplace, filled with rows of shops adorned with vibrant signboards. Walking along the cobblestone path, he observed numerous stalls lining either side. Most stalls lacked vendors, with only bubble-like text hovering above them, displaying their wares. Strangely, despite the diverse language of the text, Zhou Yi could comprehend its meaning. Some stalls even boasted large speakers, loudly promoting their products with fervent enthusiasm. Before him lay a stall showcasing freshly baked power pills, promising that transcending levels in combat was no longer a mere dream. Additionally, various potions were available in large quantities at favorable prices. One should not miss this opportunity while passing by. Intrigued, Zhou Yi approached to examine the merchandise. As he drew closer, a holographic screen sprang to life. Displaying an array of potions, he inspected the first item, a potion adorned with a golden effect. Power pill quantity, 9,972 pieces price. 10-star realm coins effect, increases the user's physical attributes 5-fold, lasting for 72 hours. After reading the description, Zhou Yi felt a stir of excitement. This potion was undeniably powerful and could serve as a crucial lifeline. However, The price of 10-star realm coins was indeed steep, given the strong purchasing power of the currency. Although Zhou Yi's financial standing was quite robust, spending 10-star realm coins on a consumable seemed excessive. While it might be acceptable for personal use, reselling it in the main world would yield an unreasonably high price. Shaking his head, he decided to continue exploring. Next, he encountered a stall selling antiques, which claimed to offer items sourced from a long-destroyed planet, all dating back millennia. Every item's description was shrouded in mystery. Zhou Yi utilized the game system's built-in feature to examine a spindle-shaped metallic object. Telekinetic weapon, Skypiercer description. A telekinetic weapon forged by the Chia clan millennia ago. Requires telekinetic manipulation, currently damaged. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that the identification feature of the game system would function in this open market. In no wonder the Wilderness Brother had managed to uncover so many rare treasures in his previous life. He too would become a man with a golden eye. With enthusiasm, Zhou Yi began identifying various items marked as unknown. Regrettably, most were damaged and had lost their original functions. Some items, though intact, were classified as exclusive, making them unsuitable for other worlds. When he came across a square metallic object resembling a magic cube, his eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had discovered a hidden gem. Energy Core Capsule Description. An energy core collected over a century by the Chia clan, containing condensed cosmic energy. Unlocking method unknown. Noticing the price was also 10-star realm coins, Zhou Yi purchased it without hesitation. After all, it was an energy source accumulated over a century by an entire race, and its quality should not be underestimated. Zhou Yi intended to treat the cosmic beast to a feast, ensuring it did not develop picky eating habits. Although the unlocking method remained a mystery, the cosmic beast could consume it whole. If it couldn't be opened, so be it. It would not hinder its edibility. Having found little of value at this stall, Zhou Yi moved on to the next. This stall's offerings were rather eclectic, a chaotic assortment of items. Among them was a vial of reddish-brown liquid labeled, a fusion of the blood of divine aberrations and the resentments following world destruction. When released into a world, it can pollute and corrode the world's consciousness, causing irreversible resentment assimilation in all living beings. Gasping, Zhou Yi recognized the potency of this item. It could be classified as a world-ending poison. He inhaled sharply, contemplating how convenient it would be to deploy a vial against any world he desired. The price was 1 million star realm coins, which Zhou Yi surprisingly found quite reasonable. Chapter 13. The Merchant Paul. Upon approaching the next stall, Zhou Yi was startled when a cephalopod head unexpectedly emerged, causing him to jump. Regaining his composure, he realized he was face to face with an unusual humanoid creature, entirely enveloped in sea blue. Its head was a complete octopus, while its hands and feet resembled fish fins. The octopus head grinned at Zhou Yi, its 8 tentacles writhing in a disconcerting manner. "Ah, young man, I see this is your first visit to the free market," the octopus head inquired, its tone laced with mockery, though it was more of a statement than a question. "Do I appear that inexperienced?" Zhou Yi replied with a resigned smile that, I've been running this stall for many years and have encountered countless newcomers. You all exhibit the same naive awe, as if you've never seen the world before. Itching to peruse every stall, our star realm merchants traverse countless realms, offering a vast array of goods. To inspect everything would be quite a challenge. But meeting me is your stroke of luck. Do not underestimate my modest stall. I possess rare treasures. For instance, this invisibility cloak. It's perfect for stealthy endeavors, allowing you to move undetected wherever you go. Of course, judging by your righteous demeanor, I presume you are not one for nefarious deeds. But life can be unpredictable. Zhou Yi, unable to endure the octopus head's incessant chatter, swiftly interrupted. All right, how much? Caught off guard by the sudden interruption, the octopus head hesitated before muttering, this is a precious item I seldom part with. For you, my friend. It's yours for only 5,000 star realm coins. Zhou Yi paid no heed to the creature's exuberance and scrutinized the cloak's details. Invisibility cloak description. Activating the cloak grants invisibility. However, if an attack is made or received, the effect will cease. Duration: 1 hour. Cooldown: 24 hours. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Yi acknowledged the item's merit but deemed the price exorbitant. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Why not sell this invisibility cloak in a public store?" The octopus head chuckled, explaining, you see, public stores always buy low and sell high. making transactions there unprofitable. Typically, only low-value, high-quantity, or hard-to-sell items find their way to public stores. Here, however, you simply pay a stall fee and save a fortune. What's not to love? This is what we call cutting out the middleman. Moreover, my invisibility cloak is a fine item. The public store would only offer 300. Realizing he had divulged too much, the octopus head abruptly ceased speaking. A glint of understanding flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as he decisively stated, "I'll take it for 400 Star Realm coins." The octopus head's expression turned crimson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sputtering in protest, "No way. Absolutely not. Less than 1,000 Star Realm coins. You must be joking. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to acquire this treasure?" Before he could finish, Zhou Yi interrupted with an impassive tone. 450. Upon hearing this figure, the octopus head's eyes widened in disbelief, furiously exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. No less than 1,000 Star Realm coins." He stood with hands on hips, radiating unwavering determination. 500, or I walk away, Zhou Yi threatened, pretending to leave. Fine. Consider it a friendly gesture from me, Paul. You may take it for 500. Paul grimaced visibly at the concession. Without further ado, Zhou Yi retrieved the Star Realm coins to complete the transaction. Afterward, he produced a magic crystal from his backpack and inquired, "What's the market value of this item?" Paul glanced at it briefly before tossing it back to Zhou Yi with disdain. "Energy crystals? Their audience is far too limited. Our myriad realms encompass countless cultivation systems, each requiring different types of energy. This particular item is primarily useful to those within the same cultivation system. And such mineral types are not particularly rare. Unless it is one of the mainstream cultivation systems of the Star Alliance or Cosmic Energy, other energy stones simply 1T fetch a good price. There's no need to sell this at a stall. It 1T sell for much anyway, just toss it into a public store. It 1T differ by much." Acknowledging Paul's insights, Zhou Yi recognized the validity of his statements but remained unfazed, knowing that selling it at a public store would still yield decent returns. After reviewing Paul's other offerings, which he found generally overpriced, Zhou Yi chose to disengage from further conversation and departed. Unbeknownst to him, Paul chuckled to himself, "Ah, young ones, always thinking themselves clever, why goods, which are worth a mere 100 Star Realm coins in a shop, are only purchased willingly by you." With that, Paul attempted to open his eyes wider, eagerly eyeing the passage, hoping to encounter another unsuspecting buyer. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi leisurely continued exploring several more stalls, using the game system to identify items of interest. In this vibrant market, he encountered a plethora of bizarre yet intriguing artifacts, granting him a broader understanding of the myriad realms. Not lingering too long, he soon exited the bustling trading market, for there was a more pressing matter awaiting his contemplation: how to leverage the discrepancies between the main world and the inter-realm merchant alliance to procure greater profit. With a sudden darkness, he reappeared in the spider cave. After selling the newly produced magic crystals, he checked on the progress of the cosmic beast. At this point, the colossal sword had shrunk significantly, and it was anticipated that it would be entirely consumed within the next hour. With some time to spare, Zhou Yi decided to experience the sensation of being the cosmic beast. The moment he projected his consciousness into the creature, he felt himself grow considerably larger, akin to an ant that had suddenly found itself atop a garbage bin, surveying the world below. After indulging in this novel experience for a while, he redirected his focus to the black hole generated by his devouring skill. Sensing its connection to spatial forces, regrettably, Zhou Yi currently lacks the mastery over spatial power to decipher its operational rules. However, he can perceive that the celestial beast's command over spatial power is far beyond his capabilities. With a mere flick of its claws, it can rend the very fabric of space, creating a gaping void. Zhou Yi experimented with his prior conceptualizations of spatial power: spatial folding, spatial compression, spatial sealing, spatial vortices, and spatial collapse, among others. Each advanced technique flowed effortlessly from his fingertips, captivating him entirely. Zhou Yi reveled in this newfound knowledge, gaining clarity on the future development of his skills. The celestial beast's ability to traverse the void profoundly inspired him. He envisioned developing a skill that would allow him to exist in an alternate space. His enemies would see him but be unable to strike, while he could unleash spatial attacks upon them, securing an invincible position. Should he achieve this, his safety would be significantly enhanced. Chapter 14. The glory of the goblins having refrained from disturbing the celestial beast during its feeding, Zhou Yi contemplated his next course of action. First and foremost, the celestial beast must remain concealed from the public eye, lest it incite a tremendous uproar. The world of Roland is one populated by deities. Although the gods are currently in slumber, their countless loyal followers are scattered throughout the realm, wielding divine powers with astonishing finesse. During the invasion of the wizarding world in his previous life, these devout saints and priestesses implored their deities to descend and save humanity. Alas, the gods ultimately failed to offer protection. It is uncertain whether they cowered in some hidden corner, or were simply too preoccupied with the overwhelming wizards to concern themselves with mundane matters. The celestial beast may seem formidable, yet it remains juvenile compared to the ancient beings that have endured for countless ages. Moreover, Zhou Yi harbors no intentions of annihilating the world of Roland. He does not wish to become a target of universal scorn. With the everlasting skill granted by the dual fish jade pendant, as long as they do not appear simultaneously, it effectively grants the celestial beast infinite chances for resurrection. Thus, they are destined to remain apart, separated by as great a distance as possible. Zhou Yi plans to send the celestial beast away from the world of Roland, into the boundless void to drift and seek sustenance in new realms. In the future, if he lacks absolute certainty of overpowering everything, he will refrain from summoning it back, to avoid their mutual demise. However, sending the celestial beast away is no simple task. A direct flight into the cosmos would undoubtedly attract the attention of both the world's will and the deities. Therefore, it is safest to venture to the edge of the world before departing. Achieving this is no easy feat, and Zhou Yi is currently incapable of accomplishing it through his own strength. Coincidentally, he had originally planned to explore the Goblin ruins. Over 4,000 years ago, the Goblin royal family, keenly aware of the impending extinction of their kind, resolutely established the Ember Plan. From its inception, this initiative gathered the continent's most exceptional goblin inventors and scientists. These elites poured their entire lives' knowledge and wisdom into creating a magnificent spacecraft capable of traversing the vast universe and exploring unknown worlds, the Explorer. The Explorer succeeded, not only navigating the boundless cosmos but also discovering a vibrant, habitable planet. News of this discovery sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the goblin hierarchy. This uncharted world held the potential for the goblin race to break free from their shackles and conquer the universe, marking the dawn of a new era for their kind. Consequently, the goblins began mass-producing various spacecraft, preparing for an exodus. Little did they know, this was all part of the gods' machinations. The goblin race had been indoctrinated from a young age that their survival depended on science and invention. They firmly believed that, through the power of technology, they could overcome any obstacle and reshape the world. As a result, their faith was remarkably tenuous, with a significant portion of goblins being non-believers. For over 20,000 years, the goblins ruled the continent, mercilessly suppressing other races, leaving them in a state of despair and hindrance to their development. The ramifications of this situation were profound, affecting even the lofty gods. The living space for various races was drastically compressed, rendering the development of faith among the gods increasingly difficult, with dwindling numbers of followers and a significant weakening of their powers. This incited great dissatisfaction and panic among the gods, who feared that the stability of the goblin race would lead to a situation where all other races recognized only the formidable goblins and not the divine beings. As the Goblin Empire flourished with no signs of decline, the gods could no longer remain idle. Thus, led by the esteemed god of light, a divine council was convened within his celestial realm. After much scheming, a series of conspiracies against the goblin race were set in motion. Consequently, the gods began to implement their plans in a short time. Various races felt the miraculous presence of their deities. The gods no longer withheld their divine powers, bestowing blessings upon their faithful followers and issuing decrees of rebellion. They encouraged all races to rise courageously and resist the malevolent goblin rule, fighting for their freedom and dignity. The continent was soon engulfed in the mire of war, with countless races rising in revolt. In the early stages of the conflict, the goblin race was able to suppress the insurrections through advanced weaponry, even annihilating the first few races that dared to rebel. However, as the war escalated, many blessed sons and daughters, empowered by the gods, took to the battlefield. Faced with such a dire situation, the once mighty Goblin Empire began to reveal signs of fatigue. Struggling to cope, Their territories dwindled like a dam bursting, with city after city falling into enemy hands. The war dragged on for over 80 years, resulting in the Goblin Empire losing a staggering 2/3 of its land. Only the central regions managed to hold on, bolstered by their formidable weaponry. Meanwhile, with the successful development of numerous spacecraft, the Goblin Emperor ordered the assembly of all elite talents and essential resources, preparing for a mass ascension. Upon receiving the decree, a vast number of nobles, distinguished figures, and elite troops sprang into action, hastily returning to the Goblin capital with precious resources plundered from across the land. However, this maneuver left the front lines dangerously undermanned, leading to severe shortages of supplies. The already precarious cities crumbled like a house of cards due to the absence of elite soldiers and necessary provisions. At this juncture, a grim report arrived from the advance team dispatched to establish the new planet. It was all a ruse by the gods. They had found no so-called habitable world. The gods had conspired to seal off the star domain, preventing any ships from escaping the world's borders. The so-called habitable planet was merely a scheme devised by the gods to undermine the Goblin leadership's will to resist. Realizing the futility of their situation, the Goblin Emperor ordered the sealing of all gathered resources and the legacy of the Goblin race, along with the great inventions, within the spacecraft, awaiting the day when the true heirs of the Goblins would unlock their legacy and restore their former glory. Ultimately, the great Goblin Emperor commanded his sons to break through with their elite forces, hoping to preserve the last flicker of hope for their kind, while he himself would make a final stand against the enemy on the Cat's Plain. The Emperor fell, and his sons could not evade the gods' watchful gaze, resulting in the obliteration of the Goblin royal bloodline. The ordinary goblins were not spared either. The gods decreed their extermination. A horrific massacre unfolded on this land, and the once dominant Goblin race faced near extinction. The remnants of the goblins could only hide away in desolate corners, struggling to survive. Thus, the great Goblin Empire met its demise. As generations passed, the new era gradually obscured this history, allowing the goblins a chance to re-enter the public consciousness. Meanwhile, the Goblin ruins lay buried deep underground, entirely cut off from the world. It was not until a pure-blooded Goblin player accidentally unearthed the long-sealed ruins that the glory of the Goblin race was once again brought to light. Following the opening of the ruins in the previous life, they became the object of contention among various human nations, leading to multiple wars. Ultimately, the diverse treasures within the ruins were forcibly divided among the nations. Among the astonishing black technologies of the Goblins, their spacecraft undoubtedly captured the most attention. The pioneers of the previous life utilized these ancient vessels to exit the world of Roland. Moreover, the Goblin ruins could only be accessed by pure-blooded goblins, which was one of the reasons Joey chose the Goblin race. Although Joey is presently only of ordinary bloodline, he is acutely aware of the method for purifying it. His next plan involves purifying his bloodline to unlock the Goblin ruins. As for restoring the Goblin race to greatness, Joey pondered the current plight of the goblins and thought better of it. Perhaps aiding the goblins in gaining some status and finding a place to belong would suffice to honor this legacy. Chapter 15. Taking off from the same spot. At this moment, the celestial beast consumption of the Titan Greatsword was nearing completion. The once colossal sword, radiating a fierce brilliance, had now been compressed to a mere size that fit in the palm of a hand. It resembled a meteor stripped of its luster, helplessly drifting toward the endless void of the black hole, where it would ultimately be devoured. In tandem with this event, the celestial beast let out a thunderous roar, as if proclaiming its existence to the entire world. Accompanying this roar, its massive form began to swell at a visibly rapid pace. As its size dramatically increased, the once spacious cavern became unbearably cramped. The walls of the cave, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, began to fracture, sending countless shards of stone flying like raindrops. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. Ultimately, the towering figure of the celestial behemoth reached a staggering height of over 30 meters. Upon examining its attributes, it became evident that its level had ascended to 23, with all attributes totaling an impressive 1280 points. Furthermore, it had mastered a Titan's power skill, which granted a 30% increase in final damage during physical attacks. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's own attributes had also reached a commendable 640 points. What does this signify? Even in his previous life, Zhou Yi's level 157 mage could not boast such values. Zhou Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he considered the growth to level 23 after devouring a mythical weapon to be somewhat modest, at least the attribute points gained from the consumption were quite decent. He presented the energy capsule, purchased from the free trading market, to the celestial behemoth for it to consume. The behemoth opened its maw, and a black hole swiftly absorbed the capsule. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Had the universe's energy collected over a century vanished in an instant? Glancing at its attributes, he noticed that all stats were steadily increasing, and he suddenly realized that it was digesting the capsule within its belly. Without lingering further, Zhou Yi commanded the celestial behemoth to devour the star iron and stone that had previously blocked the passage. The originally 5-meter-high corridor was forcefully expanded into a spacious expanse exceeding 30 meters in height. Just as the passage was cleared, an ice spider suddenly lunged at him. It turned out that the guard, having waited for a long time without any movement from the cave, had returned to investigate the situation, only to be obstructed by the rocks. As it was diligently moving stones, it unexpectedly encountered a ferocious beast barreling out from the cave. Prompting an instinctive pounce, the celestial behemoth instinctively swatted its paw, and the dutiful guard met its demise. Zhou Yi paid little heed to this, instructing the behemoth to consume the spider's remains as well. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Just as he was about to exit the cave, Zhou Yi paused. He instructed the celestial behemoth to return to the cave to digest the energy capsule and to transport the accumulated magic crystals to the Pisces Jade Pendant space. Indeed, the mysterious space within the Pisces Jade Pendant not only allowed for the storage of the main body or its avatars, but also facilitated inter-regional transportation. As the celestial behemoth delivered the magic crystals to the Pisces space, Zhou Yi could enter the space on the other side to retrieve them. This way, even if they were separated by great distances in the future, Zhou Yi could remotely feed the celestial behemoth. After sending the behemoth away, Zhou Yi exited the cave. Looking back, he collected some stones to seal the entrance and gathered a considerable amount of snow to completely cover it. Since he did not intend to reveal his position for now, it was best to conceal it thoroughly, lest that troublesome ice troll disrupt his plans. Emerging from the spider cave, Zhou Yi resolved to continue his exploration northward, waiting for the cool-down time of the space portal to pass before teleporting away. Along the way, he encountered a small snow demon tribe, where a few snow demons, left behind to guard the area, regarded Zhou Yi as potential prey and prepared to hunt him down. However, Zhou Yi did not relent. He wielded his staff and swiftly dispatched them all. After spending some time waiting for their hunting party to return, he eliminated them as well, leaving no roots behind. The prey and the corpses of the snow demons were sent to the Pisces space to provide a feast for the celestial behemoth. After running for half a day, surrounded by nothing but wild monsters and an endless expanse of white, frustration welled up within Zhou Yi, prompting him to reluctantly abandon his exploration. Faron City is a border town of the St. Roland Empire and is among its most impoverished cities. Frequently besieged by monster attacks due to its proximity to the Beast Forest. However, the once tranquil town has become bustling with activity due to the presence of players. Eager to assist, players have not only resolved various dilemmas faced by the residents, but have also injected considerable economic benefits into the area. Shops and taverns, once neglected, have become vibrant, and local merchants have seized the opportunity to profit handsomely. Some astute vendors have even set up shop at the entrance of the Beast Forest, selling goods and collecting materials. More importantly, the monsters that used to harass the residents every few days have seemingly vanished. For players, this place is akin to a monster hunting paradise, with wild beasts lurking throughout the Beast Forest. Although they often encounter high-level monsters that could lead to swift demise, this does not deter the player's enthusiasm. Among this group of players, the most renowned is none other than the second-rank maniac on the leaderboard. Players frequently encounter this leveling fanatic, who tirelessly battles monsters day and night. At that moment, a blue portal appeared at the entrance of the Beast Forest, capturing the attention of a throng of players. It is worth noting that although many players have transitioned to new classes, most have only learned basic skills like small fireballs. After all, the class mentors are not charitable. Unless one possesses unwavering faith or enough gold to sway them, they will not impart advanced skills for free. Most players enter for entertainment, harboring a sense of superiority. Do they expect to earn their undivided faith in the gods? Such notions would likely be met with derision. Gods? Merely high-level monsters. If they dare to reveal their health bars, I would not hesitate to slay them. The blue portal evidently belonged to a high-level skill, and naturally, they were filled with curiosity. A rogue player named Cunning assumed it to be an entrance to a secret realm and swiftly darted through. Just as Zhou Yi, disguised as an ordinary human, passed through the portal, he witnessed a dark figure zoom past him, directly entering the portal. At that moment, Zhou Yi happened to close the portal, muttering to himself, "What on earth was that?" The rogue, having crossed through the portal, gazed at the vast whiteness outside, his initial excitement gradually morphing into confusion. Who am I? Where am I? How did I end up here? Perhaps only the snow demons could provide him with the answers. Zhou Yi had not come here merely to hunt monsters. After all, the arduous effort of leveling up and the attributes gained had barely settled before being overshadowed by the points bestowed by the celestial behemoth, rendering further advancement of little significance to him. He had merely spotted a party invitation with coordinates near Faron City on the World Channel, prompting him to make a swift journey here. In an instant, he teleported away from the players clamoring for attention and continued toward Faron City. His heightened agility granted him remarkable speed, and within moments, he arrived at the city gate. The guards at the gate, upon seeing him, dared not be negligent, greeting Zhou Yi with a bow before allowing him entry. Zhou Yi secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the guards were all around level 50 and could not discern his disguise. Otherwise, it would have led to conflict. Upon entering the city, Zhou Yi made his way to the Gordon's apothecary located in the commercial district. Chapter 16. Halfling Gordon. The moment Zhou Yi stepped through the threshold of the apothecary, a furious shout rang out, "Sneaky little rat, you are not welcome here." Halfling Apothecary Gordon bellowed with evident disdain. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone in such a small apothecary could see through his disguise. Shoo! If you want a day's off, do it elsewhere. Don't impede my business here," Gordon, noticing Zhou Yi's immobility, waved his hand impatiently to shoo him away. Zhou Yi remained steadfast, calmly replying, "I have come here to do business with you. We are all merchants here, so why the hostility?" To Zhou Yi's surprise, upon hearing this, Gordon's anger only intensified. He erupted with rage, pointing at Zhou Yi and cursing, "What are you? A vile goblin. Don't you dare compare your filthy, lowly kind with our noble halflings." A cold glint flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes as he conjured a spatial blade in his hand, causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly from the power emanating from it. "Since you cannot remain calm, let me assist you in achieving some clarity." Zhou Yi's voice was low and chilling. With that, a glint of cold light flashed, and the spatial blade vanished without a trace from his hand. In the next moment, however, it reappeared without warning atop Gordon's round head, shearing off a substantial portion of his disheveled hair. As the scattered strands fell, Gordon seemed to realize that this goblin before him was not to be trifled with. He struggled to force a smile that was more painful than tears, trembling as he spoke, "Esteemed guest, we are all respectable individuals. Why resort to violence? Just tell me what you need." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi slowly replied, "Humph, you were the one lacking in dignity. I merely sought to help you recognize reality. I hear you possess pureblood potions. Fetch me 3 vials." Gordon was taken aback by Zhou Yi's request. The pureblood potion was his prized possession, never before mentioned or displayed in his shop. How could this wretched goblin know? He quickly denied, "Pureblood potions. Those are high-end goods. How could a small shop like mine possibly have such rare items? Do not attempt to deceive me. Since I brought it up, I will not leave empty-handed." "Name your price," Zhou Yi said, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Seeing that he could not bluff his way out, Gordon's eyes flickered and a scheme formed in his mind. "Since you are aware of the pureblood potion, you should also understand its value. Mere gold cannot procure it. Here's the deal. I am preparing to attempt a breakthrough to become a high-level alchemist and require some unusual materials to concoct advanced potions. I heard that in the heart of the beast forest resides a 3-headed chimera. Bring me its venom sac, and the pureblood potion is yours." After listening to Gordon's proposition, Zhou Yi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement to the terms. Without further ado, he turned and exited the apothecary. Meanwhile, Gordon, standing inside his shop, watched Zhou Yi's retreating figure, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he secretly reveled. "Farewell, detestable goblin. To meet your end at the hands of a beast of the forest's overlord would be a fitting honor for your kind." Upon exiting the apothecary, Zhou Yi did not linger but rather hastened towards the beast forest. Along the way, Both natives and players could only glimpse a blurred figure darting past like lightning, prompting many to turn their heads in surprise, creating quite a stir. The vast expanse of the Beast Forest is home to a multitude of wild creatures, and the deeper one ventures, the higher the level of the beasts encountered. At its deepest point, it connects with the Monster Mountain Range, which is the true sanctuary of monsters, where the most formidable beasts reside, a realm that even the mightiest of humans dare not tread. While the heart of the Beast Forest is perilous, it poses merely a minor challenge to Zhou Yi, the aspiring Grand Mage determined to reign supreme. With unwavering steps, he dispatched any obstructing wild creatures with a single strike, adding a delightful morsel to the feast of the celestial beast. Upon reaching the central area, Zhou Yi utilized a teleportation spell to ascend to the canopy's treetops. Looking up, he beheld the lush forest echoing with the roars of beasts, while some eagles circled above, occasionally swooping down to seize their prey. After scanning the surroundings and failing to spot the elusive three-headed chimera, Zhou Yi, feeling frustrated, continued his search. Half an hour later, as he searched diligently, Zhou Yi suddenly heard the sounds of a skirmish. Following the commotion, he observed a rather dashing young man engaged in combat with a Wind Wolf King, surrounded by dozens of its kin. Elated at the rare sight of a fellow human in the depths of the Beast Forest, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity. With a swift strike of his spatial blade, he felled the Wind Wolf King and instantly appeared before the young man. Offering a friendly smile, the young man, taken aback, had been honing his combat skills against the Wolf King when an unremarkable man suddenly appeared before him, not only stealing his prey with a single move, but also grinning mockingly. How presumptuous! Have you seen a three-headed chimera? Zhou Yi inquired, his most charming smile gracing his face as he asked kindly, caught a glimpse of one while leveling in the south, about 20 miles from here. The young man stammered in response. Thank you very much, and I wish you a delightful day, Zhou Yi replied, his smile genuine as he expressed gratitude and bestowed well wishes upon the enthusiastic stranger. Meanwhile, the surrounding pack of wolves scattered in disarray following the swift demise of their king. Zhou Yi paid them no mind, deftly stowing away the Wolf King's corpse while leaving the dropped equipment for the young man. Without hesitation, he dashed southward. The young man gazed at the two pieces of bronze equipment that had fallen from the Wolf King, increasingly perplexed by the stranger's peculiar behavior. Who would forsake equipment for a monster's carcass? Moments later, a resounding roar reached Zhou Yi's ears as he traveled. His heart raced, and he immediately halted, scanning the horizon. There, a massive three-headed chimera clutched a brown bear with its sharp claws, soaring with astonishing speed to perch upon a towering tree. The once mighty brown bear appeared diminutive and fragile in comparison to the chimera, akin to a trivial gray rabbit effortlessly subdued. Zhou Yi swiftly concealed himself and cautiously approached the chimera. As he drew nearer, he finally beheld the full visage of this colossal beast. Its appearance was indeed bizarre, sporting a pair of wings reminiscent of those of a majestic eagle, beneath which thrived three distinctly different heads. The leftmost head resembled a powerful lion, teeth bared and mane billowing. The right head resembled a docile goat, its horns elegantly curved, while the central head bore the countenance of a fearsome demon with a sharp horn atop its head. Its visage horrifyingly grotesque. Upon inspecting its attributes, Zhou Yi discovered it was a level 70 golden tier boss, boasting a staggering 60,000 health points and a formidable 1,100 points of magical defense. Calculating swiftly, he realized that his intelligence attribute had reached 800 points. A single strike from his spatial blade, combined with spell enhancements and normal equipment damage, would yield over 8,200 points of damage. Striking the chimera would inflict over 7,000 points, necessitating 9 strikes from his spatial blade. With his current prowess, he could indeed slay it, but the chimera's ability to fly posed a significant challenge that required careful planning. Chapter 17. Slaying the three-headed chimera to vanquish the chimera. The most critical task was to restrict its flight capabilities. Zhou Yi possessed a mother spider's grievance, which featured a web-spraying skill. However, he was unable to equip it due to insufficient level. He perused the Omnipotent shop for binding equipment. Initially, he considered the formation tools from the cultivation realm, which were costly and required setup, thus presenting considerable limitations. He then explored technological equipment, including traditional capture devices such as net guns, binding guns, and lasso guns, as well as advanced items like nanorobot swarms and spatial confinement devices. After thorough examination, he found that most equipment would be ineffective against a creature of such immense size. After much deliberation, he selected 2 large energy net launchers, spending 200 astral coins to acquire them. Each energy gun could load 10 rounds. Upon testing, he discovered that a single round could only deploy an energy net spanning roughly 10 meters, somewhat inadequate for the colossal chimera. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi intended to ensnare only its wings. With preparations complete, Zhou Yi activated his invisibility cloak and stealthily approached the chimera. Reaching the tree beneath which it rested, his figure suddenly materialized like lightning beside the beast. A slight ripple in the spatial fabric caught the chimera's attention. The once tranquil creature sprang to its feet, its 3 distinct heads anxiously scanning the surroundings. Its massive, powerful wings unfurled dramatically, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. Zhou Yi refrained from acting impulsively, patiently waiting for the moment when the chimera would lower its guard. When the creature finally relaxed and resumed its prone position, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity. Revealing the energy net launchers in his hands, his fingers swiftly pressed the triggers, firing rounds at the chimera's wings. Brilliant blue energy nets unfurled in the air, ensnaring the chimera's wings with astonishing speed. The bound chimera, now in a state of panic, struggled desperately to spread its wings and take flight, yet to no avail. Seizing this perfect moment, Zhou Yi unleashed a flurry of rounds from his magazine. Subsequently, he swung his right hand, conjuring a spatial blade aimed at the base of the chimera's left wing. The sudden and fierce assault provoked the chimera's wrath. The central head, resembling a demon, opened its gaping maw. Unleashing a torrent of fireballs in rapid succession, the lion-headed head lunged forward, attempting to bite Zhou Yi directly. Meanwhile, the goat-headed head emitted a spray of dark green venom, shooting towards Zhou Yi like a fountain. Faced with the onslaught of the chimera, Zhou Yi opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly shifted his position, instantaneously appearing behind the chimera's massive form. At that moment, the chimera, realizing it had lost its target, frantically began to gnash at the energy net binding its left wing with its 3 fierce heads. Observing the chimera's distraction, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to gather energy, forming a colossal spatial blade. Just as he sensed the instability of the blade threatening to spiral out of control, he launched it forth. Accompanied by a chilling screech, the chimera's robust left wing was severed cleanly from its base. Blood sprang forth like a torrential crimson downpour. Injured and enraged, the chimera let out a haunting wail that echoed through the skies, suffused with unbridled fury and anguish. Unperturbed by the bindings on its wings, its 3 heads turned in unison, baring their sharp, menacing fangs, and launched a relentless barrage of ferocious attacks upon Zhou Yi, intent on tearing the pesky intruder to shreds. Yet, its massive size had become its fatal weakness. The heaviness of its body rendered its movements clumsy and sluggish, while the once advantageous wings became a cumbersome liability due to their injuries. Zhou Yi, leveraging his high agility, consistently positioned himself behind the chimera, effortlessly evading its multi-headed assaults. In fact, he even found time to ponder whether he should equip a melee weapon. With his hexagonal physique and elusive teleportation, he might indeed prove to be a formidable warrior. He contemplated experimenting with whether he could imbue a melee weapon with spatial power, effectively becoming a mage warrior hybrid. After dedicating time to completely sever the chimera's left wing, Zhou Yi finally felt at ease. At that moment, the chimera seemed to realize that its futile rage would not vanquish its foe. The central demon-like head tilted back and unleashed a massive fireball into the sky, which transformed into a rain of flames cascading downwards. Zhou Yi dodged and muttered, setting the mountain ablaze, "You'll end up in a cage, my friend." Simultaneously, the lion-headed head took aim at Zhou Yi during his evasive maneuvers, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged towards him. Unaware, Zhou Yi was struck by the lightning as he continued to evade, leaving his body momentarily paralyzed. The relentless rain of fire pierced through Zhou Yi's spatial shield and mercilessly battered him. Fortunately, the damage from the firestorm was not excessively high, and Zhou Yi's substantial health pool of over 8,000 points endured. With a swift teleportation, he extricated himself from the fiery deluge, and as the skill concluded, he re-engaged in combat. After a tumultuous confrontation, Zhou Yi ultimately triumphed, successfully slaying the chimera. With the chimera dispatched, Zhou Yi's level ascended to 47, and he equipped the mother spider's grievance on his left hand. At the sight of the Chimera's demise, 3 pieces of equipment and the golden tier material, the 3-headed Chimera's venom sac, fell to the ground. Fortuitously, a golden level wand and 2 pieces of golden level armor, both of which are level 70 equipment, have been unearthed. Regrettably, however, due to sustaining damage, he failed to achieve the Boss Slayer accolade. After securing the corpse and the dropped items, Joey endeavored to test the web-slinging ability. A thick strand of webbing shot forth from the ring on his left hand. Deftly ensnaring a distant branch with a cry, Joey leaped from the tree, swinging forward like Tarzan, propelled by the web. Utilizing inertia, he soared across a considerable distance, retracting the web just as the momentum began to wane. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground, leaving him covered in dust. A damage indicator of -233 appeared above his head, seemingly mocking him mercilessly. Brushing off the dust, Joey felt quite pleased with the ring. The web-slinging ability not only serves as a rope, but can also be launched to ensnare enemies, transforming into a web to bind them. Its versatility made it suitable for various scenarios, and Joey was naturally very satisfied. Without further delay, he hastened towards Faron City. Along the way, he encountered a kind-hearted passerby playing with a cat, to whom he politely acknowledged before turning to leave. The bewildered man watched as the peculiar figure vanished into the distance, only to be jolted awake by the swipe of a mischievous cat. Chapter 18. Reaching enlightenment in the Gordon's potion shop within Faron City. The diminutive Gordon reclined languidly in a chair, his eyes gently closed, softly humming a cheerful tune. Clearly, he was in a state of great contentment. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps reached his ears, still enveloped in the delightful melody. He instinctively prepared to greet the incoming guest. However, upon recognizing the face he detested, the smile that had just begun to form froze instantly. "What brings you here instead of hunting 3-headed chimeras? Do not expect me to provide potions without the venom sac." Gordon remained languidly sprawled in his chair, a repugnant smile plastered on his face as he spoke nonchalantly. Joey scoffed, waved his arm, and forcefully tossed the venom sac. The sac sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling directly towards the still-dazed Gordon. "Ouch!" Gordon cried out as he crashed onto the chair, which splintered under the immense force. "I have brought the venom sac. Now, where are my potions?" Joey approached with an impassive expression, firmly shutting the shop's door behind him, his icy gaze fixed on Gordon as he asked in a flat tone. At this moment, Gordon had lost his previous bravado, staring in terror at the advancing Joey, his body instinctively retreating. Trembling, he stammered, What do you want? This is Faron City. I have drunk with the city lord. If you dare to act recklessly, you will not end well." As Gordon retreated, his voice quivered with threats. Yet, Joey remained unfazed by Gordon's bluster, stepping closer. "I ask you again, where are the items?" Joey's palm shimmered with a barely visible cold light. Gordon trembled at the sight, no longer daring to utter another word, and quickly stammered that the items are in the backyard. "I will fetch them at once." "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." Joey kicked out, sending the fallen Gordon sprawling. With a wail, Gordon scrambled toward the backyard in a state of disarray. Joey swiftly followed suit. Upon reaching the backyard, Gordon entered the bedroom, retrieved a shovel leaning against the door, and began to dig earnestly at a patch of earth, occasionally glancing nervously at Joey. Moments later, a sharp clang echoed as the shovel struck something solid. Gordon hastily unearthed a quaint wooden box. In a flurry, he produced a small key from his pocket, fumbling to insert it into the lock. With a soft click, the lock opened. Trembling, he approached Joey, clutching the box tightly, and slowly extended it forward. "Open it yourself. I only require the pureblood potion." Joey did not take the box, instead commanding in a low voice. Realizing Joey was not easily deceived, Gordon abruptly abandoned all pretense, forcefully flinging open the box's lid. In an instant, a blinding purple light erupted from within, shooting toward Joey like a lightning bolt. Simultaneously, a nauseating stench filled the air, permeating the entire backyard. "How bold!" Joey roared, retreating as a spatial barrier emerged to shield him. However, the approaching purple light effortlessly pierced through the barrier, showing no signs of obstruction as it surged toward Joey at an astonishing speed. Startled, Joey vanished from sight in an instant. At that moment, Gordon, reveling in his perceived triumph, suddenly felt a chill around his neck. His head severed and slid from his body, which began to topple backward as though it had lost all support. Behind him stood Zhou Yi, his expression cold and indifferent. Refreshing. This method of operation certainly suits me better. Zhou Yi exhaled, gazing at Gordon's lifeless form. Having long harbored disdain for him and possessing the strength to act, he lamented the time wasted by adhering to quests and being led by others. Zhou Yi reflected on whether he had been too kind. Observing the wall where the purple light had struck, he noted a gaping hole approximately half a meter in diameter. The surrounding stone appeared as if scalded by hot oil, emitting sizzling sounds and visibly expanding outward. Recognizing the extraordinary toxicity, Zhou Yi dared not approach. Using his wand, he pried open the small wooden box on the ground, revealing nothing but a triggered mechanism. A swift search yielded only some coins and ordinary potions, with no sign of the pureblood potion. Clapping his hands, he stored everything in his dimensional backpack. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon the small pit dug by Gordon, and an idea sparked in his mind. Grabbing the shovel, Zhou Yi resumed digging. After burrowing about half a meter deep, he heard another satisfying clang and felt a surge of excitement. He quickly unearthed a more exquisite wooden box, which was unlocked. Zhou Yi, employing the same method, used his wand to open it. This time, it revealed 5 neatly arranged bottles of pureblood potions. Elated, he stowed them away and thoroughly searched Gordon's corpse, discovering a pouch of coins. Casting the body into the dual-fish space, Zhou Yi strode toward the front hall. He packed all the potions and the counter into his dimensional backpack, leaving the shop entirely stripped, before finally exiting with satisfaction. Should anyone enter afterward, they would undoubtedly assume Gordon had quietly relocated. Upon leaving Faron City, Zhou Yi began to tally his gains. First, he had accrued over 500 coins, a commendable sum for a potion seller in a border town. Next, he collected several ordinary potions, all crafted by Gordon, alongside some common herbs for potion making, which held little value. Additionally, he gathered several clearly poisonous potions, devoid of antidotes or labels indicating their effects. Zhou Yi kept them, pondering their potential future use. The 5 bottles of pureblood potion were a mystery. He wondered where this half-elf had procured such high-quality goods. The pureblood potion could optimize the user's bloodline, pushing it toward perfection and achieving the pinnacle of their race. Each individual could only consume 3 bottles. Exceeding this limit rendered further consumption futile. Zhou Yi downed 3 bottles in quick succession, quietly attuning himself to the changes within his body. As the potions entered his system, they gradually spread throughout, leaving him with a tingling sensation akin to electric therapy. As time passed, Zhou Yi felt as though he were undergoing a second growth spurt, his physique elongating and rising to around 1.70 meters. His previously harsh features softened considerably, approaching the refined countenance he bore in reality, while his unruly hair thickened. Even his skin tone lightened, transforming into a pale green hue. Now, Zhou Yi resembled a robust green-skinned elf. Opening his attribute panel, he noticed no discernible changes, likely due to his high base attributes, but he did gain a charming trait, making it easier to win others' favor. The bloodline of the Starry Sky Behemoth was now perfect. The pureblood potion held no further benefit for him. Next, it was time to venture into the Goblin Ruins. Chapter 19. The wealthiest in Roland, upon the vast and boundless plains of the Eastern Roland Empire. An unremarkable young human male wielding a colossal sword made his way, engrossed in focused gestures as he walked. Each time the young man swung the giant sword, a dazzling silver light would occasionally flicker across it, only to vanish like a fleeting meteor. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating how to infuse spatial power into his weapon akin to internal energy. While both magic and internal energy could bestow tremendous power upon individuals, they fundamentally differed in essence and application. Magic involved harnessing the latent magical energy within oneself to manipulate external elements through incantations or magical arrays. In contrast, internal energy was a potent force cultivated by warriors through rigorous breathing techniques and physical training. When they needed to channel internal energy into their weapons, they could effortlessly do so by continuously outputting it from within. Thus, attempting to maintain spatial power on a weapon over a prolonged period was no simple task. Though the continent boasted methods for enchanting weapons, granting them various attributes, many warriors utilized enchanted weapons that aligned with their internal energy attributes, significantly augmenting their attack power. After several unsuccessful experiments, Zhou resolved to revisit an enchanter to better comprehend the principles of enchantment. Upon reaching his destination, Zhou ceased his inner turmoil and began searching for the entrance to the Goblin Ruins. In his previous life, he had never visited this place, only coming across discussions about it in forums. After a prolonged search, he discovered a small, unremarkable stone tablet quietly standing amidst a dense thicket of weeds. It resembled an ordinary square slab of bluish stone, silently rising from the ground, easily overlooked unless one observed closely. The method to unlock the ruins was straightforward. One merely needed to drip blood onto the stone tablet. Zhou summoned a thread of spatial energy, creating a minuscule cut on his fingertip, from which a few drops of crimson blood oozed forth, landing precisely on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the previously dull stone tablet shimmered with a hint of red light, and a faint tremor resonated through the ground. Subsequently, a narrow fissure appeared without warning before him. Zhou swiftly stepped inside, and as he did, the entrance behind him closed as if it possessed a life of its own. Only then did he drop his disguise. Restoring his goblin appearance, beneath the surface, a long, profound corridor stretched into the distance. The silence of the corridor was punctuated solely by the sound of Zhou's footsteps echoing through the air. At the corridor's end stood a grand metal door, while the walls on either side were intricately adorned with depictions of the Goblin clan's illustrious history and portraits of their great figures. Each image was so vividly rendered that it appeared ready to leap off the walls, eager to recount the tales of glory and legacy of the Goblin race. Zhou held little interest in these displays, yet he patiently perused the descriptions, ultimately locating a portrait of Leopold, the founding emperor of the Goblins. The emperor's visage was stern and resolute, exuding an air of unassailable authority. As he traced his fingers over the emperor's eyes, he discovered a slight protrusion on the left eye. Pressing it, a slender silver needle shot forth unexpectedly, piercing his finger and drawing a drop of blood before retracting swiftly in the next instant. The right eye of Emperor Leopold glowed with a red light, scanning Zhou from head to toe. Mere seconds later, the red light vanished, and tranquility returned once more then, accompanied by a deep rumbling. The previously seamless walls began to shift slowly, gradually revealing a wide passage. Indeed, the metal door at the end of the corridor was merely a ruse, concealing countless deadly traps, lying in wait for unwary intruders. The passage now unveiled before Zhou was the true entrance to the treasure trove. Steeling himself, he entered the corridor, noticing the surroundings flickering with blue luminescence, likely a protective layer designed to obscure detection. Cautiously advancing, he felt faint tremors beneath his feet, as if some mechanism was in operation. Not long into his exploration, Zhou came upon a map etched onto the wall. Studying it intently, he noted several marked locations, one of which depicted a spaceship. Committing the route to memory, he resolved to explore each location in turn. The expanse of the Goblin Ruins was vast, leaving him uncertain whether it was inherently large or a result of spatial technology. As he traversed the corridor, metal doors began to appear on either side, all of which could be opened. With each door he swung open, Zhou's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Each room he entered felt like a ravenous locust. Overlooking no item of potential value, he amassed a considerable bounty within these chambers. Magical power mechs, energy shields, magic crystal cannons, energy cores, and various documents. When he finally opened a door deep within the passage, a dazzling array of gold filled his vision, and Zhou's spirit soared. Countless treasures and equipment from the Goblin Empire were piled high. Zhou truly experienced what it meant to have the burden of happiness. He lost track of how much he had collected and how long he had been at it, only realizing he had succumbed to a frenzy of acquisition. Whenever his dimensional space became insufficient, he would place valuable items in his free market stall, selling lesser items directly to the public store. This strategy enabled Zhou's Star Realm currency to surpass 20,000 in a single stroke. Furthermore, through repeated usage, his dimensional space skill proficiency finally reached the novice level, expanding to 500 cubic units. As each room emptied, Zhou arrived at the final docking point for the spaceships. Here rested thousands of vessels, both large and small. The most striking among them was a spaceship at the forefront, its hull forged entirely from black meteorite iron, exuding a palpable sense of quality. This must have been a ship crafted specifically for the royal family, boasting the highest safety standards, which pleased Zhou immensely. He named this vessel Black Star, deciding it would henceforth serve as his personal craft. He placed each spaceship into his free market stall, marking them at exorbitant prices. Zhou Yi's stall brimmed with an array of eclectic items, all deemed valuable in his eyes. Discarding them to the public store felt like a waste. Thus, he set high prices, not necessarily expecting sales, but rather using it as storage, though encountering an unsuspecting buyer would be a delightful bonus. As for how to price these items, he resolved to ponder that when time allowed. After placing the final spaceship into his free market stall, Zhou Yi exhaled deeply, relieved. The spoils of this venture far exceeded his expectations. The Goblin Empire had endured for 30,000 years, accumulating treasures beyond counting. It was no exaggeration to say that before entering the ruins, Zhou Yi was a pauper, and upon exiting, he had transformed into the wealthiest individual in the Roland world. Chapter 20. Setting sail after emerging from the ruins. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and resolved to pilot the Black Star to transport the cosmic behemoth to the outside world. The cosmic behemoth was destined to conquer the vast cosmos. Thriving unrestrained within the endless sea of stars, as for whether operating a spaceship might be too ostentatious. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and deemed it a minor concern. Currently, the gods remained in slumber. Yet to awaken. The world's will would not devote excessive attention or effort to a harmless spaceship. As for those old monsters who had survived through the ages, they were either secretly amassing power or quietly healing their wounds. How could they spare a glance for an unassuming little flying machine? Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Zhou Yi decided to take off from a secluded location. Teleporting back to the spider cave, he found it largely unchanged since his departure. The colossal cosmic behemoth remained quietly in the center of the hall. Diligently digesting cosmic energy, as it consumed this energy, the behemoth continued to grow, now towering an impressive 50 meters. Meanwhile, industrious mining vehicles bustled about, busily transporting resources. Zhou Yi gathered the mining vehicles into his dimensional space, then commanded the cosmic behemoth to devour the entire magic crystal vein, increasing his assets for the journey into space. At this point, the cosmic behemoth, now at level 41, devoured the vein at an astonishing speed. Perhaps due to the ease of absorbing the vein's magical essence, it took only an hour for the behemoth to consume the entire magic crystal vein. The bottom of the spider cave was now completely hollowed out. In time, it might become an underground lake. Zhou Yi stored the cosmic behemoth within the Pisces space and left the once valuable cave without a backward glance. Upon exiting the cave, he sought a flat expanse in the snowy wilderness. A place devoid of human presence that would not attract attention. Summoning the Black Star, he stepped aboard the spaceship, prepared to embark on his journey. Compared to other spaceships, the Black Star was not particularly large, with a usable area of about 200 square meters. However, for Zhou Yi, who would operate it alone, this size proved adequate. The operational process was relatively simple. He merely needed to set the travel route and activate the autopilot function, allowing the Black Star to navigate autonomously along the predefined course. First, he installed a new energy core in the ship's energy chamber, then set the route in the control room before initiating the spaceship's launch. The vessel shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and racing toward its destination. In the vast, boundless expanse of the cosmos, a pitch-black spaceship sailed alone. At that moment, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged in the control room, quietly gazing out at the infinite cosmic vista. The spatial energy here was extraordinarily rich, almost within reach. Regrettably, due to his current limitations, he lacked the ability to traverse the void directly. Thus, he could only watch longingly at this alluring spatial energy. After a brief reverie, Zhou Yi retracted his focus and opened the long-neglected multiverse free market. This time, he intended to take advantage of the idle moments to reprice the items in his stall and perhaps browse for suitable items for the cosmic behemoth. Clearing his mind, Zhou Yi entered the free trading market. There, Paul was bustling about, his eyes darting around restlessly. Suddenly, when his gaze landed on Zhou Yi, his eyes brightened instantly. He approached with a broad grin and exclaimed, "Hey, brother! Long time no see. Where have you been striking it rich lately? If you come across any lucrative opportunities, don't forget to bring your old brother along." Paul's face radiated a sycophantic smile that shone brighter than a blossoming flower. Hearing this, Zhou Yi felt a twinge of confusion. He could not fathom how Paul had learned of his newfound wealth. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed Paul seemed to read his thoughts. Quickly interjecting, I've been keeping an eye on your movements these past few days. Observe your comings and goings, while displaying such an impressive array of goods at your stall. Thus, at this juncture, Paul deliberately left his words hanging, abruptly halting his discourse. Watching Paul's expression, caught between eagerness and reluctance, Joey found it rather amusing, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, patiently awaiting his continuation. After a brief moment, Paul could no longer contain his excitement and continued. I meticulously examined the energy utilized by your batch of goods and discovered that it belongs to the same system as the magic crystal you previously presented to me. This implies, dear brother, that you must have uncovered an entirely new planet, correct? Upon finishing, Paul gazed at Joey with eager anticipation, his eyes glimmering with avarice. As for these goods, I am not particularly concerned, but would you be interested in making a handsome profit alongside your old brother? Paul inquired mysteriously. Joey, intrigued, asked, naturally, I cannot miss out on a chance to prosper. However, I am curious about the nature of this opportunity. After scanning the surroundings cautiously, Paul lowered his voice intentionally, stating, I possess a remarkable avenue for generating wealth. We can sell the coordinates of planets that have yet to join the Star Alliance at a premium, if you are willing to transfer the coordinates of the planet you have discovered to me. I assure you the price will be most satisfactory. Joey promptly declined, saying, No, I prefer to develop it myself. A steady stream is the way to go. Despite Joey's refusal, Paul remained undeterred and continued to persuade him earnestly. The price is truly not an issue. If you venture to develop that planet on your own, who knows how much time and effort it would consume, and whether you would even earn that much is uncertain. Moreover, if others from different worlds get wind of it and seize it first, you would be left with nothing. Joey, however, remained unmoved. Not to mention that the Roland world was his primary realm, holding special significance and value, even if he were to discover an entirely new world. His first thoughts would revolve around how to employ various means to conquer and devour it entirely, thereby continuously augmenting his own power. The notion of merely selling the planet's coordinates for Star Realm currency was fundamentally at odds with his philosophy. After all, the might acquired through Star Realm currency could never rival the rapid growth achieved by the starry beasts through consumption. Nevertheless, Paul's words did serve to remind Joey that within the vast expanse of the universe, numerous methods exist to trace worlds through objects in his past life. The wizarding world traced back to the main world due to the starry beast embodied by Jeeg, leading to the downfall of the Roland world. He resolved to procure items that could prevent tracking and tracing to safeguard himself. Fortunately, the goods he displayed at his stall were priced exorbitantly, resulting in none being sold, thus FAR.AS for the items previously sold to the public store. There was no need for excessive concern. After all, if anyone possessed the ability to trace back to this world through the public store, they would likely not deign to notice such a small realm. Thus, Joey nonchalantly responded to Paul, indicating that he would ponder it further before hastily departing from his stall. Fearing that he might arouse Paul's suspicion and reveal his unusual circumstances, Joey refrained from inquiring about tracking prevention equipment. Thus, he wandered aimlessly for quite a while, yet he could not piece together any coherent thoughts. Even if he discovered what he needed, he did not dare to purchase it directly from these stalls. Joey opened the public store to search, for buying from here offered a sense of security. After searching for a while, he identified a shielding device manufactured by the extinct Chia clan, which had contributed a century of cosmic energy. Perhaps due to their world's demise, numerous items from the Chia clan circulated in the market. Though the reasons for their extinction were unknown, this device was undoubtedly suitable for him, as there was no concern regarding tracking from a long-gone clan. He spent 1,000 Star Realm currency to acquire two, keeping one for himself and placing the other on the starry beast. The shielding device absorbed cosmic energy, and when Joey's energy was depleted, it would exchange with the starry beast, allowing it to absorb energy autonomously in the future, whether selling or buying items. Joey planned to pass everything through the starry beast before retrieving it from the Pisces space, ensuring that any tracking through items would lead only to the infinite void. Thus, after a week of traversing the cosmos, he finally reached the world's border. Chapter 21. The Starry Beast Enters the Cosmos. After a protracted journey, Joey arrived at the border of this world and continued sailing for several more days before feeling at ease. He opened the Pisces space and sent the starry beast directly into the cosmos. Joey gazed at the colossal being before him, a flicker of anticipation and concern crossing his eyes. He conveyed a series of detailed instructions to the starry beast to absorb as much energy as possible from the cosmos along with the floating meteors and stars, and to immediately notify him upon encountering any entities exhibiting signs of life or habitable planets. Once the instructions were conveyed, the starry beast soared into the depths of the vast universe like a blazing meteor. Watching the starry beast gradually vanish from sight, Joey finally exhaled deeply. He understood that he had accomplished nearly all he could. All that remained was to pray for the starry beast to possess sufficient fortune to confront the unknown challenges ahead. Good luck? Joey silently wished as he activated the spacecraft to return to the main world. During the return journey, with nothing to occupy his mind, Joey immersed his consciousness within the starry beast. As soon as his awareness entered the starry beast, a profound sense of comfort enveloped Joey's heart, akin to a fish returning to water. Simultaneously, the vast energies of the cosmos seemed drawn to the starry beast by some formidable force, continuously converging towards it and swiftly being devoured and digested. At that moment, Joey suddenly noticed a particularly massive meteorite not far ahead. Without a moment of hesitation, he focused his thoughts and employed the void traversal skill, which he had never attempted before. In an instant, the starry beast's form appeared beside the enormous meteorite, as if it had traversed a great distance in the blink of an eye. Activating the devouring skill, the gigantic meteorite diminished at a visible rate until it was entirely consumed. This place was truly a paradise for the starry beast. Joey could not help but exclaim. Here, the ceaseless influx of cosmic energy surged like a tidal wave, and countless meteorites fell like raindrops. For the starry beast, these were undoubtedly nourishing treasures, empowering it to grow stronger by the moment. Joey eagerly utilized void traversal and devour, obliterating meteorite after meteorite. Once the energy reserves dwindled, Joey paused, allowing the starry beast to roam freely. At this moment, Joey did not remain idle. He calmed his mind and concentrated on perceiving the subtle changes of spatial power within the cosmos, attempting to manipulate this force. Whenever he encountered various cosmic disasters, he boldly approached rather than retreating, meticulously observing the flow and evolution of spatial energy. Thus, days passed. After more than 10 days, when the spacecraft emitted a signal indicating its imminent arrival at the destination, Joey finally emerged from his profound state of enlightenment. Through these 10 days of dedicated cultivation and comprehension, his mastery over space had significantly advanced, achieving remarkable progress. He had successfully acquired formidable skills such as spatial rending, spatial collapse, and spatial vortices. Furthermore, if he exerted his utmost to wield spatial power, he could even trigger a small-scale spatial storm. This greatly enhanced Joey's offensive capabilities. Simultaneously, during his leisure time, he would visit the free trading market to chat with Paul and discuss setting a reasonable price for his goods. He had even stumbled upon some high-energy materials at the free market to supplement the starry beast. Now, Joey had finally set foot once more on the soil of the Roland world. Yet, at this moment, he felt somewhat disoriented, as his recent objectives had all been accomplished. The greatest opportunities had been seized, while the remaining ones either lacked detailed strategies or had yet to reach their activation time. Now, he found himself rather aimless. Joey could not help but ponder, since there is nothing pressing at hand, why not pay a visit to the legendary Master Recto, the Enchanter? With his mind made up, Joey immediately activated the Black Star and sped towards his destination with remarkable swiftness. It is worth noting that this Master Recto is a renowned archmage and top-tier enchanter among the human race. Revered for many years, residing in a towering magical tower atop the Alpha Plateau, Joey piloted the Black Star directly to the vicinity of the magical tower. As he approached, an elder clad in a red magical robe descended from the sky. His gaze was sharp, fixating on the rapidly approaching Black Star, revealing a hint of barely perceptible wariness. Joey promptly opened the cabin door and respectfully bowed to the elder, exclaiming, "It must be Master Recto. I am Ron. Having heard of your exceptional enchanting skills, I have come seeking your guidance." Master Recto scrutinized Joey, noticing his distinctly goblin-like features, and could not help but furrow his brow, slowly responding, "A pureblood goblin? It is indeed a rarity, yet it seems that the goblin race is not particularly adept at magic." Joey was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Leek Duo was tactfully declining his request. He hastily replied, I possess some unique insights regarding spatial magic. As he spoke, Joey slightly raised his arm, and with that motion, a section of space nearby collapsed as if it were made of glass, forming a dark and profound void. Upon witnessing this, Leek Duo's previously dismissive gaze transformed into one of keen focus. He squinted, meticulously observing the area of spatial collapse that had just manifested due to Zhou Yi's spell. Assessing his mastery of magic, after a considerable pause, he nodded in satisfaction, his tone considerably softened. Your control over spatial power is indeed commendable. In that case, let us proceed into the tower for a detailed discussion. With that, he vanished in a flash, racing toward the towering magical edifice that pierced the clouds. Zhou Yi, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed suit. From a distance, Leek Duo's magical tower stood like a pristine, immaculate snow-capped mountain upon the earth. The tower's surface shimmered with a gentle white light. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern countless intricate black magical runes crisscrossing its exterior. These runes slithered like agile black serpents across the white tower, occasionally emitting wisps of mysterious magical fluctuations. The entire magical tower exuded an imposing grandeur, evoking a sense of solemnity, as if it were the very nexus connecting heaven and earth. Upon entering the tower's interior, Zhou Yi was immediately awestruck by the scene before him. The space within the tower was extraordinarily vast, seemingly limitless, clearly showcasing the use of exceptionally advanced spatial folding techniques. Zhou Yi felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Master Leek Duo had dabbled in spatial magic as well. Thus, the realization of his dream of becoming a magical warrior seemed promising. Chapter 22. The Spatial Magic Sword. As Zhou Yi settled into the guest room of the magical tower, a young female magic apprentice entered, carrying 2 cups of tea. After respectfully serving the tea, she bowed and exited, prompting Zhou Yi to rise and express his gratitude. Once he resumed his seat, he reached into his dimensional backpack and retrieved a carefully wrapped gift. Unwrapping the silk cloth, he unveiled several exquisite paintings, each a rare treasure from the Goblin Ruins, meticulously selected based on his inquiries about Master Leek Duo's preferences. Indeed, upon catching sight of the splendid artworks, a flicker of surprise crossed Leek Duo's face, and his mood visibly lightened. Clearly, this gift had endeared him somewhat to his visitor, and he mused internally. What a considerate young fellow. Leek Duo took a sip of the warm tea, savoring the comforting warmth as it traveled down his throat, then lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with intensity as he inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit today?" Zhou Yi responded respectfully. "I have long heard of your extraordinary accomplishments in the realms of magic and enchantment, and I am here, rather presumptuously, to seek your guidance." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have been contemplating how to affix spatial power to weapons for an extended duration, and I hope you might impart your wisdom on this matter." Upon hearing Zhou Yi's inquiry, Leek Duo's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of jest illuminating his eyes as he teasingly retorted, "Oh, what prompts such a notion? Do you find the power of magic lacking?" Zhou Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment and explained, "Master, please do not jest. The truth is, I possess innate strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. However, relying solely on brute force in battle is inevitably limiting. Thus, I ponder whether I could harness the elusive nature of spatial magic to create a unique combat system." Leek Duo contemplated for a moment before responding. "If you merely wish to affix spatial power to melee weapons, that is relatively straightforward. However, enchantments are merely enhancements. They can amplify damage alongside similar attribute energy, and the damage from purely enchanted weapons is not significant. If you aim to convert magical energy into spatial power affixed to weapons, you might consider inscribing a conversion magic circle upon them. The conversion circle can transform your magical energy into spatial power, allowing for a lasting attachment to the weapon." Zhou Yi shook his head after some brief reflection. These two methods do not fully exploit spatial power, and their damage output is exceedingly limited. Leek Duo burst into laughter. "Your ambitions are quite grand. Are you truly considering the creation of an entirely new system?" Zhou Yi nodded without hesitation. "Indeed. I aspire to perfectly merge the warrior and magical domains to establish a magical warrior system. This new system must not only possess the formidable instantaneous explosive power of a mage, but also the enduring output capabilities of a warrior." As Leek Duo listened to Zhou Yi's ambitious vision, His previously jovial demeanor gradually shifted to one of deep contemplation. After a while, he flipped his hand, and an aged book materialized within his grasp. He extended the book toward Zhou Yi, speaking softly. This tome contains a special skill referred to as elemental weaponry. You may find it worthwhile to study it and see if it proves useful to you. Zhou Yi accepted the book and perused its contents. It was densely filled with principles, characteristics, and specific methods for condensing elemental weaponry. The further he read, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision the magical warrior system he had conceived taking shape. Closing the book, Zhou Yi looked up at Leek Duo, his voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you for your generosity. This will greatly assist me. Not at all that I, too, look forward to witnessing in my lifetime what kind of splendor your magical warrior will ultimately display. Leek Duo replied with a subtle smile. Zhou Yi solemnly expressed his gratitude once more before indicating his intention to take his leave. The path ahead was one he needed to traverse alone. In the vast and boundless cosmos, a colossal and fearsome beast floated silently at this moment. It bore an expression of contemplation that seemed starkly out of place. Indeed, it was none other than Zhou, the great merchant, mage, and warrior. He had now comprehended the principles of magical weaponry and was beginning to attempt the condensation of the legendary spatial magic sword. He raised his right arm, and a massive sword, radiating a dazzling silver light, gradually materialized. As the colossal sword took form, the surrounding space appeared to quiver under some unseen influence. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply and then swung the immense sword violently at a nearby massive meteorite. In an instant, a blinding silver light erupted, slicing through the sky like lightning. When the brilliance faded, a deep gash marred the surface of the meteorite. However, Zhou Yi frowned slightly, evidently dissatisfied with the result of this strike. While the power of the blow seemed formidable at first glance, the cosmic beast soared to the opposite side of the meteorite, unwaveringly swinging its arm once more. A blade of space struck the meteorite instantaneously, cleaving it in two as if it were mere tofu. The cut was smooth and glistening, as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. The power of the spatial magic sword paled in comparison to that of the spatial blade. Subsequently, Zhou Yi focused intently on the spatial magic sword in his grasp, cautiously attempting to rearrange the spatial elements along the blade's edge to mirror the configuration of the spatial blade. This time, the power of the magic sword surged significantly, nearly penetrating the meteorite. Yet, after a single strike, the spatial power atop the blade dissipated rapidly like receding tides. Clearly, the sword's stability and durability were far inferior to before. Zhou Yi remained undeterred, focusing on enhancing its stability before attempting again. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Zhou Yi lost count of how many modifications he had attempted. At last, the spatial magic sword met his standards. With a single stroke, the meteorite shattered, and the spatial magic sword continued to gleam with a chilling radiance. There were no signs of structural looseness or power diminishment. Its internal structure remained steadfast. Witnessing this, Zhou Yi could not help but nod in satisfaction. Although the magical energy consumed by this spatial magic sword was indeed greater than that of ordinary skills, its ability to execute stable and repeated attacks more than compensated for the substantial energy expenditure. Moreover, after successfully condensing it, only a small amount of magical energy was required to maintain its stability, allowing for a continuous barrage of attacks, greatly enhancing Zhou Yi's sustained combat capabilities. Chapter 23. The Sword Saint of the Kingdom in the Kingdom of Deer. Within the fortress of Huiyue, two figures stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the very air had solidified. One figure was an elderly man, his frail frame gripping an ordinary longsword. His slightly stooped body resembled an ancient pine tree weathered by time, standing still and unwavering. Within his deep-set eyes lay a profound and sharp gaze. Merely being subjected to that stare sent shivers down one's spine. Opposite this venerable elder stood a tall, green-skinned goblin, similarly wielding a shimmering silver magic sword. The pair of eyes fixed intently on the elderly man across from him, a profound gravity etched upon his expression. It was akin to confronting a fierce and formidable beast, instilling an unwavering sense of caution and vigilance. Zhou Yi gripped his enchanted sword tightly, his mind racing with strategies on how to initiate an attack. It was imperative to recognize that the venerable figure before him was none other than the legendary guardian of the Deer Kingdom, the Sword Saint Fei Air, in his prime, Fei Er had garnered immense fame through his transcendent swordsmanship and unparalleled fighting spirit, earning him a fearsome reputation that sent shivers down the spines of countless adversaries during the debates among nations. However, fate had played a cruel jest upon him, in the cataclysmic battle of 30 years past. Fei Er had met with an unfortunate defeat. Not only did he suffer this ignominy, but the very essence of his fighting spirit was shattered by his enemies in that fierce confrontation. Thus, the once mighty sword saint was reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Since that day, Fei Er had succumbed to profound despair and torment, seeking solace in the bottle, drowning his sorrows in drink. Eventually, the king, recalling their past camaraderie, appointed him as the head of the Queen's Guards. It was said that the gentle queen bore no ill will towards the sword saint's disheveled state. On the contrary, she often sought his company, engaging him in heartfelt conversations, gently guiding him with her soft, melodious voice, gradually unraveling the deep-seated knots of his troubled heart. As time passed, their bond deepened. The sword saint silently devoted himself to safeguarding the queen, fulfilling his duties diligently, while the queen consistently offered her unwavering companionship and support to him. Yet, it was regrettable that despite the intricate threads of emotion binding them, neither the sword saint nor the queen mustered the courage to take that crucial final step. It was only years later, when the queen succumbed to illness, that the sword saint honored his promise to her, steadfastly protecting her daughter. The loss of his fighting spirit was a devastating blow for a warrior. Yet the sword saint did not surrender. Instead, he dedicated himself to relentless training, honing his swordsmanship and fortifying his physique with indomitable will and tenacity. Time and again, he vanquished challengers with his extraordinary sword techniques, regaining his formidable reputation, until one fateful day, when the king fell gravely ill, the kingdom plunged into turmoil. The crown prince seized the opportunity to usurp power and began his regency. Meanwhile, the ambitious third prince, under the guise of loyalty to the throne, marched an army into the royal city with great fanfare. After a bloody and brutal conflict, the third prince successfully eradicated all perceived dissenters and unceremoniously ousted the frail, aging king, assuming the throne himself. Amidst this chaos, the sword saint displayed his invincible prowess, valiantly protecting the young ninth princess as he fought his way out of the royal city. They hastily made their way to the border city of Huihue, swiftly rallying those still devoted to the royal family. Thus, the name of Sword Saint Fei Er resounded ever more loudly. At this moment, Zhou felt an immense pressure facing such a renowned powerhouse. Yet, driven by the desire to learn even a fraction of the Sword Saint's extraordinary skills, he steeled himself for the challenge. Indeed, Zhou had traveled countless miles for the purpose of mastering the Sword Saint's unparalleled swordsmanship. Neither in his previous life nor in this one had he received systematic training in the art of the sword. To fulfill his aspirations as a magical warrior, he had come here to refine his skills. Taking a deep breath, Zhou gathered his resolve, a determined glint shining in his eyes. With a sudden bold stride forward, he unleashed his enchanted sword towards the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint remained motionless, subtly shifting his body as the blade approached, an action seemingly casual yet perfectly executed to evade the forceful strike. Subsequently, the Sword Saint raised his long sword with a gentle motion. The tip of the blade pierced towards Zhou like a feather drifting in the wind, devoid of any aggression. Anticipating that this strike would bear no fruit, Zhou, without hesitation, activated his teleportation before the Sword Saint's sword could reach him. The blade struck only air, and the Sword Saint raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. However, his reflexes were astoundingly swift, and almost simultaneously, he pivoted, expertly parrying the enchanted sword that came from behind him. Regrettably, he underestimated the force behind Zhou's strike. His long sword was gradually pushed down under the pressure, inching towards the Sword Saint. Observing this, the Sword Saint remained unperturbed, deftly flicking his wrist to angle his sword, skillfully redirecting Zhou's enchanted sword in a graceful arc. This maneuver, seemingly simple, effectively dissipated the force behind Zhou's strike. Undeterred, Zhou capitalized on his superior agility and strength, launching a relentless series of attacks against the Sword Saint. In an instant, the air was filled with flashing blades and the sound of rushing wind. The Sword Saint, however, remained remarkably composed, leisurely countering Zhou's onslaught. Each time, his sword struck precisely at the weak points of Zhou Yi's attacks, as if he had already discerned every flaw within Zhou Yi's technique. As the seconds ticked away, the Sword Saint refrained from launching any offensive maneuvers, focusing solely on defense and counteraction. Yet Zhou Yi gradually sensed that he was losing the rhythm of battle. His fervent assaults became increasingly frantic, his movements betraying signs of disarray. Moments later, after several failed attempts to breach the Sword Saint's defenses, Zhou Yi realized that continuing would be a futile endeavor. And so he retreated, panting lightly. With a wry smile, he gestured to the Sword Saint, sincerely remarking, "Truly deserving of the title of Sword Saint. I am in awe, sir." The Sword Saint's expression was serene as he revealed a hint of a smile. Slowly responding, "Among all the individuals I have encountered, your physical prowess is indeed exceptional. However, regarding your swordsmanship, it's a rather complicated matter." Zhou Yi mused inwardly, realizing that his attributes far surpassed those of mere commoners. Naturally, he kept such thoughts to himself. At that moment, he respectfully stated, "I have long sought a worthy mentor. Today, I am fortunate to have found you. Lord Fate, I hope you will impart your swordsmanship to me." The Sword Saint stroked his beard, chuckling, "I see no reason not to teach you my sword techniques, but first, you must agree to one condition." Chapter 24, Ethereal Sword Technique. Zhou Yi inquired, puzzled. What might that be? The Sword Saint did not answer directly, instead posing another question. "Do you know why I am here?" Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before hesitantly replying, "I have heard whispers that the 9th princess is rallying those loyal to the royal family. Could it be that she intends to seize the royal city?" Upon hearing this, the Sword Saint let out a deep sigh, his tone somber as he replied, "It is not our ambition to claim the throne. Rather, the so-called false king is far too aggressive, intent on exterminating us." He then added gravely, "Currently, the false king is preoccupied with purging all opposition. Once he completes this task, he will undoubtedly turn his sights here and launch an attack." At this juncture, the Sword Saint fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Yi, solemnly continuing, "The enemy's forces are vast and formidable. In the face of such a powerful adversary, our only recourse for self-preservation is to muster all our strength and fight back. Thus, I sincerely hope you can assist the 9th princess in overcoming this crisis." After hearing the Sword Saint's words, Zhou Yi fell into deep contemplation. Recalling his previous life, he had not participated in this endeavor. He later learned that the false king's formidable army had successfully breached Huiyue City, while the 9th princess had narrowly escaped the Deer Kingdom under the Sword Saint's desperate protection, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. In this life, however, if he were to get involved, the outcome could be quite different. Zhou Yi felt a surge of confidence. After all, his attributes were comparable to those of a boss, and he possessed an undying body. With nothing pressing on his agenda, participating in an exhilarating battle seemed a splendid choice. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement without hesitation. Observing this, the Sword Saint exhaled a long sigh of relief. He was well aware of Zhou Yi's astonishing physical capabilities. If he could receive the Sword Saint's meticulous guidance and combine it with Zhou Yi's mastery of spatial magic, he would undoubtedly become an indomitable weapon on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, a faint smile graced the Sword Saint's face as he spoke softly. "The false king is uncertain when he will be free to act, while the 9th princess is busy organizing her forces and preparing for battle. You may wish to take up residence in my estate for the time being." Zhou Yi promptly and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." He quickly acquiesced and adjusted his form of address. The Sword Saint was pleased with Zhou Yi's perceptive response and, after a slight nod, led him toward his abode. Throughout their journey, the two spoke little, yet an unspoken understanding seemed to exist between them. Over the course of the following month, Zhou Yi diligently arrived early at the Sword Saint's location each day. Learning swordsmanship under his tutelage without interruption, day by day, he successfully mastered two of the Sword Saint's unique techniques, the Ethereal Sword Technique and the Phantom Step. Initially, Zhou Yi found himself utterly defenseless against the Sword Saint, unable to withstand even a single blow. However, as time passed, through relentless practice and the Sword Saint's guidance, Zhou Yi gradually evolved. Eventually, he could engage the Sword Saint in a fierce back and forth, with both sides exchanging blows. What astonished the Sword Saint even more was Zhou Yi's physical condition. At every moment, his body was undergoing remarkable changes. This left even the Sword Saint astonished. The current Zhou had already transformed into a humanoid monster, and one could only speculate how far he could elevate himself from here. Were it not for their daily interactions that revealed Zhou was merely a goblin, he might have doubted whether he was a titan in disguise. Zhou could only smile wryly at this. His physical prowess had nearly doubled compared to just over a month ago, with all attributes soaring to 1900 points. Though it appeared that he could now contend with the Sword Saint in swordsmanship, Zhou was acutely aware that this capability did not stem from his mastery of the sword or combat skills reaching an extraordinary level. After all, he had only practiced for a little over a month. How could he possibly rival someone who had devoted their entire life to the way of the sword? Rather, it was his formidable physical condition that enabled him. With exceptional agility and immense strength, these attributes significantly enhanced his margin for error in battle. Moreover, his outstanding physique endowed him with ample endurance, allowing him to maintain peak performance during prolonged and intense confrontations. Consequently, each battle became rather monotonous, primarily relying on agile maneuvering and unexpected ambushes for a tactical approach. Often, after a fierce clash, neither side could truly vanquish the other, resulting in a stalemate. However, as time went on, Zhou gradually realized that such tactics would not improve his swordsmanship. Thus, he resolutely abandoned his agility advantage, opting instead for a direct confrontation with the Sword Saint. The result was a catastrophic defeat. Though the Sword Saint lacked combat energy and was not as powerful as Zhou, each of his strikes targeted Zhou's weak points in defense. Particularly, the ethereal swordplay employed by the Sword Saint was both unpredictable and gracefully fluid, resembling the effortless flow of clouds and water. The sword's momentum fluctuated between the illusory and the tangible, transitioning seamlessly between the two, making it nearly impossible to anticipate or defend against. To make matters worse, the Sword Saint paired his techniques with a set of highly deceptive phantom steps. Each time he moved, he appeared as elusive as a specter, dazzling onlookers and leaving them utterly bewildered regarding his next course of action. Faced with such an enigmatic combination of swordplay and footwork, Zhou found himself enduring considerable hardship. Suffering repeated setbacks on this day, Zhou was practicing his ethereal swordplay in the courtyard as usual. With sword in hand, he moved gracefully among the garden, each swing of his blade conjuring a fierce gust of wind. At that moment, a figure gradually came into view. It was a young lady clad in a delicate long dress. Her steps were light and elegant, her figure both graceful and alluring, as she approached the courtyard in a leisurely manner. This lady was none other than Princess Wenya, who stood quietly to the side, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou as he practiced. Over the past month, Princess Wenya had frequently visited the courtyard. With each encounter and exchange, Zhou gradually became more familiar with this gentle and kind princess. Wenya possessed a cascade of golden hair that flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, as if woven from countless tiny pieces of gold. Her fair, delicate skin resembled the smoothness of sheep-fat jade, radiating a faint pink hue. A subtle blush always adorned her cheeks, enhancing the charm of her already exquisite features. Especially her eyes, akin to a crystal-clear spring, sparkled with brilliance and vitality. When gazing at others, her expression was gentle and lively, captivating all who beheld her. Noticing the princess had come with the Sword Saint, Zhou realized she must have come to discuss something important, and he promptly sheathed his sword and approached her. He looked at the soft and beautiful face of Princess Wenya, a warm smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Wenya, what is it?" Upon hearing Zhou's question, Wenya furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of concern crossing her features as she replied in a hushed tone. "Brother Ron, the war is about to begin." Chapter 25. The bomber's Zhou fell into silence for a moment before asking, "Has the royal city already dispatched troops?" "Indeed," she confirmed. "Today, news arrived that the false king has sent General Singers to lead an army of 200,000 to attack, with his eldest son, Met, overseeing the military operations." Wenya paused before continuing, "They are expected to reach Huinyu City in 20 days. Zhou frowned slightly, realizing the false king was indeed intent on annihilation. A force of 200,000 was no trivial matter. Wenya's forces consisted of merely over 20,000 old troops and an additional 10,000 newly trained soldiers, a stark contrast to the enemy's massive army. Although the border soldiers had endured the trials of war for an extended period, Their overall combat effectiveness was indeed superior to that of the pampered troops from the interior. However, such a vast numerical disparity could not be easily bridged by a slight advantage in combat capability. Furthermore, the commander of the enemy forces was the seasoned and battle-hardened General Singers. Winning a battle under such a significant disparity in strength would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. Zhou spoke to reassure her. No need for concern. Huinyu City is a fortified border stronghold, and we shall be well-prepared. As for supplies, I possess spatial magic that can continuously provide resources. Zhou stated confidently. As a merchant of the Star Realm, he could assure an abundant supply of resources as long as he had sufficient Star Realm currency. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Wenya, inquiring again, by the way, how are the weapons I entrusted to you faring? Previously, Zhou had provided Wenya with a batch of weapons, including goblin bombs, magic crystal guns, and magic crystal cannons, intending to bolster the city's defensive strength. As for the more advanced magical mecha and spacecraft, they had yet to be deciphered and were not delivered, as humans could not pilot them. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's question, Wenya hurriedly replied, Brother Ron, I have arranged for the soldiers to practice diligently with the weapons you entrusted to me, and the goblin bombs have been buried along the enemy's main route. She hesitated before adding, however, the quantity of magic crystals consumed by the magic crystal cannons is truly staggering. At this point, a troubled expression crossed Wenya's face. Zhou Yi, however, waved his hand dismissively and reassured her, do not worry about the magic crystals. I have plenty. We must not delay the entire campaign over such a trifling matter. Hearing this, Wenya's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, softly saying, But I have already taken so many precious items from Brother Ron. I truly do not know how to repay you. Before she could finish, Zhou Yi chuckled, interrupting her, no need for concern. Once we successfully capture the royal city, it will not be too late to repay me then. Now, please find me a detailed map of the area surrounding Huinyu City. I need to prepare in advance. Zhou Yi requested a map and ventured outside the city to begin recording coordinates. He would pause at regular intervals, observing the surrounding environment and noting the coordinates of his current position. Even if he did not record some points, there was no need for concern. As long as he had a few neighboring coordinates as references, he could calculate and estimate the coordinates of the unknown points. After considerable effort, Zhou Yi finally completed the task of recording all the coordinates. He gazed with satisfaction at the densely packed data in his hands, breathing a sigh of relief. After documenting the coordinates, Zhou Yi piloted the Black Star, intending to create some disturbances in advance. Meanwhile, miles away, a vast army was marching in formation, the banner of the Flame Army flying high. This was the main force led by Singers, consisting of soldiers all at least level 40, allowing for rapid movement. Suddenly, countless black spherical objects plummeted from the sky above the army like raindrops. As these black spheres landed among the troops, they immediately triggered a series of earth-shattering explosions. In an instant, flames soared, thick smoke billowed, and the once orderly formation was thrown into disarray. Some unfortunate soldiers caught at the epicenter of the blasts had no time to scream before being obliterated, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. Those fortunate enough to escape the blasts were knocked to the ground by the tremendous shockwaves. Some were hurled into the air, while others fell heavily to the ground, resulting in chaos everywhere as the scene descended into utter turmoil. Just then, a player accompanying the troops shouted, Holy crap! Get down! It's bombers! A burly man, muscles bulging, leaped into the air like a ferocious tiger. His rugged face flushed with anger as he bellowed, Everyone hold steady! Do not panic! All troops, assume defensive positions. He commanded the archers, immediately shoot at those damned bombs in the sky. With his roar, dozens of mages accompanying the army sprang into action, their bodies shimmering with a myriad of colors, as if adorned with a kaleidoscopic shell, racing toward the sky. Zhou Yi, piloting the Black Star, did not linger but swiftly departed the area. The expanse occupied by the 200,000 troops was vast and seemingly endless. Zhou Yi maneuvered the Black Star, leading the mages in a serpentine flight above the sprawling army, occasionally dropping a few bombs. Unfortunately, the troops below were already on high alert. Archers swiftly unleashed fire element arrows to detonate the bombs, significantly reducing their destructive impact. Zhou Yi remained unconcerned about casualties. His sole aim was to create disturbances. As time passed, the seemingly absurd farce continued unabated. It was only after night fell and darkness enveloped the sky that it finally paused momentarily. The 200,000-strong army had finally set up camp, and the weary soldiers were preparing to rest when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very heavens. The murky night greatly complicated the archers' efforts to intercept the falling bombs. Their vision was obscured by the darkness, making it difficult to accurately track the trajectory of the explosives. Bombs streaked through the night like black meteors, howling as they descended upon the encampment. In an instant, flames erupted, and the sound of explosions was deafening. Many soldiers, still caught in the grip of slumber, were consumed by this unforeseen catastrophe, their precious lives extinguished without warning. Singus gazed at the chaotic camp, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. In this critical moment, he made a swift decision. Dispatching the mage battalion to disperse among the army, coordinating with the archers to intercept the bombs raining down from above. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yi seemed determined to continue this harassment campaign to the bitter end. Like a specter, he would occasionally appear above Singus's forces, dropping bombs. Singus had attempted to conceal his mages in the sky to ambush Zhou Yi, but the latter, relying on the unparalleled mobility and high defense of the Black Star, managed to break through the encirclement. Realizing the perilous situation, Singus understood that, given the current assembly of his forces, casualties would only escalate in the face of Zhou Yi's bombardment. Reluctantly, he ordered the army to split, marching in units of 10,000. Furthermore, when encamping at night, the camps were also spread apart to minimize casualties from Zhou Yi's assaults. Zhou Yi, realizing that daytime attacks yielded little effect and were merely a waste of bombs, shifted to nighttime bombardments while continuing to train with the Sword Saint during the day, busying himself with practice. Thus, Singus's army finally found a brief respite. However, the lengthy journeys by day and the constant vigilance against Zhou Yi's harassment at night kept the soldiers' nerves on edge. As days turned into weeks, they grew increasingly fatigued, each step forward feeling extraordinarily heavy. Under such intense pressure, their marching speed naturally slowed. Thus, amidst Zhou Yi's relentless harassment and Singus's army's arduous responses, over 30 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, the vanguard of the Flame Army had only advanced to within 100 miles of Huiyue City. The system broadcasted a new announcement. Ding, regional mission has been released. The Legacy War of the Deer Kingdom has been initiated. Players may choose to join the ranks of King Zair's Park or Princess Wenya Park. In war mode, players who are defeated will not drop items. Killing enemy troops or causing destruction will yield contribution points, which can be exchanged for items in the main city of the faction. Chapter 26. Annihilation of the Vanguard. At this moment, the 2,000-strong vanguard of the Flame Army had already entered the Waz Mountains. This range of peaks, once shaped by earth mages wielding their magic, had yielded a smooth mountain path. The army advanced slowly along this road, and as they traversed the space between two towering peaks, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the sky. This sound was all too familiar to the soldiers, who instinctively looked up, terror etched on their faces. However, what no one anticipated was that this assault did not come from the sky, but from the very ground beneath their feet. The mines laid by Wenya activated, unleashing a series of earth-shattering explosions. Not only did the ground tremble, but even the mountainsides echoed with deafening booms. As if countless powerful bombs had been detonated simultaneously in an instant, the mountains crumbled, rocks flying in all directions. Massive boulders rained down like hail, crashing mercilessly upon the unsuspecting soldiers below. In that moment, screams filled the air, blood splattered, and numerous soldiers met their demise. The tumbling rocks not only claimed many lives but also completely blocked the paths in front and behind, leaving the vanguard trapped in a dire predicament. As the situation grew increasingly critical, the seasoned vanguard commander understood that the enemy's ambush was far from simple. He decisively ordered the rear troop to become the front and sought to blast open the blocked mountain path to reunite with the main forces. At this critical juncture, countless figures suddenly emerged from the heights of the mountains. These were the troops of Huiyue City, lying in wait. Upon closer inspection, the soldiers bore various weapons. Some wielded magic crystal rifles, while others clutched goblin bombs. Yet, the most bizarre sight was a portion of them holding chunks of fatty meat. The vanguard commander, taken aback, could not help but feel perplexed. His gaze lingered on the meat when suddenly, A multitude of large chunks rained down from the sky. Upon closer examination, he realized these were also large pieces of fatty meat. A familiar black airship came into view, unmistakably the source of the meat being hurled down. In quick succession, bombs ignited these chunks of meat. In an instant, the valley was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing, creating a blazing inferno. Faced with this sudden conflagration, the mages of the vanguard hurriedly employed water magic in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. However, to their astonishment, no amount of water seemed to impact the inferno. Instead, the flames roared even more fiercely as if fueled by some unseen force. Indeed, this was the notorious fat of the blazing pig. This fat served as an exceptional fuel, burning at high temperatures, impervious to water, and requiring no oxygen, all while being remarkably inexpensive. At this moment, the soldiers trapped within the valley were plunged into despair and panic. They had never imagined that as members of the Flame Army, they would one day perish in flames. The soldiers in the rear, responsible for the blasting operations, were preparing to approach the rocks when unexpectedly, the flames ignited the explosives they carried. Amidst a series of deafening explosions, the valley became a scene of carnage, screams echoing, and the casualty count was harrowing. A group of high-ranking elite guards, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp blades, formed a tight circle around the mages and commanders, racing towards the mountainsides in a bid to break free from the enemy's encirclement. However, they faced the well-prepared soldiers of Huiwa City, armed with magic crystal rifles. In an instant, the cries of battle and screams mingled, and those who had initially stood guard quickly found themselves in dire straits. Despite their valiant resistance, they ultimately could not withstand the fierce, concentrated fire. Within mere minutes, this attempt to break through was utterly annihilated by the ambushing soldiers, leading to the complete destruction of the vanguard of the Flame Army, with not a single survivor. At this moment, players who had just received the regional mission erupted in excitement. Those in Princess Wenya's camp were gathered within the city, anxiously arranging formations under their leader's guidance, preparing for the impending siege battle. Meanwhile, they observed a player named Ron, soaring up the contribution leaderboard, sparking fervent discussions among the players regarding this bold figure who dared to directly assault the enemy forces. Conversely, players loyal to the king were still en route. As only a select few could endure the slow march to battle, most were hastily rushing to the scene after accepting the mission. With the annihilation of the vanguard, the morale of Huiwa City's forces soared. Soldiers cheered, their spirits lifted, and many experienced a rise in their levels. As the blazing flames gradually subsided, the soldiers began to methodically enter the valley, clearing the battlefield and collecting spoils. The obstructing boulders remained untouched, left to further hinder the enemy. When Singus received the news of the complete annihilation of the vanguard, he could scarcely believe his ears. An uncontrollable fury surged within him, prompting him to crush the cup in his hand. Shards scattering everywhere. They had already suffered over a month of harassment, resulting in more than 10,000 casualties. Yet now, an entire 2,000-strong vanguard had been wiped out. What filled him with even greater shame was that he had yet to lay eyes on the enemy. His once mighty force of 200,000 had dwindled to just under 170,000, and among these remained approximately 50,000 soldiers of low combat capability and weak resolve. At that moment, the Grand Prince Meat strode into the tent, his expression grave as he inquired, "I have just heard that the vanguard has been annihilated. What on earth happened?" Singus, his face darkened, gritted his teeth as he replied, "I cannot fathom where these damned traitors procured their vast arsenal. The vanguard fell into an ambush and was surrounded, leading to their total demise." Upon hearing this, Meat's brow furrowed tightly as he pressed on. "How many traitors were eliminated by the vanguard?" Singus's expression soured further, his countenance resembling the bottom of a pot. He replied harshly, "The scouts report that the main army has been blocked by the rebels in the Waz Mountains, suffering devastating fires, and has not engaged in direct combat with the enemy. Therefore, no rebels have been slain." Upon hearing this, Meat's anger flared instantly. His eyes widened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Singus, shouting, "Singus, is this the answer you provide me? 20,000 soldiers. Even if we let out 20,000 pigs, surely some rebels would be crushed. Yet you tell me that not a single enemy has been killed? What purpose do you serve as the commander?" Singus, chastised by Meat's words, dared not retort and could only respond solemnly, The responsibility lies with me. I underestimated the enemy and failed to foresee their audacity in ambushing our forces. I shall order the army to march swiftly towards Huiyue City, and I will personally command the assault to eradicate this band of rebels." Hearing Singis's declaration, Meat's expression softened slightly, yet his wrath remained unquenched. With a cold snort, he proclaimed, "Very well. Since you possess this awareness, I grant you another chance. Should you fail to annihilate the rebels this time, you will present your head to me." With that, Meat dramatically swept his sleeve and turned away. The march of the Flame Army quickened once more. Chapter 27. The princess's guard time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The Flame Army finally established camp 20 miles south of Huiyue City. The encampment was divided into 5 directions: east, west, south, north, and center, each separated by approximately 10 miles. The central camp, the most grand and imposing, housed 50,000 valiant soldiers, while the other 4 camps each accommodated 30,000. Zhou Yi, who had been closely monitoring enemy movements, could not afford to miss such a prime opportunity. Without hesitation, he piloted the Black Star, racing towards the enemy lines, eager to unleash a fervent bombardment. However, the unfolding events defied his expectations. As bombs thundered from the Black Star, they did not incite the usual chaos and explosions within the enemy camp. Instead, these bombs appeared to collide with an invisible wall mid-air. Becoming firmly ensnared, then, a series of deafening blasts erupted, transforming the bombs into brilliant bursts of fireworks that illuminated the entire sky. It turned out that Singis had expended considerable resources to arrange magical formations around each camp with the Mage Corps. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yi could only depart in frustration and return to Huiyue City to report the situation to Wenya. At that moment, Wenya sat within the Lord's mansion, fervently discussing the current battle situation and strategies with her generals. Upon hearing that Zhou Yi's harassment had yielded no results, she inquired how her subordinates intended to respond. Just then, a burly man with a full beard abruptly stood up, brandishing his robust arms as he bellowed, "Princess, in my opinion, we should take advantage of the enemy's current fatigue and lead our forces out to engage them in battle. Let those rascals feel our might." However, a middle-aged general seated nearby shook his head with concern. Slowly articulating, "The enemy is formidable, and Singis will undoubtedly anticipate our attack while they are weary. They will be prepared. If we act recklessly, we may not only fail to achieve victory but also suffer significant losses." Wenya furrowed her brow upon hearing this, her mind clouded with uncertainty. After all, the forces under her command amounted to little more than 30,000 soldiers, alongside over 40,000 newly gathered adventurers. Indeed, Huiyue City had amassed a player force exceeding 40,000. These players, having journeyed through 4 months of leveling, had achieved an average level of 40. It is worth noting that the lowest level among the veteran troops Wenya summoned was 55. The newly trained recruits, on the other hand, were roughly at level 40. Naturally, in one-on-one combat, a rookie would struggle against players with a plethora of skills, especially in the Roland world, where wild monsters were scarce and leveling was arduous. Otherwise, Wenya's main force would have simply been her player guard. At this juncture, Wenya's heart was torn. On one hand, she was reluctant to let slip this golden opportunity to strike the weary enemy. On the other hand, she feared that engaging in a field battle would deplete her hard-earned resources. Thus, she sought the counsel of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation before ultimately deciding to launch an attack. After all, the Flame Army was in a dire state after continuous harassment for over a month. Allowing them to recuperate would make the upcoming battle even more challenging. Resolute, Zhou Yi turned to the assembly, his demeanor grave as he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, such an opportunity is indeed rare. I believe we should take the initiative to strike while the iron is hot. This evening, we shall split our forces into 2, one composed of the adventurers, who will exit through the southern city gate to attack the enemy's front line, drawing the attention of both the front and middle divisions. The other will consist of the main forces from Huiyue City, emerging from the eastern city gate to assault the enemy's eastern flank. In this battle, we do not seek to annihilate the enemy, but rather to inflict significant casualties. Regardless of the outcome, we must withdraw rapidly after half an hour to avoid being restrained by the enemy's reinforcements." After deliberation, the assembly agreed to the proposal, leaving behind 1,000 veterans and 5,000 new recruits to guard the city. While the remaining forces participated in the night raid, as night descended, the southern gate of Huiyue City creaked open, emitting a soft groan. The bearded general took the lead, guiding 2,000 elite soldiers out of the city first. Following them, over 30,000 players surged forth like a tidal wave, their raucous cheers echoing through the night sky. These players, filled with exuberance, shouted slogans such as, "For Princess Wenya, we give our lives. I am the dog of Princess Wenya. Long live Princess Wenya." The cacophony rang out, creating a lively atmosphere. Once all the players had exited the city, the gate closed silently behind them. The bearded general turned to gaze at the exuberant players, a hint of resignation crossing his face. This was hardly a night raid. It resembled a collective outing. Yet, having accepted the mission, he could only grit his teeth and press on. Resolutely, he led the raucous and chaotic army straight towards the front lines of the Flame Army. At that moment, the Flame Army's front line was already on high alert. The players from Huiwa City had just issued the order for a night raid on the front line, and the news swiftly reached General Singus. This time, Singus dared not underestimate the situation. He quickly dispatched 20,000 soldiers from the Middle Division to reinforce the front line, including 10,000 cavalry. Furthermore, he specifically instructed the other camps to heighten vigilance and bolster defenses to prevent enemy ambushes. Thus, as the undisciplined players surged toward the Flame Army's encampment, they were met with a well-prepared force. Suddenly, dozens of brilliant light bulbs lit up the previously dark sky, illuminating the battlefield like daybreak. Courtesy of the mage's illumination spells, then, a deafening roar echoed through the air. "Fire!" With this command, a torrent of arrows and cannon fire erupted. The rain of arrows, piercing the air with a fierce whistle, rained down upon the players charging forward. At the forefront, 2 rows of Flame Army soldiers armed with crystal guns unleashed a barrage of lethal bullets. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air as the leading players were mowed down. The once boisterous throng of players fell into sudden silence. Yet, after a brief moment of stillness, some fearless players regained their composure and shouted, "Charge forward! Fight them! Eliminate these scoundrels!" Before the words had fully escaped their lips, they surged forward once more without hesitation. Some even employed various mobility skills, skillfully evading the relentless rain of arrows. The intense barrage terrified many players, causing them to stumble backward in a frantic attempt to escape the dreadful battlefield. However, as they retreated, they collided head-on with the 2,000 enforcement soldiers led by the bearded general. In a flash of cold steel, the enforcement soldiers struck down the retreating players mercilessly. "Charge the entire army! Slay those who retreat!" the bearded general roared, his voice booming like thunder, as he felled yet another player attempting to flee. Despite their overwhelming fear, the remaining players dared not retreat any further. They gritted their teeth and forced themselves to push forward. They understood that there was no escape in either direction. Charging ahead might yet allow them to fell a few enemies and earn some contribution points. Once within range, the players unleashed their full arsenal of skills. A kaleidoscope of colorful attacks erupted, raining down upon the Flame Army's ranks like a dazzling fireworks display. The players within the Flame Army were not to be trifled with either. They fought back fiercely. Yet, the number of players on the Flame Army's side was pitifully small. After all, the ruthless king was hardly as appealing as the gentle and sweet princess. Observing the chaotic melee between the players and the Flame Army, the bearded general's gaze inadvertently drifted eastward, silently hoping, may everything go smoothly for them. Chapter 28. Night Raid. Meanwhile, Zoe was leading the main force, having just arrived not far from the eastern encampment. Zoe swiftly activated the invisibility cloak, stealthily advancing towards the enemy's sentry with a dozen agile assassins. In mere moments, they efficiently eliminated the sentry. Following this, Zoe piloted the Black Star, charging towards the camp's gate like a frenzied beast. With a resounding crash, the gate shattered into fragments. The Huiwa army seized the opportunity while the enemy was still reeling, first unleashing a volley of fire element arrows, and then surging forward like a tide. Crashing into the encampment in an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons, echoing into the heavens. Within this eastern encampment, there were merely 20,000 regular troops of level 50 and above, alongside 10,000 subservient troops composed of death row inmates and slaves of level 40 and above. Despite receiving orders from Singes to heighten their vigilance and bolster defenses, all soldiers were resting in their armor. Weapons at hand. However, after enduring over a month of harassment, they were utterly exhausted and demoralized. Typically, These subservient troops were tasked with transporting supplies and setting up camp, often serving as cannon fodder on the front lines. Thus, they exhibited neither morale nor discipline. Now, facing an invigorated Huiyue force, with the lowest rank exceeding level 55 among the 20,000 troops and 5,000 new recruits, they were undeniably at a significant disadvantage. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined from the outset. At this moment, Zhou Yi was darting through the camp in the Black Star, seizing opportunities to hurl bombs or the fat of explosive pigs. Sowing chaos in an instant, violent explosions erupted. Flames surged and billowing smoke, accompanied by a pungent odor, enveloped the camp, plunging it into utter disarray. The ferocious blasts and rampaging flames greatly intimidated the subservient troops. Without offering any resistance, they hastily discarded their weapons and fled in panic. In stark contrast, the regular troops of the Luoyuan army displayed commendable combat training. They utilized the tents as strongholds, swiftly forming tightly knit squads. Coordinating with one another, they methodically advanced towards the central tent, striving to stabilize their formation amidst the chaos. Alas, they encountered the ruthless frontier forces. The soldiers of the Huiyue army surged forth like a relentless tide, charging at the enemy with reckless abandon, eager to engage in combat. Their assault was rapid, disregarding their own safety and casualties. Before most of the Luoyuan soldiers could approach the central tent, the Huiyue army pounced upon them like famished wolves. Before the central tent, the eastern commander was busy organizing the newly gathered soldiers into formation, attempting to restore order and establish a viable defense. Just then, the overwhelming battle cries drew near. The fierce Huiyue army descended like a torrential storm, mercilessly tearing apart the still disorganized eastern formations. The eastern soldiers were thrown into disarray, their ranks shattered. Seeing the grim turn of events, the eastern commander sought to retreat with his guards, hoping for a chance to regroup. However, it was too late. The Huiyue army quickly encircled them, trapping them completely in a fierce assault. The eastern commander found himself surrounded, isolated, and ultimately perished under the relentless onslaught. With their commander lost, the eastern forces fell into utter chaos. The Huiyue army surged in all directions, seizing the opportunity to eliminate as many enemies as possible. At this juncture, the eastern army was utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Wherever the Huiyue troops went, they left behind devastation, scattered remnants of soldiers, and shattered weaponry. Some Luoyuan soldiers, recognizing the futility of further resistance, discarded their arms in hopes of surrendering for survival. Yet, the Huiyue army, pressed for time, had no capacity to take prisoners. Without a moment's hesitation, they executed all the surrendering soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi piloted the Black Star high into the sky, keenly observing the movements of the enemy reinforcements. He noted that the 30,000 troops in the central command, though arrayed for battle, stood immobile, evidently wary of splitting their forces and leaving their defenses vulnerable. Meanwhile, the rear guard of 20,000 Luoyuan troops was hastening towards the eastern encampment for support, leaving only 10,000 subservient troops to guard the rear. After clarifying the situation, Zhou Yi wasted no time and flew the Black Star above the rear guard reinforcements. Soon, the familiar thunderous sound resonated once more across the land. The rear guard, now devoid of magical protection, lay completely exposed to attack. Seeing this, the rear commander made a swift decision, disregarding the potential bombs that might rain down from above. He resolutely ordered his troops to hasten their march, aiming to reach the eastern encampment as quickly as possible. Observing that the troops below were unperturbed by his bombardment, Zhou Yi unleashed his full might, reveling in the destruction. For half an hour, the Huiyue army continued their slaughter within the encampment, effectively diminishing the eastern troops' combat capability before executing a planned and orderly retreat. When Singes received news of the eastern army's devastating defeat and the enemy's successful withdrawal, he felt as though the world was spinning around him, his head ringing, nearly losing his footing. It was known that he had previously issued multiple commands for all troops to remain highly vigilant and on high alert, without a hint of complacency. Yet, even so, in the span of merely half an hour, the Eastern army had been utterly decimated. This harsh reality made him realize that he had grossly underestimated the enemy's fighting prowess. Filling him with regret and shock, as dawn's light began to break, illuminating the sky, casualty reports from the various armies began to arrive at Singe's desk. The front line, having been well prepared and on high alert, coupled with the timely dispatch of 20,000 troops from the Central Command, had fared relatively well in terms of casualties. They suffered the loss of over 6,000 men, successfully eliminating more than 20,000 enemy players. Notably, among the 6,000 casualties, over half were subservient troops, thus the actual loss for the regular army was not significant. Conversely, the rearguard, while en route to support, unfortunately encountered enemy bombardments, resulting in the loss of over 700 men. In stark contrast, the battered Eastern Army suffered the heaviest losses. Of their 20,000 regular troops, over 13,000 had perished, while the remaining remnants were absorbed by the rear guard, as for the 10,000 subservient troops. Only 2,000 remained on the chaotic battlefield. Search teams discovered over 4,000 corpses of subservient troops, with the remainder likely having escaped amidst the turmoil. Even the Huiyue army sustained over 2,000 casualties in this fierce battle. Most astonishing was the fate of the Eastern Army's 150-member Mage Corps. Their tents had been established in a secure rear area, and they were still sound asleep when the Huiyue army launched their assault. By the time they awoke to the commotion, the Huiyue forces had already slain the Eastern commander. In their panic, the mages hastily unleashed a flurry of spells, attempting to demonstrate their resistance. Subsequently, they each employed their means to flee the battlefield in haste. It was not that the mages lacked courage, but rather they were compelled to retreat in the face of overwhelming force. As a result, amidst the near-total annihilation of the Eastern Army, the 150-member Mage Corps astonishingly maintained their complete formation. Singes glared at the battle reports in his hand, grinding his teeth in fury, unable to contain his expletives. These damned mages! How utterly useless they are in a critical moment! His heart brimmed with anger over the Mage Corps' negligence and cowardice. Chapter 29. Forbidden Spell. Meteor of Destruction. Following this resounding victory, the morale of the soldiers in Huiyue City soared, filling them with confidence for the forthcoming battles. However, the player community suffered severe losses, as most players tragically perished during the night raid, losing their lives. Only a handful of players, thanks to their exceptional positioning, managed to escape alongside the bearded ones. Within the Lord's Manor, Wenya, elegantly clad in a purple palace gown, presided over the gathering with the generals. Her voice, gentle yet firm, resonated. Though we have triumphed in this night raid, the enemy still possesses over 100,000 troops, a force not to be underestimated. The previous skirmish was merely an appetizer, showcasing our might, but the upcoming siege will be the true test of our mettle. With that, Wenya issued several military orders. All troops must maintain heightened vigilance, fortify their defenses, and ensure all supplies are thoroughly prepared. Generals were to conduct frequent inspections, leaving no room for complacency. It was especially crucial to bolster night watch forces. Experienced veterans were to guard the city gates, and upon detecting any suspicious personnel approaching, they were to shoot without hesitation. Mages were to rotate guard duties, deploying monitoring magic formations to prevent any stealthy incursions by the enemy. General Mose, the South Gate will be entrusted to your command. As the military orders were clearly disseminated, the commanders swiftly readied their troops for the formidable challenges ahead. After 2 days of recuperation, the Luoyuan army could no longer contain their eagerness and initiated an offensive to seize Huiyue City. Singes first summoned a group of agile assassins, aiming to stealthily infiltrate the city under the cover of night, seeking an opportunity to capture the city gates and allow the subsequent forces to advance unimpeded. However, as the assassins approached the gates, they were keenly detected by the defenders. After a fruitless assault, they were left with only a few corpses, fleeing in disarray. With one plan thwarted, Singes arranged for Earth Element mages to secretly dig a tunnel into the city, hoping to bypass the defenses and capture the stronghold. However, the magical fluctuations caused by the tunnel excavation were detected by the city's monitoring magic formations. Countless soldiers surged from the city, surrounding the few hundred soldiers emerging from the tunnel, who met their demise on the spot. Witnessing the formidable defenses of Huiyue City, Singes had no choice but to resort to a direct assault. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting its warm glow upon the towering and formidable southern gate of Huiyue City. Not far from the city, a dark mass of soldiers approached like a rolling storm, heralding the arrival of the Flame Legion. After several days of rest, the soldiers appeared rejuvenated. Following a rousing pre-battle speech by Singus, their spirits soared even higher. Leading the charge were over 30,000 vassal troops, clad in rudimentary leather armor and wielding makeshift weapons. as they rushed toward the city walls, shouting fervently while carrying ladders. On the walls of the southern gate, General Moss, with his bushy beard, observed the tide of vassal troops surging forward with an unwavering demeanor. He understood that they were merely cannon fodder, intended to exhaust his side's firepower, and he decisively commanded his soldiers to shoot at will. Atop the walls, not only were there skilled archers, but also infantry armed with magic crystal rifles. The rifles were user-friendly, allowing even ordinary soldiers to wield them with ease, transforming into sharpshooters. In an instant, the walls erupted with a barrage of fire, creating an impenetrable line of death. Waves of soldiers quickly discharged their ammunition before retreating to reload, only to be replaced by fresh troops eager to continue the assault. This relentless cycle of attacks inflicted heavy casualties upon the vassal army below, preventing them from scaling the walls. Naturally, the players seized this opportunity to accumulate contributions, unleashing powerful skills upon the enemies below, heedless of their mana consumption. Observing the devastating losses among the vassal troops, with the remaining soldiers merely scrambling for cover and devoid of fighting spirit, Singus realized that this stalemate was futile. He promptly ordered the deployment of 10,000 vanguard troops to bolster their ranks. The morale of the Flame Legion was indeed exceptional. As soon as the vanguard stepped onto the battlefield, a fierce battle fervor erupted, driving them recklessly toward the city walls. Seeing that the vanguard successfully drew the fire from the walls, Singus quickly commanded the magic crystal cannons to be moved into attack range. Preparing to bombard the city gate, hundreds of magic crystal cannons slowly advanced toward the battlefield, their sights set firmly on Huinyu City. On the walls, Moss witnessed this development with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Exclaiming with laughter, "I've been waiting for this." As the magic crystal cannons of the Flame Legion entered the attack range of Huinyu City, Moss decisively ordered the hidden cannons within the city to swiftly target the enemy's artillery. Leveraging the height advantage of the walls, the cannons of Huinyu City had a longer range. One by one, large wooden crates on the walls were opened, revealing massive magic crystal cannons. After a brief aiming period, nearly 100 cannons lined up and simultaneously fired. Upon seeing the sudden emergence of the enemy's magic crystal cannons, Singus's complexion changed dramatically, and he shouted in alarm. He never anticipated that Huinyu City concealed such an arsenal. Just as he intended to command a retreat for his cannons, it was too late. A thunderous roar erupted as the cannon positions were instantly engulfed by a barrage of shells. As the smoke cleared, devastation reigned, leaving numerous magic crystal cannons and gunners obliterated. The surviving gunners, gripped by terror, hurriedly attempted to push their cannons away as a new round of bombardment approached. However, the ground had already been rendered uneven by the relentless fire, and the massive cannons were immovable. Reluctantly, the gunners abandoned their cannons and scattered in a desperate bid for survival. Another wave of artillery fire followed, utterly demolishing the remaining magic crystal cannons. Witnessing this, Moss laughed heartily and commanded the cannons to continue their bombardment on the enemy. Singus roared in fury. Where did these traitors acquire so many magic crystal cannons? Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer. Realizing that the magic crystal cannons were no longer reliable, he hastily ordered his messengers, "Summon the mages. We need them to break down that accursed city gate." Responding to the command, a 1,000-member mage battalion began advancing slowly toward Huinyu City. This contingent comprised all the mages within the Flame Legion, each of whom was above level 100. As they marched, the mages chanted a unified incantation in unison. Upon completion of the spell, a colossal protective shield enveloped the entire mage battalion. This was their signature technique, combined casting. Moss soon noticed the anomaly and immediately ordered the magic crystal cannons to fire upon the mage battalion. The enormous cannons began to charge, and once fully loaded, the shells shot forth like thunderbolts toward the mages. The projectiles struck the protective shield with tremendous force, creating ripples upon its surface. Yet, the mages within remained calm, fully aware that the shield's defenses were not something the magic crystal cannons could breach in a short time. Thus, the mages continued their incantations, focusing on a new spell, Forbidden Spell, Destructive Meteor. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, and a vast elemental vortex began to materialize, expanding steadily. The elemental forces within swirled violently, as if preparing to unleash a terrifying display of elemental wrath upon the world. Moss, observing this from the walls, felt a surge of panic. He knew the destructive potential of such a phenomenon. If the forbidden spell succeeded, the devastation would be unimaginable. At that moment, Zhou Yi, who had been watching from the walls, sensed the impending crisis and decided to intervene personally. After briefing Moss, he cast an invisibility spell, vanishing from sight. Chapter 30. The Battle. In a flash, Zhou Yi teleported to the ground, racing toward the mage battalion. Upon nearing the protective shield, he teleported once more, successfully infiltrating the enemy ranks. Without hesitation, he began to conjure a spatial storm. The unusual surge of magical energy he unleashed immediately drew the attention of the mages. However, at that critical juncture of channeling the forbidden spell, they could not afford to divert their focus. Reluctantly, a few mages endured the backlash and broke free from the combined casting. They cast detection spells, attempting to locate the source of the disturbance. Fortunately, Paul's invisibility cloak proved remarkably effective, as it did not rely on mana to maintain stealth. The mage's detection spells failed to reveal his presence. Yet, the increasingly dense spatial energy instilled fear among the mages. They understood that if such potent spatial energy were to erupt, its coverage would be vast, and the resultant destruction would be incalculable. The leader of the mage battalion quickly noticed the plight of the mages in distress. Gritting his teeth, he braved the backlash and forcibly detached himself from the combined casting. Once free, he closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the direction of the spatial energy's accumulation. Moments later, when he opened his eyes again, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a specific point. Without hesitation, he swiftly gestured with his hands, chanting an incantation to cast a group shield spell. Each mage in the vicinity was enveloped in a transparent barrier, securing their protection. Having completed this, he took a deep breath and prepared to cast another spell, Energy Tide. With each recitation of his incantation, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted in that area. This powerful energy surged forth like a tidal wave, carrying the potential for utter annihilation, sweeping across the entire region. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, caught within this energy tide, was at a critical juncture of energy accumulation and had no time to escape using teleportation. In that dire moment, he hastily shielded himself with a spatial barrier and an ice shield, only to be struck by the tidal wave of energy. The tremendous impact revealed his position, causing him to become visible. The leader of the mages, witnessing this, had a glint of cold light flash in his eyes. He brandished his staff, unleashing a dazzling bolt of lightning that streaked through the air like an arrow aimed directly at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi attempted to evade, but the lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him regardless of his maneuvers. In desperation, Zhou Yi activated his dimensional backpack. A rift tore open in midair, and a massive piece of star iron flew out to shield him as the lightning, imbued with the force of thunder, rushed toward him. It collided fiercely with the star iron. In an instant, a blinding light exploded forth. Accompanying this intense radiance, the previously dark and profound star iron was transformed into a vivid crimson hue, as though ignited by flames. Even more terrifyingly, the seemingly indestructible surface of the star iron began to melt, as if encountering molten lava. Witnessing this, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in shock, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He had never anticipated that such an unremarkable bolt of lightning could possess such immense power. He had reached level 68 after over a month of bombardment, with each attribute exceeding 3,000 points and his health surpassing 30,000. Although his strength had significantly increased, he did not possess the innate physical and magical defenses of a starry beast. Furthermore, his yin-yang harmony skill only supplemented his base attributes, excluding defense attributes. His magical defense, bolstered by a level 60 epic piece of equipment acquired from the Goblin Ruins, totaled only 450 points. The magical damage from the 233-level mage leader was evidently formidable, making it clear that his meager magical defense would not suffice. The leader of the mage battalion raised his staff, concentrating a terrifyingly potent energy at its tip. A brilliant light began to coalesce, revealing currents of electricity dancing like silver serpents intertwined within. As time elapsed, the light grew ever more intense, as though it aimed to engulf all surrounding illumination. Finally, when the radiance reached its zenith, a dazzling bolt of lightning materialized, roaring forth like a dragon, claws bared and ready to charge ahead. As it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting deafening booms. Even the fabric of space trembled, unable to withstand the colossal energy surge. Danger! Zhou Yi, positioned nearby, felt an unprecedented sense of peril. His heart raced, and his sixth sense blared warnings. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi decisively halted the energy he was channeling. With a swift motion of his hands, he hurled the recently conjured spatial storm towards the crowd. Just as the lightning bolt was about to strike his body, Zhou Yi's figure flickered, and he executed a teleportation spell. Vanishing from sight in an instant. At that moment, the leader of the mage group was taken aback by Zhou Yi's sudden disappearance. However, before he could regain his composure, he noticed the ferocious spatial storm surging towards the crowd with overwhelming force. The mage leader could not afford to continue searching for Zhou Yi. He raised his hand in haste, attempting to cast a spell to contain the rampaging spatial vortex. But just then, a sharp sound of air being sliced apart echoed from behind him. His heart sank in terror. He had no time to turn around and discern what had transpired. Instinctively, he conjured a repulsion fire ring to push back. Simultaneously, he quickly enveloped himself in a protective shield. Yet, he had underestimated Zhou Yi's prowess. After being pushed back a few steps by the repulsion fire ring, Zhou Yi quickly regained his footing. He raised his right hand high, and a blade of space, shimmering with a cold light, struck directly at the leader's shield. To his astonishment, that seemingly indestructible shield shattered under the blow of the spatial blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, swiftly closing the distance to the mage leader. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his spatial shield so effortlessly breached by Zhou Yi's singular skill. His expression darkened instantly, for he understood better than anyone the formidable strength of his shield. The ease with which it was shattered sent a wave of foreboding crashing over him. He quickly turned his gaze towards the distant spatial storm. Now wreaking havoc, the storm resembled a colossal beast out of control, sweeping through with astonishing speed and power. Wherever it passed, the mages were unable to withstand its might, instantly torn to shreds, leaving a scene of utter devastation. As countless mages perished, the imminent completion of the forbidden spell lost its continuous magical support, beginning to dissipate gradually. Worse still, due to the abrupt interruption of the forbidden spell, a powerful backlash erupted. The unprepared mages were suddenly struck hard, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground in agony. The mage leader, witnessing this horrific scene, felt his eyes turn red with fury. At that moment, a voice of cold amusement broke through the chaos. Distracting oneself in battle is a grave mistake. Chapter 31. The end of the mages. Hearing the taunt, the leader turned to see Zhou Yi wearing a triumphant smile. With a sudden shift, Zhou Yi executed the phantom step, darting towards the leader like a wraith. Simultaneously, he wielded his sword with the grace of a gale. The ethereal sword technique reaching its pinnacle, waves of razor-sharp sword energy howled forth, akin to 1,000 swords unleashed, enveloping the leader in a relentless barrage. In an instant, all space around the leader was tightly sealed, leaving no avenue for escape. The graceful sword lights, imbued with a heart-stopping power, struck the leader, breaking through his defenses. As his shields crumbled, the once resplendent adornments on the leader's body dulled, losing their brilliance as if drained of life. Witnessing this, the leader's expression transformed entirely. With a furious roar, he gripped his staff tightly and slammed it forcefully into the ground. In that instant, a dazzling ice-blue light erupted from the staff's tip, exuding a chill as frigid as a polar glacier. Immediately, a massive wave of icy force surged forth from the staff, rushing towards Zhou Yi with the might of a thunderclap as it passed. Even the air seemed to congeal, instilling a bone-chilling dread deep within the soul. Just as the icy wave was about to strike him, Zhou Yi's figure flickered away, evading the terrifying force. The leader felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Before he could react, a flash of cold light swept before him. The next moment, he was gripped by a sharp pain in his neck, and he watched in horror as his head slowly slid from his shoulders, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's level soared dramatically, rocketing to level 104. After a long sigh of relief, he collects Singus, leading his weary and battered troops, slowly returned to the encampment, burdened by exhaustion. The moment he stepped into the tent, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into a chair, utterly drained. His eyes were hollow and devoid of life, fixated on the top of the tent, his thoughts entangled like a chaotic mass. After what felt like an eternity, his personal guard hurried in, their demeanor frantic, hands offering the meticulously compiled casualty list. Singus's gaze gradually shifted to the document in the guard's hands, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He extended his hand to take the list, his eyes first drawn to the section detailing the casualties of the Mage Corps. The commander of the Mage Corps was missing. Upon reading those few terse words, a thunderous reverberation echoed in Singus's mind, as if a bolt of lightning had exploded beside him. Given the ferocious bombardment from the magic crystal cannon, it was highly likely that they had been obliterated beyond recognition. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and continued to read. Originally, there had been 1,000 mages in the Corps. Now, only 384 severely injured mages had been rescued. The cavalry, in their efforts to assist, had also lost over 2,000 soldiers, as for the infantry. Singus could bear to look no further. None of this mattered to him anymore. He understood that his political career had reached a definitive end. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to swiftly conquer Huiyue City and return to the capital with the traitors to plead for the king's mercy. He silently prayed, hoping that the king would show leniency. Considering his years of service and notable achievements in battle, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful old age at that moment, the tense flap was lifted, and the crown prince, Met, strode in. Upon seeing Singus's despondent expression, sitting motionless, a jolt of unease coursed through Met, a foreboding feeling taking root in his heart, as expected. When Singus numbly handed him the casualty list, Met took it, and with a mere glance, his already grave expression turned as pale as a sheet. Devoid of color. Previously, while observing the battle, he had only a vague understanding of the heavy losses, but he had not anticipated the situation to be this dire. He understood that as the main commander, Singus bore a heavy burden of responsibility, and as the supervising general, he too could not absolve himself from complicity. This catastrophic defeat could very well plunge them into an irretrievable abyss. The next morning, as dawn broke, the call to arms for the siege sounded once more, piercing the air with a chilling clarity, resonating with an unyielding sense of urgency. The infantry, which had suffered relatively minor losses the previous day, was now split into two, launching a fierce assault on the walls of Huiyue City. 30,000 soldiers arrayed before the southern and western walls, with hundreds of iron ladders prominently displayed among them. The formidable Flame Legion foot soldiers formed small groups, hoisting the ladders, striding purposefully towards the walls with an unwavering pace. Simultaneously, the archers and magic crystal gunners of the Flame Legion swiftly secured their attacking positions, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the defenders atop the walls. The siege quickly escalated into a fevered clash. Singus, with bloodshot eyes, disregarded the casualties among his soldiers, commanding the siege forces to unleash their full might and capture the city without delay. Met stood by his side, voicing no objections. Their fates were now intertwined, each fervently hoping to conquer Huiyue City swiftly and return to the royal city to report. The walls of Huiyue City were equally bustling with activity. Numerous ranged players, having accrued considerable contribution points during the previous day's battle, arrived well prepared, stocked with blue potions and arrows. The melee players, aside from a small contingent that had ventured outside the city to engage the Flame Legion in fierce hand-to-hand combat, were poised atop the walls, eagerly awaiting the enemy's advance to unleash their fury. Given that the Flame Legion was attacking from two fronts, the defenders and players of Huiyue City had also split into two groups for defense. Fortunately, the stockpile of magic crystal cannons and magic crystal guns prepared by Zhou was ample. Each wall was densely equipped, significantly alleviating the defensive pressure. Additionally, there were goblin bombs and the explosive fat of the fireboars. Potent tools for defense. However, the Flame Legion, driven by an indomitable will, managed to successfully erect hundreds of ladders against the walls. The iron hooks at the top of the ladders latched onto the battlements. Subsequently, soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, climbing the ladders en masse, unstoppable in their advance. Observing this, the defenders hastily discarded the explosive fat of the fire boars and ignited them in an instant. The base of the walls erupted into a sea of flames, roaring infernos rising high, waves of heat washing over. Many soldiers of the Flame Legion screamed in agony, perishing within the blaze. Yet, the Flame Legion showed no signs of retreating. Some soldiers, clenching their weapons, sprinted toward the flames. Then, with a powerful leap, they propelled themselves like cannonballs toward the ladders. Even as the iron rungs seared hot enough to smoke their hands, their skin sizzling. They pressed on, gritting their teeth, driven by sheer determination to ascend. Inspired by these soldiers, more and more troops from the Flame Legion followed suit, launching themselves toward the ladders. The scene resembled moths drawn to a flame, tragic yet awe-inspiring. As the number of soldiers climbing the ladders increased, the pressure on the defenders mounted, and the fighting atop the walls intensified. With each passing moment, despite the heavy casualties, the Flame Legion drew ever closer to the battlements. Before long, some soldiers had successfully reached the southern parapet. Though they were quickly cut down by the defenders of Huiyue, this act undeniably bolstered the spirits of the Flame Legion. An increasing number of soldiers ascended the walls, establishing footholds, and the combat devolved into a chaotic melee, blood staining the battlements. At that moment, a player noticed yet another Flame Legion soldier about to scale the wall in a desperate bid. He lunged forward, grappling with the soldier tightly. The two tumbled off the wall together, plummeting into the seething inferno below. Other players, witnessing this, followed suit, chanting, "Fire at will! Let us descend to hell together. I shall vanish with you." For Princess Wenya, Yura, in a moment of dire circumstances, choosing to perish alongside the enemy not only aided the defense, but also allowed them to accrue additional contribution points. Observing the countless losses of the Flame Legion from the rear, Singus gritted his teeth and ordered all soldiers, save the cavalry, to the battlefield. Another 30,000 fresh troops surged forth, propelled by thunderous cheers, crashing toward the southern wall. Zhou Yi stood atop the walls, taking in the scene. Scanning the area, he noted that Singus and Met were encircled by only a few hundred personal guards, while the thousands of cavalry stood at a distance, poised and ready. Narrowing his eyes, a swift idea flickered through his mind, one that could rapidly conclude this war. He hastened to find Wenya, explaining his plan. Without a moment's hesitation, she rallied 300 of the highest-level soldiers and entrusted them to Zhou Yi's command. Leading these 300 soldiers, Zhou Yi commenced preparations for battle. First, he unfurled a map, meticulously calculating the coordinates of Singus's position. Then he set about constructing a spatial portal. Indeed, Zhou Yi intended to implement a decapitation. Zhou Yi bellowed in a commanding voice. "If you wish to live, have them all cease at once." At that moment, Meat was already so terrified that his soul seemed to have fled his body. He had witnessed Zhou Yi effortlessly sending Singus flying with a single stroke of his sword. Realizing that his own frail frame could not withstand such power, he hastily ordered his guards to stand down. Meanwhile, the cavalry regiment, having just charged into the tumultuous scene, observed the chaos unfold. The once fiercely engaged soldiers, embroiled in a fierce struggle, halted their weapons and actions, as their eldest prince, with a visage full of terror, shouted for everyone to immediately cease hostilities. However, Singus was far from ready to relent. Struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and ablaze with fury, he roared in a voice hoarse from rage, commanding his men to swiftly eliminate these rebellious traitors. The sound of Singus's furious cry, his loyal guards raised their weapons without hesitation, launching themselves at the Huiyue army. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with the deafening sounds of battle, plunging both sides back into a fierce melee. Meanwhile, Meat's guards stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. The cavalrymen, their faces etched with concern, turned to their commander, awaiting his directive. In this moment of turmoil, the cavalry commander found himself in a precarious position, internally conflicted. After all, on one hand stood the nation's eldest prince, the heir apparent, destined to be the future sovereign. On the other was his own sworn leader, for whom military orders were akin to mountains. He found it exceedingly difficult to decide. Singus's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon the wavering cavalryman, his enraged bellow reverberating like thunder in the air. "Do you wish to defy military orders? If you do not act now, prepare to face the dire consequences of martial law." The cavalry commander sighed inwardly. Though Singus was merely a prince who could predict the future, it was prudent to navigate this immediate crisis first. Gritting his teeth, he issued the command to attack. Seeing that Meat could no longer control the situation, Zhou Yi relinquished the responsibility to a nearby Huiyue soldier. With a swift motion of his arm, He unfurled his dimensional backpack in an instant. Countless boulders cascaded from the sky like raindrops, crashing down before the cavalrymen and forming a formidable barrier. Zhou Yi then vanished from sight, rapidly advancing towards Singus. Not daring to delay, Singus summoned all his fighting spirit, preparing to confront Zhou Yi's onslaught. As space rippled, a spatial blade struck Singus, producing a sharp crack. His sturdy armor shattered in an instant, revealing a ghastly wound upon his body. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Yi had already materialized behind him. With a swift thrust of the ethereal sword technique, a meteoric strike pierced Singus's chest. Subsequently, with a deft twist of his wrist, Zhou Yi's sword twisted his innards into a grotesque mass. Zhou Yi's level surged dramatically, reaching level 128. After executing this feat, he withdrew his long sword and proclaimed with great authority, "Singus is dead. Everyone, stand down at once." His voice resonated across the battlefield, compelling all present to halt their actions. Zhou Yi approached Meat and, with an unwavering tone, commanded, "Immediately order the siege troops to cease their assault." Meat, not daring to defy, hastily gestured for the soldiers beside him to sound the retreat. The resounding clang of gongs reverberated throughout the battlefield, momentarily stunning the soldiers who had been locked in fierce combat. Soon after, the Flame Army swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. With the Flame Army's gradual retreat, this harrowing battle finally drew to a close. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white robe, Wenya personally led a contingent out of the city gates. With a gentle smile, she cast a soft gaze upon the weary and anxious soldiers of the Flame Army, promising in a loud voice, "As long as you are willing to lay down your arms and surrender, I, Wenya, assure you that you will be treated kindly and integrated into my forces." With all soldiers regarded equally, upon hearing these words, the previously hesitant soldiers of the Flame Army exchanged glances. Ultimately, they laid down their weapons, expressing their willingness to submit to the Huiyue Army. The cavalry unit, recognizing the futility of resistance, complied obediently as the Huiyue Army came to take control. Meanwhile, the 384 mages who lay dead within the encampment were collected by the Huiyue Army for transport back to the city. Thus, this fierce conflict finally reached a temporary resolution. In the days that followed, the city buzzed with activity as they dealt with the aftermath of the battle, counting casualties, collecting spoils, reassuring the populace, and reorganizing the troops. Among other tasks, simultaneously, they sought to swiftly convert the gains from this battle into tangible combat power to prepare for future conflicts. Zhou Yi, however, returned to his previous routine of monotonous sword practice. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard, one could see him wielding his long sword, his form casting fleeting shadows. Chapter 34. Collaboration with the game system. One day, the long uncontacted celestial behemoth sent a signal. Having discovered a planet teeming with life, Zhou Yi promptly projected his consciousness to the celestial behemoth to assess the situation. In an instant, a vast aquamarine planet came into view. The celestial behemoth, towering over 100 meters, descended upon the planet like a deity, gliding along its orbit. Upon closer observation, Zhou Yi was astonished to find that over 80% of the planet's surface was enveloped by expansive bodies of water. Resembling a boundless oceanic realm, as it flew, he could distinctly sense the presence of relatively primitive life forms, yet no evidence of intelligent beings could be found. Zhou Yi gazed upon this scene, pondering deeply before resolutely issuing a command to consume the planet. As the celestial behemoth activated its devouring ability, it encountered a feeble force attempting to impede its consumption. Simultaneously, a faint yet pleading intent resonated from the planet. Zhou Yi was taken aback. He focused his mind, striving to discern the source of this mysterious power, ultimately confirming that it emanated from the planet itself. More precisely, it appeared to be world will. The nascent planet's world will was exceedingly fragile. Zhou Yi sensed that with a mere exertion of strength, the celestial behemoth could effortlessly consume the planet. However, Zhou Yi refrained from doing so, for this planet possessed its own consciousness. Just as he was engulfed in contemplation, considering how best to handle the planet, a clear and unfamiliar voice emanated from the game system. This time, the voice was entirely different from before, imbued with an indescribable and unique charm. "Ding, are you there?" This unexpected greeting left Zhou Yi momentarily flabbergasted, his mind flooded with questions. What on earth? The system voice continued. I am the Multiverse Game System, and I have observed that you have discovered a habitable planet. I wish to collaborate with you for its development. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Whether in his past life or this one, he had never heard of a game system possessing its own independent consciousness. Thus, he calmly inquired, what kind of collaboration do you propose? Though outwardly composed, a flicker of wariness subtly crossed his eyes. After all, a game system with self-awareness implied that this game was far from the simple fade it presented. To conquer and develop those planets with potential for growth. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, what benefits would I gain from this? His voice remained calm, yet curiosity and anticipation flickered in his gaze. You will become the supreme sovereign of these planets, and all life upon them will revere you, becoming your most loyal followers. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi merely smiled faintly, slowly shaking his head. I have no interest in followers. Rather than wasting time managing such ephemeral notions, it would be far more pragmatic to consume them directly to enhance my strength. If you blindly consume without discernment, you may achieve greatness, yet you will never ascend to the highest throne. Zhou Yi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, prompting him to inquire, why is that? In the vastness of the starry void, many powerful celestial beasts once emerged. They rapidly grew great through their astonishing devouring abilities. Yet when they sought to advance further and attain the highest state, they discovered that no matter how frantically they consumed, the power and energy they amassed reached a limit, and they could no longer break through, never touching the threshold of supremacy. At this point, the system's voice paused briefly before continuing. The reason is simple. Celestial beasts are ultimately mere creatures driven by their insatiable desire to consume. They never grasped that becoming supreme requires more than just the accumulation of pure power or energy. Then what is needed? Zhou Yi quickly inquired. It is comprehension, manipulation, and mastery of the laws. Only by thoroughly conquering the supreme laws can one hope to ascend to the highest realm. While your celestial behemoth lacks self-awareness, you can embody its form to comprehend the mysteries of the laws and ultimately attain the highest state. I can assist you in accelerating your understanding of these laws. The more worlds you conquer, the more perfected the laws you will gather. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi could not help but feel perplexed, asking, what benefits will this yield for you? I can absorb the world will of other realms, replacing them to acquire dominion over worlds. The more worlds I control, the more formidable my power becomes. A flicker of understanding flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes, yet he slowly shook his head, his voice deep and resolute. Not enough. If I were to devour all these worlds, the power I would gain would be utterly terrifying. The current starry behemoth has yet to achieve greatness, let alone ascend to the supreme. I only require healthy, vibrant worlds. You may devour the rest. Consuming worlds is not as simple as it seems. The world will of this planet is nascent, thus somewhat feeble. However, within a world that has reached perfection, the world will exert a significant suppression on the starry behemoth, making direct consumption unfeasible. Yet, I can assist you in restraining the world will, allowing you to devour smoothly. This promise inevitably plunged Zhou Yi into contemplation. After all, the worlds the starry behemoth would eventually delve into were exceedingly numerous. Not to mention the powerful natives within those worlds, the immense suppression exerted by the world will alone posed an insurmountable barrier. Furthermore, it would indeed be a pity if those potentially promising worlds were to be easily consumed. If they could be preserved, they might prove useful in the future. After deliberation, Zhou Yi responded, very well, we can attempt collaboration first. How do you intend to handle this planet? Once I successfully obtain dominion over this world, my initial plan is to introduce a variety of flora and fauna from the Roland world to promote the diversification of this world's ecology and expedite its overall development. Once it matures, I plan to invite players to establish a presence in this world. Of course, in the future, within these conquered worlds, you will possess the same dominion, allowing you to intervene in the world's operations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi chose not to speak further. He had no intention of interfering with this world. Lacking expertise in these matters, he deemed it best to leave the development to the game system without unnecessary worry. Without further hesitation, he recorded the coordinates and allowed the system to absorb the world will. Subsequently, the colossal starry behemoth withdrew from the planet, continuing its exploration of the cosmos. Meanwhile, his primary consciousness gradually detached. Chapter 35, Supreme. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Zhou pondered the intentions of the game system. On the surface, this indeed appeared to be a mutually beneficial collaboration. Yet, he was acutely aware that his understanding of the enigmatic, boundless cosmos was, in reality, quite limited. Like a wayfarer groping in the dark, he found himself shrouded in mist. The blueprint illustrated by the game system was exceedingly alluring. It promised him half the dominion over worlds, fervently asserting that it could aid him in accelerating his mastery of the laws. Yet, these were merely the unilateral claims of the system, devoid of any substantive constraints or guarantees. He was not inclined to naively relinquish numerous worlds, only to be outmaneuvered by the system, ultimately serving as a pawn for others. After much deliberation, Zhou resolved to seek the opinion of his adoptive father. He opened the contact page of the Astral Commerce Alliance and found his soul friend. Request a call. Before long, a flash of light appeared, and the call connected. The familiar opulent palace came into view, and the amiable face of Keltai Murphy, adorned with a sun-like smile, greeted him first. Long time no see. Little one, you've grown quite a bit. It seems you've been living well during this time. You haven't contacted me in ages. Zhou lips curled into a smile as he respectfully replied. The junior knows his own worth and naturally wouldn't dare disturb your serene cultivation. Oh, then why disturb me this time? Keltai inquired teasingly, a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. Well, I am preparing to venture into the boundless cosmos and wish to consult you in advance. I seek to understand what the world will is and what it means to be. Supreme.as he posed this question. A hint of apprehension flickered in Zhou gaze. Upon hearing this, Keltai's eyes sparkled with intensity. These concepts may be somewhat distant for you. I wonder where you heard of the Supreme. The world will is the proof of a world's vitality. Indeed, worlds are alive. The evolution and development of a world require the transformation of its world will. Individual destinies, the rise and fall of races. The operation of laws. All are intricately linked to the world will. The mission of the world will is to ensure the normal development of the world and to eradicate all elements detrimental to it. Should a severe threat to the world emerge, the child of destiny may arise, embodying the correction of the world will. After a brief pause, Keltai's expression grew solemn as he continued, and the Supreme? That is the unparalleled existence that commands the highest laws. Within the boundless cosmos, there are countless great beings who govern laws, yet the Supreme are but a handful throughout the endless river of time. The Supreme has remained steadfast, its existence shrouded in mystery, akin to an eternal, indestructible star. At this point, Keltai let out a deep sigh, his gaze scrutinizing Zhou. You, my boy, have yet to comprehend the fundamental laws and are already contemplating the Supreme? It is far better to ground yourself, taking one step at a time. The Supreme is certainly not something you should concern yourself with at this moment. Zhou earnestly nodded, humbly receiving the wisdom, and then inquired, May I ask, venerable sir, how can one comprehend the fundamental laws? Keltai's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, Simply grasp the laws you excel in. Most of us astral merchants are adept at spatial laws, so the majority pursue space as their primary focus. Zhou's eyes brightened, eagerly pressing. Then how exactly does one comprehend it? Must one condense the power of the law into a divine persona to control the law? Condensing a divine persona? No, no, no. That path is utterly unviable. Keltai decisively shook his head, his expression serious. Condensing a divine persona of this world binds you to its laws. It may seem like you control the laws, yet you actually become a vessel for those laws, forever unable to transcend them. Moreover, a divine persona represents the power of the laws of this world. Outside of it, your law power is akin to a fish out of water. Utterly useless. Zhou furrowed his brows, sinking into contemplation. It was known that in the Roland world, the path followed by the gods was to condense divine personas, ignite divine flames, and elevate divine realms. Now hearing that this age-old path was flawed left him momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon further reflection on Keltai's words, he found them to be indisputably reasonable. Those lofty gods, seemingly majestic, were in fact akin to canaries trapped in cages, rendered powerless during the invasion of the wizarding world. Realizing this, Zhou's gaze regained its determination. Since the old path of this world was blocked, he would become the pioneer of a new path. Subsequently, Zhou Yi's face blossomed with a radiant smile as he implored, "Venerable Father. No, esteemed sir, I find the method of comprehending the fundamental power quite beyond my grasp. I humbly request further guidance." Keltai burst into hearty laughter. "You, my boy, are quite the opportunist. Such precious knowledge cannot be given away freely. When you've earned enough to amass 10,000 astral coins, come find me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately perked up, unhesitatingly initiating a trade request. Placing 10,000 astral coins on the trading interface. Keltai was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this lad would acquire wealth so swiftly. The second meeting brought forth unexpected delight. He ceased to speak further, placing a record of the laws of the star spirit world in the trading column. After the transaction was completed, Keltai jokingly scolded, "You trust me so easily? Aren't you afraid I'll take your money and not deliver?" Zhou Yi chuckled, replying, "Esteemed sir, how could you say such a thing? Even if you hadn't provided me with the manual, it would still be a token of my respect for you." Keltai shook his head with a smile, choosing not to say more, and ended the call. Once Zhou Yi received the manual, he eagerly delved into its contents. True to form, his adoptive father's contribution was extraordinary. The manual not only detailed the specific methods for comprehending the laws, but also touched upon the subsequent paths to manipulating and mastering those laws, illuminating his future cultivation journey as an invaluable treasure. The mere sum of 10,000 astral coins for such wisdom felt like a fortune to Zhou Yi. It seemed he would need to cling tightly to this benefactor. Even a casual gift from him would suffice for a lifetime of sustenance. Afterward, Zhou Yi calmed his mind, contemplating which laws to prioritize in his understanding. According to his adoptive father, grasping spatial laws appeared to be the most prudent choice. Moreover, he possessed the starry behemoth, a veritable super-amplifier for comprehending spatial laws. First, he would embody the starry behemoth to grasp the laws, then replicate the process with his own bodied eye in doing so. His speed in comprehending spatial laws would far surpass that of others. As for the starry behemoth, Zhou Yi contemplated its terrifying devouring ability and formed a plan, deciding to let it focus on devouring for now. Once it reached full maturity, it might even be capable of directly devouring other laws. Chapter 36. Destiny. In the following days, Zhou Yi devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing swordsmanship and grasping the spatial laws. The intricacies of the laws were profound, and comprehension was not a task to be accomplished overnight. However, Zhou Yi maintained a tranquil mindset. After all, compared to others, his rate of cultivation was indeed astonishingly swift. At this moment, in the city of Huiyue, after more than a month of recuperation, he had successfully transformed the fruits of victory into his own strength. Preparations were underway with great urgency, as the troops sharpened their weapons and readied themselves for an offensive strike. The recent resounding victory had enlightened the Huiyue army to the fact that the once formidable and seemingly invincible forces of the kingdom were not truly unassailable, if they did not take advantage of the kingdom's weakened state to counterattack. The city of Huiyue would inevitably find itself embroiled in another arduous conflict. After all, the war potential and developmental pace of a city pale in comparison to those of a vast and deeply rooted nation. Thus, seizing territory and launching proactive assaults became an imperative strategic choice for the city of Huiyue. The Huiyue army set its sights on several neighboring cities, intending to gradually encroach upon the territory of the Deer Kingdom. With an army of 80,000 equipped with magic crystal cannons, magic crystal rifles, and goblin bombs, they surged forth with unstoppable momentum. The garrisons in the inland cities were lax and disorganized, rendering them powerless against the Huiyue army, which was as fierce as wolves. Some noble families, upon hearing of the approaching forces, fled in haste, abandoning their possessions overnight, while others, recognizing the might of the Huiyue army and the reputation of the benevolent Princess Wenya, willingly opened their city gates to surrender. When encountering particularly stubborn strongholds, Zhou Yi would take the Black Star for a reconnaissance mission. Upon entering the city, he would unleash his formidable prowess to open the gates, leaving the aftermath to the soldiers of Huiyue. Meanwhile, the players of Huiyue City were enjoying a life of abundance, their contributions akin to a windfall. This led to an increasing number of players aligning with the army, pushing the number of Huiyue troops to exceed 100,000. One day, after a session of sword practice, Zhou Yi immersed his main consciousness into the starry beast, preparing to comprehend the laws of space. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a desolate planet. Though he had yet to make contact, an inexplicable certainty filled his heart. This planet was already lost to the void. More precisely, it was the world's will of this planet that had succumbed to death. As he surveyed the surroundings, the planet appeared as if it had endured a cataclysmic disaster, presenting a scene of utter desolation and ruin. The starry beast descended slowly onto the planet, its gaze revealing a realm devoid of life. Shrouded in silence, after circling the planet twice in meticulous exploration, the starry beast found nothing of value, as if the planet had been completely stripped bare. System. What has happened to this planet? Joey inquired. This planet has perished, unable to give rise to laws or nurture life. What was the cause of its demise? Joey pressed further. Unknown reasons. There are myriad means within the endless cosmos that can lead to the obliteration of a planet. The remnants of a battle, a nefarious sacrifice, or the onset of a cosmic disaster could all spell the end for a world. Joey fell into contemplative silence. The universe harbored too many unpredictable dangers, and he currently felt too weak. The only path forward lay in rapidly augmenting his strength, transcending the myriad realms to ensure his safety. Recognizing the absence of value, he decided to be unreserved. With that, he commanded the starry beast to consume the planet. The beast opened its colossal maw, coalescing a black hole that emanated a tremendous gravitational pull, drawing the planet towards it as if it were melting under intense heat. As it would require some time to complete the consumption, Joey chose not to continue his contemplation of the laws and decisively withdrew his consciousness. In the subsequent 2 months, the Huiyue army surged forward with relentless vigor, advancing steadily towards the heart of the Deer Kingdom. The king, unwilling to accept defeat, promptly ordered the urgent mobilization of defense troops from various cities, amassing a formidable force of 200,000 to intercept the Huiyue army. However, times had changed. The Huiyue army had expanded from 80,000 to 120,000 through the incorporation of surrendered soldiers and allied cities, not including the garrison troops left behind. Coupled with over 100,000 players and Zhou Yi as their formidable leader, the Deer Kingdom's 200,000 troops could not alter the course of events. Unsurprisingly, the interception failed, and the army was successfully integrated under Princess Wenya. During these months, Princess Wenya had also experienced rapid growth. With each city captured, she personally entered to comfort the war-weary populace. She listened to their grievances, alleviated their taxes, and allowed the people to genuinely feel her compassion and kindness. Her benevolent actions spread her reputation throughout the kingdom, garnering her immense esteem. This newfound prestige facilitated subsequent campaigns, with an increasing number of cities choosing to surrender to Princess Wenya upon hearing of her renown. Indeed, some oppressed citizens eagerly awaited the arrival of the Huiyue army, hoping to be liberated from their dire straits. Meanwhile, the starry beast had also grown significantly during its 2-month sojourn, now measuring over 270 meters in length, with attributes reaching a staggering 13,000 points. However, its internal reserves had been nearly exhausted, resulting in a slowdown in growth. Over these 2 months, Zhou Yi frequently visited the Star Realm's free market to procure supplements for the starry beast. Though they were merely trifles, their contained energy far inferior to that of the energy-rich containers. Nonetheless, in a fortunate turn of events, Zhou Yi stumbled upon an extraordinarily peculiar artifact at the free trading market, Fate. Description: alter the predetermined destiny. Effect: absorb the power of fate. Upon completion, details can be viewed. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yi noticed that within the crystal lay what appeared to be a radiant river of stars. He had discovered this artifact at a stall selling various jewels, where the vendor had failed to recognize its value, treating it merely as an ordinary crystal. Thus, Zhou Yi acquired it at an exceptionally low price. After obtaining it, he dedicated time to researching its properties, observing that the star river within the crystal was gradually illuminating, as if silently absorbing the power of fate. Moreover, as the Huiyue army advanced relentlessly, Zhou Yi was elated to find that the star river's illumination accelerated significantly. This phenomenon led him to speculate whether his alterations to the fates of Princess Wenya or the world of Roland had birthed this power of fate, which was subsequently absorbed by this extraordinary item. Since it was continuously charging, Zhou Yi decided not to dwell on it further, opting to wait until it had fully charged before scrutinizing its specific functions. Chapter 37. Half-God Carlton. On a day when the Huiyue army reached the territory of the Deer Kingdom, they encountered unprecedented and tenacious resistance at the stronghold of Count Mord. This count was a staunch supporter of Zels's during the latter's usurpation. His military assistance had been instrumental in Zels's ascension to the throne. Upon learning of a remarkable expert within Princess Wenya's ranks, who could conquer cities as if they were unguarded, Count Mord remained vigilant. He summoned a cadre of formidable professionals to staunchly defend the city gates against any surprise assault. Zhou Yi, cloaked in invisibility, teleported inside the city. He beheld this formidable assembly bracing themselves at the gates. After a moment of silence, a tempest of spatial energy coalesced in an instant. The gates were engulfed in a maelstrom of dust and debris. When calm returned, the once vigilant defenders had been reduced to mere particles scattered in the air. With a swift strike of his spatial blade, Zhou Yi severed the enormous bolt securing the gates. Then, with a single arm, he pressed against the door, gradually pushing it open. As the heavy gates creaked in protest, the Huiyue army surged forward, finally granted entry. Once the Huiyue forces had fully entered the city, Zhou Yi prepared to summon the Black Star to return. Just then, an urgent message pierced his mind. His starry beast was under attack by an unknown force. A jolt of unease gripped him. With no time to ponder, he concentrated, plunging his consciousness back into the starry beast. A moment of disorientation passed, and when he opened his eyes again, he was astonished by the sight before him. Before him stood a uniquely designed spaceship, glimmering with metallic luster, relentlessly bombarding the starry beast with laser fire. Indeed, it was a spaceship, and within it, a band of space pirates were fixated on the colossal creature moving slowly in the vastness of space. This beast was so immense that it resembled a towering mountain, emanating an aura that instilled dread. These pirates, seasoned in navigating the starry seas for decades, had never before encountered such a grand and imposing creature. If they could successfully capture this beast and sell it to the mysterious institutions fervently pursuing scientific research, they could bid farewell to their current precarious existence, ushering in a life of luxury and comfort. With such enticing prospects, the greedy space pirates paid no heed to the rapid depletion of their ship's energy. They frantically manipulated the weapon systems, launching a relentless barrage against the beast, hoping to inflict severe damage and incapacitate its ability to retaliate. Zhou Yi, observing the incessant assaults from the spaceship, furrowed his brow, questioning what audacity spurred them to attack the starry beast. In a blink, the starry beast executed a spatial shift, appearing before the ship as if it were a ghost. The pirates were instantly stricken with fear, their faces paling. Before they could mount any defense, the colossal creature raised its formidable claw, wielding an overwhelming force as it struck towards the spaceship. Resounding thunderclap reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the universe. The once indomitable spacecraft was instantaneously shattered, transforming into countless metallic fragments that scattered in all directions. Silence enveloped the world as Zhou Yi commanded the colossal beast of the cosmos to consume the remnants of the ship, ensuring that no tracking devices remained to create unnecessary complications. As time progressed, the formidable Huiyue army finally arrived at the grand city of the Dire Kingdom. At that moment, upon the towering, majestic walls of Dire City, King Zels, usually exuding an air of supreme authority, appeared utterly diminished. His face was a mask of reverence as he leaned slightly forward, standing respectfully behind a figure cloaked in black. Cautiously, he spoke. Ancient One, the rebel forces are vast, now encroaching upon our gates. There looms a calamity that could spell the end for our kingdom. I beseech you to lend your protection to the Dire Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the figure slowly lifted his head, gazing towards the distant Huiyue army, which resembled a swarm of ants, and let out a deep sigh. This individual was none other than the guardian deity of the Dire Kingdom, Demigod Carlton. For ages, he had remained in the hidden recesses of the royal palace, quietly gathering strength, awaiting the moment to ignite the divine flames and elevate the kingdom anew. In his heart, he vowed not to intervene unless the nation faced imminent annihilation. However, now, his own bloodline, the present King Zels, had sought him out, pleading fervently for assistance to vanquish the traitors. Ironically, the leader of the so-called traitors was also his own descendant, merely a princess. Reflecting on this, Carlton sighed deeply once more. He believed that had it been a prince instigating the rebellion, he would have remained uninvolved in the internal strife of the royal family. as such conflicts were commonplace in his eyes. As the Huihue army surged like a tide towards the city, Princess Wenya, donned in shimmering silver armor, strode confidently to the front lines. Sunlight bathed her visage, her resplendent golden hair glistening with an enchanting sheen. Behind her, the swords Saint Fei Air and Zhou Yi maintained a steady pace, following closely. This final battle, which would determine their fates, was one she was determined to witness firsthand, to inscribe a triumphant conclusion to the war. At that moment, she heard a thunderous voice, resonant and powerful like a great bell, echoing across the battlefield. "Wenya, I am your ancestor, Carlton Parker." The voice reverberated through the air, causing the eardrums of all present to ache. "I am aware of the grievances between you and Zels. Indeed, he has erred this time. But he is still your brother, the king of the Dire Kingdom. For the sake of the nation and our kinship, I implore you to forgive him this once. Wenya, release the hatred within your heart, and return. I can ensure you a life of peace and opulence." Upon hearing this, Wenya's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as she retorted, "A life of peace? What of the citizens who have supported me? What of the soldiers who have followed me loyally? How can I abandon them?" Her gaze unwavering, her voice resonant with conviction, she declared, "I will return. But I shall do so with my own strength, to rebuild a more glorious Dire Kingdom." "Are you truly determined to remain obstinate?" Carlton questioned sternly, perceiving her resoluteness. Wenya replied, each word deliberate and unyielding, "I am here to save the Dire Kingdom. I shall liberate it from decay and darkness and guide it towards light and prosperity. Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Carlton's eyes widened in fury, his aura intensifying in an instant. A silver spear materialized in his grasp, emanating a chilling luminescence. Observing this, Zels, positioned behind him, realized Carlton was finally prepared to act. He urgently implored, "Ancient One, I beseech you to strike swiftly and eliminate this traitor." To prevent future calamities, Carlton cast a cold glance at Zels, his discontent palpable at the king's urgency and selfishness. He then amplified his aura, stepping into the void, propelling himself towards Wenya with the swiftness of a released arrow. At that moment, the sword Saint Fei Air, standing behind Wenya, felt a surge of gravity in the atmosphere. It was evident that he had heard of Carlton's formidable reputation. Swiftly turning to Zhou Yi, he spoke with urgency, "Carlton is the second king of the Dire Kingdom and its true guardian deity. In times past, he single-handedly helped the kingdom avert crises of annihilation. I had believed he would not easily intervene in this conflict. It is said he has grasped the powerful penetration principle. I am no match for him. Our hopes now rest solely upon you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi felt not a shred of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. A demigod, a being of level 300 and above, who had comprehended the power of principles. Such entities were akin to deities in his past life, unreachable. Yet today, he had the opportunity to confront one. Perhaps even to strike him down. Without waiting for Carlton to close in, Zhou Yi surged forward with the speed of lightning, his sword of magic slicing through the air, unleashing a rift in space towards Carlton. Sensing the formidable power behind this attack, Carlton retreated a few steps, letting out a fierce roar as he gripped the spear, spinning it rapidly. The spear formed a silver spiral in his hands, swirling with potent energy as it charged towards Zhou Yi. The force generated by the rotation extinguished the spatial rift with ease. Realizing his move had been effortlessly countered and facing Carlton's onslaught, Zhou Yi propelled himself with renewed vigor, employing the phantom step to evade sideways with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As he narrowly escaped, Carlton swung his silver spear anew, launching a fierce strike aimed directly at Zhou Yi's throat. In a moment of peril, Zhou Yi lightly tapped the ground, executing the phantom step once more. In an instant, his figure fragmented into countless afterimages, retreating at an astonishing speed, successfully evading the lethal thrust. Seeing Zhou Yi's agility, Carlton unleashed a flurry of spear strikes, creating a dazzling array of spear shadows that made it difficult to discern reality from illusion. Confronted with this overwhelming barrage, Zhou Yi inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy into the phantom step. He left behind a series of afterimages while darting through the gaps between the spear shadows, skillfully avoiding each attack through his acute spatial awareness and exceptional agility. Carlton furrowed his brow, realizing that ordinary strikes would struggle to land a hit. He tightly gripped the spear, concentrating his power at its tip. His entire body trembling as he amassed a terrifying force. Suddenly, with a thunderous cry, he thrust the spear like a shooting star towards Zhou Yi. The spear shot forth with blinding speed, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, its tremendous power distorting the surrounding space. Faced with this unparalleled strike, Zhou Yi dared not relax. He heightened the speed of his phantom step to its utmost, transforming his form into a flowing light. Just as the spear tip was about to make contact, he narrowly evaded the assault. However, as he exhaled in relief, a sudden, sharp pain pierced his chest. Instinctively glancing down, he saw a deep gunshot wound glaring back at him. Fortunately, due to the game's database system, though his health was reduced by 1/5, he remained unharmed overall. Otherwise, a single blow would have meant his end dies. This, the penetration principle. It does not align with my expectations. Zhou Yi mused, bewildered. He had distinctly escaped the range of the attack. This was not meant to be a guaranteed hit, yet it had struck true. Before he could ponder further, Carlton lunged anew with another swift strike. Uncertain of how he had sustained injury, Zhou Yi did not dare to gamble again, instantly employing instantaneous movement to evade the attack. However, just as his form vanished, Carlton's spear pierced the spot where Zhou Yi had just stood. Strangely, the spear seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space, creating another wound upon Zhou Yi. A wave of terror washed over him. What kind of sinister principle was this, that it could strike him despite his evasion? Refusing to allow Carlton to continue his assault, Zhou Yi appeared behind him, unleashing the ethereal sword technique in a rapid counterattack. The relentless barrage of sword strikes aimed at Carlton was deftly deflected by the swirling spear. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Yi pressed forward rather than retreating, utilizing the Phantom Steps Mirage technique. His form blurred, manifesting multiple afterimages before Carlton, each attacking from different angles simultaneously. In a moment of confusion, Carlton could only rely on instinct. Spinning the spear to create a defensive barrier, warding off the attacks from all directions. Seizing the opportunity amidst Carlton's defense, Zhou Yi executed the meteor fall from the ethereal sword technique. The strike was executed with such speed that it resembled a meteor streaking across the night sky. Its razor-sharp edge aimed directly at Carlton's chest. Carlton's expression hardened as he hastily raised his spear to block the blow. With a deafening clash, sparks flew from the collision of metal, the force sending jolts through both combatants' arms. Yet Zhou Yi's onslaught did not cease. Capitalizing on Carlton's moment of weakness, he once again employed the Phantom Step, swiftly circling around him. Simultaneously, the sword strikes rained down upon Carlton like a torrential storm. Gradually, Carlton found himself ensnared in a web of passive defense, struggling to counter Zhou Yi's relentless assault. Despite Carlton's status as a demigod and his formidable strength, he found himself somewhat challenged in the face of Zhou Yi's exquisite and ethereal swordsmanship, coupled with his elusive phantom steps. Aware that persistence in this manner would inevitably lead to his defeat, he pondered briefly before resolving to leverage his own advantages to confront his opponent. With a powerful thrust, he repelled Zhou Yi but refrained from pursuing him. Instead, he leapt skyward. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether Carlton intended to flee. However, Carlton was not retreating. He was harnessing the advantage of altitude to gather his strength. Preparing to launch a ranged assault against Zhou Yi, realizing Carlton's intentions, Zhou Yi inwardly cursed his lack of martial ethics. Yet, Carlton might not have been aware that Zhou Yi was a legendary master of spatial magic before becoming a warrior. In terms of ranged attacks, who would fear whom? With a swift motion, Zhou Yi summoned his level 120 epic staff, ready to unleash a series of spells without hesitation. First, he invoked the recently mastered spatial lock, sealing off the space around Carlton to prevent his escape. Following this, he unleashed a barrage of spatial techniques, including Spatial Blade, Spatial Tear, Spatial Collapse, Spatial Vortex, and even Spatial Storm, all directed at Carlton. This period of mastering spatial laws had significantly enhanced Zhou Yi's control over space, allowing him to execute these abilities with remarkable ease and drastically reduced casting and cooldown times. Carlton, caught off guard, found himself frantically defending against the onslaught, neglecting to concentrate on preparing his own attacks. Even so, he sustained numerous injuries from the spatial storm. Had it not been for the protective power of the laws, he would have likely perished. Without a moment's hesitation, Carlton gathered the power of the laws at the tip of his spear and thrust it forward. breaking through the spatial blockade before fleeing into the distance. Just as Zhou Yi summoned the Black Star to eliminate the old rascal, Wang Ye intervened, imploring him to desist. "Let it be, Brother Ron. Since he has departed, he likely won't interfere again." Zhou Yi could only begrudgingly retract the Black Star, lamenting the missed opportunity to vanquish the old scoundrel. However, considering Carlton was Wang Ye's ancestor, he decided to spare him this time. Perhaps in the future, once Wang Ye ascended to power, this old fellow might return to continue his role as a guardian. With Carlton driven back, Zhe legs gave way, and he slumped against the city wall. His gaze was vacant, his face ashen, as he came to terms with the fact that his era had come to a definitive close. Zhou Yi teleported into the city and opened the gates. This battle finally drew to a close. Chapter 39. Tower Defense Game. With the Huiyue army taking control of the royal city, Wang Ye naturally ascended to the throne. Out of familial affection, she spared her brother, confining the former royal lineage within the depths of the palace. However, one fateful night, the royal family met a mysterious demise within the palace. According to the palace maids, a diminutive elf wielding a silver longsword had slain the royal family, yet refrained from harming any of the servants. The news remained confined to the palace, stirring no ripples in the outside world. With the new king's ascension, it was customary to reward the loyal subjects. Given Zhou Yi's valor on the battlefield, where he had vanquished foes and breached strongholds while providing strategic resources for the army, Wang Ye intended to bestow upon him the title of a powerful duke, along with a substantial territory as his domain. However, Zhou Yi graciously declined, stating that his ambitions lay in conquering the myriad realms and that he did not wish to be tethered by the title of a mere duke in the Roland world. Instead, he requested Wang Ye to construct a city at the border, appointing him as its lord and naming it Goblin City. Subsequently, Zhou Yi enlisted an old goblin, Pa, who had previously managed estates among the nobility in the royal capital, appointing him as the vice-lord to oversee the city's affairs. He also left behind numerous strategic weapons for the city's defense, including 10 magic-powered mech stationed at the lord's manor, instructing Pa to train a cadre of loyal goblin mech engineers to operate the mechs in the event of an invasion. Zhou Yi further urged Wang Ye to rescue all goblins from the Kingdom of Deer, relocating them to Goblin City, and issued a proclamation inviting all homeless goblins to settle there. After accomplishing these tasks, Zhou Yi felt he had honored the goblin legacy he had acquired. He then visited the royal treasury to select spoils from the war. Given his top rank and contributions during the conflict, he had accrued a considerable amount of merit, allowing him to choose from a variety of precious items that, of course, even without merit, the royal treasury was at his disposal, as he had invested significantly in strategic resources, and Wang Ye was keen to repay him. After perusing the treasury twice, he discovered 2 unique artifacts. Point 1 was a snow-white object resembling an angelic statue. Guardian Angel, quality, unique, effect, absorbs 1 fatal damage, cooldown period of 72 hours. The other was a bronze shield-shaped artifact. Qingping Shield, quality, unique, effect, reduces damage taken by the bearer by 20. It must be said, these 2 artifacts were remarkable, significantly enhancing Zhou Yi's ability to survive. They were likely relics carried by successive kings for protection, inadvertently discarded by the unappreciative Zhe into the royal treasury. He also selected numerous secondary profession legacies and various martial and magical tomes to take with him, intending to replicate some for potential sale in the free market of the Merchant Alliance. The tomes were for his own study, to explore any useful techniques he might develop. The remaining items in the treasury did not catch Zhou Yi's eye. Their quality paled in comparison to those within the goblin ruins. He departed without a second glance. With the war concluded, Wang Ye successfully ascended, and the common folk of the Kingdom of Deer finally resumed their normal lives. Moreover, upon her ascension, Wang Ye enacted sweeping reforms, alleviating numerous burdensome taxes. The lives of the citizens gradually improved, and the city returned to its former vibrancy, enveloped in an atmosphere of peace. Once the situation stabilized, Zhou Yi informed Wang Ye of the impending invasion from the undead realm in 3 months, advising her to prepare the other nations. Upon hearing this news, Wang Ye was taken aback. She had just ascended the throne, eager to revitalize the kingdom and usher it into prosperity. The populace had only just emerged from the shadows of war, returning to normalcy, and now they were to face the threat of conflict once more. Observing her distress, Zhou Yi quickly reassured her, stating, "The undead realm is not excessively powerful, and their point of invasion is in the desolate Hughes Mountains, as long as the nations can set aside past grievances and cooperate sincerely. Containing the invasion within a manageable scope, it will not disrupt the lives of the common people. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's concerns eased somewhat. She promptly dispatched envoys, riding griffins, to communicate with the human nations. As for the other races, after careful consideration, she sent envoys to the orderly factions of elves and dwarves. The orc race, known for their aggression, posed a greater risk if allowed to enter the human territory of Hughes Mountains. The sea tribes were not a concern either, as once they ventured out to sea, they were akin to tigers stripped of their claws, reduced to mere limp shrimp. Other races, like centaurs and trolls, were tribal and scattered across the continent, making it challenging to concentrate their forces. Initially, when the nations heard of this, they were skeptical, sending envoys to the Kingdom of Deer to verify the claims. Only when Wang Ye solemnly assured them that it was the great sage Ran of the Kingdom of Deer who had prophesied this did they begin to believe. She promised that if nothing occurred within 3 months, the Kingdom of Deer would bear all losses. Finally, the nations set aside their prejudices, actively gathering resources and dispatching elite troops to station near the Hughes Mountains. It must be noted that while the human nations were often embroiled in internal strife, they displayed remarkable unity in the face of foreign invaders. Upon learning of the news, the elven race also dispatched a contingent of 5,000 archers and mages. Renowned for their archery and magic, this force was certainly formidable. The dwarven race contributed not only 8,000 warriors, but also a substantial supply of high-quality weapons and armor. The armies from various nations arrived at the Hughes Mountains in succession, initiating extensive renovations. The mountain paths were now laden with dense mines and mysterious magical arrays, along with meticulously crafted traps. Every 30 meters, massive stones were placed to form a defensive line. These defenses resembled impenetrable barriers, dotted with shooting holes that could both target enemies and serve as walls to slow the advance of the undead army. The excess trees along the roadside were cleared away, using stones to block off the open areas, leaving only a central path for the enemy's movement. The once rugged and treacherous mountain peaks had been transformed into spacious and solid platforms, equipped with sturdy arrow towers and gun emplacements. Observing the orderly defensive layout before him, Zhou Yi could not help but feel a profound sense of admiration. What initially appeared to be a brutal invasion war had taken on the semblance of a tower defense game through the meticulous preparations of all involved. From the minefields and trap zones to the current arrow towers and artillery, this layered defense system interlocked seamlessly, establishing an unassailable fortification. Such measures ensured a state of assured security. Chapter 40. Death of the Starry Behemoth. On this day, Zhou Yi wielded a long sword, deeply engrossed in his practice. His movements were dreamlike, and his swordplay flowed effortlessly. Each swing conjured numerous phantoms, resembling a myriad of swords unleashed simultaneously. Just then, the sword saint entered the courtyard with measured steps. His penetrating gaze was fixed intently on Zhou Yi, who was fully immersed in the practice of the ethereal sword technique, and a hint of indescribable emotion flickered in his eyes. It is important to note that this ethereal swordsmanship was crafted by the sword saint after dedicating over 30 years of relentless pursuit, countless practical explorations, and meticulous refinement. Its exquisite brilliance is truly a rare gem among the world's extraordinary sword techniques. Witnessing it manifested in the hands of Zhou Yi fills the sword saint's heart with an overwhelming sense of gratification. The more he observes, the more his eagerness grows, and he can no longer restrain his inner impulse. He swiftly draws the sword he carries and, in a flash, charges toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi catches a glimpse of the sword saint's sudden advance from the corner of his eye, and his heart skips a beat in shock, but he quickly regains his composure. He hastily moderates the immense force he had been exerting, fearing that an inadvertent miscalculation might result in injuring the sword saint with a single strike. Subsequently, Zhou Yi adjusts his strength and speed to align with that of the sword saint. Utilizing his adept mastery of the ethereal swordsmanship, he engages in a fierce duel. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhou Yi unleashes the phantom step. In an instant, he appears to glide like a wraith, his movements erratic yet graceful. Simultaneously, he employs the ethereal swordsmanship, launching an assault toward the sword saint with fluidity and precision. In response to Zhou Yi's formidable offensive, the sword saint remains composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. Familiar with Zhou Yi's rhythm, The Sword Saint seamlessly combines ethereal swordsmanship with the Phantom Step, executing the ultimate technique, Phantom Sword Dance. A sharp command echoes, and the Sword Saint's figure becomes a blur, fracturing into countless identical phantoms in the blink of an eye. Each illusion wields a long sword, converging upon Zhou Yi from all directions like a mighty tide, creating a dazzling display of flashing sword lights that overwhelms the senses. Faced with such a formidable assault from the Sword Saint, a flicker of gravity crosses Zhou Yi's gaze. He understands that, given his current restrained agility, evading this attack seems nearly impossible. The only viable option is to confront it head-on. Resolute, Zhou Yi unleashes his most proficient move, Meteor Fall. The long sword in his grasp transforms into a streak of lightning, its speed akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. With unyielding sharpness, it hurtles toward the Sword Saint's Phantom Sword Dance. A sharp clash resounds as their swords collide, sending sparks flying. Regrettably, although Zhou Yi successfully intercepts the Sword Saint's strike, he finds himself overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught that follows, plunging him into a chaotic struggle wherein he loses the rhythm of battle that once belonged to him. Ultimately, after an intense exchange, Zhou Yi is forced to retreat from the fray. Yet, the Sword Saint does not cease his movements. Instead, he continues to practice the Phantom Sword Dance repeatedly. Observing this, Zhou Yi quickly comprehends the Sword Saint's well-intentioned guidance and calms himself, focusing intently on grasping the intricacies of the technique. Time elapses, and when the Sword Saint finally halts, he cannot help but express his sentiments. Young man, I have little left to teach you. This Phantom Sword Dance is my trump card. With your current mastery of ethereal swordsmanship and the Phantom Step, you will soon master the Phantom Sword Dance. Practice it diligently henceforth. Zhou Yi realizes he has finally graduated. He bows deeply to the Sword Saint, filled with gratitude, and says, "Thank you, Master, for your meticulous instruction. I will carry it in my heart." The Sword Saint, seeing this, bursts into hearty laughter, shaking his head as he exclaims, "Ha ha ha, in this world, with the gods absent. With your strength, I fear there will be no one left to challenge you." Zhou Yi can only manage an awkward smile. Should he encounter Carlton again, he feels confident he could defeat him with mere swordplay. After bidding farewell to the Sword Saint, Zhou Yi is about to practice the Phantom Sword Dance when he suddenly receives an urgent and alarmed warning from the celestial beast. It has detected an extraordinarily powerful life form. Zhou Yi is taken aback. This marks the first time the celestial beast has exhibited fear. As the perspective shifts swiftly, the scene focuses on the front of the celestial beast. Zhou Yi is astonished to discover that an enormous great wall has appeared amidst the endless starry expanse. Before him stands a towering, ethereal great wall, blocking the path of the celestial beast. Atop the wall, a solitary figure looms, resembling an immovable mountain. The figure's face is chiseled with a rugged resolve, and his deep-set eyes glimmer with unwavering determination. Clad in a suit of black-scaled armor, he radiates a chilling brilliance under the starlight. Firmly gripping a massive bronze sword, its ancient heft emanates a daunting pressure. He slightly raises his chin and speaks in a deep, authoritative tone. "This is the domain of the great Qin. By the edict of the first emperor, entry is forbidden. Intruders shall perish." With that declaration, he swings his arm, and the bronze sword arcs through the air like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the sword light soars skyward, unleashing an unparalleled ferocity that illuminates the entire starry expanse. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Zhou Yi is struck with alarm. He quickly maneuvers the celestial beast to perform void traversal, attempting to escape this perilous situation. However, to his utter disbelief, the surrounding space seems to be entirely immobilized by an unseen force. No matter his efforts, the celestial beast cannot break free from this binding power. In the midst of Zhou Yi's mounting anxiety, he suddenly feels a blur before his eyes, and his consciousness becomes hazy. When he regains awareness, he is shocked to find his consciousness has returned to his own body. Simultaneously, the celestial beast dissipates into starlight, reconstituting itself within the Pisces domain. The towering figure in the boundless starry sky observes the vanishing beast with a hint of puzzlement. Strange. This creature of such massive form is composed of starlight. In the sword training courtyard, Zhou Yi remains silent for a long while. The power of that towering figure exceeds his expectations. Even the formidable defenses of the celestial beast could not withstand a single strike. Moreover, the the sword and armor he bore, as well as the ethereal Great Wall and the mention of the first emperor, evoke a sense of familiarity within Zhou. He wonders if it is connected to the Qin dynasty. Renowned for its unity and strength, that towering figure reminiscent of the generals from his mind's eye. And how powerful is the first emperor he spoke of, great or supreme? Not wishing to dwell further, Zhou notes the coordinates of that place, silently deciding he must return to uncover the mysteries that linger in his heart. For now, it is prudent to amass strength and approach with caution, avoiding that location until he possesses absolute certainty. With the celestial beast having returned, Zhou temporarily refrains from sending it back into the starry void. The undead plane will invade in a month, and originally he planned to enter it with his main body, noting the coordinates before allowing the celestial beast to teleport. Now that the celestial beast has returned, it simplifies matters. However, he must still venture into the undead plane, for encountering a weak realm is rare, and he naturally wishes to indulge himself. Chapter 41. The Little Fox Spirit in the Wildlands. Zhou finds himself helplessly gazing at the little fox spirit trailing closely behind him like a devoted shadow. The Wildlands are the domain of the beastmen, desolate and rugged. Zhou pilots the Black Star to this place, disguised as a werewolf among the beastmen. From his memories of a previous life, he is acutely aware that deep within this wilderness lies a vast and hidden vein of magic crystals. Initially, he intended to locate this vein to feed the celestial beast, but by chance, he witnesses a life-and-death crisis unfold before him. A massive savage python, poised to consume a young fox girl from the fox people who was foraging for medicinal herbs, opens its gaping maw. The girl's eyes are filled with terror and despair, rendered small and helpless in the python's oppressive presence. Zhou swiftly slays the massive python, rescuing the fox girl just before she is swallowed. Perhaps having never encountered such a brave and strikingly powerful werewolf, the innocent little fox girl cannot help but conjure a romantic tale in her mind and her imagination. She and this werewolf brother embark on thrilling adventures, sharing countless extraordinary experiences together. Thus, she resolutely decides to follow Zhou on this uncharted journey. Along the way, the little fox flits about like a cheerful bird, chattering incessantly. "My name is Mealy. What is your name, werewolf brother?" she asks, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. "All the werewolves I've seen before were fierce and unkind. Unlike you, werewolf brother, who is so gentle." Mealy lavishly praises him, her words brimming with affection. "I'm 16. How old are you, werewolf brother? You look to be around my age," she babbles on, attempting to glean clues about his age from his features. "Just ahead is my home. My family will treat you well. They are the best." Mealy excitedly describes the warmth of her home, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Let me tell you, our family's green fruit brew is absolutely delicious. You will surely love it once you try it." Zhou listens to her incessant chatter, feeling a blend of exasperation and a warmth blossoming within. However, just then, he suddenly furrows his brow and raises his hand to silence Mealy. His gaze sharpens as he peers into the distance where a wisp of black smoke curls upward, his nostrils flaring slightly as he catches the acrid scent of blood in the air. An ominous premonition washes over him as he contemplates. Could it be mere coincidence? Zhou hastened towards the direction of the ominous black smoke, accompanied by Mealy. Upon their arrival at the destination, the sight before Mealy caused her to instinctively cover her mouth, her eyes wide with horror and disbelief. The once tranquil and harmonious village of the fox people, filled with laughter and joy, now lay in ruins, resembling a hellish nightmare. Numerous houses were engulfed in fierce flames, their tongues of fire rampaging and devouring everything in sight. The lifeless bodies of several villagers were strewn haphazardly throughout the village, the ground beneath stained crimson with blood, a scene too gruesome to behold. Zhou sighed inwardly, taken aback by the calamity that had befallen them. Suddenly, a spatial portal appeared in mid-air, through which crystal-clear spring water cascaded like a torrential waterfall, pouring down onto the raging flames below. In mere moments, the inferno was extinguished, all thanks to Zhou's intervention. "Grandfather." At that moment, Mealy let out a heart-wrenching cry in a frenzy. She dashed towards the corpse of an elderly fox person. Her grandfather. Her purpose for gathering herbs was to find a cure for his grave illness. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand. Upon her return, she found herself separated from him by the veil of death. As more bodies were uncovered, Mi Li's gaze grew increasingly vacant, despair crashing over her like a relentless tide, drowning her in its depths. Her family, those who had nurtured her and filled her life with boundless love, had all perished in this catastrophe. Collapsing to the ground, tears streamed from her eyes like a flood, her cries echoing through the desolate ruins. After what felt like an eternity, her sobs gradually subsided, replaced by a burning fire of hatred in her eyes. Joey stood quietly by, fully aware that any words of consolation would be futile at such a moment. Without uttering a word, he grasped Mi Li's garment and, following the distinct claw marks on the ground, pursued the direction in which the perpetrators had fled. Before long, they caught sight of a group of werewolves riding upon dire wolves. These werewolves, laden with plundered goods from the Fox people's village, laughed and chatted as if the recent slaughter had been merely a trivial game. Joey and Mi Li positioned themselves in their path. The leading werewolf, startled by their sudden appearance, displayed a moment of caution. However, he quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he remarked, well, looks like we caught ourselves a little stray. But you seem a bit unfamiliar, brother." In that instant, Mi Li recognized the werewolves before her as the very murderers of her kin. Rage surged within her, clouding her judgment as she lunged forward to confront them. Yet, Joey firmly restrained her shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his formidable spatial powers. A violent spatial storm erupted around him, akin to an awakening ancient beast, wreaking havoc upon the werewolves. At that moment, it was as though the fabric of space itself was torn into countless shards, each imbued with lethal force. The werewolves had no time to react before being swept away by the terrifying tempest. Despite their resilience, they met their demise in silence. Witnessing her enemies fall before her, Mi Li felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction and vengeance, yet it was swiftly eclipsed by a profound confusion. Having lived her entire life in this humble village, each corner held cherished memories. Her world had been confined to this small patch of land. Now, with her home and loved ones lost, she felt adrift. Uncertain of her next step. At that moment, her gaze slowly shifted to the imposing figure of Zhou Yds. She beheld his reliable stature. A glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes, as if she had found a faint ray of light amidst the darkness. Seeing this, Joey could only let out a resigned sigh. Without the burden of this emotional anchor, he swiftly transported her aboard the Black Star to the capital of the Dior Kingdom. Entrusting her to Wanya, he then returned to the Untamed Lands to continue his search for the magical crystal mines. For the following month, Joey remained preoccupied, tirelessly traversing the continent in pursuit of resources. Chapter 42. The Invasion of the Undead. At this moment, on the vast expanse of the undead realm, an endless army of the undead stood silently. Their ranks were orderly yet devoid of life. An omnipresent aura of death enveloping the air like a heavy fog. Before this legion of the undead lay an expansive clearing, where thousands of skeletal mages were diligently at work. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames as their withered fingers gestured, directing wave after wave of skeletal soldiers to sacrifice themselves upon a massive ritual array. The lines of the array twisted, and dark red runes glimmered ominously, as if a slumbering behemoth was greedily consuming the flames of the undead. As the flames were devoured, the brilliance of the array intensified. Under the watchful gaze of the gathered, a towering portal exuding a potent stench of decay began to open. In the heart of this undead army resided a colossal bone dragon. Its robust and chilling frame supporting a throne built from countless bones, emanating a terrifying presence. Upon this throne sat a lich, radiating a powerful aura of death. Its form was semi-transparent, within which swirled a cosmic green luminescence. This glow seemed to imprison countless souls, writhing in agony, unable to escape their horrific bondage. Beside the bone dragon stood a formidable cadre of death knights, clad in heavy black armor and mounted on nightmare steeds enveloped in eerie purple flames. Awaiting their commands, above them, several bone dragons circled ominously, their massive skeletal wings stirring a chilling wind. At that moment, the lich slowly raised a finger, carved as if from bone, and pointed towards the portal. Instantly, the skeletal soldiers and various bone beasts near the portal surged forward like a tide, mindlessly obeying orders, their dense ranks threatening to overwhelm the ritual array. Meanwhile, at the Hughes Mountains, soldiers from various nations fixated on the portal slowly unfolding. Gripping their weapons tightly, they had been waiting for this moment. The Hughes Mountains had been meticulously fortified into an impregnable war bastion. The overall commander of this battle was the renowned Grand Marshal Yi Zhan of the Longting Empire. Yi Zhan was a towering figure, his visage resolute, bearing the deep scars of many years of warfare. He had guarded the borders of the Longting Empire through countless springs and autumns, successfully repelling the ferocious Orc coalition on numerous occasions. After each victory, he had pursued relentlessly, breaking through enemy lines and penetrating deep into the Orc Empire. Had it not been for stretched supply lines and arduous resourcing, his valor and strategy might have rewritten history by conquering the Orc capital. Yi Zhan's gaze remained fixed on the relentless stream of skeletal soldiers and bone beasts emerging from the portal, his expression deep and composed. Rather than launching an immediate assault, he chose to allow the skeletons to advance. The human stronghold was enveloped in a massive array, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. From the outside, it appeared flawless. These skeletons were merely the most expendable of the undead army. Raising alarm would be unnecessary. A surprise strike at the enemy's higher-tier forces was imperative. A contingent of skeletal soldiers completed their reconnaissance and returned to the undead realm to relay safety reports to the Lich. The Lich finally decided to deploy his elite forces to guard the portal. A squad of Death Knights surged forth, riding their Black Nightmare steeds like bolts of black lightning towards the portal. Following them was a legion of skeletal knights mounted on skeletal steeds, their movements synchronized, exuding an air of cold menace. Behind them came the skeletal mages, archers, and fighters, forming an orderly array. Once they entered the Hughes Mountains, they swiftly surrounded the portal, establishing a tight defense. Their roles were clearly defined. Some stood guard, while others prepared defensive arrays. Periodically, a Death Knight would gallop back to the undead realm to report on the external situation to the Lich. As more skeletal soldiers poured forth from the portal like an endless tide of darkness, a pungent stench of decay began to permeate the battlefield. Yi Zhan frowned, his focus unwavering on the continuously emerging skeletal soldiers from the portal. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunity to ensnare a larger prize. The leader of the undead army was overly cautious, dispatching merely an elite guard to protect the portal, while the remainder consisted solely of expendable cannon fodder. Acknowledging that waiting any longer was untenable and that he could not allow this massive horde of skeletons to breach their defenses, Yi Zhan finally issued the long-anticipated command. Attack! His voice resonated like a thunderclap across the battlefield. In an instant, the coalition forces unleashed a relentless barrage upon the elite troops guarding the portal. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, the sounds deafening. The radiant glow of magic burst forth like resplendent fireworks. Intertwining the powers of various elements, blazing flames, frigid frost, and dazzling lightning. Simultaneously, arrows rained down upon the enemy like a swarm of locusts, accompanied by the howling of the wind in the blink of an eye. The elite guardians of the portal fell victim to this overwhelming assault, transforming into heaps of shattered bones and dissipating souls. Soon after, warriors from various nations swiftly redirected their focus towards the relentless tide of skeleton soldiers surging forth, commencing a merciless harvest akin to reaping crops. Yet, even then, the portal continued to spew forth skeleton soldiers, seemingly unending. After a while, in the realm of the undead, the Lich noted that the scheduled report time had arrived. Yet the Death Knights sent to gather intelligence had not returned, stirring within him a sense of foreboding. Thus, he hastily dispatched a small squad of skeletal knights, instructing them to swiftly ascertain the situation outside. However, as soon as these skeletal knights emerged from the portal, before they could grasp the unfolding chaos beyond, they were inundated by a torrential downpour of attacks, vanishing without so much as a scream. The Lich watched helplessly as the skeletal knights disappeared from sight, understanding that something had gone awry. Yet, he dared not send forth more of his elite troops to meet a similar fate. Instead opting to continuously dispatch skeletal soldiers in an attempt to regain control of the situation through sheer numbers. However, against the well-prepared human coalition, these lowly skeletons fell in droves, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Chapter 43. The undead plain. Time flowed slowly, and before long, the better part of the day had quietly elapsed. The atmosphere of the undead plain was thick with an oppressive stillness. The once dense legion of skeleton soldiers had thinned considerably. The Lich, clad in a black robe, stood atop a bone dragon, displaying signs of agitation. His bony hands gestured incessantly before him, muttering incantations and occasionally emitting low growls. He directed the undead to enter the portal, occasionally sending death knights to accompany them. Yet, regardless of how many undead he dispatched, these unfortunate beings seemed to vanish into an endless abyss of death, leaving no trace behind. This bizarre situation intensified the Lich's unease, compelling him to worry more about the conditions in the outside world. The coordinates of this alternate world had been brought back by a skeletal mage after enduring countless trials during his return. Along with it came fragmented information about that realm. According to the skeletal mage's account, the power structure of the alternate world was intricate and diverse, with myriad mysterious forces coexisting. However, its higher-tier powers were not particularly formidable, leading the commanders of the undead plane to believe that this presented an excellent opportunity for invasion. As the chief commander of this incursion, he understood the necessity of personally investigating the true state of the outside world in order to devise a rational strategy for the forthcoming large-scale invasion. Chanting obscure incantations, he swiftly formed hand seals, enveloped by an aura of potent death energy. As he moved, swirling clouds of black mist gathered above the heads of his elite troops, gradually forming into black shields. Slowly descending, these shields encompassed them, manifesting as a group spell, Undead Shield. Following this, the Lich wielded his staff, directing his elite forces toward the radiant portal, while he himself trailed behind on the largest of the bone dragons. With a violent fluctuation of the portal, a powerful wave of energy surged outward. First to charge forth were the Death Knights mounted on black nightmare steeds, followed closely by skeletal knights riding skeletal horses. Their eyes glowed with eerie green flames, exuding an aura of chilling dread. As the knights burst from the portal, they charged recklessly ahead, weapons brandished and howling in an attempt to draw the enemy's fire. Following closely were dozens of massive bone dragons, unfurling their enormous skeletal wings as they roared into the air, their massive forms akin to small mountains. As they flapped their wings, gusts of wind swept up sand and debris into the sky. The Lich rode the largest of the bone dragons, soaring skyward at a remarkable speed, his black robe billowing in the wind, and his staff glimmering with an eerie light. However, before he could ascend too high, he collided with an invisible magical barrier with a resounding thud. A wave of dread washed over him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Something was amiss. The enemy seemed to be on guard from his vantage point. The Lich surveyed the battlefield below, witnessing the enemy's defenses scattered across the mountains like stars in the night sky. Sturdy fortifications, countless arrow towers, and hidden traps. Clearly, such an elaborate setup could not have been arranged in a short span of time. Observing the Death Knights leading the charge, he noted that after breaching the initial barrage of fire, they were met with a series of magical arrays and concealed landmines, suffering heavy casualties. Those fortunate enough to survive were not spared from the relentless hail of magic crystal gunfire, magical arrows, and concentrated powerful spells unleashed by the defenders. The flames of undeath danced wildly in the Lich's eyes, filled with confusion and fury. He had never sent undead to invade this place before. Why did the enemy possess such meticulous defenses? Could it be that there was a traitor among his ranks? As the defenders below turned their sights toward the bone dragons above, a barrage of lethal attacks was unleashed upon them. The Lich dared not linger any longer, hastily waving his staff to command the bone dragons to retreat towards the portal. Upon reaching the portal, he immediately ordered the surviving undead to withdraw. Aiming to prevent any further needless sacrifices, as the undead retreated in disarray, the dust raised on the battlefield gradually settled, and the cacophony of war finally quieted, leaving behind only a field of bone remnants and the acrid scent of gunpowder. As if recounting the brutality of the earlier conflict, not far from the battlefield, Zhou Yi, cloaked in an invisibility mantle, remained hidden, closely observing the portal's every movement. Once the situation around the portal began to stabilize, he seized the opportunity, vanishing in an instant to plunge into the portal without hesitation. Upon entering the realm of the undead, Zhou Yi was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of darkness and decay. Before him lay a world devoid of light, filled to the brim with an endless array of skeleton soldiers, as if attempting to saturate the entire realm and the skies above. Returning bone dragons circled ominously, emitting chilling roars. At the very center of this chaos, A group of undead beings guarded the Lich who had retreated from the battlefield. Without delay, Zhou relied on his invisibility cloak to venture deeper into the realm of the undead. Testing the spatial portal, he confirmed its connection to the Roland Great World, which eased his mind. With this assurance, he decided there was no rush to return to his main body. Instead, he would explore this alternate world. Summoning the Starry Sky Beast, a colossal creature nearly 300 meters long materialized before him, radiating an immense pressure that seemed capable of shattering the world itself. Commanding the Starry Sky Beast to soar toward the Lich's position, it roared thunderously, its voice resonating like thunder throughout the realm of the undead. With a staggering agility of 15,000 and a tenfold amplification, the Starry Sky Beast's speed was terrifying in the blink of an eye. It reached the skies above the Lich, experimenting with an energy burst that had never been utilized before. As the Starry Sky Beast opened its massive maw, a silver beam of light erupted forth like a torrential flood. Wherever the beam touched, it seemed to tear through the very fabric of space, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. When this formidable beam illuminated the Lich, he had no time to react before being vaporized by the overwhelming energy. However, Zhou soon realized he had not received any notification of the Lich's demise. A thought crossed his mind. Liches typically concealed extremely secretive life vessels. As long as the life vessel remained intact, there was the possibility of resurrection. Disregarding the Lich, Zhou set the Starry Sky Beast upon the undead army, commencing a brutal slaughter. Chapter 44. The Dark Skeleton King with a Single Command. The Starry Sky Beast let out a skyward howl, its voice echoing throughout the space. It then descended upon the undead army below, initiating a bloody massacre. The undead, caught unawares by this sudden assault, quickly rallied. Countless skeletal warriors raised their decayed weapons, eerie glimmers flickering in their hollow eye sockets. The skeletal mages stood at the rear, brandishing their staffs and reciting incantations, preparing to unleash powerful spells. Meanwhile, the massive bone dragons unfurled their gigantic wings, emitting deep roars as they unleashed torrents of bone flames infused with death energy upon the Starry Sky Beast. In an instant, a deluge of various attacks rained down upon the Starry Sky Beast. However, whether it was the potent magic unleashed by the skeletal mages or the fierce bone flames spewed forth by the bone dragons, when these attacks struck the Starry Sky Beast, they seemed to vanish into the void, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The magic and bone flames merely flickered weakly against the beast's scales before dissipating without a trace. Enraged by the futile assaults, the Starry Sky Beast opened its colossal jaws, forming a massive vortex that emanated a powerful pull, activating its devouring ability. A powerful suction, akin to an invisible tempest, surged outward with reckless abandon. The once frenzied undead, caught in the throes of battle, were instantly ensnared by this force. Helplessly, they were drawn towards the gaping maw of the celestial behemoth. Whether it be the feeble skeletal warriors or the formidable bone dragons, all were rendered powerless in the face of this terrifying pull. One by one, they were consumed by the monstrous jaws, as if swept into an endless black hole, leaving not a ripple in their wake. After feasting on the undead, the celestial beast appeared insatiable. It slowly shifted its colossal form towards the teleportation array. Casting a glance at the array without the slightest hesitation, it opened its vast mouth once more, devouring the teleportation formation hole. The brilliance of the array gradually dimmed beneath the beast's onslaught, until it vanished without a trace. That moment, the human coalition outside, having undergone a brief respite, fixed their gaze intently upon the teleportation portal. When they beheld the vanishing portal, a wave of confusion washed over them, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. Is that all? A young soldier could not contain his astonishment. Initially, they had believed that this war against the realm of the undead would be an enduring tug-of-war. They had meticulously prepared for a protracted struggle, stockpiling ample supplies and carefully strategizing a series of tactical maneuvers. Each soldier had remained poised to face a lengthy and brutal battle. Yet, no one had anticipated that this conflict would conclude so swiftly and incredulously. From the moment the battle commenced to its abrupt cessation, it had taken merely half a day. Everything was already over. Wei Zhan stood amidst the smoke-laden battlefield, his expression rife with confusion and disbelief. He instinctively furrowed his brow, pondering that, logically, an entire undead realm could not possibly muster such a meager force, It was well known that the realm of the undead was famed for its tactics of overwhelming numbers. In countless legends and records of yore, whenever the undead realm waged war, it was invariably accompanied by a tide of undead legions, flooding forth like a relentless wave, shrouding all in fear and death. Yet, the battle before him was extraordinarily peculiar. They had envisioned that, confronted with an inexhaustible host of undead, their side would need to rely on their fortified defenses and tenacious resistance, inch by inch holding their ground, gradually wearing down the enemy's fighting force over the prolonged conflict. However, the reality was that shortly after the battle began, the enemy's offensive abruptly ceased. They then retreated with astonishing swiftness, leaving the affair hastily concluded. Yi-Zhan smacked his lips, his visage betraying a complex array of emotions. He was at a loss as to whether to feel relieved or regretful. On one hand, he was grateful that the war had ended so swiftly, sparing his comrades from a potentially catastrophic drawn-out conflict. Yet, on the other hand, the ease with which the battle concluded left an unsettling sense of incompleteness. Moreover, there might be a more sinister plot lurking behind the enemy's bizarre actions. This uncertainty gnawed at Yi-Zhan, instilling a sense of unease within him. He could not shake the feeling that matters were far from as simple as they appeared. Zhou Yi, indifferent to the reactions of the outside world, commanded the celestial behemoth to commence the absorption of the undead realm. Its form shimmered with brilliance as the devouring ability was unleashed with full force, warping and distorting everything around it. The entire undead realm, under the weight of this horrific, consuming power, resembled a fragile tablecloth being slowly drawn into the maw of the celestial beast. The earth trembled violently, mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry, and countless undead let out desperate wails amidst this apocalyptic crisis. At that moment, it seemed as though the undead realm itself sensed the impending doom. The sky was instantly shrouded in thick, inky clouds, devoid of any light, plunging the entire world into darkness. The clouds, as if imbued with life, churned and roiled, oppressive enough to suffocate. Occasionally, jagged bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the desolate ground, followed closely by the deafening roar of thunder. Howling winds swept across the landscape, stirring up clouds of dust and the remnants of the undead, as if the entire realm was engaged in its final struggle and roar. The undead realm, unwilling to succumb so easily, gathered its mightiest forces for a desperate stand. In the center of the realm, thick, inky black mist surged and swirled. Within this chaotic darkness stood a towering figure. Sword in hand, he radiated a chilling aura, and the surrounding shadows seemed to bow in reverence to his presence. Parting to make way, he was the most formidable entity within the undead realm, the Dark Skeleton King. His body was formed of massive black bones, each piece exuding a frigid aura, as if birthed from the endless abyss of death. Within the sockets of his skull burned two flickering flames of black. Embodying the essence of death and destruction, he gazed calmly at the surrounding phenomena, devoid of fear, only emanating cold resolve and determination. In every corner of the undead realm, countless undead appeared to be drawn by an unseen force. Their ghostly forms, once adrift in darkness, now converged. Influenced strongly by the will of the realm, they hesitated not, offering their own flames of the undead as sacrifice. Ethereal green flames wafted from their bodies, coalescing into a strange ribbon of light in the darkness. Guided by the mysterious power of the realm's will, these sacrificed flames of the undead floated towards the Dark Skeleton King as if summoned soldiers. The flames of the undead continuously piled upon one another, forming an immense vortex of fire. The flames roiled violently, crackling as if heralding a deathly war song. Subsequently, the flames surged into the body of the Dark Skeleton King. Immersed in this terrifying fire, his black bones were rendered ever more profound and mysterious as the flames continued to flow within him. His power ascended with astonishing velocity. Chapter 45. Exile to another world. As the flames gradually dissipated, the might of the Dark Skeleton King reached its zenith. He stood still, feeling the powerful energy coursing through him. After a moment of rapture, he slowly raised the pitch-black bone sword in his hand and drove it forcefully into the earth. Channeling the energy within his body into the sword, he used it as a conduit to radiate his power outward. The formidable force clashed against the consuming pull, anchoring the flow of the realm like a steadfast nail. Sensing the obstruction to its consumption, The celestial behemoth let out a furious roar and surged towards the Skeleton King at breakneck speed. In the desolate heart of this land, the dark Skeleton King stood resolute, grasping his obsidian sword, emanating an aura of death that instilled dread. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the dark Skeleton King launching the first strike, his bone sword slicing through the air, summoning countless ghostly knights. These spectral riders wailed mournfully, surging towards the celestial behemoth like a tide. Unfazed, the celestial beast opened its vast jaws, unleashing a brilliant beam of energy. Wherever the beam struck, the knights were instantly reduced to ash, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke in the darkness. Observing this, the dark Skeleton King vanished in an instant, appearing like a specter at the side of the celestial behemoth. With the bone sword infused with boundless dark power, he thrust it towards the beast. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as the bone sword struck the beast's hardened scales, sparking a shower of fire, yet only leaving a faint mark. Undeterred by this failure, the dark Skeleton King deftly maneuvered around the colossal form of the celestial beast. With each swing of his bone sword, he unleashed a wave of dark sword energy, attempting to pierce the beast's defenses. Enraged, the celestial behemoth bellowed, its massive claws swinging like moving mountains towards the dark Skeleton King. He swiftly dodged, the claws brushing past his skeletal frame, creating a powerful gust that sent the surrounding dark mist swirling violently. Recognizing the formidable might of the celestial behemoth, the dark Skeleton King understood that a frontal confrontation would be futile. Thus, he began to wield the powers bestowed upon him by the undead realm, manipulating the forces of the realm to disrupt the gravitational field itself. The celestial behemoth's movements became notably hindered, each step feeling as though it were mired in a quagmire. However, the celestial behemoth possessed remarkable adaptability. The starlight radiating from its form grew ever brighter, gradually dispelling the chaotic gravitational forces around it. That moment, seizing the opportunity while the beast was constrained, the dark Skeleton King plunged his bone sword into the ground. Massive skeletal claws of the undead emerged from the earth, seeking to ensnare the limbs of the celestial behemoth. Sensing the binding force, the celestial behemoth roared in fury, straining against its restraints, its immense strength shattering the undead claws. Then, the celestial behemoth retaliated, leaping high into the air, its entire form resembling a colossal meteor hurtling towards the dark Skeleton King. The dark Skeleton King braced himself, driving his bone sword into the ground. Gripping the hilt with both hands, channeling all his strength to erect a black shield. Boom! The celestial behemoth crashed heavily against the shield, the overwhelming force driving the dark Skeleton King deep into the earth, creating a vast crater. Struggling to rise from the rubble, the dark Skeleton King bore numerous cracks upon his skeletal form, and the black flames of the undead flickered weakly. Yet he remained unyielding in the face of defeat, preparing to unleash a final strike. Concentrating all his undead energy, he poured it into the bone sword. The sword radiated an unprecedented brilliance, causing the entire undead realm to tremble slightly under its glow. Sensing the looming threat, the celestial behemoth let out a piercing howl, gathering cosmic energy into its maw. The energy continued to accumulate, growing ever more powerful, its radiance blinding. The very moment when the dark Skeleton King was poised to charge at the celestial beast, the latter unleashed a beam of energy. This energy beam surged forth with astonishing speed towards the dark Skeleton King, rending the fabric of space as it passed. Caught unawares, the dark Skeleton King was struck squarely by the beam. With a resounding boom that echoed through the realms, the entire undead plane trembled violently. Under the overwhelming force of the energy impact, the dark Skeleton King disintegrated into countless shards of bone, scattering into the depths of darkness, leaving behind only a dense wisp of undead flame. Having triumphed over the dark Skeleton King, the celestial beast raised its head and emitted a victorious roar. Its voice reverberating throughout the undead realm. That moment, Joey let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that this realm was devoid of entities as perverse as Qin Jiang. The celestial beast proceeded to consume the remnants of the undead flame and bone, subsequently absorbing the entire undead plane. At this juncture, there was nothing left to impede the celestial beast. Complete devourment was merely a matter of time. Disregarding the industrious celestial beast, Zhou Yi turned to depart from this vanishing realm. However, just as he constructed a spatial portal, he noticed a series of black runes surging from the ground beneath him. These runes clung densely to the portal like a swarm of flies. Startled, Zhou barely had time to react when a force from behind forcefully propelled him into the portal. After a dizzying whirl, Zhou found himself in an unfamiliar world. The portal behind him had been obliterated by the will of the undead plane. This was, of course, the final act of vengeance from the will of the undead plane. Realizing Zhou Yi's unusual connection with the celestial beast, it struck at the pivotal moment of his portal construction, substituting the coordinates of other worlds with its own, aiming to use him as a pawn in its schemes. This world was one previously discovered by the undead plane. After constructing a teleportation array, it had dispatched several undead to explore, only to find the world's power overwhelmingly formidable, leading to the destruction of the teleportation array and the abandonment of any invasion plans. Unexpectedly, it now utilized this array to exile Zhou Yi to another world. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, Zhou Yi stepped into this bizarre and kaleidoscopic realm. The disorientation from his traversal had yet to fully dissipate when he was enveloped by a damp, putrid atmosphere. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld towering trees that blocked out the sun, their twisted trunks resembling monstrous claws. The ground beneath him was a quagmire, each step accompanied by a squelching sound. As if it might swallow him whole at any moment, an alien energy surged through the air, starkly contrasting with the mana of the Roland world, appearing far more chaotic and violent. Upon arriving in this other world, Zhou Yi resolved to seek out the native inhabitants to gather information. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech pierced the air above him, prompting him to instinctively look up. A colossal, bald-headed monster bird was diving towards him. Its claws sharp as blades, glinting ominously, he sidestepped just in time to evade its assault, retaliating with a spatial blade that severed the creature's head. As the head fell, the body continued to thrash and convulse, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Yi meticulously observed the first creature he encountered in this alien world. The monster bird was enormous, its wingspan towering above him, and its feathers were rough and disheveled, as if hastily assembled, giving it an odd appearance. Its head was particularly striking, completely devoid of feathers, with pale skin tightly adhering to its skull, creating an eerie visage. Even more terrifying were the numerous grotesque tumors covering its bald head, some of which twitched as if alive. From the severed neck, a foul-smelling, dark brown slime oozed forth, trickling down the creature's neck. Chapter 46. The strange world standing upon the foreign soil. Zhou Yi began to call out, "System. Are you there? Please provide some information about this place." No sooner had he spoken than a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Ding, scanning complete, obtaining information regarding this realm known as the Source World. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes, listening intently. The source. It is precisely for this reason that he was able to break free from the constraints of the magical elements. That moment, a powerful wave of stellar energy emanated from the heart of the island. Consequently, a vague silhouette, enveloped in this stellar energy, began to ascend into the air, reminiscent of the rising sun. As this figure ascended further, the brilliance of the stellar energy surrounding it grew increasingly resplendent, rendering it almost blinding. In an instant, the individual swung their arms forcefully, unleashing countless blades forged from pure stellar energy that sliced towards the enemies. Wherever these stellar blades passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing howl. In mere moments, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. The stellar blades effortlessly dispatched one enemy after another, bringing the conflict to an abrupt end. The islanders erupted in cheers, gathering around eagerly. Yet, the war god, undeterred, pushed through the throng, racing like a bolt of lightning towards the concealed figure of Zhou Yi. Upon seeing the war god charging towards him, Zhou Yi's heart sank, realizing he had been exposed. Nevertheless, he remained composed, calmly adjusting his attire. With his head held high in measured strides, he approached the formidable war god. Chapter 47. The interworld transaction. The war god exuded an aura that instilled fear, halting abruptly before Zhou Yi. With hawk-like eyes fixed intently upon him, he inquired, "Who are you to lurk here?" His voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. In response to this interrogation, Zhou Yi offered a slight smile and replied with poise, "I am merely a traveling merchant, passing through from other islands and happened upon this fierce battle. For the sake of my own safety, I sought refuge momentarily. I hope you shall not hold it against me." With that, he bowed slightly, demonstrating respect. However, the war god was evidently not easily deceived. With a cold snort, an icy presence enveloped the AI. "As a merchant, you must have brought considerable goods. Why not display them for us to examine?" The war god's voice rang out again, imbued with an unyielding firmness that brooked no dissent. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his massive sword, its blade reflecting a chilling glint, serving as a warning to Joey that failing to produce his goods would lead to dire consequences. Unfazed by the war god's blatant threat, Joey remained calm. He leisurely extended his hand, gently tapping the air, causing a beam of light to flash as his dimensional bag slowly opened in an instant. A torrent of supplies surged forth, ranging from massive starships to diminutive goblin bombs. Additionally, there were mountains of food, fresh fruits, aromatic bread wafting tempting scents, and a plethora of rare spices, each from distant galaxies. Exuding an exotic allure, an array of everyday necessities was also present, from soft bedding to sharp utensils, everything one could desire. The war god's sharp gaze softened considerably upon beholding these items. He nodded slightly and gestured for his kin to approach for trade. The islanders, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of delight. The previously tense atmosphere replaced with Joy, an elder, leaning on an exquisitely carved staff, approached with measured haste yet maintained a sense of gravitas. His face was alight with warmth and enthusiasm as he welcomed. "Esteemed guest, welcome to our beautiful Xinglan Island. Your goods are so abundant, many of which we urgently require." The elder inclined slightly, expressing his respect. "In the coming days, we hope you can stay with us for a while. Allowing us to trade leisurely, we shall ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality, so you may feel the sincerity of Xinglan Island." This invitation aligned perfectly with Zhou Yi's intentions, as it provided him an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence about the area. Without hesitation, he accepted. To receive such a heartfelt invitation is indeed an honor. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yi set up his eclectic goods stall on the island. The booth brimmed with diverse offerings, largely satisfying the needs of the islanders. As he engaged in lively trades, he conversed warmly with the locals, gleaning insights about the island from their discourse. Here, the currency was primarily based on star crystals and source stones, which, while appearing ordinary, housed remarkable energy. Joey felt a stir of excitement. This energy would serve as superb sustenance for the cosmic beasts. Through his in-depth conversations with the islanders, he discovered they were affiliated with the Celestial Temple. The Celestial Temple commanded immense respect in this starry expanse, led by a cadre of immensely skilled practitioners of stellar energy. They governed the core cultivation methods of stellar energy and housed numerous ancient tomes and artifacts pertaining to it. The Celestial Temple not only maintained order among the islands, ensuring peace and tranquility, but also dispatched emissaries to impart methods of stellar cultivation to the islanders, aiding them in enhancing their strength. The imposing war god from earlier was, in fact, an emissary stationed at Xinglan Island, tasked with its protection. Due to the presence of a star crystal mine, the temple had sent powerful guardians to oversee the island. The prior invaders were members of the Star Pirate Alliance, a group of marauders operating between the star bridges and islands, unbound by any authority, surviving by plundering stellar resources and precious items. The Alliance's members excelled in ambushes and guerrilla tactics, wielding highly maneuverable star vessels capable of swift strikes, often appearing when other factions were unprepared and vanishing just as quickly after their raids, leaving no time for retaliation. This recent assault was merely a probing attack by the outer members of the pirates, intending to seize the star crystal mine during a moment of vulnerability, only to be met with the overwhelming strength of the temple's emissary, resulting in their utter annihilation. Moreover, within the vast expanse of the Star Islands, there existed an alliance formed by the island lords who commanded various elemental powers, the Elemental Lords Alliance. These formidable lords resided on islands rich in elemental veins, cultivating their own factions. Through their understanding and manipulation of elemental forces, they adeptly fused stellar energy with water, fire, earth, wind, and other elements to cast unique spells. There also existed a group of passionate adventurers who banded together to form the Explorers Guild, dedicated to the exploration of newly emerged or uncharted islands on the fringes of the Star Archipelago. Many of the star bridges on the islands were laid down by them, greatly facilitating travel for the islanders. Additionally, lurking in the shadows was the enigmatic Shadow Council, whose motives remained obscure but frequently instigated strife among various factions. Representing a formidable dark force across the Star Islands, these major factions exerted control over all the islands within the Star Archipelago, engaging in both overt and covert rivalries, competing fiercely. Each faction was rife with powerful individuals, contributing to the intricate and complex dynamics of the entire archipelago. As for the Source Spirit clan that occupied the Origin continent, they were favored by the World Will. With the backing of the World Will, their source power effectively suppressed other power systems such as stellar energy, elemental forces, and magic. Undoubtedly, this was also linked to the World Will's repression and exclusion of other powers. After a brief sojourn at Xinglan Island, Zhou bid farewell to the amiable islanders and set forth on his journey as a traveling merchant. As for the Roland world, there was little of significance awaiting him there, offering minimal opportunity for growth. Instead, he deemed it wise to capitalize on the differing flow of time and cultivate his potential within the Star Archipelago, hoping to unearth some fortuitous encounters along the way while seeking opportunities to undermine the World Will. Zhou planned to first visit the main island of the Celestial Temple, Xingchen Island. Chapter 48, Sword of the Brave. With his destination determined, Zhou did not rush directly to Xingchen Island. At that moment, he embodied the essence of a true traveling merchant, leisurely traversing between the various star islands. At each stop, he would pause to set up his seemingly ordinary yet intricately designed trading stall. The many islands affiliated with the Celestial Temple exuded a unique and harmonious atmosphere. The inhabitants of the islands were predominantly descendants of foreign travelers from various other worlds. These islanders retained, to varying degrees, the essence and characteristics of their original worlds. Some even took care to preserve the cultivation methods passed down from their home worlds. Regrettably, under the influence of the World Will in the Source Realm, some of these cultivation legacies faced restrictions, leaving future generations with endless regrets. In his trading endeavors, Zhou adhered to a policy of inclusivity, welcoming all comers. Whether it be precious source stones or star crystals, ancient heirloom equipment, or rare treasures imbued with mysterious powers, he was able to exchange them for items that satisfied his trading partners. His stall resembled a wondrous treasure trove, always able to fulfill the deep-seated desires of those who approached. Among the plethora of traded items, one piece of equipment stood out distinctly. It was a long sword, its blade elongated and straight, as if forged from a single pure ray of light. A gentle golden radiance flowed from the sword, seemingly narrating its extraordinary lineage. The Sword of the Brave, quality, legendary, class requirement, brave, attributes, strength 1000, agility 500, constitution 500, intelligence 500, spirit 500, charisma 1000, skills 1. Courageous eruption. When the brave infuses their strength, the blade radiates a dazzling light, and its attack power is augmented by the brave's conviction and will, aiding them in overcoming all evil. 2. Unity bond. When the brave gathers allies, a mage, priest, warrior, and archer, both attack power and defense are doubled, while healing abilities are significantly enhanced, bestowing the remarkable trait of a counterattack, enabling the brave to unleash astonishing power even in dire situations, reversing the tide of battle. 3. Nemesis of the Demon King. When the brave wields this sword against a Demon King, all attributes are doubled. Description: the Sword of the Brave, forged from ancient meteorite iron fused with a mysterious star core, boasts a hilt wrapped in dragon tendons and wood from the sacred tree. As the shadow of the Demon King looms over the land once more, the brave and their sword will arise as if orchestrated by fate. This is not merely the cycle of destiny but an eternal recurrence. Undoubtedly, this weapon, belonging exclusively to the brave, is astonishingly powerful and highly targeted. Imagine, when the brave gathers their comrades, brandishing the Sword of the Brave, standing before the Demon King. Such unleashed strength would be terrifying enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Zhou solemnly placed this sword into his dimensional backpack, knowing that should he find the World of the Brave, this sword would serve a significant purpose, in addition to the Sword of the Brave. Zhou also acquired various cultivation techniques from other worlds during his trading journey. These techniques are diverse, encompassing telekinetic training manuals, physical development guides, mental utilization methods, bloodline fusion techniques, and various combat skills. These methods greatly enriched Zhou Yi's foundation. Fortunately, the game system on Zhou Yi's person accurately translated these teachings, inscribed in various exotic languages, into familiar characters. This eliminated any language barriers, allowing Zhou Yi to study these techniques effortlessly. Among them, the mental utilization methods captivated him the most, proving to be the most effective. This manual detailed practical techniques for mental attack, mental defense, mental perception, and mental control. These intangible methods often yield unexpected effects at critical moments. Moreover, Zhou Yi's inherent mental attributes were already formidable. With these methods, his capabilities were further enhanced. Thus, Zhou Yi endeavored to practice the mental cultivation techniques. He sought a quiet, secluded place, calming his mind and immersing himself wholly in the training. After 3 days of diligent effort, he successfully condensed his mental energy. In the following days, he continued to persevere, learning mental defense and some basic mental attack techniques. However, mental perception required a higher mastery of mental energy, so Zhou Yi could only extend his mental energy like tendrils to probe. Unable to cover comprehensively. As for mental control, it proved even more challenging. Zhou Yi attempted countless times, managing only to exert simple mental suggestions on weaker animals. Controlling more powerful beings remained a distant goal. One day, as Zhou Yi typically did, he stopped on an island during his travels to conduct trade. Skillfully, he set up his stall and opened his dimensional backpack, causing a torrent of goods to cascade forth. Forming a mountain of treasures, this dazzling array of items instantly attracted a throng of islanders. Among the crowd, one islander's eyes gleamed suddenly, and soon, a greedy expression enveloped his gaze like a dark cloud. Suppressing his excitement, he discreetly slipped away from the crowd before Zhou Yi could notice his unusual demeanor, hastening off the island. After Zhou Yi concluded his trade and tidied his stall, continuing his journey away from the island, a sound of slicing air reached his ears. A familiar black flying vessel, resembling a ferocious beast, sped towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was the Star Pirate Alliance's ship he had encountered previously. Zhou Yi initially thought it was merely a coincidence and attempted to evade the vessel's path. Yet, the ship adjusted its course, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Yi and coming to a halt beside him. The cabin door burst open, and a swarm of star pirates clad in black armor, wielding energy weapons, surged forth. The leader of the Star Pirates let out a strange laugh and waved his hand, causing the pirates to fan out in a semicircle, surrounding Zhou Yi completely. These Star Pirates were a diverse lot. Some were tall and muscular, their physiques as hard as steel, while others were small and agile, their eyes glinting with cunning and ferocity. Yet, without exception, they all bore fierce expressions, their weapons exuding a chilling aura. Each locking onto Zhou Yi as their target. The leader, a towering figure resembling a small mountain, bore a fearsome scar across his face, a testament to the passage of time and sin. He wielded a massive energy blade that shimmered ominously. Laughing maniacally as he shouted, "Kid, hand over all your treasures, and I might spare your life." Chapter 49. Battle with the Star Pirates. At this moment, Zhou Yi understood that his recent trades had been too ostentatious. Revealing his wealth, these avaricious Star Pirates had marked him as a plump target ready for slaughter. Aware that no peaceful resolution was possible, a fierce battle was inevitable. Zhou Yi remained silent, unhurriedly condensing a spatial sword. Seeing that Zhou Yi was not only uncooperative but was also drawing a weapon, the leader's eyes flared with anger, akin to an enraged beast. He barked, "Kill him!" With this command, the battle erupted instantly. The Star Pirates raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks upon Zhou Yi. In an instant, the sky was lit with flashes of light, and energy surged, illuminating the entire starry expanse. Zhou Yi lightly tapped his toes, employing the phantom step, his figure flitting like a specter through the rain of fire. His form became a series of afterimages, bewildering the Star Pirates as their concentrated assaults missed their mark. Following this, Zhou Yi unleashed the ethereal sword technique. The sword's momentum flowed gracefully, akin to willow catkins in the wind, yet imbued with boundless power. Each swing of his sword sparked brilliant spatial light. Both magnificent and lethal. One Star Pirate attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Zhou Yi sensed the movement. He pivoted, his sword tracing a graceful arc, the motion seemingly effortless yet brimming with strength. The arc precisely sliced through the pirate's throat, and the pirate's eyes widened in disbelief. his face still wearing an expression of shock as he collapsed slowly. However, with their numbers overwhelming, the Star Pirates, like frenzied beasts, continued to attack recklessly. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, his steps ghostly and unpredictable. Simultaneously, he wielded his sword with a furious swiftness. In an instant, the air was filled with flashing sword light and chilling energy as he executed the phantom sword dance. In a heartbeat, Zhou Yi's form became indistinct, seemingly merging with the surrounding AI art. In the blink of an eye, he had multiplied into countless identical phantoms, each brandishing a sword, moving in perfect unison toward their respective targets. Within a mere moment, the Star Pirates who had once menaced Zhou Yi now lay strewn across the ground, lifeless and silent. The previously chaotic battlefield fell eerily quiet, littered with blood and fallen bodies. The remaining Star Pirates hesitated, unwilling to advance. Witnessing this scene, the pirate leader erupted in rage, his eyes bulging as he bellowed, "Get in there! You useless cowards! Chop him into meat paste!" Hearing their leader's command, the remaining Star Pirates, though filled with fear, dared not defy him. They steeled themselves and charged toward Zhou Yi once more. However, Zhou Yi regarded the approaching minions with calm indifference, casting a casual glance at the pirate leader. Before they could close the distance, the space beside Zhou Yi began to twist violently. It was as if an invisible force was tearing at the fabric of reality. The Star Pirates found the scene before them blurring, and the once closed Zhou Yi suddenly vanished. In his place, a wide rift in space emanated a dangerous aura. Some Star Pirates, unable to halt in time, plunged headlong into the distorted rift. Instantly, anguished screams echoed from within, reminiscent of wails from the depths of hell. Zhou Yi emerged from the rift, ghost-like, appearing behind the pirate leader. His sword was poised at the leader's throat, the cold blade radiating an aura of death. The leader, stricken with terror, attempted to evade but found the surrounding space seemingly frozen. His body was ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move. The other Star Pirates rushed forward in a futile attempt to rescue him. With a thought, Zhou Yi unleashed a powerful spatial storm. The merciless tempest raged like an enraged dragon, wreaking havoc upon the Star Pirates' bodies. The black armor worn by the Star Pirates held up for only a moment against the storm's fury before disintegrating into dust. Subsequently, their bodies vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's sword pierced the pirate leader's throat. In that moment, the leader's life extinguished, his body slowly crumpling to the ground, marking the end of a nefarious existence. The pilot within the black vessel watched in horror, his face turning pale at the sight. He hastily maneuvered the spacecraft in an attempt to flee from the terrifying battlefield. However, every move he made was meticulously observed by Zhou Yi. In an instant, Zhou Yi teleported inside the vessel, appearing right before the pilot. Before the pilot could even utter a cry of alarm, Zhou Yi swiftly dispatched him. After confirming there were no survivors, he unceremoniously disposed of the body along with its weapons and armor into the spacecraft. He then carefully sealed the vessel within his dimensional backpack, erasing all traces of the incident. Thus, Zhou Yi continued to trade and cultivate. And after 2 weeks, he finally arrived at Star Island. Though named an island, Star Island's expanse rivaled that of a continent. Its terrain was richly diverse, featuring towering mountains that pierced the clouds, vast and boundless plains, serene and tranquil valleys, as well as shimmering lakes. This land sustained countless forms of life, from the most diminutive creatures to formidable cultivators, each thriving within its embrace. The island boasted an array of sophisticated facilities, from bustling markets to the enigmatic Star Tower, catering to every need. Zhou Yi's destination was the Star Temple, situated at the heart of the island. Summoning the Black Star, Zhou Yi ascended and set his course for the island's center. Before long, he felt the surrounding star energy intensifying, signaling his approach to the island's central region. Just then, a towering black spire abruptly came into view. This colossal tower stood like a pillar reaching towards the heavens, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Its surface was adorned with peculiar runes that glimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if narrating the vicissitudes of time. The top of the tower disappeared into the clouds, imparting a sense of being unreachable. Undoubtedly, this tower was the fabled Star Tower, the sacred site of the Star Temple. According to legends, the interior of the Star Tower was imbued with a rich concentration of star energy. making cultivation there remarkably effective. Furthermore, the esteemed sages skilled in celestial divination resided at the tower's pinnacle, employing their profound astrological techniques to glean insights into the fates and future trajectories of all things by observing the twinkling stars in the night sky. In their eyes, each twinkle of a star and every shift in celestial alignment concealed boundless mysteries, and by deciphering these enigmas, one could attain understanding of the past, present, and future. Chapter 50. The Star Temple. Beneath the towering silhouette of the Star Tower lay the legendary and solemn Star Temple. This sanctuary embodied the aspirations and quests of countless individuals seeking the mysteries of the stars, serving as the very core of Star Island. As the spacecraft Zhou-Yi was aboard descended. It hovered at a distance from the temple. He stepped out of the cabin, inhaling the air imbued with the unique star energy, and leisurely made his way toward the temple. Along the way, he encountered numerous hurried practitioners, their expressions reflecting a mix of busyness and fatigue, clearly indicating that life on Star Island was not without its challenges. When Zhou-Yi approached the temple, he could not help but stop and gaze upward. The Star Temple was octagonal in shape, symbolizing the 8 celestial directions of the vast universe. The grand dome resembled a night sky, studded with countless shimmering gemstones, akin to a sea of stars. The temple's exterior was constructed from ancient black stones, the surfaces of which bore intricate runes that glimmered with a faint blue light under the caress of sunlight. Upon entering the temple, the floor was laid with pristine white marble, adorned with a colossal star map, each star precisely marked. Over time, the stars on the map would gradually shift according to the actual trajectories of celestial bodies. Inside the temple, colorful stained glass windows cast vibrant light onto the star map below, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. Surrounding individuals were either engrossed in studying the celestial charts or engaged in hushed discussions. At the heart of the temple stood a massive crystal column, transparent and seemingly pulsating with the power of the stars, infusing the entire temple with a continuous flow of star energy. As Zhou-Yi entered the hall, a young woman clad in a starry robe approached him with a warm smile. Her robe, embroidered with exquisite celestial patterns, fluttered softly as she moved, as if the stars themselves were flowing around her. "Welcome, sir. The doors of the Star Temple are always open to you," she said gently. Zhou-Yi nodded slightly and politely inquired, "My name is Ron, and I come from Starfall Island. I wish to join the temple. May I ask how to apply?" Indeed, Zhou-Yi intended to become a member of the Star Temple. After all, having a sufficiently powerful backing would alleviate many troubles in this world. Furthermore, the Star Temple maintained a relatively lenient control over its affiliated practitioners. Operating similarly to an adventurer's guild, one could accept tasks issued by the temple, complete them to earn contributions, and subsequently exchange contributions for items. The relationship between the temple and practitioners was mutually beneficial, marked by fairness. Where there was effort, there was reward. It was precisely this aspect that prompted Zhou-Yi's decision to join. The young woman exhibited no surprise at Zhou-Yi's words. She gracefully raised her hand, elegantly gesturing for him to follow her deeper into the temple. As they ventured into the temple's depths, they arrived at a spacious and open testing hall. The walls of the hall were embedded with star crystals that emitted a gentle blue light, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. The room was equipped with various apparatuses designed to assess Zhou-Yi's capabilities. A young man clad in a white robe, exuding a scholarly aura, stood at the center of the hall. He was tall and slender, his movements radiating a unique charisma. Perched on his high nose was a pair of glasses crafted from star crystals, behind which were deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean. He held a black stone tablet etched with runes, serving as a tool for recording test data. Looking at the young Zhou-Yi, he smiled warmly and said softly, "Ron, is it? I am your testing instructor, Eric. Relax and perform to the best of your ability." Zhou-Yi nodded, not intending to conceal his strength, curious about the level he could achieve in this world. The first test conducted was for physical attributes. Eric led Zhou-Yi to a row of training equipment and pointed to a massive strength testing stone, stating, "Come, strike it with all your might and see how strong you are." Zhou-Yi inhaled deeply, his muscles tensing as power surged within him like a roaring tide. He lunged forward, his right fist slicing through the air with a whoosh, striking the stone with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the runes on the stone instantly flared with blinding light, and the values skyrocketed. Nearly reaching their peak, a flicker of astonishment crossed Eric's eyes as his mouth fell slightly agape, taking a moment to regain his composure. He meticulously recorded the data on the tablet, then sincerely exclaimed, "Your strength is truly beyond imagination. You have nearly reached the limit of the strength-testing stone with just your physical prowess." Next, Eric proceeded to the agility test. The testing ground illuminated with silver light trails, outlining a winding path. The sound of Eric's whistle, Joey darted forth like a wisp of smoke. His steps were light and swift, effortlessly weaving through the course, rendering his figure nearly invisible. The sensing runes on either side of the light trail were rapidly activated, transmitting data in real time to the tablet in Eric's hands. Upon crossing the finish line, Eric could not help but exclaim, "Such terrifying speed! You rank among the top newcomers in the temple's history." For the subsequent combat power test, Eric summoned a battle automaton that shimmered with a metallic sheen. This automaton stood about 2 meters tall, surrounded by powerful energy fluctuations capable of simulating various formidable combat skills. As the battle commenced, the automaton launched the first attack, its arm swiftly transforming into a sharp energy spear that lunged toward Joey with ferocity. Unfazed, Joey deftly sidestepped, easily evading the assault, and conjured a spatial magic sword in his hand. With a light step, he approached like a wraith, wielding the magic sword to unleash a flurry of fierce sword shadows. Engaging in fierce combat with the automaton, each of his strikes was precise and powerful, and every dodge was impeccably timed. Moments later, gazing at the incapacitated automaton, Eric's face lit up with delight as he strode forward and clapped Joey on the shoulder with enthusiasm. "Well done, Ron. Your performance is nothing short of spectacular. Both your physical attributes and combat prowess are the highest I've seen among newcomers." Joey offered a faint smile and inquired, "So, what tier would that place me within the temple?" Eric paused momentarily, scratching his head in contemplation before responding, "With your strength, you should rank among the upper echelons. However, the Star Temple is teeming with powerful individuals. As long as you continue to strive and cultivate, there is still ample room for improvement." Joey understood. It seemed he was not doing too poorly in this world. After the tests, Eric took Joey to the registration room, handing over the test results to the registrar. The nearly perfect scores astonished the registrar, who cast a skeptical glance at the slender Joey, struggling to fathom that this young man possessed such terrifying strength. Nevertheless, he recorded the results accurately, as data speaks for itself. Subsequently, Eric retrieved a badge symbolizing membership in the Star Temple and presented it to Joey. The badge bore the emblem of the Star Temple, emanating a soft glow of star energy. With gravitas, Eric declared, "This badge contains your identity information and strength rating. From this day forth, you are a member of the Star Temple. May you shine brightly on your journey to explore the mysteries of the stars." Chapter 51. The fated antagonist Joey stood within the task hall of the Celestial Sanctuary, gazing upwards at the mission hologram suspended in midair. Streams of information, composed of countless twinkling stars, flowed across the screen, with each luminous point representing a distinct task. Rated as an A-class in terms of strength, Joey sought a task suitable for his capabilities. His gaze flitted among the dense array of points, meticulously sifting through the options. After a considerable search, he finally discovered a mission to eliminate void creatures. Just as he was about to turn away, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a long-term mission displayed at the top of the hologram: to slay space pirates. Recalling that he possessed a space pirate vessel along with several pirate corpses in his dimensional backpack, Joey accepted this mission and proceeded towards the task submission point. He submitted both the vessel and the pirate corpses, and upon verification, received 1,500 contribution points, 500 for the vessel, 500 for the pirate leader, and 500 collectively for the lesser pirates. Regrettably, many of the minions had been reduced to dust by the spatial storm. Otherwise, the points could have been higher. On Starfall Island, Joey stood at the edge of a spatial rift, besieged by chaotic spatial fluctuations that crashed against him like relentless waves. This was one of the most perilous areas in the Celestial Archipelago, where rifts frequently opened and closed, allowing void creatures to emerge at intervals. His current task was to cleanse this rift, which had seen an uptick in void creature activity recently. Intelligence from the sanctuary suggested that this rift might connect to a nest of void creatures. These beings were particularly troublesome, capable of traversing rifts at will and possessing abilities of short-range teleportation and spatial distortion. However, Zhou remained undaunted. His innate talent for spatial manipulation was exceptional, and he had been contemplating the laws of space for some time, confident that he could handle the situation. Just then, the space ahead twisted, and a dozen void hounds leapt forth from the rift. Cloaked in pitch black, their eyes glowed with a sinister green light, and corrosive saliva dripped from their sharp fangs. A slight smirk played on Zhou Yi's lips as he clenched his right hand, summoning a spatial magic sword into his grasp. The void hounds emitted a low growl, baring their fangs and lunging towards Zhou Yi simultaneously. With a flash of movement, Zhou Yi activated Phantom Step, leaving behind several afterimages in his wake. The hounds, having missed their target, were caught off guard as Zhou Yi materialized behind them. The magic sword traced a graceful arc through the air, leaving behind delicate fissures in the space it passed. 3 void hounds were cleaved in two, their bodies consumed by the twisting fabric of space at the severed edges. The remaining hounds roared in fury and charged again. Unperturbed, Zhou Yi concentrated his thoughts. The space within a 10-meter radius around him suddenly warped, forming a miniature spatial storm. The void hounds were swept into its vortex, their bodies torn apart by the forces of space. At that moment, Zhou Yi sensed a formidable presence emanating from the rift. A colossal void beast began to emerge, resembling an enormous crocodile, its entire form encrusted with spatial crystals. The beast opened its cavernous maw, gathering a sphere of spatial energy that shot towards Zhou Yi. He instantly teleported out of harm's way, reappearing atop the creature's head. With a swift thrust, he drove the magic sword into the beast's nape, piercing its flesh and eliciting a stream of viscous black substance. The beast let out a pained roar, violently lashing its powerful tail, summoning a gale fierce enough to tear through space, aimed at Zhou Yi. With another deft maneuver, he evaded the lethal strike. Sensing Zhou Yi's agility, the beast felt threatened and attempted to flee. Spatial seal. The space surrounding the beast became stagnant, ensnaring it tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi unleashed Phantom Step once more, transforming into dozens of afterimages that attacked the beast from various angles. Phantom Sword Dance. Each afterimage struck with a blade, the swordlight cascading like raindrops upon the colossal creature. Unable to withstand the relentless assault any longer, the beast succumbed on the spot, leaving behind a pile of spatial crystals. Picking up one of the crystals, Zhou Yi felt the pure spatial energy contained within, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. These items could accelerate his comprehension of the laws, a true treasure indeed. Silently expressing his gratitude to the crocodile beast, he then retrieved a black box. This was given to him by the staff upon accepting the mission, intended for sealing the spatial rift. After activating the box and tossing it into the rift, it smoothly passed through. The box then opened automatically, unleashing a violent wave of spatial energy. Zhou Yi, observing from outside, noticed the rift flicker several times before it vanished entirely. With the task completed, he turned to leave, only to feel a disturbance within his dimensional backpack. Opening it, he found the source of the disturbance, the peculiar object known as fate, which had been charging for some time. At that moment, it no longer appeared dull. The crystal's interior shimmered with a brilliant galaxy, each star radiating with life. Checking the attributes of fate: quality, extraordinary object, description, alter predetermined destiny. The effect: charging complete. Upon use, allows the user to glimpse the future trajectory of their current world, usable only once per world. Zhou Yi stared at the description of fate in astonishment, never expecting the trinket he had acquired would possess the ability to foresee the future. Without hesitation, he activated fate, eager to utilize it before its cool-down period began. In an instant, the galaxy within the crystal burst forth with an even more resplendent light, causing him to squint slightly. Soon, an illusory scroll unfurled before his eyes, playing out scenes like a cinematic display. Flames engulfing, one-sided slaughter, anguished cries filled the air before a small boy, as his father pushed him into a secret passage on the brink of death. Days later, on a rainy night, a boy huddled in a dark corner, his tattered clothing thoroughly soaked by the rain. He clutched his knees tightly, listening to the patter of rain on the eaves. The sound intensified, and the boy suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Alert, he raised his head, and in the flash of lightning, he saw a tall figure standing directly in front of him. "Little brat," the voice was hoarse and low. "How long have you been here?" The boy did not respond, merely watching the stranger warily. The days of wandering had taught him to remain cautious of everyone. The man chuckled softly, then suddenly threw a stone. The boy instinctively sidestepped, the stone grazing his ear before embedding itself in the wall behind him. The momentary reaction sparked a flicker of surprise in the man's eyes. Interesting. The man removed his hood, revealing a scarred face. I didn't expect you to possess such quick reflexes, apart from your talent in darkness. The boy remained silent, but the man's next words sent a shiver through him. Do you wish for revenge? Those who slaughtered your parents. How do you know? The boy finally spoke, his voice hoarse. The Shadow Council knows all. The man took a few steps closer. Come with me. I can teach you the art of killing. The boy hesitated for a moment, gazing at the outstretched hand. The rain roared in his ears, and he seemed to see the flames from that fateful day once more. Finally, he grasped the man's hand. 3 months later, the boy stood in the training grounds of the Shadow Council, located deep underground, illuminated by ghostly blue torches. Before him stood dozens of children his age, each wielding a wooden sword. The instructor's cold voice echoed. Only one of you will leave this training ground alive. Chapter 52. Knight and Lin. The boy naturally emerged as the last survivor, becoming the youngest assassin in the Shadow Council. Earning himself a chilling moniker, Night Eye. In the days that followed, Knight seemed favored by the shadows. Armed with his exceptional talent in darkness and an unwavering pursuit of power, he flawlessly completed perilous missions, quickly rising to prominence within the council. Meanwhile, in a tranquil village near Starfall Island, a boy named Lin Yi was born. Upon his arrival, celestial phenomena erupted, and the Grand Sage of the Celestial Sanctuary prophesied that he would be the destined son to save the world. A decade swiftly passed, and Lin Yi stood upon the stargazing platform of the Celestial Sanctuary, feeling the surging stellar energy within him. Ever since awakening his stellar energy talent 3 years prior, his strength had escalated at an astonishing pace. Lin Yi, the voice of the Grand Elder, laced with expectation, drifted from behind him. Your stellar energy purity has reached 99, a rarity in the long history of the sanctuary. The Grand Elder paused momentarily, gazing into the distance, a hint of concern etched on his face. The dark aura from the Source Realm has been growing increasingly potent. It seems some upheaval is imminent. You must hasten your growth. Lin Yi nodded solemnly, determination flashing across his youthful visage. At that very moment, Knight stumbled upon a harrowing truth. Those who had massacred his family were none other than the Shadow Council he currently served. In the wake of this revelation, he devoted considerable time and effort to an in-depth investigation. Ultimately, he discovered that the Council had initially recognized his exceptional talent for darkness, in a ruthless bid to mold him into a loyal instrument of assassination. They had exterminated his entire family. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within Knight, gradually consuming his very soul, as he felt the dark essence surging within him. 3 pairs of wings, forged from dark flames, unfurled behind him. The dormant bloodline of a demon god awakened within Knight. It turned out that his ancestors had drifted from an unknown world to the celestial archipelago, establishing their lineage. With sufficient strength amassed, Knight began to subtly orchestrate his plans in secret. Utilizing the relationships and influence he had cultivated over the years within the council, he rallied a faction of members dissatisfied with the higher-ups. When the council convened, he set a trap to ensnare them all. After unifying the Shadow Council, Ye's ambition was far from satiated. He set his sights upon the other factions within the Starry Isles. Another decade passed swiftly, and Lin Yi found himself standing amidst the ruins of the Temple of Stars, the star-forged sword in his grasp trembling slightly. Opposite him stood Yi, brandishing a long spear, his silver mask glinting coldly under the celestial light, resembling a messenger from the depths of hell. Why do this? Lin Yi glared fiercely, demanding an explanation. Destroy the temple and slaughter the innocent. Is this what you call your pursuit? Yi let out a chilling laugh, one that seemed to echo from the netherworld. Pursuit? I am merely fulfilling my mission. As for you, the so-called child of destiny, do not be naive. You are but a puppet of the world's will. Silence! Lin Yi shouted in fury, his sword radiating a brilliant light. Star sword technique? In an instant, countless beams of starry sword energy surged forth, enveloping Yi with a cataclysmic force. Yet, he remained steadfast, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a swift sweep of his spear, He shattered all the sword energies as if they were mere fragile bubbles. Too weak. He shook his head. If this is all you have, then submit to death. With that, Ye's spear darted forward like a silver serpent, piercing toward Lin Yi with incredible speed. At this critical juncture of life and death, the power of the stars within Lin Yi erupted, unleashing an unprecedented strength. This force enveloped Lin Yi, propelling him rapidly away. Yi, unable to catch up, could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi vanished into the darkness, his heart brimming with frustration. With Lin Yi's obstruction removed, he surged forward like a tidal wave, successfully consolidating all the factions of the Starry Isles. He stood atop the pinnacle of power, surveying the land he had conquered, yet feeling no sense of satisfaction. Soon, his covetous gaze turned toward the Origin continent, for he knew that the Source Spirit clan there were the true masters of the Source realm. Only by vanquishing them could he claim the ultimate supremacy in the world. As he led the grand army of the Starry Isles onto the Origin continent, the Source Spirit clan was already on high alert. The leader of their forces was none other than Lin Yi, who had miraculously escaped death. After his defeat, Lin Yi understood that the Starry Isles were now free from any opposition to Ye's frenzied expansion. Thus, he hurried to the Source Spirit clan to relay the monumental changes occurring in the Starry Isles. Although the Source Spirit clan had previously regarded the Starry Isles with indifference, they could not afford to be complacent in the face of such a formidable threat, quickly gathering their forces to suppress this new menace. However, due to their long-standing arrogance and underestimation of the Starry Isles, they suffered a crushing defeat in the initial battle, with many Source Spirit warriors falling in combat. Yet, as the long-standing rulers of the Origin continent, the Source Spirit clan possessed a depth of resources beyond imagination. They swiftly regrouped and, leveraging their formidable strength and abundant resources, decisively quelled the coalition of the Starry Isles. This fierce battle raged for over half a year, with both sides paying a heavy toll. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, cries of battle reverberating through the air, and blood stained the earth. Ultimately, the Source Spirit clan, drawing from their profound heritage and united fighting spirit, successfully defeated the fragmented coalition of the Starry Isles. He, besieged by the elite warriors of the Source Spirit clan led by Lin Yi, gradually found himself overwhelmed, leading to his eventual downfall. The scroll of fate concluded here. Yet Zhou Yi's eyes shone ever brighter. This Yi was indeed formidable. With sheer resolve, he had ignited a war that swept through the Source realm. If he could muster a bit more strength and utterly vanquish the Source Spirit clan while eliminating the Child of Destiny Lin Yi, the ramifications for the world's will would be immeasurable. System, did you witness the scene just now? If the Source Spirit clan could be defeated and Lin Yi slain, could you absorb the world's will of the Source realm? Zhou Yi inquired eagerly of the game system. Affirmative, but I require the cooperation of the Starry Beast to suppress the resistance of the Source realms while using its devouring abilities. The system's cold electronic voice resonated in Zhou Yi's mind. Satisfied, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement to the system's proposal. At that moment, the Starry Beast had consumed nearly all of the Undying Plane, drifting like a solitary wanderer in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Zhou Yi quickly compared the coordinates of both parties and began to adjust the position of the Starry Beast, directing it to swiftly advance toward the Source realm. There remained at least 20 years before the battle commenced. Considering the differing passage of time, half a year in the outside world was not too distant. It was sufficient for the Starry Beast to arrive. Moreover, Zhou Yi intended to lay the groundwork during this interval. After all, he had already learned the identities of the future Child of Destiny and the destined antagonist, along with the trajectory of their fates. He mused that if Lin Yi could turn the tables under such circumstances, then Zhou Yi could indeed rest easy. Chapter 53. The Layout Eagle Wing Island, Starry Isles. Within a modest courtyard of decent means, Zhou Yi quietly concealed himself, observing the child playing within. This innocent child was none other than Yi, who had yet to experience the upheavals of life. At this moment, Ye's face radiated the unique purity of childhood, blissfully unaware of the impending misfortune. Zhou Yi remained hidden in the shadows, his expression calm. He had no intention of overly interfering with Ye's developmental trajectory. Allowing Yi to progress along his predetermined path was sufficient. Days later, the young Yi curled up in a corner littered with refuse. His small frame trembling uncontrollably, fear inundating him like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the seeds of hatred took root fiercely in his heart, intertwining two extreme emotions in his gaze, rendering him both fragile and helpless. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his hands stained with the blood of loved ones. Just as despair enveloped Yi, a shadow materialized silently, akin to a specter. Ye's eyes widened in terror, and the once dim glimmer in his gaze instantaneously ignited with a fervent desire for survival. He attempted to rise and flee, but his legs, paralyzed by overwhelming fear, gave way, leaving him helpless on the ground. The shadow drew nearer, each step resonating heavily in the stillness of the night, as the figure approached. He finally discerned the visage of the newcomer, a strikingly handsome young man. His eyes were deep and enigmatic, devoid of any malice. This man, of course, was Zhou Yi, child. I know what you have endured. Zhou Yi's voice was low and gentle, resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. Yi regarded him warily, biting his lip, his instinctive guard compelling him to remain silent. Do you wish for revenge? Zhou Yi knelt on one knee, meeting Ye's gaze, his eyes exuding an undeniable power. The harrowing images of his family's tragic demise surged into Ye's mind. Clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he summoned every ounce of strength to nod vigorously. Zhou Yi produced an ancient tome from his robes, its cover emblazoned with the ominous words Dark Night Sorcery in blood-red letters. Exuding an eerie aura. This is the Dark Night Sorcery. By practicing it, you can gain immense power to avenge those who harmed your family. With that, Zhou Yi extended the tome toward Yi hesitated momentarily, his small hands trembling, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. However, the desire for vengeance ultimately triumphed over all, and he tremulously reached out to accept the tome. The instant his fingers brushed its surface, a torrent of dark energy surged into his body like a mighty tide. The chill of that power sent shivers coursing through him. Zhou Yi regarded Yi earnestly, stating, "This power is perilous, but if you can master it, you will become the most formidable being. I will teach you how to cultivate it." Yi lifted his gaze, the fear in his eyes gradually replaced by determination, clutching the tome tightly as if it were the embodiment of his hope for revenge. In the following days, Zhou Yi patiently instructed Yi in the ways of the Dark Night Sorcery. This technique was meticulously chosen from the myriad offerings of the Multiversal Trading Alliance. It was extraordinarily unique, enabling Yi to harness the power of darkness while perfectly aligning with his demonic bloodline, ensuring no trace of talent was squandered. It was arguably the most suitable technique for Yi. Zhou Yi spared no effort, meticulously detailing everything from the fundamental breathing techniques to guiding the dark energy within his body. Yi applied himself diligently, practicing tirelessly under Zhou Yi's attentive guidance, making rapid progress and quickly grasping the fundamentals of the technique. Once he had mastered the basics, Zhou Yi knew it was time to depart. He understood that excessive interference could disrupt Ye's forthcoming fate and alter the future. The night was thick as ink. Within the dilapidated stone dwelling, the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows upon Zhou Yi and Ye's faces. Yi remained lost in memories of his family's demise, his small hands tightly gripping the hem of his garment. His youthful face etched with hatred and urgency. Zhou Yi's gaze was profound as he gently placed a hand on Ye's shoulder, that light touch breaking Ye's reverie and drawing him back to reality. Zhou Yi intended to offer his final words of advice. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Yi bowed respectfully. "I have merely assisted you in grasping the fundamentals. I am not your master. Your true teacher will always be yourself." Zhou Yi replied, his voice tinged with a sense of melancholy. "Moreover, I have pressing matters to attend to. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Master, are you leaving me? Have I done something wrong?" Ye's eyes brimmed with anxiety and uncertainty. In his most vulnerable moments, it was Zhou Yi who had bestowed upon him newfound hope. Not only had he provided a sanctuary for his spirit, but also an opportunity for revenge. Thus, hearing that Zhou Yi intended to depart, Ye's heart was naturally filled with trepidation, as if he were on the brink of being plunged back into an abyss of darkness once more. The child, Zhou Yi's voice was deep and resonant, shattering the silence within the room. "I understand your heart is consumed by vengeance. Yet what you must prioritize now is to suppress your hatred and diligently hone your skills. Furthermore, relying solely on your current solitary strength is far from sufficient for revenge." He, gritting his teeth, with flames of fury igniting in his eyes, retorted defiantly, "I am not afraid. I will train with all my might." His tone carried the stubbornness and resilience of youth. Joey shook his head slightly, his expression grave. "This is not a moment for reckless bravado. Soon, powers will approach you, perhaps offering promises and assistance. You may harness their strength to bolster your own, but remember, do not trust them easily." Wai furrowed his brow, looking at Zhou with confusion. He could not comprehend why he should distrust those who were willing to accept him. Zhou's gaze intensified as he continued. "Before that, you must calm your mind and find every means to grow stronger. Only when you are sufficiently powerful will your revenge have any hope of fruition." Yi nodded thoughtfully, as if beginning to grasp some of the deeper implications. Zhou paused, his tone becoming even more somber. "Remember, in this world, the only one you can truly rely upon is yourself. Others, even those who seem to treat you well, should not be trusted lightly, myself included." Wai abruptly looked up, a flicker of shock and confusion passing through his eyes. "Not even you, master?" His voice trembled slightly, clearly struggling to accept Zhou's words. Zhou smiled wryly, his eyes filled with helplessness. "The human heart is complex and inscrutable. While I genuinely wish for your revenge to succeed, the path ahead is fraught with uncertainties. Only by believing in yourself can you steadfastly pursue your goals in this harsh world." Wai remained silent for a long moment, repeatedly pondering Zhou's words, his heart wrestling with thoughts. Ultimately, he slowly clenched his fist and resolutely nodded. "I understand now. I will rely on my own strength to make them pay." At that moment, his eyes brimmed with determination and resolve. Zhou nodded in satisfaction, adding, "Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not easily reveal the Dark Knight sorcery. It is essential for your survival in this unforgiving world." Wai etched Zhou's admonition firmly in his mind, silently resolving not to employ the Dark Knight sorcery unless his life were in peril. "Keep this ring safe. You can activate it using the method I taught you. It contains resources sufficient for your growth," Zhou said, handing Yi a spatial ring. Inside were carefully selected resources suitable for Ye's training in the Dark Knight sorcery, as well as precious items for self-preservation. These were preparations Zhou had made for Ye's future development. Why? He accepted the ring with utmost care, treasuring it as if it were his most precious possession. "Master, how will I find you in the future?" he asked, his small face filled with anticipation, unwilling to part ways with Zhou so soon. "Do not seek me deliberately. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Zhou smiled mysteriously, knowing that their destinies might intertwine once more in the future. Chapter 54. The Tower of Origins. On a rainy night, several days later, he was roasting fire and nibbling on bread within a dilapidated house. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from afar. Wai alertly raised his head, instantly setting down the bread in his hand, his body tense and his gaze filled with vigilance. The worn door was slowly pushed open by a rough, large hand, and a tall figure, enveloped in wind and rain, stepped inside. The person was drenched, the black cloak clinging tightly to his form. Beneath the hood, a pair of eyes gleamed with a ghostly light. Rapidly assessing Yi, then, as if relieved, he murmured to himself, "Finally found this little brat. Little ghost." The man's raspy voice broke the silence within the room, seeming particularly jarring against the backdrop of the rain. "How long have you been here?" Yi did not answer, merely glaring at the figure like a beast poised to pounce, uncertain if the person was friend or foe. The hooded man seemed unfazed by Ye's silence, chuckling lightly before suddenly raising his hand. A pebble shot towards Yi like a bullet. Instinctively, Yi sidestepped, the stone whizzing past his ear, embedding itself with a thud into the damp wall behind him. In that instant, the Dark Knight sorcery within Yi instinctively stirred, yearning to retaliate. Yet, just as the power was about to surge, Zhou's serious visage and his admonitions surfaced in his mind. Thus, he stifled his impulse and suppressed the energy. Ye's evasion of the stone momentarily surprised the man, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. "Interesting," he remarked, slowly removing his hood, the dim firelight illuminating his scarred face. "I didn't expect that, aside from your innate dark talent. You also possess quite remarkable reflexes." Wai remained silent. The hooded man, seemingly accustomed to Ye's cold demeanor, continued nonchalantly, "Do you wish for revenge? Those who killed your parents." "How do you know?" Yi finally spoke, his voice hoarse from prolonged silence and vigilance. "The Shadow Council knows all. The man replied mysteriously, a hint of deliberately cultivated authority in his tone. "Come with me. I can teach you the art of killing, allowing you to personally send your enemies to their doom." He gazed at the man's outstretched hand, rough and calloused, with dried blood lingering beneath the nails. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi's words about leveraging power flashed through his mind. He had heard of the Shadow Council's reputation and knew it was a formidable force. Since Zhou Yi had advised him to utilize such power, perhaps the Shadow Council could aid him on his path to vengeance. After much contemplation, he slowly placed his hand into that of the hooded man. As their figures vanished into the rain, Zhou Yi's silhouette materialized like a specter in the corner of the dilapidated house. He surveyed the empty room, a trace of satisfaction gracing his features. Observing the unfolding events aligning closely with what he had seen in the tapestry of fate, Zhou Yi exhaled in relief. He was acutely aware that as long as he diligently trained in the Dark Knight sorcery, with Ye's talent and resolve, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the figure depicted in the tapestry. By then, he could persuade Lin Yi. Perhaps he would indeed be able to bring an end to the Source Spirit Clan's dominion over the Origin continent. The mere thought of the mysterious Tower of Origins at the heart of the continent ignited a fervor within Zhou Yi. Was no wonder he coveted the Tower of Origins so dearly. After all, legends spoke of it as a conduit to the multiverse, the key to unlocking the doors of infinite worlds. Should he seize control of the Tower of Origins, the celestial beasts would no longer flounder aimlessly through the endless cosmos. Hoping for a stroke of luck, if he could conquer the Source Realm, allowing the game system to fully dominate it and subsequently introduce player forces, it would become a power capable of reshaping the world's dynamics. Just imagine, even if only a fraction of the billions of players assisted him in exploring other worlds, it would constitute an overwhelming force. With billions of players scattered across myriad realms, lurking in every corner to gather information, Zhou Yi would possess countless eyes and ears. His choices would become exceedingly rich, akin to indulging in a lavish buffet, freely selecting the worlds he wished to explore and conquer. Moreover, he could issue various tasks to the players, prompting them to engage in sabotage behind enemy lines, gradually weakening the strength of the indigenous peoples across various worlds. Once the time was ripe, he could summon the celestial beasts to descend, delivering a profound shock to these natives. The mere thought of such a scenario left Zhou Yi brimming with excitement. Of course, the risks of having billions of players dispersed across other worlds were immense. If they inadvertently provoked a counteroffensive from other powerful realms, the Source Realm could easily be devoured like a delectable dish. Such matters could only be pondered gradually, advancing step by step. For now, the most pressing concern was to seize control of the Origin continent and fully conquer the Source Realm. In the ensuing months, Zhou Yi tirelessly took on various quests issued by the Starry Sanctum. Akin to an unflagging adventurer, from exploring mysterious ruins to hunting down menacing beasts, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly. With each completed task, he exchanged all accrued contribution points for spatial crystals. With the ample aid of these spatial crystals, Zhou Yi's comprehension of spatial laws accelerated significantly. One day, the vast expanse of stars seemed to be activated, unveiling a series of extraordinary phenomena. The once tranquil night sky was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the arrangement of stars grew strikingly peculiar. The Grand Sage of the Starry Sanctum sensed this unusual disturbance and hastily summoned the elders of the sanctum to set up a divination array. They chanted incantations, and the crystal balls in their hands sparkled with mysterious light. After an arduous divination process, they ultimately foretold the arrival of the destined child who would save the world. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi concluded his questing journey, quietly departing the bustling sanctum and arriving at a small village on Starry Island. While Lin Yi had yet to appear before the sanctum, Zhou Yi intended to engage in some preliminary persuasion regarding Lin Yi's mindset. Thus, a few days later, a grocery store named Dawn quietly opened on Starry Island, near Lin Yi's home. The store's proprietor, Roland, was a warm-hearted and kind young man who often extended help to the islanders facing hardships. Whenever he saw children suffering from hunger and cold in winter, he would unhesitatingly offer food and clothing, assisting them through their trials. His neighbor, the Lin Yin family, had just welcomed a baby boy and was struggling financially, thus benefiting greatly from Roland's generosity. Zhou Yi would deliver fresh rice and flour to the Lin family during times of scarcity, and when the children fell ill, he would assist in procuring herbs and doctors. This generosity instilled in the Lin family a profound sense of gratitude towards Boss Roland, leading them to frequently lend a hand with various chores such as tidying the store and transporting goods. Thus, 7 years passed. Chapter 55. Lin E. On Starry Island, there existed an inconspicuous yet remarkably renowned grocery store. The shop sign had faded over time, appearing somewhat dilapidated under the erosion of the years. However, whenever Lin E caught sight of the old yet warm lantern hanging at the entrance, he would hasten towards it with uncontainable eagerness. Though merely 7 years of age, Lin Yi's intellect surpassed that of his peers. Perhaps it was due to his upbringing in a challenging environment, or perhaps it was the subtle influence of Zhou Yi. His gaze always radiated a sense of maturity and determination that transcended his years. This grocery store encompassed Lin Yi's entire childhood, bestowing upon him boundless joys. He pushed open the door. A crisp jingle of bells rang out, reminiscent of clear mountain springs, shattering the tranquility of the little shop. "Uncle Roland, I'm here." Lin Yi's cheerful voice instantly filled the entire store. Zhou Yi peeked out from behind the counter, wearing a gentle smile akin to that of a benevolent elder. "Little Lin Yi, you've come. Come quickly and see the new arrivals today." The shelves within the store were adorned with a dazzling array of items. There were luminous crystal orbs that emitted soft glows with a gentle touch. Exquisite trinkets that released snowflakes when shaken lightly, dancing like ethereal sprites under the illumination. Additionally, there were music boxes that played enchanting melodies, with each note seemingly narrating a timeless and beautiful tale. Lin Yi's eyes widened in wonder as he eagerly navigated the shelves, his small hands delicately exploring each item, his face aglow with innocent delight. Zhou Yi chuckled beside him, occasionally picking up a small object and patiently explaining its marvels to Lin Yi. After a while, feeling tired from play, Lin Yi obediently settled onto a small stool in the corner. At this moment, Zhou Yi would retrieve the prepared candies and snacks from beneath the counter. The candies were wrapped in colorful papers, and the snacks exuded an irresistible aroma. Zhou Yi handed them to Lin Yi, observing the boy eat with satisfaction, his smile growing ever warmer. Once Lin Yi had his fill, Zhou Yi began to tell a story. "Today, Uncle will share the tale of a hero named Xinghe." Zhou Yi's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a certain magic that could transport Lin Yi into a world filled with wonder and adventure. The realm in which Xinghe resided was shrouded in darkness, plagued by malevolent forces. The darkness loomed like a vast curtain, obscuring all light and hope. He could have hidden away in safety, but he chose not to. Undeterred by danger, he sought out the power to combat the shadows. Did he find it? Lin Yi's eyes widened, his mouth still half full of snack, his voice slightly muffled in his eagerness. "He did," Zhou Yi continued. His expression turning solemn, he endured numerous hardships, traversing blistering deserts, scaling steep snow-capped mountains, and crossing tumultuous rivers, until he finally discovered the sacred stone of light. However, in the climactic battle to protect the sacred stone and save the world, he faced formidable evil forces and heroically sacrificed himself to safeguard others. Lin Yi listened. Admiration and longing illuminated his face, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. "I too wish to be like Xinghe, a great hero who saves the world." Zhou Yi patted his head, his eyes filled with approval. "As long as you possess this spirit, you will surely succeed." Over the years, Zhou Yi consistently imparted the noble ideals of selflessness to Lin Yi, nurturing his virtuous character. Through everyday interactions, small stories, and acts of kindness, he instilled in Lin Yi the values of goodness, bravery, and justice. Lin Yi, embodying the essence of the destined child, not only displayed remarkable maturity but also possessed a commendable character. The stories Zhou Yi shared resonated deeply with him. Zhou Yi could sense the will of the world continuously bestowing its blessings upon Lin Yi, like a seed gathering strength, poised to erupt and radiate brilliance given the right opportunity. Zhou Yi too awaited this moment, knowing that once it arose, the fate of the Source Realm would be irrevocably altered. A few days later, on an otherwise ordinary afternoon, the tranquility of Lin Yi's home was abruptly shattered. From the direction of his house, a powerful surge of starry energy erupted. The waves of energy surged like a torrential tide, cascading forth with resplendent starlight and an air of mystery, spreading wildly in all directions. Zhou Yi, who was within the grocery store contemplating the laws of space, immediately sensed this extraordinary surge of power. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing his face as he mused. It seems Lin Yi's talent has finally awakened. However, Zhou Yi's expression soon grew grave. Such a potent surge of spiritual energy would undoubtedly attract the attention of the celestial sanctuary. Time was of the essence. Zhou Yi resolved to act swiftly, intending to take Lin Yi to the celestial sanctuary ahead of time, lest the powerful beings of the sanctuary disregard him and directly take Lin Yi away. He wished to personally guide Lin Yi, fortifying his trust and reliance on him. Upon arriving at the Lin household, Zhou Yi raised his hand and knocked on the somewhat weathered wooden door. The sound echoed distinctly in the quiet afternoon. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no response from within. With a gentle push, the creaking door slowly opened, allowing Zhou Yi to step into the courtyard and stride towards the open house. There, he beheld Lin Yi standing at the center of the room, exuding a radiant glow that was dazzling and captivating. As if countless stars had converged into one around Lin Yi, the starry energy danced like lively sprites, swirling joyfully and illuminating the entire room with an ethereal glow. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's parents cowered in the corner, their faces etched with fear as they gazed at their luminous son. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He could feel a potent and ancient force emanating from the distant stars, resonating with a certain power within him. As the resonance intensified, Lin Yi's body began to tremble slightly. Beneath his skin, starlight flickered, as if countless tiny stars were leaping and twinkling within him. Little Lin Yi, you have awakened. Try to concentrate and control this power. Zhou Yi's gentle voice resonated in his ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of determination, quickly overwhelmed by an uncontainable excitement. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attempting to guide the power in an instant. The room was awash with light, as countless beams of starlight erupted from Lin Yi's body, illuminating the entire space. Enveloped in starlight, Lin Yi experienced an unprecedented sense of strength. This power was imbued with the essence of the vast universe, boundless and infinite. He felt as if he had forged a wondrous connection with the stars, as though he had become a part of the cosmos itself. I did it, Lin Yi exclaimed with unrestrained joy and pride, his eyes sparkling like stars, radiating an extraordinary aura. Chapter 56. The Great Sage. As Lin Yi completed his awakening, the resplendent starry energy surrounding him gradually subsided, and his emotions transitioned from the shock and excitement of the awakening to a state of calm. Observing that the moment had arrived, Zhou Yi approached Lin Yi's parents, his expression solemn as he conveyed the significance of Lin Yi's awakening. Mary, Lin Yi's talent has awakened. This is a momentous event, but it also signifies that his future lies beyond this ordinary island. Zhou Yi paused, his gaze earnest as he looked at Lin Yi's parents. I propose to take Lin Yi to the celestial sanctuary, where he can receive the most professional guidance, allowing him to better control this power and unlock his potential. Upon hearing this, a complex expression crossed Lin Yi and Mary's faces. They looked at their young son, filled with reluctance. Lin Yi had always been exceptionally well-behaved and understanding. Over the years, his presence had been the warmest part of their lives. And now they were to send their son away. Yet, they also understood that if their reluctance hindered Lin Yi's future, it would become their lifelong regret. Zhou Yi perceived their inner turmoil and quickly reassured them. Please rest assured, once we reach the celestial sanctuary, I will remain by Lin Yi's side, caring for him as I would my own child. Moreover, whenever possible, I will bring him back to reunite with you. Years of interaction with Zhou Yi had fostered immense trust in him from Lin Yi and Mary. They had witnessed Zhou Yi's kindness, integrity, and affection towards Lin Yi. Although their hearts were still heavy with reluctance, they could only reluctantly agree to this decision under Zhou Yi's repeated assurances. With the consent of Lin Yi and Mary, Zhou Yi allowed Lin Yi to bid farewell to his parents. Lin Yi embraced them tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes, fully aware that this departure might mean an indeterminate time before he could return to this warm home. After the farewells, Zhou Yi took Lin Yi back to the grocery store to gather their belongings. He gifted the Lin family some daily necessities from the store. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lin Yi and Mary expressed their heartfelt thanks, but Zhou Yi merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. Once all was prepared, Zhou Yi summoned the long-awaited Black Star. Lin Yizhen gazed in astonishment at the imposing black iron shell before him. This must surely be the spaceship spoken of in Uncle Roland's tales. Following Zhou Yi, Lin Yi stepped into the Black Star, His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. The interior of the spaceship was aglow with peculiar lights emanating from various instruments and devices, while the intricate control panels and buttons dazzled him. Although life on Starry Sky Island was blissfully simple, it felt somewhat monotonous for a child as inquisitive as Lin Yi. Now, Uncle Roland was to take him to the legendary Temple of Stars. His little heart began to race uncontrollably, brimming with anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. He wondered whether the food at the Temple of Stars would be delectable and how stern the prominent figures there might be. Thankfully, he had Uncle Roland by his side. Lin Yi mused, casting a glance at Zhou Yi's back, his eyes filled with reliance. Though he had sensed that Uncle Roland was no ordinary person, witnessing it firsthand left Lin Yi with an overwhelming sense of unreality. After setting the course and activating the autopilot, Zhou Yi, feeling the intense gaze behind him, approached Lin Yi with a solemn expression. Locking his gaze onto Lin Yi, he spoke in a low voice. "Little Lin Yi, I believe you have realized that your uncle is not an ordinary individual." A knot tightened in Lin Yi's heart, an inexplicable unease washing over him. He instinctively clenched his fists, looking at Zhou Yi with a mix of confusion and anxiety. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and continued, "In truth, I am from the future." This revelation struck Lin Yi like a thunderclap, sending ripples of disbelief through him. His eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of incredulity. And just as he opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Yi raised a hand to silence him. 13 years hence, the archipelago of stars will undergo cataclysmic changes. Dark forces will surge like a relentless tide, enveloping the entire source realm in despair and terror. Zhou Yi's voice trembled slightly, filled with pain and memories. "And you, Lin Yi, are our only hope. You are our savior." Lin Yi's body jolted, his face a canvas of shock and bewilderment. His lips quivering, yet no words escaped him. He could hardly fathom that as an ordinary child he would bear such a monumental burden. "I know this is difficult for you to accept," Zhou Yi said, stepping closer and gently patting Lin Yi's shoulder, his tone earnest. "But this is your destiny. For years, I have quietly watched over you, sharing ancient tales and imparting knowledge, hoping that when this day arrives, you would bravely embrace your responsibility." Lin Yi's mind was a whirlwind, countless thoughts racing through his head. He opened his mouth, struggling to ask, "Why me? Can I really do this?" Zhou Yi's gaze remained steadfast as he replied earnestly, "Because of your gifts, your kindness, and your courage. You were born to bear this mission. Once we arrive at the temple, I will request to be your mentor. I will not only teach you how to become powerful but also instill in you the principles of humanity. Only by possessing both formidable strength and noble character can you shoulder the monumental task of saving the Source Realm. Though you understand." Lin Yi lifted his gaze, meeting Zhou Yi's expectant eyes, and felt his previous uncertainty gradually fade away, replaced by a resolute belief. Taking a deep breath, he nodded vigorously and declared, "I understand. I will do my best, teacher." Zhou Yi smiled with satisfaction, gently ruffling Lin Yi's hair. In truth, with Lin Yi's awakening, the world's will had also grown increasingly potent. The more Lin Yi absorbed, the weaker the world's will became, which was why Zhou Yi had not stifled Lin Yi's potential from the outset. Had he done so prematurely, the world's will absorbed by Lin Yi would revert, undermining his intentions. Through years of companionship, Zhou Yi had fully earned Lin Yi's trust. Achieving his goal was merely a matter of time. As seconds ticked by, the Black Star finally reached the heart of Star Island. Zhou Yi led Lin Yi off the spaceship, walking towards the Temple of Stars. Lin Yi's emanating cosmic energy, akin to the sun in the darkness, swiftly captured the attention of the temple's powerful figures. An elderly man with kind, gentle features appeared before them, his profound eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. Zhou Yi recognized the man from the Tapestry of Fate. He was the Grand Sage of the Temple of Stars. Clad in an ancient robe embroidered with celestial patterns, the designs shimmered with a life of their own as he moved. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and his skin bore the marks of time, yet could not conceal the starlight shimmering in his deep-set eyes. His gaze was calm and wise, as if he comprehended the mysteries of the cosmos. "You are the child of destiny?" The Grand Sage squinted slightly, scrutinizing the figure before him. Although a hint of doubt lingered in his words, the certainty radiating from his penetrating gaze was unmistakable in that instant. It seemed he had grasped the hidden power and extraordinary mission residing within Lin Yi. Chapter 57. Life in the temple. Lin Yi gazed up at the kindly old man before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet, he refrained from speaking, instinctively turning his gaze to Zhou Yi. Noticing Lin Yi's reaction, the grand sage, Gu Xian, shifted his attention to Zhou Yi. After a brief appraisal, his brow furrowed slightly. This individual was utterly inscrutable to him. It seemed as if his fate was shrouded in mist. Elder, I am Ron, a member of the Temple of Stars. I originally resided on Starry Sky Island and, by a fortunate twist of fate, had the privilege of witnessing the awakening of the Child of Destiny. Lin Yi, aware of the significance of this matter, I acted without delay to bring him to the temple. Zhou Yi explained respectfully, bowing slightly. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian's brow relaxed gradually, yet a seed of skepticism took root in his mind, refusing to dissipate. After all, the temple had sensed the location of the Child of Destiny's awakening and had swiftly dispatched a powerful team of temple guardians to greet him. Yet now, the Child of Destiny was being delivered by someone named Ron, whom they had never heard of before. Furthermore, Lin Yi appeared to lean heavily on this unfamiliar figure, which struck Gu Xian as peculiar. He pondered silently whether this was mere coincidence or if there was something more at play. For the time being, he decided to suppress these thoughts and planned to send someone to thoroughly investigate Ron's background later. Gu Xian collected his thoughts and led Zhou Yi and Lin Yi into the temple. The moment they stepped into the grand hall, the magnificent and resplendent scenery immediately captivated Lin Yi's attention. Gu Xian guided them to his chamber, and once they were seated, he spoke gently to Lin Yi. Child, I am Gu Xian, the Grand Elder of the Temple of Stars. With that, Gu Xian raised his hand and waved it lightly, causing a vast, three-dimensional image of the boundless starry sky to unfold before Lin Yi's eyes. The rivers of stars flowed, countless celestial bodies twinkled, as if unveiling the secrets of the entire universe. The Temple of Stars has stood in the Source Realm for millennia. It is the sacred ground for all practitioners. Gu Xian's voice resonated with the echoes of time. Here, we house the most ancient tomes of the Source Realm, chronicling the mysteries from the dawn of the stars. Each page encapsulates the wisdom of our predecessors. As he spoke, the image shifted, revealing the temple's vast library, where ancient books exuded an aura of antiquity. Generations of sages had delved into the power of the stars here, transforming their insights into legacies, allowing future generations to grasp the truths of the cosmos. Gu Xian's eyes brimmed with pride. The Temple of Stars is not only a symbol of power but also a sanctuary of ethics and wisdom. We teach our disciples that strength must be accompanied by virtue. Only by holding the welfare of all in one's heart can one truly harness the power of the stars. And you, Lin Yi, have come with a special mission. The temple will provide you with the finest resources for cultivation, aiding your growth as you face the challenges ahead. Gu Xian's gaze was filled with hope. Fixed intently on Lin Yi's long, as you are willing to practice at the Temple of Stars, you will undoubtedly shine with the brightest radiance in the future. Listening to Gu Xian's enticing and encouraging words, Lin Yi felt a surge of strong impulse, eager to agree immediately. However, he restrained his excitement, striving to maintain composure, and turned to Zhou Yi as if awaiting his decision. This subtle gesture caused Gu Xian's brow to furrow once more. In his view, it was an ominous sign. The Child of Destiny bore the monumental responsibility of saving the Source Realm. How could he rely so heavily on someone of unknown origins? Yet, he chose not to react immediately, redirecting his gaze to Zhou Yi to see how he would respond. Zhou Yi, witnessing this situation, felt a surge of joy, believing that his years of devoted care for Lin Yi had not been in vain. He cleared his throat, organized his thoughts, and spoke. I have been in the Temple of Stars for many years, and I naturally hold its greatness and splendor in deep reverence, and my purpose in bringing Lin Yi here is to ensure he joins the temple and receives the finest training. Flourishing in this sacred ground of cultivation, Gu Xian, upon hearing this, felt a slight relief, stroking his beard and smiling as he replied, Naturally, we in the temple desire nothing more than for Lin Yi to grow swiftly. Henceforth, I shall personally mentor him, ensuring that we do not squander his exceptional talents. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yi hurriedly grasped Zhou Yi's sleeve tightly, instinctively retorting, No, I want to be with my teacher. Gu Xian's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze abruptly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He never anticipated that Lin Yi would exhibit such profound resistance. even addressing Ron as teacher. Observing this, Zhou Yi quickly intervened, stating, Lin Yi has been by my side since childhood and has grown accustomed to relying on me. This is merely the nature of a child. He continued, how about this, esteemed elder? Allow me to continue guiding him for the time being. Once he gradually acclimates to the life within the sacred hall, it will not be too late to entrust him to your tutelage. Jiu Xian scrutinized Zhou Yi for a moment, then slowly shook his head, firmly asserting, no, you do not possess even a trace of star power. How could you instruct Lin Yi in his cultivation? This is no trivial matter. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Yi replied unhurriedly, then let us do this. I will co-instruct Lin Yi alongside you. Esteemed elder, you, as a grand sage of the sacred hall, possess unparalleled cultivation experience and can impart to him the methods of training. Meanwhile, I shall tend to his daily needs, nurturing his character and disposition. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and he excitedly exclaimed, hooray! I can hear my teacher tell stories every day. Although Gu Xian harbored reservations about this arrangement, he could not devise a better solution at that moment. He could not allow Lin Yi to slip from the sacred hall's grasp. After much deliberation, he reluctantly decided to compromise, planning to gradually alter Lin Yi's mindset in the future. From that point onward, Zhou Yi and Lin Yi settled into the starry sacred hall. During the day, Lin Yi trained under the Grand Elder Gu Xian, immersing himself in the wondrous realm of stellar power. Zhou Yi, meanwhile, continued his mission-oriented life, exchanging for spatial crystals. At night, he returned to Lin Yi's side, imparting lessons on navigating the world amidst a warm atmosphere, recounting tales filled with justice and courage. Whenever Lin Yi spent time alone with Zhou Yi, Gu Xian would discreetly conjure a crystal ball to observe their every move. After a period of observation, he discerned that Zhou Yi was indeed solely focused on caring for Lin Yi's daily existence, telling him tales of good triumphing over evil, instilling virtues of integrity, bravery, kindness, and selflessness, without any inappropriate conduct. Only then did Gu Xian slightly ease his concerns, secretly concluding that he might have been overly cautious. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Soon after, a report concerning Ron reignited Gu Xian's alarm. Chapter 58. Encounter. Ron first appeared on Starry Island, presenting himself as a traveling merchant. He carried a significant amount of goods, many of which were items from other realms, suggesting they had drifted into the source realm from elsewhere. Subsequently, while on his journey, he was intercepted by star thieves, whom he single-handedly annihilated, leaving behind a substantial residue of spatial power at the scene. Upon arriving at Starry Island, he joined the Sacred Hall, where he was rated as an A-class strength, nearly perfect in all his assessments. 7 years ago, he undertook multiple missions, each completed successfully, converting all his contribution points into spatial crystals, indicating his cultivation in spatial power. Yet, 7 years ago, Ron seemingly vanished without a trace, disappearing from sight. Later, he re-emerged on Starry Island, establishing a grocery store named Dawn, conveniently located adjacent to the Lin family. It is said that Ron is exceedingly kind to the Lin family, often providing them assistance. Lin Yi, in turn, is heavily reliant on Ron, visiting the grocery store daily to play. Ron frequently instills noble ideals of justice, bravery, and self-sacrifice into Lin Yi, subtly influencing his growth. Jiu Xian sat quietly in his study, the soft light illuminating the report on Ron in his hands. His brow furrowed tighter, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The contents of this report were exceedingly unusual. Ron possessed remarkable strength yet chose to lead an ordinary life on a small island. Most critically, his location was too coincidental, right beside Lin Yi, who was regarded as the child of destiny. If this were not sinister, Gu Xian would be the first to disbelieve it. What could this individual possibly want? Why was he positioned next to Lin Yi? Gu Xian was at a loss, and in desperation, he could only intensify his surveillance of Ron, hoping to uncover some clues. As time passed, Ron's teachings to Lin Yi transcended merely recounting fantastical tales. He resolved to introduce Lin Yi to the mundane world, allowing him to experience the struggles of the common folk firsthand. They once worked together in the fields, assisting impoverished farmers with tilling and watering the crops, through which Lin Yi learned the joys and hardships of harvest. They also ventured into a humble clinic to treat an ailing elder. Witnessing the frail body and anguished expression of the old man, Lin Yi profoundly grasped the fragility and preciousness of life. These small experiences, like a gentle stream, gradually coalesced, leading Lin Yi out of the fairy tale world of his imagination and into a genuine understanding of the world he inhabited. Within his heart, a seed of justice was burgeoning, solidifying his resolve to protect the world. One day, Zhou Yi took Lin Yi out once more. The sunlight filtered through the narrow alley, casting dappled shadows as they strolled leisurely, the air rich with the essence of daily life. Lin Yi tightly clutched a newly purchased trinket, a finely crafted wooden sculpture of a lifelike bird. He excitedly conversed with Ron, his eyes sparkling with joy. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, shattering their tranquility. He, swift as a leopard, raced from the other end of the alley, his black coat billowing in the wind. His gaze was fixed ahead, a short blade gleaming ominously in his hand. Lin Yi's attention was instantly captured by Yi, his initial curiosity quickly overshadowed by caution and hostility upon noticing the weapon. "Teacher, be careful," Lin Yi cried out, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Yi. Fists clenched and poised for battle, at that moment. Yi, having just completed a mission, was still in a state of surprise at seeing his teacher when he heard Lin Yi's call, his body jolting. He then turned to Zhou Yi with a questioning look, as if to ask, "Is this the important matter you mentioned?" Zhou Yi, somewhat helpless, had not anticipated the two youngsters would encounter one another here. He stood behind Lin Yi, nodding slightly at Yi in greeting, his expression tinged with complex emotions. Meanwhile, shouts of alarm echoed from behind. "Help! There's an assassin! The Lord has been murdered!" The frantic cries reverberated in the narrow alley. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yi no longer hesitated. He cast one last lingering glance at Lin Yi, as if to imprint his figure in his memory, then swiftly darted away, vanishing at the alley's end in a few agile leaps. Soon, the pursuing guards arrived at the alley, surrounding Ron and Lin Yi. The leader, a burly man, gestured for his subordinates to seize the two, preparing to apprehend them. Zhou Yi, bemused, thought, "What are these fools doing?" Instead of chasing the real culprit, "They surround us." Calmly, he displayed the emblem of the starry sacred hall and pointed out the direction in which he had fled, allowing them to escape. Zhou Yi was not concerned about Yi being captured. If these buffoons could apprehend him, the future antagonist of destiny would be woefully inadequate. Shaking his head, he dismissed the trivialities and intended to leave with Lin Yi at that moment. Lin Yi, visibly anxious, asked, "Teacher, did that person kill someone?" "It seems so. Judging by their cries, their lord has indeed been slain," Ron replied coolly, his tone steady. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with disgust as he indignantly remarked, "Then he must be a villain. Otherwise, why would he take another's life so casually? What if he killed a villain as well?" Zhou Yi inquired with intrigue, guiding Lin Yi's contemplation. "It shouldn't be done so easily. It should not be left to the court for judgment." Lin Yi hesitantly responded. "What if the judge is also a villain?" Ron pressed on, his voice deep and forceful, each word striking Lin Yi's heart. "This," Lin Yi faltered, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate the turmoil within. "Thus, we cannot merely judge a situation by its surface. Until we have thoroughly investigated, we must refrain from hasty conclusions, lest we be manipulated and become a blade against the righteous. Right and wrong lie within the power of your own thoughts." Zhou Yi remarked pointedly that a glimmer of understanding flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. During this time, Gu Xian had often recounted Zhou Yi's unusual actions while guiding Lin Yi. These words had left Lin Yi feeling somewhat adrift, causing him to question whether the Uncle Roland, who had accompanied him throughout his childhood and felt like family, posed any threat. Yet Zhou Yi's recent words illuminated the fog in his heart. Indeed, how could Uncle Roland, who was not only a relative but more like kin, ever wish him harm? Chapter 59. The game merges with reality one day. 3 months later, a monumental event transpired in the world of Roland. Players were, as usual, immersed in the joy brought by the game. However, when they attempted to exit as they had in the past, they found everything had changed, and no matter how they operated, the familiar exit interface did not appear. The game had seemingly morphed into an invisible cage, trapping them within in an instant. A wave of panic engulfed the entire world of Roland, as the collective fear of the players surged like a tidal wave. Most of them merely regarded the myriad realms of the game as a condiment for life, a means to unwind during their leisure moments. Yet now, the game sought to forcibly sever their ties with the real world. It demanded that they wholly abandon their former lives and dwell perpetually within this virtual realm, a notion that most found exceedingly difficult to accept, their hearts brimming with resistance at that moment. A hot-headed man from the crowd, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, shouted in fury, "What on earth is happening? Is there a bug in this game? Where on earth is customer service? Someone better come out and explain this." Not far off, a wolfman resembling a husky, his tail wagging like a propeller in excitement, his eyes wide and gleaming with fervor, was dancing about while bellowing in a raspy voice, "Hooray! Finally, I won't have to return to being a drudge. Sensational catgirls, your emperor has returned." His exuberant reaction starkly contrasted with the panic surrounding him. Meanwhile, a young girl stood with tear-filled eyes, unable to stem the flow of her tears. With her small hands hastily wiping her cheeks, she sobbed, "Why can't I log out? I miss my mommy Titi." "Huh? Mommy, why are you here too? Are you here to fetch me?" As she lamented, a middle-aged woman's figure slowly materialized before the girl. Seemingly drawn by her cries, beside her, a green-haired man paced back and forth anxiously, muttering, "This damned game. Why does it have to malfunction now? I need to log out. My wife is about to return. And if she finds me playing again, I'm finished. Oh dear, I'm sorry, my wife. Why are you here too?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened in terror as a pink-haired girl appeared behind him. Her slender fingers gripped his ear with precision, causing him to grimace in pain as he begged for mercy. At the same time, a bespectacled scholar emerged, instinctively sniffing his fingers, his face etched with confusion and bewilderment. He then raised his voice, inquiring, "I was just finishing my assignment. How did I end up here? Can anyone tell me what's going on? I still have to get back to studying." The chaos around him intertwined with his question, rendering the entire scene increasingly absurd. Meanwhile, far away in the Source Realm, Joey remained blissfully unaware of the upheaval in the Roland world. At that moment, he was engaged in a task to eliminate interdimensional pollution when he heard the game system's fusion notification. In his previous life, when the game and the real world merged at this juncture, Joey felt little attachment to reality, only lamenting that his substantial fortune remained unspent. When the game fused with reality, those who had yet to enter the game would also materialize within it as humans, appearing alongside their loved ones. Furthermore, if anyone had physical disabilities, the game system would rectify them. More importantly, the players retained their characteristic of resurrection even at this time. Thus, after enduring a period of turmoil, everyone gradually accepted the reality. The rapid integration of hundreds of millions of players hastened the transformation of the Roland world. However, a question lingered in Joey's mind. What was the true intention behind the system's elaborate fusion? "System, please elucidate the rationale behind merging with reality," Joey inquired. "Beep, the Blue Star world possesses no extraordinary powers. Technological limitations are too great, and humanity cannot grow stronger on Blue Star. This contradicts my strategy of leveraging the Roland world as a foundation to radiate and conquer myriad realms. Thus, after assuming control over the permissions of the Blue Star world, I immersed human consciousness entirely into the Roland world, hoping they might grow within it." The system's voice resonated in Joey's mind. After a brief silence, he asked, "If players' consciousness enters the game while their physical bodies remain in the real world, they will inevitably perish within a few days. What will become of the real world?" This question pertained to the lives and futures of countless individuals. "I have utilized the temporal laws of Blue Star to place the entire realm in a state of stasis. The physical bodies of the players will not perish. And next, I will improve the rules of the Blue Star world based on the template of the Roland world. In several years, Blue Star will resemble the Roland world, teeming with extraordinary powers." The system once again provided an answer, and upon hearing this, Joey slowly nodded. He deemed this arrangement to be the most favorable. At the very least, players would still have the opportunity to return to reality, to the world they once inhabited. Moreover, from another perspective, the complete immersion of hundreds of millions of players into the game was not necessarily a negative outcome for Joey. The player's mindset had shifted from mere recreation to survival. They were no longer burdened by the trivialities of the real world, allowing them to devote themselves fully to the game, an immersion that would undoubtedly accelerate their strength. Consequently, this would provide them with greater assurance when exploring other hidden worlds. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years slipped by in an instant. In the Starry Sanctum, at the Star Observation Platform, Lin Yi stood atop, bolstered by Zhou Yi's encouraging gaze. In that moment, the surging power of the stars enveloped him like a tumultuous wave, augmenting his stellar energy while gradually enhancing his physique. Ever since awakening his stellar energy talent 3 years prior, Lin Yi's strength had been on a continual ascent. Lin Yi, the ancient voice of Gu Xian resonated from behind him. After years of training, your purity of stellar energy has reached 99, an exceedingly rare feat in the long history of the sanctum. The Grand Elder paused momentarily, casting a discreet glance at Zhou Yi, his expression betraying a hint of concern. Recently, the dark aura from the Source Realm had intensified, and a significant upheaval was likely imminent. He urged Lin Yi to grow stronger swiftly. Yu Xin's words were laden with worry. As he sensed a tremendous storm approaching, Lin Yi nodded gravely, a flicker of determination crossing his youthful visage. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. Chapter 60. Has gold appeared? In the abyss of the boundless cosmos, a colossal starry beast surged forward at full speed. Its immense form resembled an island traversing the universe, each movement sending ripples through the surrounding space. Amidst this tranquil cosmic voyage, the starry beast's keen senses detected an anomaly. A peculiar light flickered in its eyes, suggesting an intriguing discovery in the midst of the silent void. A bizarre entity abruptly materialized within the starry beast's line of sight. It was a massive nest constructed from countless meteors and the viscous fluids of the insectoid race, quietly drifting through the cosmos. This was the notorious lair of the starry insectoid race. The starry insectoids were an exceedingly perilous species in the universe, known for their astonishing reproductive speed and formidable organization and destructiveness. Utilizing their unique mental link ability, the starry insectoids established an immensely vast collective consciousness network. Within this intricately woven web, each insectoid acted as a vital node, capable of sharing critical information in real time. Whether it pertained to the rapidly changing battlefield or various resource conditions detected in the cosmic expanse, or even sudden danger warning signals, all information was instantaneously relayed to every member of the race. This instantaneous information-sharing capability rendered the starry insectoids akin to a supercomputer, exhibiting extraordinary collective cooperation. When faced with external threats, they could swiftly respond and adopt the most appropriate and effective strategies. The insectoid queen held the highest authority within the race, akin to the brain of the entire insectoid collective, directing the race's development and major decisions. The starry insectoid collective possessed remarkable adaptability and evolutionary potential. Upon encountering new attacks or threats from harsh environments, individual insectoids could rapidly alter their physiological structures to acquire resistance or new abilities. This rapid evolution had allowed them to remain undefeated throughout the eons of the universe. At this moment, the starry beast's adversaries were these fearsome starry insectoids. The starry beast, advancing at full speed, unexpectedly intruded into the heart of the insectoid territory, akin to a massive boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the peace of the region. Responding swiftly to the intrusion signal, the insectoids erupted into chaos, their numbers swelling like a surging tide of darkness rushing towards the starry beast. Their sheer quantity was beyond counting. As if they intended to fill the entire void, they exhibited various forms. The nimble shadow insects darted through the void like black lightning. The colossal star fragments, with their tough exoskeletons, moved like gigantic tanks, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, capable of crushing anything that obstructed their path. The star energy insects bore irregular polyhedral bodies, their tops embedded with a purple glowing crystal, which served as their energy core and a source for long-range attacks. The tentacle insects, resembling octopuses, extended numerous slender appendages from their bodies, specializing in mental assaults. Wherever the insectoids passed, darkness spread, as if they sought to devour the entire universe, their presence suffusing the surrounding space with a sense of oppression. At this moment, Zhou Yi had just taken control of the starry beast, and gazing at the overwhelming swarm of insectoids before him, he couldn't help but feel a prickling unease. The swarm of insectoid creatures surged from all directions, enclosing the celestial behemoth in an impenetrable 360-degree embrace. Resolutely relinquishing control back to the celestial entity, Zhou Yi switched to spectator mode. As the war loomed, the celestial behemoth, not waiting for the insectoids to strike, initiated the assault. It opened its vast maw, and a formidable gravitational pull instantly manifested, warping the surrounding space. Countless insectoids were drawn in by this force, rushing towards the celestial behemoth's gaping mouth like moths to a flame. Yet, the sheer number of insectoids was overwhelming. They surged forward relentlessly, frantically charging at the celestial giant. Some unleashed energy attacks born from their evolution, raining down upon the celestial behemoth like a tempest. These energy assaults took various forms, from slender beams of light to clusters of exploding energy orbs. They struck the behemoth's scales, producing dazzling flashes and rippling waves of energy. Relying on its robust physique, the celestial behemoth withstood wave after wave of onslaught. Simultaneously, it was not idle. Its massive claws swiped through the air, obliterating clusters of insectoids with each motion. Its tail swept across the battlefield, reducing nearby insectoids to mere fragments, unleashing a cascade of black blood. Nevertheless, the insectoids showed no fear. Leveraging their numerical advantage, they pressed ever closer to the behemoth. Sensing that physical attacks were insufficiently damaging, Zhou Yi commanded the celestial behemoth to unleash its full devouring abilities. With a thunderous roar, a black orb of energy materialized within its maw, brimming with insatiable devouring power, drawing in everything nearby, be it insectoids or meteorites. The celestial behemoth reveled in this feast, savoring a long-forgotten taste of flesh. Zhou Yi, observing the eclectic array of skills gained from the devouring, felt a surge of delight. Although most offensive skills lacked significant power, some passive abilities, particularly resistances, proved quite beneficial. At this moment, within the heart of the insectoid horde, the silhouette of the insect queen gradually emerged. Towering several times over her kin, her form resembled a resplendent moth, radiating an eerie violet luminescence. Witnessing the celestial behemoth's might, the queen delicately waved her antennae, commanding the insectoids to disperse and retreat, employing ranged attacks to deplete the behemoth's strength. The insectoids moved with the precision of well-trained soldiers, swiftly executing the queen's directives. A faction of melee insectoids continued their charge towards the celestial behemoth, drawing its attention, while another group unleashed energy assaults from a distance. Zhou Yi, keenly aware of the queen's presence, swiftly regained control of the celestial behemoth. With a thought, he activated the Void Traverse, appearing directly beside the queen. Sensing the spatial disturbance, the insect queen rallied her surrounding kin to form a formidable defensive barrier. Alas, it was too late. The celestial behemoth unleashed its devouring skill once more, consuming the insectoids encircling the queen. Only the queen, with her formidable power, managed to hold her ground. Before other insectoids could rush to her aid, the celestial behemoth teleported directly behind her. Its colossal claw raised high, it struck down upon the queen's head with ferocity. The impact was tremendous, causing her head to cave in. The wounded queen emitted a haunting wail, her cries echoing through the cosmos, filled with agony and despair. Yet, before the sound could dissipate, the celestial behemoth swallowed her whole. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring the insect queen, gaining the innate skill Supreme Command. At this moment, the system's melodious notification rang out, causing Zhou Yi's eyes to widen in surprise. Could it be a golden opportunity? Chapter 61. Have I become the insect queen? With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he focused on the detailed description of Supreme Command. Supreme Command grants the highest authority within the mental link network of the celestial insectoids, encompassing commands such as Gene Restructuring Order, Collective Will Fusion Order, Ecological Assimilation Order, and more. As the core sovereign of the insectoids, the Queen's Supreme Command embodies the secrets of their survival and evolution. Reading the introduction, Zhou Yi's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had encountered many extraordinary skills and abilities in his past, yet none had shown such complexity and might. This Supreme Command was far from a mere grant of supreme authority. It resembled a sophisticated insectoid system, with every component teeming with boundless potential. The Gene Restructuring Order acted as a genetic selector, adhering to the natural law of survival of the fittest, deeply transforming the insectoid's genetic makeup. It could accurately identify detrimental genetic segments and eliminate them. Through intricate combinations and reconfigurations, it could create the most optimal genes for the insectoids to thrive and reproduce in various extreme cosmic environments. Each adjustment and optimization of the genes could give rise to new, stronger insectoid individuals better adapted to their surroundings, laying a solid foundation for the future development of the swarm. The collective will fusion order served as an invisible bridge of consciousness, establishing deep and tight mental links with every individual insectoid. Through this order, the queen could extend her awareness like a vast and intricate neural network, covering the entire swarm without omission in battle. They could act as a cohesive unit, reacting instantaneously to battlefield dynamics, unleashing combat strength far surpassing simple individual aggregation. The ecological assimilation order was a powerful means for the queen to alter environments and create habitats suitable for the insectoid race. When executed, the queen would emit special biochemical signals capable of interacting with surrounding materials and energies, influencing climate, adjusting temperature and humidity, and cultivating a habitable ecological environment for her kin. She could also gradually assimilate the ecosystems of other life forms, converting them into resources usable by the insectoids, thereby expanding their living domain and enabling them to thrive across the cosmos. Understanding the functions of these commands left Joey astounded. He recognized that the celestial insectoids had endured the test of time across the boundless universe, maintaining their formidable vitality and capacity for expansion, largely due to the pivotal role of the insect queen. Just this single supreme command skill significantly enhanced the survival rate of the celestial insectoids. Now, it undoubtedly benefited the celestial behemoth. Upon reflection, the celestial behemoth's dominion over the insectoid seemed oddly reasonable, considering both bore the celestial moniker. Perhaps they were once kin. Unable to contain his curiosity, Joey decided to experiment with the collective will fusion order. As he focused his mind, he instantaneously connected to an unimaginably vast information network. Within this network, each insectoid became a node, emanating unique informational waves. He felt as if he possessed countless eyes and limbs. With a mere thought, he could manipulate every insectoid within the network at will. He attempted to command them to cease their attacks and hold position, and in an instant, all the insectoids came to a standstill. Gazing at the infinite array of insectoids before him, Joey felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. This was undoubtedly a colossal power. Should they be unleashed upon the world, the sheer magnitude of their invasion would be thrilling to envision. Yet, a practical dilemma loomed. How could he transport such vast numbers of insectoids? The celestial behemoth traveled at an extraordinary speed through the endless universe, far outpacing the insectoids. What if they were to adhere to the behemoth like parasites? He gazed up at the celestial behemoth's towering form, standing 500 meters tall, and then at the seemingly endless swarm of insectoids. Contemplating the logistics, he calculated that, even if the insectoids clung densely to the behemoth's form, only a few could be accommodated. Moreover, even a handful of insectoids would be of little use to the celestial behemoth, insufficient to match the force of a casual strike. After much deliberation, Joey resolved to first enhance the twin fish space to see if it could accommodate the insectoids. He commanded the insectoids to stand guard, and in an instant, the celestial behemoth vanished, leaving only an ancient black fish-shaped jade pendant behind. He decided to bring a shadow insect into the space for experimentation. Initially, the shadow insect thrived upon entry, filled with vitality. However, it wasn't long before Joey noticed its movement slowing. Gradually growing lethargic, it dawned on him that the twin fish space lacked the essential substances for insectoid survival. This seemingly mystical space was akin to a barren desert for the insectoids, devoid of life. He commanded the celestial behemoth to execute the ecological assimilation order. In an instant, the behemoth radiated a dazzling violet glow, akin to flames illuminating the entire twin fish space. Simultaneously, the mysterious white mist surrounding the space appeared to respond to some unseen force, gradually converging towards the behemoth. It swirled around the celestial giant like animated ribbons. Joey stood by, filled with curiosity as he observed the mist. During the celestial behemoth's formation, it was this same mist that coalesced into its colossal body. Now, in the process of transforming the space, it relied on the power of this mist once more. He couldn't help but speculate on the nature of this mist. What energy did it possess? Its quality was remarkable. Was it life energy? Or perhaps the fabled force of creation? Regardless of its nature, it was undeniably useful, although he pondered whether the mist would eventually deplete and how he might replenish it. Just as Joey fell into contemplation, the celestial behemoth seemed to absorb sufficient energy. With a mighty roar, it opened its vast maw, expelling forth orbs of purple-hued energy. These substances appeared as if imbued with life, exuding a vibrant aura as they rapidly permeated every corner of the Pisces space. Wherever they traversed, the previously desolate void began to transform. Energetic matter gradually coalesced into splendid nebulae, akin to ethereal ribbons, gently drifting through the emptiness. Subsequently, these colossal nebulae attracted one another, converging into a singular mass. Through a process of integration and evolution, they birthed stable, gaseous planets. The cosmic behemoth, with its ecological assimilation abilities, adjusted the atmospheric composition of these planets, enriching them with various elements vital for the insectoid race, thus creating a nurturing cradle for their eggs. The once feeble shadow insect, upon inhaling these dispersing substances, astonishingly regained vitality, joyfully fluttering through the space. Chapter 62. The Insectoid Legion. Following this, the cosmic behemoth, under Zhou Yi's command, introduced several insectoids into the Pisces space. These insectoids, laden with a multitude of meteoric debris, resembled a diligent group of craftsmen, busily toiling in this newfound realm. Numerous tendril insects encircled the gaseous planets, methodically stacking the meteorites, employing their bodily fluids as adhesive to construct a habitat for their kind. Before long, unique insect burrows emerged. The once lifeless expanse now thrummed with vitality and vigor. The insectoids scurried through this new domain, creating a scene of flourishing prosperity. Observing the transformation before him, Zhou Yi was filled with astonishment. Initially, he regarded the Pisces space merely as a simple transit station for resources, never anticipating its immense potential and significance. Surrounded by the shrouding white mist, the vastness of the space was not yet apparent. Zhou Yi had always presumed it to be an ordinary small space and had never contemplated venturing into the misty regions. However, as the insectoids continued to explore, the white mist gradually receded, revealing the boundless expanse of the Pisces space. Even now, despite the multitude of insectoids soaring within, the borders of the mist remained elusive. A thought struck Zhou Yi, prompting him to dispatch insectoids to investigate the boundaries of this mysterious space. In an instant, hundreds of the swiftest shadow insects dispersed in all directions, darting like arrows towards the unknown. After approximately an hour of flight, an image captured by one of the insectoids surged into Zhou Yi's mind. At the end of the white mist lay a dense black fog, resembling a colossal curtain that tightly enveloped the white mist. Emanating a perilous aura, he commanded the shadow insects to continue their flight, plunging into the black fog. Then, there was silence. The image abruptly ceased, the shadow insect meeting its demise. Meanwhile, reports began to flow in from other shadow insects exploring different directions, all invariably encountering the boundary of the black fog. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility that this black fog was also a form of energy, though its purpose remained uncertain. Could it be unleashed to vanquish foes? He quickly dismissed this impractical notion, recognizing that with the slow spread of the black fog, by the time it approached an enemy, they would likely have fled. He pondered whether the black and white fog had any connection to the Pisces pendant's duality. Given that the black fog matched the white in potency, its significance must be considerable. Not wishing to delve deeper into this, he left the cosmic behemoth to continue creating insect burrows and withdrew his consciousness. In the following days, Zhou Yi's life became structured and bustling. Amidst the daily trivialities, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to familiarizing and understanding the diverse starry insectoids. Among them, the most precious were the female brood mothers, bearing the weight of their species' future. Each brood mother could lay tens of thousands of eggs during a reproductive cycle, exhibiting exceptional adaptability to diverse environments. Whether amidst the frigid interstellar dust belts or in the proximity of radiating stars, they could swiftly hatch, replenishing the insectoid ranks with an unending supply of troops. Provided sufficient resources, Zhou Yi could effortlessly amass an infinite army from these brood mothers. Thus, once the cosmic behemoth had sufficiently transformed the Pisces space, he unhesitatingly prioritized bringing all the brood mothers into the space. Watching as hundreds of thousands of brood mothers gradually settled within the Pisces space, Zhou Yi felt a slight sense of relief. Then shifted his focus to the elite individuals among the starry insectoids. Although the Pisces space was exceedingly vast, the capacity of the white mist space was ultimately limited, making it impossible to relocate all the starry insectoids at once. Therefore, necessary selections were inevitable. Zhou Yi meticulously sifted through the swarm, prioritizing the strongest and most representative individuals from various insectoid types. The robust, battle-hardened combat insects, along with those possessing special abilities that could thrive in complex environments, were all incorporated into the Pisces space. In the ensuing period, Zhou Yi tirelessly repeated the process of selecting insectoids, funneling batch after batch of suitable candidates into the Pisces space. Only when the white mist space was brimming did he finally pause. Though not without a sense of lingering desire, at this moment, the Pisces space had undergone a complete transformation. Stepping into the Pisces space felt akin to plunging into a universe dominated by insectoids. As far as the eye could see, countless insect burrows sprawled chaotically in every nook and cranny. Between the burrows, various starry insectoids surged like a tidal wave. Any ordinary individual stumbling into this realm would likely be struck with terror at the sight of the overwhelming swarm and the densely packed burrows. Reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, he commanded all insectoids to enter a dormant state to conserve energy. Gathering his thoughts, he resolved to let the cosmic behemoth continue its journey towards the source realm. Upon their return to the boundless cosmos, Zhou Yi noticed a significant thinning of the insectoid sentinels surrounding him. He initially intended to depart without a second thought, yet upon observing the forlorn insectoids, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. He understood full well that without the queen's guidance and deprived of the hope embodied by the brood mothers, these insectoids were doomed to gradually perish in the harshness of the universe. Thus, with a sweeping gesture, he summoned hundreds of brood mothers to manifest in the void. He solemnly commanded the insectoids to vigilantly guard the brood mothers, nurturing their development, before finally departing with a sense of reassurance. After all, this was the ancestral home of the insectoids, and leaving behind these seeds of hope constituted a glimmer of survival. Perhaps one day, on a whim, he could return to witness whether these insectoids could cultivate a new generation of even stronger progeny. With all preparations complete, the cosmic behemoth unfurled its colossal form, surging towards the source realm, leaving behind a blurred shadow in the infinite cosmos. Meanwhile, within the task hall of the Shadow Council, Yi, weary from completing a mission, approached the staff. After filing his report, he intended to return for a much-needed rest. At that moment, a man clad in a black cloak brushed past him, and he keenly noticed a note nestled within the crevice of the leather armor. He kept silent, casting a discreet glance at the cloaked figure before nonchalantly pocketing the note. Upon returning to his room, he closed the door and examined the note, ensuring its integrity before unfolding it. However, the contents of the note sent a jolt through his body, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Chapter 63. Bloodline of the Demon God. The note detailed the true reason behind the massacre of Ye's family. It turned out that a council member, the Wind Envoy, had inadvertently discovered the dark talent concealed within Yi. Driven by a desire to exploit him, the envoy had cruelly commanded his subordinates to slaughter Ye's family. All to bring him back to the Shadow Council. That fateful night, the massacre unfolded mercilessly. Ye's father, acutely aware of the world's treachery, had preemptively excavated an escape tunnel in their home, allowing Yi to survive the calamity. Subsequently, the envoy's subordinates scoured the land, eventually locating the wandering Yi and bringing him back to the Shadow Council. In an instant, fury ignited within Ye's eyes. He could hardly fathom that the very council member he had pledged his loyalty to was the architect of his parents' demise. The bearer of this message, it was clear, harbored ulterior motives, likely intending to use him as a weapon against their enemies. If you wish to wield me as a blade, then I shall become a dagger aimed at your hearts. Yi seethed inwardly, his heart brimming with hatred and resolve. The upper echelons of the Shadow Council would never have anticipated that the very blade they deemed most reliable and useful had slipped beyond their grasp and was poised to become their most formidable adversary. Suddenly, the image of his mentor surfaced in Ye's mind. If his mentor was aware that the Shadow Council would seek him out, might he also have foreseen the impending slaughter of Ye's family? This thought filled Yi with dread. In his darkest and most desperate moments, it was his mentor who had offered warmth and hope, guiding him to find a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. Yet, if his mentor had known of these events and chose not to intervene, what did that signify? With this realization, the shadows in Ye's heart deepened, as if engulfed by an endless abyss. In that instant, he felt himself being utterly consumed by darkness. Suddenly, a surge of heat coursed through him, akin to a blazing inferno, relentlessly scorching his entire being. The overwhelming agony swiftly engulfed all of Ye's consciousness. In the dim and oppressive chamber, he curled up in the corner like a trapped beast, his body trembling slightly, tormented by pain and hatred to the point of losing his way within the whirlpool of anguish. His fury was ignited, a blaze of resentment against the injustice of fate burning ever brighter. As time passed, a formidable surge of malevolent energy surged within Ye's being, with the awakening of the demonic bloodline. His physique underwent bizarre transformations. Sinister and grotesque patterns emerged upon his skin. His hair danced wildly, 3 pairs of dark, flame-like wings unfurled from his back, and his eyes glimmered with a sanguine light. Simultaneously, his aura grew wild and chaotic. The surrounding space twisted and contorted in response to the release of this power, as if lamenting his inner torment and fury. Gradually, the awakening of his bloodline drew to a close. Ye's essence had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The once frigid aura now radiated malevolence and dread. Half a month later, within the dim and suffocating assembly hall of the Shadow Council, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed one could wring water from it. The high-ranking members of the Shadow Council were gathered around a massive long table. Their faces bore expressions of arrogance or cunning smirks as they conspired over those clandestine plots. Unbeknownst to them, a dreadful storm approached silently. Yi, concealed within the shadows, exuded a chilling aura following the awakening of his demonic bloodline. His eyes flickered with an eerie crimson hue, akin to hellfire, devouring all in its path. Beside Yi stood a group of members equally discontented with the upper echelons of the Shadow Council. Once oppressed and exploited within this organization, their resentment blazed forth, ignited by Ye's call to arms. Their gazes brimmed with resolve and fury, resolutely following Yi, ready to strike a lethal blow against the arrogant elites. At Ye's command, the traps within the assembly hall sprang to life in an instant. These traps had been cunningly laid by Yi, utilizing his exceptional dark affinity to infiltrate the hall. To prevent leaks, only he was privy to this scheme. Suddenly, countless tendrils of black mist erupted from the hall's periphery, as if alive, swiftly enveloping the entire assembly chamber. From within the mist emanated chilling howls, reminiscent of wailing demons from the abyss. As the mist touched the bodies of the high-ranking members, they were seized by terror. Realizing that their powers were gradually ebbing away in a state of panic, they looked around desperately for an escape route, only to find that all exits had been securely sealed, trapped like prey within a cage. Yi emerged slowly from the shadows, his steps steady and resolute, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat upon the hearts of the high-ranking members. In his grasp, he held a swirling orb of purple-black energy, teeming with boundless destructive power, radiating terrifying waves outward. At that moment, the Wind Counselor, loyal to Yi, observed the coldness etched upon Ye's face, his own anxiety intensifying, yet he still rebuked. What do you intend to do? This is a meeting place for the counselors, not your playground. What do I intend to do? Why not recall what you did to my family? Yi replied with a cold smile, striding into the assembly hall. The Wind Counselor's countenance darkened upon hearing this. He understood that past deeds had come to light. Another counselor, his eyes flickering, was the one who had delivered the note to Yi. He cleared his throat and spoke. If the Wind Counselor has wronged you in any way, why not allow us to resolve this separately and take our leave? Leave? No, none of you shall depart today. Do you think you can forever maintain control over everything? Yi's voice was frigid and deep, echoing within the hall like a whisper from a demon. Today marks your end. As Yi's words fell, the energy orb in his hand surged forth violently towards the high-ranking members. The orb rapidly expanded mid-air, transforming into a powerful tempest of energy that swept across the hall. Everything in its path was mercilessly obliterated. Tables, chairs, walls, and even those once mighty figures of the Shadow Council were reduced to dust beneath this overwhelming force. Under Yi's leadership, the disgruntled members unleashed their fury, channeling their long-suppressed grievances into formidable strength, attacking the remaining high rank, the Temple of the Stars, endowed with formidable celestial powers and a multitude of devoted followers. Has long stood as the preeminent force across the archipelago of stars. Naturally, it has also represented the final obstacle to Ye's dominion over these lands. Regrettably, they have all underestimated Ye's ambition. After uniting the full might of the Shadow Council, The Elemental Lords Alliance and the Explorers Guild, Yi launched a full-scale assault on the Temple of the Stars. The ensuing conflict was exceedingly brutal, with both sides committing vast resources and troops to the fray. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, illuminated by flashes of magic, and reverberated with the cacophony of battle cries. Yi led the charge, his forces advancing relentlessly. His dark powers surged like a tempest over the sea, leaving devastation in their wake. The guardians of the temple fought valiantly, yet gradually succumbed to Ye's overwhelming onslaught. After 2 weeks of intense warfare, the Grand Sage Gu Xian was ambushed and killed by Yi, leading to the eventual fall of the Temple of the Stars. With a thunderous crash, the temple's grand doors collapsed, and Yi entered the hallowed hall with his army. Once a bastion of glory, the temple now lay in ruins, and Yi stood atop the wreckage, surveying the land he had conquered. At that moment, Lin Yi's feet had just touched the soil of Star Island. Before him lay a scene of chaos and devastation, starkly contrasting the peaceful serenity he remembered. The tumultuous sights along his path weighed heavily on Lin Yi's heart, instilling a sense of urgency within him. With a swift step, he activated his movement technique, racing like a streak of light towards the Temple of the Stars. Anxiety and unease flooded his mind as he silently prayed for the temple's safety. Along the way, a faction of the Shadow Council detected his presence and closed in like ravenous wolves. Leading them was a burly man wielding a hefty battle axe, his face twisted in a malevolent grin as he taunted, "Kid, you dare run in there? You've got some nerve. Today shall be your demise." Chapter 65. The powerful Lin Yi's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the adversaries before him, letting out a cold snort. He was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. Years of rigorous training and the continuous reinforcement of the worlds will had propelled him into the ranks of the elite. With a mere thought, he summoned a radiant star energy longsword from its sheath at his back, its blade enveloped in vibrant celestial energy. Without uttering a word, Lin Yi traced an arc through the air with his sword, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp sword chi. Where the sword chi passed, the air seemed to slice apart, emitting a sizzling sound. The foes attempting to obstruct him had no time to mount an effective defense before being struck down, their cries echoing as they fell to the ground. As he drew nearer to the Temple of the Stars, Lin Yi's heart grew heavier. Along the way, he encountered nearly nothing but foes aligned with the Shadow Council. His former comrades, with whom he had once trained, now lay scattered across the cold earth, some in grotesque states of dismemberment. This sight left Lin Yi in disbelief. When he had departed, the place was tranquil and harmonious, with laughter resonating in every corner. Yet now, in the span of just over a month, Star Island had devolved into a scene of carnage. Each step he took felt increasingly burdensome, as though he were treading upon his own heart. The closer he approached the temple, the more bodies of his fallen brethren littered the ground, igniting a conflagration of rage within him that he could no longer suppress. In an instant, Lin Yi's eyes blazed with fury. The star energy surrounding him surged violently, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. The members of the Shadow Council, who had initially sought to attack him, instinctively recoiled several steps under the weight of his presence, their eyes betraying hints of fear and hesitation. Yet Lin Yi would not afford them a moment's respite. His figure flickered like a specter, appearing before his enemies in an instant. The star energy longsword in his grasp seemed to come alive, transforming into a silver streak of lightning, each swing accompanied by a tempest of blood and chaos. The bodies of his adversaries fell beneath his blade as if they were fragile parchment, easily torn apart. Amidst the slaughter, memories of training and camaraderie with his compatriots flooded Lin Yi's mind. But now, all that remained were the endless specters of death and bloodshed. With each thought, his hatred intensified, fueling his strikes with even greater ferocity. At last, the outline of the Temple of the Stars emerged before him. The grand doors stood ajar, enveloped in an aura of eerie stillness. Lin Yi strode forward, kicking the doors wide open, only to be met with a sight that gripped his heart with despair. Inside the temple, the once majestic sanctity lay in utter disarray. Tables and chairs were strewn about haphazardly, the ground soaked in blood and strewn with corpses. Lin Yi howled to the heavens, his voice brimming with anguish and fury. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from the shadows of the temple. "Lin Yi, you have finally returned." Standing amidst the ruins of the Temple of the Stars, Lin Yi's star energy longsword trembled slightly in his hand. Opposite him stood Yi, brandishing a spear, his silver mask glinting coldly under the starlit sky. Not far from the wreckage, Zhou Yi, draped in an invisibility cloak, leisurely sipped from an ancient wine vessel, savoring the moment while observing the unfolding drama. Ye's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yi, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes as he recognized his junior disciple. However, Lin Yi failed to recognize Yi, whose appearance and demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Lin Yi demanded, his eyes narrowed in anger. "Tio, destroy the temple and slaughter the innocent. This is your so-called pursuit. What crimes have these innocent lives committed? How can you be so cruel?" Yi merely chuckled coldly, a sound that seemed to echo from the abyss, chilling and grating. "You may call me Pursuit." His voice was deep and hoarse, as if drawn from the depths of his throat. "I am merely fulfilling my mission. Everything in this world follows a predetermined trajectory. I am merely aligning myself with this force to accomplish what I must." Ye's tone was devoid of any tumult, as if his actions were entirely justified. "But you, the so-called child of destiny, do not be so naive." Raising his head slightly, he fixed his gaze through the mask, piercing Lin Yi with scorn and disdain. "You are but a puppet of the world's will. Do you truly believe that your actions stem from your own volition?" Silence. "How could someone like you ever understand my resolve?" Lin Yi bellowed, unleashing a brilliant starry light from his sword. Star sword technique. In an instant, countless beams of starry sword chi surged forth like a tidal wave, imbued with cataclysmic force, hurtling towards Yi and enveloping him entirely. Yet Yi stood unmoving, his expression one of indifference. With a swift sweep of his spear, the gust of energy shattered all the sword chi in its path. Lin Yi's pupils contracted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his star sword technique would be so effortlessly dispelled. Drawing a deep breath, he gripped his sword with both hands, channeling his inner energy to unleash the full might of the star sword technique. In an instant, a silver radiance emanated from his form, the sword shimmering with countless starry lights. In a flash, Lin Yi surged towards Yi like an arrow released from its bow, his sword aimed directly at Ye's throat. Yi remained calm, standing his ground. As Lin Yi's long sword approached, he remained unflustered, casually lifting his right hand to meet the blade with the spear's tip. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the valley. Lin Yi felt as though his sword had struck solid rock. No matter how hard he pushed, he could not advance an inch. The force emanating from Ye's spear numbed his arms, causing his grip to tremble. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Ye's mouth, and with a swift twist of his wrist, the spear, glowing with dark energy, unleashed a powerful thrust. Lin Yi had no time to react as he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Struggling to rise, he felt a malevolent force invade his body, a sharp pain in his chest causing him to spit blood. His eyes burned with fury as he watched Yi approach, sword still clutched tightly in his hand, yet he found himself too weak to continue the fight. "How pathetic," he remarked, shaking his head in disappointment, seemingly unable to believe that the once promising junior disciple he had trained was so weak. "If this is all you can muster, then you might as well accept your fate." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye's spear darted forward like a silver serpent, striking with blinding speed toward Lin Yi, its tip glinting ominously as it aimed to pierce his chest. Chapter 66. The rebellious Yi. In that critical moment between life and death, the star power within Lin Yi surged as if awakened from slumber, unleashing an unprecedented strength. This force, akin to a torrential flood, enveloped the wounded Lin Yi. He felt as if an invisible giant hand had grasped him, compelling him to flee, his figure blurred in the air, his injured body appearing delicate under the force's pull. Observing this, he let out a cold laugh, unfurling 3 pairs of dark flame wings from his back, their flickering flames radiating an eerie aura. With a powerful flap, he pursued Lin Yi's fleeing form. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, seated nearby and sipping wine, watched the unfolding spectacle with great enjoyment. Upon witnessing Yi dart like a streak of black lightning after Lin Yi, the sheer speed caused the surrounding air to tremble, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The sudden turn of events caught Zhou Yi completely off guard, causing him to spew out his old wine. He had not anticipated that. After his enhancement, Ye's speed would increase to such an astonishing degree, I in the tapestry of fate. He had never exhibited such formidable power. Startled, Zhou Yi hastily summoned the Black Star and took off in pursuit of Yi and Lin Yi. He could not allow Yi to kill Lin Yi. This grand performance was far from over. Moments later, as he was hastily chasing Lin Yi, he suddenly sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning his head, he saw a black spaceship approaching from the rear. Initially, he intended to ignore it and prioritize eliminating Lin Yi, but the spaceship directly obstructed his path, coming to a steady halt. His eyebrows knitted together, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. He paid no heed and maneuvered around the ship to continue his chase. However, the vessel seemed to have latched onto him, trailing closely like a bothersome fly. Circling around him incessantly, Ye's anger flared, and he hovered in midair, his aura surging dramatically. The spear in his hand glimmered ominously as he prepared to bring the bothersome ship down. That moment, the spaceship came to a stop, its cabin door slowly opening, and the figure that emerged made Ye's pupils constrict. "Teacher," he exclaimed, a hint of surprise and confusion lacing his voice, but then he seemed to grasp something. Squinting, he inquired with a chill in his tone, "Did you come specifically to rescue Lin Yi?" In that instant, the pressure of Ye's aura became suffocating. Zhou Yi offered a wry smile, his expression revealing a sense of helplessness. "Sort of, but it's not yet my time to exit. Is that so? It appears my teacher has his own plans." He chuckled lightly, a glint of amusement in his smile, yet he relinquished his intent to pursue further. To him, Lin Yi was merely a small insect, easily crushed at any moment. Nevertheless, the dark glimmer of his spear continued to flicker restlessly in his grasp. "Teacher, for many years, I have harbored a question that I longed for you to answer." Ye's tone turned serious, his gaze fixated on Zhou Yi as if searching for a crack in his facade. He continued, "Did you know in advance about the Shadow Council's plans? Were you aware that they would target my family?" Zhou Yi sighed inwardly, recognizing that this young man was truly relentless. Maintaining an innocent facade, he spread his hands and replied, "I am not a sage. How could I possibly know such things?" Afterward, Zhou Yi looked at Yi with earnestness. "At that time, while I was on Eagle Wing Island, I happened to encounter the Shadow Council as they sealed the island searching for you. Out of curiosity, I inquired about the situation and learned of your family's tragic fate. Later, when I fortuitously found you in a corner, sensing the demonic bloodline within you, I felt a surge of compassion and bestowed upon you that tome of dark magic, hoping you could seek revenge with your own strength." "Oh, then why did you not take me away at that time? Why did you allow me to be captured by the Shadow Council?" Ye's skepticism was palpable, his gaze piercing as he pressed Zhou Yi for answers. Zhou Yi shook his head, a flicker of remorse crossing his features. "At that time, my strength was insufficient to breach the Shadow Council's blockade, so I could only leave on my own." He regarded Zhou Yi with a calm demeanor. Yet his eyes conveyed scrutiny. "Oh, is that so?" His voice was subdued, yet the doubt within him concerning Zhou Yi remained unabated. Past experiences had taught Yi to be wary of others, especially Zhou Yi, whose words often seemed laden with hidden truths. Sensing Ye's skepticism, Zhou Yi recognized that this version of Yi was no longer easily deceived and quickly shifted the topic. "I will deal with Lin Yi. He will not disrupt your plans any longer. However, you must remain cautious regarding the Source Spirit Clan." "The Source Spirit Clan? Even if they do not come for me, I shall seek them out myself." Ye's lips curved into a slight smirk, revealing a disdainful sneer, his laughter brimming with unyielding confidence and arrogance. Only he knew the extent of his power. After years of diligently honing the dark magic, enduring countless life and death trials, he had reached a terrifying level of strength. Even Lin Yi, the Chosen One, was no match for him. Though the Source Spirit Clan was favored by the world's will, he possessed ample confidence to bring them down from their pedestal, making the entire world tremble beneath his feet. Seeing Ye's dismissive attitude towards the Source Spirit Clan, Zhou Yi quickly interjected, "The Source Spirit Clan has always been the dominant force on the Origin continent. Their power should not be underestimated. You are still just beginning." "Enough, teacher," he raised his hand, cutting off Zhou Yi's words. "You need not worry about the Source Spirit Clan. I will handle it myself." Zhou Yi, interrupted, felt a twinge of helplessness. This young man had indeed grown wings. At that moment, Ye's gaze fell upon Zhou Yi, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in brief contemplation. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, remembrance, gratitude, and a hint of caution. After a moment, as if coming to an understanding, Yi did not press Zhou Yi further. After all, during his darkest hour, it was Zhou Yi who had appeared at his side, offering him hope for revenge. That tome of dark magic had shone like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating his path forward. Teacher, since you have spoken, I shall temporarily spare Lin. I have matters to attend to, so I take my leave. Ye's voice remained calm. Though his words were courteous, there was no trace of respect in his gaze. He performed a slight bow, simple and casual, then turned decisively to depart. As he left, Zhou Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Despite the young man's rebelliousness, he had not turned against him. Not dwelling on it further, Zhou Yi resumed piloting the Black Star in pursuit of Lin Yi's retreating figure. Lin Yi, gravely injured, could not be allowed to perish. Chapter 67. Destiny. After pursuing for a while, Zhou Yi finally spotted Lin Yi collapsed by the side of a winding river. Lin Yi was drenched in blood, his breath faint, unconscious. Zhou Yi's heart tightened painfully. Rushing to Lin Yi's side, he fumbled in his pocket for healing medicine, desperately administering it to Lin Yi's mouth, fearing that he might be too late. Thankfully, the demonic power within Lin Yi had been eradicated by the world's will, making the situation easier to manage. As the healing medicine gradually took effect, Lin Yi's breathing steadied. Zhou Yi fetched some cool river water to wipe Lin Yi's face. After a considerable time, Lin Yi's eyelids fluttered. Slowly awakening, he groggily opened his eyes to see Zhou Yi's concerned face. Teacher, what happened to me? Lin Yi clutched his chest, slowly sitting up, feeling a wave of soreness throughout his body. You were injured. Rest well and do not move around, Zhou Yi advised. After a moment of stillness, the events that had transpired came flooding back to Lin Yi's mind. Instantly, his face was etched with sorrow and indignation. His eyes reddening with emotion. Summoning all his strength, he sat up straight, gripping Zhou Yi's collar tightly, his body trembling with fury. You knew about the future. Why did you not tell me? The Star Palace will be breached. The Grand Elder will perish, countless brethren will suffer. Why did you not inform me? His voice, hoarse with anger, seemed to escape through gritted teeth. Zhou Yi's expression was filled with anguish as he replied. Lin Yi, this is their destiny. The fall of the Star Palace, the sacrifice of the Grand Elder and our kin, is all part of fate's design. His voice was deep and heavy, burdened with immeasurable sorrow. Without their sacrifices, your star power cannot be fully awakened. Only when you awaken can you possibly become the hope to save this world. Otherwise, it will descend into eternal darkness. They are heroes, heroes who will save the world. And now, it is your turn. Zhou Yi's tone was resolute, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's body shook violently, his hands dropping limply to his sides, his face contorted in pain. His shoulders trembled slightly as he spoke with a hint of despair. I cannot do it. He is too powerful. I am no match for him. You can? Have you forgotten the stories I told you? The protagonist always endures countless hardships to ultimately defeat the enemy. Nothing is ever smooth sailing. Zhou Yi stepped closer and gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder in encouragement. Lin Yi slowly crouched down, wrapping his arms around his head, his voice tinged with tears as he lamented. But the Grand Elder and the others sacrificed themselves, and I have awakened. Why can't I still stop him? What must I do to truly save this world? His voice echoed in the empty riverside, filled with confusion and helplessness. After all he had been through, he felt trapped in an inescapable predicament. Zhou Yi stood behind Lin Yi, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. You have forgotten. I came back from the future. The future you eventually finds a solution. What solution? Lin Yi grasped at this lifeline like a drowning man. His spirit revitalized as he eagerly pressed for answers. But this method comes at a great cost. It is unfair to you. Zhou Yi's face was troubled, his brows furrowed tightly, filled with conflict. I am not afraid of sacrifice. Teacher, please tell me. We cannot let the Grand Elder's sacrifices be in vain. Lin Yi declared resolutely, determination shining in his eyes. You must understand your mission. The world's will favors you so greatly to enable you to halt the spread of darkness. Zhou Yi's voice was low and solemn. Yet, relying solely on your own strength, you cannot conquer the night. The complete awakening of the power of the stars does not mean you should clash head-on with the darkness. But rather, what is it? Lin Yi's eyes lit up, eagerly pressing for an answer to it, is to enable you to utilize this power to seal the demon god. Zhou Yi's voice was clear and heavy. Seal? Demon god? Lin Yi paused slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Surely, you have sensed the malevolent power emanating from the night. He was originally an otherworldly demon god, sealed within the endless seas. It was only after the seal was broken that he managed to escape. Zhou Yi patiently explained. Therefore, if we wish to halt the spread of darkness, we must seal him once more. And to perform the sealing, you must sacrifice all your star power and the seed of the stars. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, questioning. Is it truly that simple? You must think this through. Without the seed of the stars, the damage to you would be immense. From then on, you would be rendered powerless. Zhou Yi's voice grew increasingly grave, his concern evident on his face. Lin Yi chuckled with nonchalance, asking, "What choice did I make in my previous life?" Zhou Yi was momentarily startled, responding, "In your past life?" The night led the demon army to sweep across the continent, plunging the Source Realm into endless war and disaster, leaving countless lives in ruin. Upon learning the method to seal him, you did not hesitate for a moment and chose to sacrifice yourself to seal him. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, was not surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems that regardless of the time, my choices remain unchanged. From a young age, you taught me about justice, bravery, sacrifice, and compassion. I believe you also wish for me to make such choices." Lin Yi gazed up at the azure sky, speaking softly. "Perhaps the night is right. My fate has been beyond my control since birth. Fate has continuously propelled me forward, and for the unknown enemy. I have trained tirelessly, never daring to relax. Fate has weighed me down to the point of breathlessness. To become powerless, perhaps I would live a little easier." A hint of relief appeared on Lin Yi's face. As if he had let go of all burdens, Zhou Yi, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, fell into a long silence. He had never imagined that the usually optimistic Lin Yi harbored such heavy thoughts. Reflecting on the years spent accompanying Lin Yi and witnessing his growth, Zhou Yi remembered that Lin Yi had always presented a sunny and cheerful demeanor before him, no matter the magnitude of the difficulties and setbacks he faced. He always met them with a smile, never allowing a hint of complaint to escape his lips. Zhou Yi believed that even if he were to say that saving the world would require the sacrifice of one's life, Lin Yi would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation. This was not merely due to the ideological guidance Zhou Yi had provided or the small stories that had influenced him, but rather because Lin Yi inherently embodied qualities of sunshine, positivity, kindness, and compassion. He was the true bearer of justice and responsibility, willing to disregard everything for the sake of protecting others and safeguarding this world. After a long while, Zhou Yi gradually gathered his scattered thoughts and sighed softly. "Since it is so, then come with me. Every second wasted brings more suffering to others." With that, Zhou Yi extended his hand, steadying Lin Yi as he rose. Although Lin Yi's body was still weak, his eyes radiated determination. The two supported each other and slowly ascended the Black Star. The spaceship's hatch gradually closed, sailing directly towards the endless seas. Chapter 68. The Wrath of the World's Will in the Endless Seas. On an unnamed small island, Zhou Yi assisted Lin Yi in disembarking from the spaceship. At the center of the island, a magical array was inscribed, exuding an ancient aura. This array was, of course, the handiwork of Zhou Yi and the game system. Prepared by Zhou Yi 2 decades prior, the array was not a sealing array, but rather a teleportation array, connecting to the Roland Great World, where the game system was already ready to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly. The island itself was tightly enveloped by 2 other arrays, an invisibility array and a defense array. This was arranged to delay the World's Will, as long as Lin Yi could transmit the endowment of the World's Will into the teleportation array. The game system would be able to absorb this force directly on the other side. Once the absorption was complete, it would achieve the goal of weakening the Source Realm's world while also allowing the game system to gain control over a portion of the Source Realm's authority. Initially, Zhou Yi planned to return Lin Yi to the Roland world before allowing the game system to absorb it for safety's sake. However, the system prevented him, as Lin Yi bore the endowment of the World's Will, representing the authority of this world. The teleportation array could not transmit directly, as it would attract the attention of the World's Will. It could only slowly siphon and absorb it. Upon reaching the array, Lin Yi gently pushed away Zhou Yi's supporting hand and staggered toward the array, each step seeming to drain all his strength. Upon reaching the center of the array, he slowly knelt, his knees striking the ground with a dull thud. Zhou Yi watched Lin Yi's appearance, his heart silently lamenting. He then took out some space attribute energy stones to place at various nodes of the array. With preparations complete, Zhou Yi gave Lin Yi a subtle nod. Lin Yi gazed deeply at Zhou Yi and softly asked, "Teacher, I have one final question. Do you truly believe that light can always triumph over darkness?" His eyes fixated on Zhou Yi, as if awaiting an answer that could uphold his faith. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi resolutely replied, "As long as the light in your heart remains, there will always come a day when darkness can be vanquished." This statement served as a response to Lin Yi's steadfast beliefs over the years. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi ceased to speak, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Gradually calming himself, he slowly summoned the power of the stars from within, which flowed into the array like a river of stars. As the power of the stars was infused, Lin Yi's complexion grew increasingly pale, as though his vitality were being drained. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead, tracing down his cheeks and dripping onto the array. The array flickered with a dim light, and with it came waves of malevolent energy being pulled into the array. This energy was laden with boundless resentment and malice, as if the power of the demon god were being drawn into it. This was, of course, Zhou Yi's illusion, where the malevolent energies he had previously laid out were now being funneled into the array. At this moment, the world will seem to sense a looming crisis. The gentle breeze suddenly turned tempestuous. In an instant, the sky was shrouded by dark clouds. Those clouds rolled like a tide, swiftly gathering to completely engulf the sun's light, plunging the entire world into darkness. Subsequently, streaks of lightning, like blades, sliced through the gloom, and thunder erupted across the heavens, deafening and seemingly intent on shattering the very world. Lin Yi felt as though his body was being hollowed out. Each thread of power that slipped away left him feeling overwhelmingly fatigued. Yet he knew he could not give up at this moment. So he steeled himself, deciding to extract the seed of the stars from within him. A faint glow began to emanate from his chest, initially flickering weakly like a firefly, but soon the light grew stronger, like the dawn breaking through layers of night. Within that light, the contours of the stars began to emerge, unmistakably revealing the seed of the stars. With a muffled groan, the seed of the stars began to slowly detach from his body. The light surrounding it, like animated threads, was tightly intertwined with Lin Yi, seemingly resisting the fate of separation. Each inch of detachment felt as though it were tearing at Lin Yi's very soul. A look of profound agony crossed his features, his face contorted, and cold sweat poured down from his forehead. The seed of the stars ascended higher and higher, the surrounding light growing ever more brilliant. Enveloping Lin Yi within it, bathed in that radiance, Lin Yi's body appeared increasingly frail. His breathing was weak and rapid, his hands hanging limply at his sides. His hair lost its former luster, turning gray and withered, while his skin darkened to a shade resembling ash. Lin Yi, this once spirited youth, seemed to have aged significantly in the briefest of moments, transitioning from youthful vigor to frail old age. Finally, the seed of the stars completely separated from Lin Yi's body. Floating in midair, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, within which the trajectories of the stars were clearly visible, as if it contained the secrets of the entire universe. However, to Lin Yi in this moment, that brilliance felt like an unattainable luxury. His eyes gradually lost focus, and his body, like a kite with its string severed, fell weakly backward as the seed of the stars manifested. The world will seem to sense its authority being threatened. A pale lightning streaked across the horizon, instantly rending the darkened sky. Following that, a thunderous roar erupted, and heavy raindrops began to pour down. The earth trembled, mountains quaked, and oceans roared, as various creatures grew increasingly agitated. The seed of the stars, suspended in the air, seemed to want to flee under the influence of the world's will. Zhou Yi, quick to act, seized it with a swift motion and shouted, "System, accelerate the extraction." The system offered no reply, merely intensifying its absorption. The resplendent radiance of the seed of the stars gradually dimmed as its power was siphoned away. The world's will, sensing its authority continually waning, finally erupted in fury, emitting a deep, rumbling sound that echoed throughout the realm. Thick storm clouds gathered above the small island, and strange purple lightning flickered ominously within. Moments later, a blinding purple lightning bolt, imbued with cataclysmic power, descended swiftly from the heavens. Its speed was astonishing, as if it had shattered the boundaries of time and space. Just as the lightning was about to strike the ground where the runes inscribed upon the magical array gradually dimmed under the immense onslaught of the heavenly thunder. The wrath of the worlds had not yet subsided. Soon, a more ferocious bolt of lightning descended once more. This strike bore a strength greater than its predecessors, imbued with boundless fury and a scent of annihilation. Although the magical array persisted in radiating its glow, the flickering of the runes had noticeably slowed. Moments later, a more terrifying bolt of thunder crashed down. Its power far exceeded the previous two. Illuminating the entire isle, under the impact of this thunder, the array barely held for an instant before emitting a crisp crack. Following that, the brilliance was extinguished entirely, and the runes disintegrated into specks of starlight. Vanishing into the ether, the defensive array had finally been shattered. After the array's destruction, the thunder continued its assault on the Seed of Stars, intent on shattering it to release that fragment of the world's will. Another flash of light appeared, and the familiar azure barrier enveloped the isle once again. At this moment, Zhou Yi's face broke into a wild grin as he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Heavenly thief, do you think my 20+ years have been in vain? Come on, strike again. Let us see how many more you can unleash." Chapter 69. Objective achieved indeed. At this moment, the island's defensive array was not singular. Zhou Yi had meticulously arranged multiple layers of protective formations. After all, one must take precautions for survival. This time, the world's will was thoroughly enraged. A tempest howled, sweeping away everything in its path, while colossal waves of 100 meters surged forth from the sea, roaring toward the isle. The sky was filled with a barrage of meteors, trailing searing flames, their target being this nameless isle. Zhou Yi was startled, no longer daring to be arrogant, and hurriedly urged the system to hasten its pace. Under the successive assaults of thunder, raging winds, monstrous waves, and meteors, layer upon layer of arrays shattered, debris scattering in all directions. These calamities drew ever closer to Zhou Yi. At this juncture, the Seed of Stars in Zhou Yi's grasp was finally nearly depleted. Without a moment to lose, he activated the teleportation array on the ground. A flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot, clutching Lin Yi. The Roland world, the capital of the Deer Kingdom. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns upon the palace floor. Within this tranquil palace, Lin Yi lay quietly upon an intricately carved wooden bed. His complexion was as pale as parchment. His form emaciated, as though all vitality had been drained from him. Beside him, a cleric of light, clad in a white robe, focused intently, his hands moving incessantly. Waves of gentle divine light cascaded down upon Lin Yi. Attempting to mend his injuries, the divine magic continued to be cast. A hint of color gradually returned to Lin Yi's face, yet he remained with eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Zhou Yi stood quietly by, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. Wen Yi stood silently behind Zhou Yi, her face etched with concern as she watched his silhouette. Zhou Yi had accompanied Lin Yi for 2 full decades. Observing him grow from a mere infant, the bond between them was undeniably profound. Were it not for the immense significance of the Tower of Origin to Zhou Yi, he would have surely relinquished the Source Realm. Over the years, Gu Xian had warned Lin Yi on multiple occasions that Zhou Yi harbored ulterior motives and that he should not be too trusting. Yet, despite this, Lin Yi had unwaveringly entrusted him with his faith. This pure trust now weighed heavily upon Zhou Yi's heart, akin to a burdensome stone, leaving him feeling immensely burdened. Gazing upon Lin Yi's aged and haggard visage, Zhou Yi could not suppress a sense of guilt. With this thought, he employed mental suggestion, cautiously infiltrating Lin Yi's consciousness to gradually erase his memories of the Source Realm. As for Lin Yi's future arrangements, he could not return to the Source Realm. Should he become nostalgic upon encountering familiar sights and regain his memories, only to witness the world under Night's dominion, it would be exceedingly cruel for him. Lin Yi had lived under the yoke of fate throughout his early life. Zhou Yi wished for him to pass his latter years free of worries. Zhou Yi initially planned to entrust Lin Yi to Wen Yi, hoping she could assist in arranging a new life for him. However, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately abandoned this notion. Lin Yi had been toyed with by fate for far too long. In his remaining years, he should be allowed to freely seize control of his own destiny. Once the Source Realm was conquered, Zhou Yi would carefully select a new world for Lin Yi, where he could live without oppression and in peace. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Yi no longer hesitated. He instructed Wen Ye to take good care of Lin Yi and, disregarding her gentle pleas for him to stay, resolutely departed the palace. Standing in a secluded area of the royal capital, Zhou Yi gazed into the distance and softly inquired, "System, can I now return to the Source Realm?" "Yes, I have acquired partial permissions to the Source Realm and can conceal all traces of your presence." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi wasted no time. Constructing a spatial portal, time flowed swiftly in the Source Realm. For every day he lingered, a month passed there. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to delay. 10 minutes later, the spatial portal slowly opened, and Zhou Yi stepped inside with haste. Upon the nameless isle of the Source Realm, a black flying ship soared into the sky like a colossal dark bird, speeding away into the distance. This was the very place where Zhou Yi had first stepped into the Source Realm. He retraced his steps along the path he once traveled, once again setting foot on this land. With the fall of the Starry Temple, the flames of war across the Constellation Isles gradually extinguished. What was once a landscape shrouded in smoke now lay in ruins and silence. Presently, apart from the elusive Star Pirate Alliance, the entirety of the Constellation Isles was under the dominion of the Shadow Council. As Zhou Yi passed by Starry Island, his heart swelled with mixed emotions, prompting him to pay a visit to Lin Yi's parents. Since Lin Yi's departure, his parents, in an attempt to alleviate their longing, had given birth to a younger sister for him. When Zhou Yi, burdened with sorrow, conveyed the news of Lin Yi's death in battle, the Lin couple felt as though struck by lightning, overwhelmed by grief. Mary clutched her young daughter tightly, weeping uncontrollably, while Lin Yin sat on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling incessantly. Zhou Yi stood by, his heart heavy with guilt, for it was he who had taken Lin Yi away, and now had brought such profound sorrow upon this couple. He could only softly console them. "I am sorry. It was my failure to safeguard Lin Yi." Though the Lin couple was heartbroken, they understood the cruelty of war and did not place excessive blame upon Zhou Yi, the Starry Temple. As the mightiest force in the Constellation Isles had been obliterated, and Lin Yi's demise was within the realm of expectation. Once their emotions had somewhat settled, Zhou Yi left behind a sum of money sufficient to ensure their comfort in old age. Before taking his leave with a heavy heart, subsequently, he piloted the Black Star toward the headquarters of the Shadow Council, intending to have a discussion with Knight, the headquarters of the Shadow Council. Knight stood upon the balcony of the top floor, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the world below. A gentle breeze caressed his face as he savored the sensation of being high above. In control of everything, now, the entire Constellation Isles lay beneath his feet, serving as a foundation for his ascent to greater power. Suddenly, a familiar black flying ship caught his eye, reminiscent of that pesky fly from before. Knight watched with interest as the ship hovered in the air, and Zhou Yi emerged from it. Stopping the guards who approached, Knight turned and led Zhou Yi into his reception hall. Once inside the reception hall, as they settled into their seats, a young girl clad in a simple yet elegant dress entered, carrying 2 steaming cups of tea, which she gently placed before them. Knight raised his cup, taking a delicate sip, allowing the fragrance of the tea to unfold upon his palate, quietly awaiting Zhou Yi to speak, his eyes reflecting a hint of languor. Noticing Knight's lack of pleasantries, Zhou Yi decided against hesitation and broke the silence. "The entire Constellation Isles is now under your control. It stands to reason that your next target should be the Origin Continent, correct?" Knight casually toyed with his teacup, responding with indifference, "And what of it?" Zhou Yi, his expression grave, fixed his gaze upon Knight and slowly replied, "You should be aware that the Spirit Clan, as the world's hegemon, possesses profound foundations and strength that surpasses the Constellation Isles by several tiers. With the forces you currently command, seizing the Origin Continent in one fell swoop will not be a simple task. However, I can assist you." Chapter 70. Shadows in motion. Upon hearing these words, Knight set down his teacup, sitting up with keen interest. He raised his gaze to Zhou Yi, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, how intriguing. What, pray tell, is your motive for such assistance?" he added. "Do not tell me you are merely here to perform acts of kindness." Zhou Yi maintained a calm demeanor, responding with unflinching sincerity, our goals are fundamentally aligned. You yearn for world conquest and the achievement of unparalleled supremacy, while I seek nothing more than the Tower of Origin. The mention of the Tower of Origin, a glint of intrigue ignited in Knight's eyes. He narrowed them slightly, deep in thought. The Tower of Origin was also a coveted goal for him. His ambitions could not be satiated by the meager Source Realm alone. Only by obtaining the Tower of Origin could he stride into a broader expanse of possibilities. After a moment of contemplation, Knight inquired in a low voice, "Then, might I ask what kind of assistance you can provide?" "The Tower of Origin is equally significant to me." Zhou Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated, realized the extent of Knight's ambition but replied, "Rest assured, I will not impose restrictions on your use of the Tower of Origin. Under my command lies a force potent enough to sweep across the Source Realm." "But there is a prerequisite." "Oh? What prerequisite?" Knight pressed, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "As long as your subordinates can inflict substantial casualties upon the Spirit Clan, whether soldiers or civilians, to a significant degree, my forces will be able to join the fray." Zhou Yi articulated, each word laden with unwavering confidence. After a brief silence, Knight let out a low, amused chuckle. "It seems our cooperation is destined to be a perfect match, having preliminarily reached an agreement with Yi." Zhou Yi rose to take his leave. The forces that Zhou Yi referred to were none other than the Starry Sky Insectoids. It seemed that the supreme command ability could only be summoned by the Starry Sky Behemoth. Despite numerous attempts, Zhou Yi's essence was unable to unlock the Pisces space and summon the Insectoid Storm. Otherwise, there would be no need for Yi to intervene. Zhou Yi could have effortlessly obliterated the entire Source Realm himself. At that moment, in the boundless universe, a colossal beast glided steadily through the starry expanse, surrounded by countless insectoids foraging for sustenance. Indeed, it was the Starry Sky Behemoth, grazing its swarm of insectoids not far from the Source Realm. To ensure the insectoids could keep pace with its flight, the Starry Sky Behemoth deliberately slowed its speed. Although resting within the Pisces space alleviated its energy consumption, it still required a source of energy to maintain its bodily functions. Relying solely on the white mist within the space was insufficient. Should it deplete one day, it would incur significant losses. Thus, the Starry Sky Behemoth released batches of insectoids from the space, allowing them to forage in groups. Once the time was ripe, the Source Realm would soon feel the terror of the Starry Sky Insectoids. The headquarters of the Shadow Council. He summoned all the commanders under his command. In the spacious hall, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with all eyes fixated on Yi. His expression was stern, and his voice resonated with authority as he assigned tasks. This time, the invading shadow forces would divide into smaller units for combat. The primary objective was to inflict casualties upon the Source Spirit civilians, avoiding direct confrontation with the Source Spirit army or its formidable warriors. Given the lack of need to face the enemy's main force, he wasted no time in preparing for battle. After swiftly designating their respective areas, he allowed them to act independently. He remained curious about the methods his mentor would employ to sweep through the entire Source Realm. Though the commanders were somewhat perplexed by the assignments, they dared not question Ye's decisions. Under Ye's immense strength and iron-fisted rule, the shadow forces exhibited remarkable execution. Those with lesser awareness had long since met their demise beneath Ye's thunderous methods. After receiving their orders, the commanders swiftly organized their troops to infiltrate the Origin continent. They moved like phantoms in the darkness, advancing silently. Upon reaching their designated locations, they dispersed to wreak havoc. At this juncture, the Source Spirit race remained oblivious to the impending crisis. Their long-standing dominance had dulled their sense of danger. Immersed in their own glory and honor, they could scarcely fathom that the diminutive Starry Isles would dare to strike against them. In the ensuing days, the Source Spirit civilians would bear the brunt of the consequences. While the shadow forces might struggle against the Source Spirit army in direct confrontation, stealthy assassination was their forte. Not to mention, eliminating unarmed civilians was a task exceedingly effortless. Each time the Source Spirits received news and assembled their forces, they were met with only devastation in their wake. As the Source Spirit troops stationed themselves at various gathering points, they realized just how cunning these marauders were. With fewer defenders, the shadow forces summoned reinforcements to strike in overwhelming numbers. Conversely, when more defenders were present, they lacked sufficient manpower. Through such tactics, the shadow forces left the Source Spirits in disarray. The Source Spirit army, exhausted and beleaguered, struggled to effectively curb the onslaught of the shadow forces. Only a few formidable source spirits, relying on their strength and mobility, managed to eliminate a portion of the marauders. Yet, this was merely a drop in the bucket, unable to alter the overall situation. With no alternatives left, the source spirit leaders ordered the scattered civilians living on the outskirts to temporarily relocate into the cities until the insurgents were eradicated. In a flash, every city became overcrowded, with streets teeming with people and a cacophony of noise echoing throughout. However, as time passed, these civilians needed to sustain themselves, and the cities could not provide enough employment opportunities. Life for the populace descended into turmoil, with hunger, poverty, and fear enveloping the entire city. An unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the origin continent. In one of the source spirit cities, a young commander named Luo Li stepped forward. Ever since the shadow forces invaded the origin continent, he felt as though he had garnered the favor of the heavens. The source energy from the world surged toward him incessantly, and his power underwent continuous transformation. Having witnessed the atrocities of the shadow forces and the suffering of the civilians, a blazing fury ignited within him. Luo Li understood that remaining in passive defense would only deepen the source spirit race's predicament. Thus, he proposed an audacious plan to the higher-ups of the source spirit race, to take the initiative and penetrate the Starry Isles, dismantling the shadow forces' stronghold and forcing them into a direct confrontation. The high-ranking officials of the source spirit race engaged in heated debate over Luo Li's proposal. Some deemed it too perilous, as a significant portion of their army was stationed in the cities. Should their numbers prove insufficient, even a foray into enemy territory could result in total annihilation. Conversely, others considered it an excellent suggestion, viewing it as an opportunity to turn the tide of battle. Ultimately, through Luo Li's fervent advocacy, the higher-ups reluctantly acquiesced to his plan. They decided to allocate half of the garrison from each city to Luo Li, empowering him to lead the assault on the Starry Isles. Several days later, Luo Li departed with a hastily assembled army from various cities, marching toward the Starry Isles in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the shadow forces on the origin continent received intelligence regarding these developments, which soon reached Yi. Chapter 71. Full-scale invasion at the headquarters of the Shadow Council. A cold smile crept across Ye's lips upon reviewing the news. Luo Li? He certainly possessed some audacity, but to challenge me on the Starry Isles? He is still rather inexperienced. After a moment's contemplation, Yi reached a resolution. He summoned the commanders stationed at the Starry Isles and issued a resounding order. Relay the command. All shadow forces are to immediately cease all defensive operations on the Starry Isles and abandon this territory. We will launch a full-scale invasion of the origin continent. Upon hearing this command, the shadow commanders exchanged incredulous glances. One burly commander could not help but step forward, clasping his fists in deference as he spoke. My lord, the Starry Isles are our foundation. Abandoning them like this seems overly regrettable. Moreover, recklessly invading the origin continent could lead to Yi shot him a frosty glance. I do not wish to repeat myself. The burly commander felt the weight of Ye's icy gaze, his body quivering involuntarily, and he dared not utter another word. Thus, under Ye's command, the shadow forces swiftly mobilized. The troops previously stationed across the Starry Isles retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the depths of the night. They evaded Luo Li's advancing army, silently making their way toward the origin continent. Upon reaching the origin continent, the shadow forces divided into multiple factions, launching fierce assaults on various key towns and strongholds. In an instant, the origin continent erupted into chaos, with shouts of battle and cries of despair intertwining. The Source Spirit Army was caught off guard, having anticipated that the shadow forces would make a last stand on the Starry Isles. They were utterly unprepared for such a deceptive maneuver. Yi personally led an elite unit, targeting particularly formidable foes. Utilizing his immense strength and elusive dark abilities, he carved a path through the enemy ranks, breaching one city gate after another. Some Source Spirit warriors attempted to corner Yi, but like a specter in the darkness, he always managed to evade capture, even dispatching numerous strong foes in the process. At this point, Luo Li's forces had penetrated deep into the Starry Isles, initially expecting fierce resistance, yet found naught but abandonment. He suspected it might be a cunning ploy by the shadow forces to lure him deeper into their trap, compelling him to exercise caution. Each time they advanced a certain distance, he would dispatch scouts to conduct extensive reconnaissance. They proceeded with utmost care, leaving no suspicious detail unchecked. However, it was not until they reached the headquarters of the Shadow Council that Luo Li sensed something amiss. Gazing at the increasingly distinct silhouette of the Shadow Council headquarters, his brow furrowed in trepidation. An unsettling intuition gnawed at him. The scouts dispatched ahead soon returned with news. The Shadow Council headquarters had long been vacated. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, breathless and anxious, kneeling on one knee as he reported, "General, urgent news. We have just received an emergency message from the Origin continent. The leader of the Shadow Forces, Yi, has abandoned the Starry Isles and is launching a full-scale invasion of our realm." Upon hearing this, Luo Li's body stiffened, his grip on the sword hilt turning white with tension, his knuckles trembling slightly. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury. He bellowed, "How dare they? How dare they? Such cowards! I thought you would engage me in a decisive battle on the Starry Isles, but instead, he fled." His voice echoed with unyielding resentment and rage across the desolate plains. After a moment, Luo Li steadied himself, determination rekindling in his gaze. He understood that indulging in anger was futile. The pressing matter was to return and assist the Origin continent. He commanded loudly, "Relay to the entire army. Immediately set forth to reinforce the Origin continent. Advance at full speed, without fail." Having issued the order, Luo Li gritted his teeth and declared, "Yi, is it? I will surely catch you, you wretched rat." As the Source Spirit cities fell one after another, the Shadow Army descended upon them. Engaging in a bloody massacre, they resembled demons, mercilessly slaughtering anyone of the Source Spirit race, be they soldier or civilian. Blood stained the earth, and lives were extinguished as if they were mere insects. It was as though the very will of the world sensed the persecution of its favored race. The skies darkened, ominous clouds gathered, and the howling winds mourned as relentless rain washed away the traces of their atrocities. Yet could not cleanse the profound sins. At that moment, the game system's voice resonated in Zhou Yi's ears. "Ding, detected that the will of the Source Realm has been weakened, reaching the absorption threshold. Please arrange for the Starry Sky Behemoth to cooperate." Zhou Yi, who had been observing the unfolding events on the Origin continent, felt a jolt of energy surge through him. They had finally arrived at this critical juncture. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes as he unhesitatingly commanded the waiting cosmic behemoth to launch an assault. Upon receiving the order, the colossal creature surged forth at full speed towards the Source Realm. Its immense form creating ripples in the fabric of space with its rapid passage. In no time, it breached the exploratory range of the Source Realm's will. The world's consciousness reacted swiftly, immediately unfurling a barrier to obstruct the incursion of the cosmic behemoth. This barrier radiated a gentle glow, yet it harbored boundless power within. Stymied in its advance, the cosmic behemoth let out a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Subsequently, it unleashed its devouring ability, conjuring a black orb of energy within its gaping maw, applying tremendous suction against the world barrier in an attempt to consume it. At this juncture, the game system, seizing the opportunity while the world consciousness was fully engaged in resisting the cosmic behemoth, began to stealthily siphon from the world's essence, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Observing the unfolding chaos, Zhou Yi commanded, "System, create an opening for me. I wish for the cosmic swarm to enter." In response, the system exerted its authority over the Source Realm, laboriously carving a breach of several hundred square meters in the world barrier. Zhou Yi focused his main consciousness on the cosmic behemoth, and with a mere thought, a multitude of cosmic swarm creatures surged forth from the Pisces dimension. In but an instant, the cosmic behemoth was encircled by a throng of spine-chilling cosmic swarm. With a single command, countless insects surged towards the gap in the world barrier, resembling an unstoppable tide of darkness. Some creatures, unable to enter immediately, clung to the barrier, their sheer mass staining it black. The world consciousness, now powerless to prevent the invasion of the cosmic swarm, could only emit a despairing wail. As vast numbers of cosmic swarm flooded into the Source Realm, they made a beeline for the Origin continent. The sky above was shrouded in a dense cloud of insects, exuding an aura of hopelessness and oppression. Atop a pointed tower, an aged elder of the Source Spirit race gazed towards the distant horizon, seemingly witnessing the tide of insects surging forth like a relentless wave. His eyes brimmed with sorrow and reluctance as he murmured, "Is this to be the end of the Source Spirit race's fate?" Chapter 72. The Swarm Storm. In a bustling town on the Origin continent, the Source Spirit populace busied themselves with their daily routines. Street vendors hawked an array of goods, children laughed and chased each other through the alleys, while the elderly basked leisurely in the sun. None could have foreseen that a cataclysm was silently descending upon them. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously as the sun's brilliance was eclipsed, the heavens seemingly draped with a heavy shroud. The Source Spirits instinctively halted their activities, gazing upwards in unison. The sight that met their eyes drained the color from their faces, terror and despair flooding their expressions. A vast swarm of insects blotted out the sun, descending upon them like a surging black tempest. The bodies of the insects shimmered with a cold and eerie glint in the dim light, their myriad wings beating in a dull, chilling cacophony. It was the swiftest of them all, the shadow insect. Screams erupted in a crescendo as the entire town plunged into unending panic. People scattered like headless flies, each desperately striving to escape the sudden calamity. Stalls were overturned, goods strewn across the ground, forgotten in the chaos. The captain of the city guard stood atop a vantage point, his expression grave as he surveyed the approaching cloud of insects. Gripping his long sword tightly, he bellowed orders, his voice striving to pierce through the din of chaos and the insects' roar. "Form ranks. Prepare to defend." Quickly, the soldiers hurriedly complied, their steps frantic as they attempted to assemble a defensive formation. Yet everything felt so rushed. Alas, it was all in vain. The insects were simply too swift, too overwhelming for them to mount an adequate response. In the blink of an eye, the swarm was upon them. As the insects drew nearer, their piercing chirps pierced the air like countless needles, saturating every inch of the town with dread. The hastily gathered city guard, confronted with the terrifying swarm that blotted out the sun, found their weapons trembling in their hands. Unable to steady their grips, they were ill-equipped to face the demonic horde. The swarm charged forth in a simple yet devastating onslaught, crashing through the city guard's fragile defenses like an unstoppable tide of darkness. The cries of soldiers echoed as their bodies were torn apart by the insect's sharp fangs, trampled under the weight of their massive limbs, blood splattering everywhere. In mere moments, the casualties were staggering, the majority becoming mere sustenance for the swarm as the city guard's line collapsed completely. When the first shadow insect breached the Source Spirit's defenses, its piercing scream shattered the silence, casting a pall of fear over the entire town. In an instant, the dense mass of insects surged into every street and alley like a tidal wave unleashed. The air filled with agonizing screams, blood staining the ground as lives were snuffed out beneath the swarm's relentless rampage. The town descended into the formidable warriors grit their teeth and persist. As an unceasing flow of power infuses the protective shield, some of the strong, sheltered within the shield, manage to free their hands and collectively condense a massive energy sphere, which they hurl into the midst of the insect horde. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberates as the energy sphere detonates within the swarm. The tremendous shockwave sends all surrounding insects flying, creating a vast vacuum zone. Although some destruction ensues, it amounts to little more than a drop in the ocean against the colossal insect swarm. As the insect numbers swell, relentlessly surging forward, the shield begins to flicker, fissures appearing. The warriors' faces turn pale, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. A colossal shattered star insect suddenly crashes into the shield, causing the cracks to widen instantly. The Source Spirit warriors grit their teeth and intensify the flow of Source power, but it only prolongs their struggle by a few fleeting moments. Soon after, the shield shatters, and the insect swarm floods in like a tide. The warriors brandish their weapons, engaging the insects in close combat. Some are pierced by the insect fangs, others are engulfed by the swarm. Moments later, the battlefield is left desolate, with only insects remaining. The Source Spirit warriors lie defeated, and the insect horde continues its advance, leaving the land in eerie silence. Though the Source Spirits reign as the world's overlords, they are utterly powerless against the overwhelming cosmic scourge of the starry insect race, left to be mercilessly harvested. Meanwhile, Yi, who is currently engaged in conquest on the Origin continent, has also become aware of this terrifying insect horde. He realizes that this must be the method his mentor described as capable of overturning the entire continent. These insects do not attack them. for Zhou Yi merely seeks to annihilate the source spirits and weaken the world's will, not to extinguish life on this planet. Under the directive of the collective consciousness, all insects receive the command to eradicate the source spirits. Unless other races strike first, they remain indifferent. As he senses the terrifying power of the insect race, his apprehension towards Zhou Yi escalates immeasurably. He had initially speculated that his mentor was a puppet master behind some formidable force, yet he never anticipated that he could command such an immense insect power. The once mighty source spirits find themselves utterly defenseless before the storm of insects. Individually, these insects pose no threat to him, yet confronted with their boundless numbers, he feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Fortunately, as a collaborator, his mentor has not turned against him. Otherwise, with a mere thought, he and his forces would be reduced to ashes. He issues a command to rally all shadow forces on the Origin continent, as if this would bolster his sense of security. He does not retreat to the Star Islands, for his mentor has not attacked him. And for now, he is safe. Naturally, if his mentor wished to act against him, retreating to the Star Islands would hold little significance, merely prolonging his demise. And while these cosmic insects are adept at pillaging and conquering, can he truly expect them to manage their territories? Thus, as long as his mentor does not turn the Origin continent into a desolate wasteland, it remains his. On the other side, Luoli has just led his army back to the Origin continent. He rides at the forefront on a winged beast adorned with azure fur. Behind him march the soldiers of the source spirit race in disciplined formation. Upon their arrival on the Origin continent, the sight before them elicits gasps of horror from all. The once vibrant land is now shrouded in gloom, the air thick with the stench of decay and the acrid scent of blood. In the distant sky, the insect army swells like a surging black tide, boundless and overwhelming. Luoli had initially intended to lead his troops to scout for recent news at the border city. However, before they could approach the city, they beheld the vast horde of insects wreaking havoc within. The massive shattered star insects roam freely through the city, each step causing the ground to tremble violently, while towns and villages crumble under their relentless assault. The flickering shadow insects dart through the ruins and crowds with lightning speed, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake, and wherever they go, blood mist erupts. The star energy insects hover in midair, continuously firing energy orbs that explode with deafening roars. Beneath these orbs, both the resisting source spirit warriors and defensive fortifications are reduced to dust. Luoli's expression darkens instantly, his eyes filled with fury and urgency. He understands that while his army appears formidable, they are utterly incapable of withstanding the storm of insects. Only the robust defensive system and powerful source spirit formations of the central royal city might withstand the insect onslaught. Thus, he decisively commands the army to advance swiftly towards the royal city. As they pass through the towns and villages, silence reigns supreme. The soldiers of the source spirit race watch in anguish as their once thriving homes lie in ruin. Their hearts ablaze with righteous fury, yet they suppress their sorrow, keeping pace with Luoli. However, the insect horde soon detects this army, and swarms of insects swoop down from the sky, intercepting the forces above. The dense, swirling masses of insects descend like ominous clouds, encircling the source spirit army in an instant. Unfazed, Luoli raises his long sword high, its tip radiating a brilliant light, and bellows. Warriors of the source spirit race, for our homeland, for our kin, fight alongside me. The soldiers, aware that there is no retreat, wield their weapons and engage the insects in a desperate struggle. In that moment, the battlefield erupts into a cacophony of chaos. The sounds of clashing steel and the cries of battle intertwining, deafening to the ears. The soldiers of the source spirit race unleash a myriad of powerful combination skills. Some unite to form a colossal source spirit shield, collectively resisting the insect onslaught. Others seize the opportunity to release devastating source energy attacks. Yet, the sheer number of insects is overwhelming, waves upon waves surging forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Luoli, atop his winged beast, weaves through the swarm with the source energy shield. Wielding his long sword, and wherever he strikes, insects fall. However, his source energy rapidly depletes, wounds multiply across his body, staining his armor with blood. The winged beast is also battered and bruised, its speed gradually diminishing. As the battle rages on, the formation of the source spirit army begins to fragment, and the soldiers find themselves fighting in isolation. Some are pierced by the sharp claws of the flickering shadow insects. Others are crushed into pulp by the immense might of the shattered star insects, and still others are obliterated by the energy orbs of the star energy insects. Luo Li watches in despair as his comrades fall one by one. Yet he continues to resist fiercely. Concentrating his final reserves of strength, he unleashes the Source Spirit race's ultimate technique. Heaven and earth coexist, in an instant. A tremendous force of destruction erupts around him, shredding the surrounding insects to pieces. However, this expends all his remaining power. Seizing the moment, a massive shattered star insect swings its powerful forelimb, striking Luo Li with brutal force. He is caught off guard, sent flying, and his long sword slips from his grasp. Before he can rise, the overwhelming horde of insects envelopes him completely. Moments later, silence descends once more. Luo Li and the Source Spirit Army are annihilated by the insect horde.